Jin er mu wu shui san hua e2c. On the Qingshi Square, a young man dressed in black gazed impassively at the hem-probed youth before him, withdrawing the hand that had been pressed against the crown of his head. None of your 5 elements spiritual roots stand out. The hem-probed youth, slight in build and of ordinary appearance, possessed only one striking feature: a pair of clear luminous eyes. Yet upon hearing those words, the brilliance in the hem-probed youth's eyes instantly faded. Though he scarcely understood the intricacies of spiritual roots and the 5 elements, he grasped the implicit criticism in the black-clad youth's tone. An ordinary aptitude. The black-robed youth paid no heed to the change in the hem-probed youth's gaze. Given the disparity in their statuses, even if noticed, it would not matter. After handing over a wooden tablet inscribed with lower class to the hem-probed youth, he nonchalantly waved his hand, as if dismissing him. Next, more hurtful than disdain, is being ignored. Clutching the wooden tablet tightly, the hem-probed youth silently pressed on as he moved past the group of youths yet to be evaluated. Upon noticing the lower-class tablet in his hand, onlookers cast derisive and mocking looks at him. With his head bowed, he hurried toward a pre-designated area in the distance, his eyes full of discontent. The area was divided into 3 sections based on aptitude: upper, middle, and lower. Naturally, the lower section was the most crowded, nearly filled to capacity. In contrast, far fewer youths occupied the middle section, and the upper section housed only a handful, making it notably sparse amidst the vast area. It seemed that those assigning the sections wished to demonstrate that fairness still existed, that all 3 areas were of equal size with no actual difference in aptitude. Alternatively, perhaps the domain was limited so that those with greater innate talent naturally obtained more resources. Whatever the interpretation, once their aptitude was measured and they took their positions, their future paths were set. Before reaching the lower section, a rotund, cheery youth tiptoed forward, eagerly waving at the hem-probed youth. Chen Ze over here. The hem-probed youth was named Chen Ze, age 12. The rotund youth named Li Da, who nicknamed Hu Zi, was a friend Chen Ze made along the way, and his only friend. Hu Zi's gesture drew angry, disdainful looks from the crowd. Having just been deemed lower class, their spirits were so low that no joyful noise was permitted. A tall youth nearby bellowed, "Shut up. What are you calling out for, as if disgrace isn't enough already?" Hu Zi scratched his head and let out a foolish chuckle, undisturbed by the rebuke. He then led Chen Ze aside and retrieved half a steamed bun from his bosom, breaking it into 2 smaller pieces and offering one piece to Chen Ze. "This is what I saved yesterday. Hurry and eat it." Having just been labeled lower class, Chen Ze had little desire to speak, yet faced with the kind-hearted Hu Zi, he forced a smile and pushed the small piece of bun back, murmuring, "I'm not hungry, you take it." Hu Zi responded with a soft "oh" and resumed eating by himself, his face adorned with his habitual foolish smile. Although nearly the same age as Chen Ze, his maturity fell far short. Otherwise, his fate would have been different. In truth, most of the youths in this group had come here not by choice, but either abducted or purchased with silver. Chen Ze had been sold by his gambling-addicted father to a casino for 2 taels of silver, only for the casino to resell him for 10. The buyer, named Li Changqing, was regarded as an immortal, at least in appearance, for he could fly and wield mysterious techniques beyond comprehension, much like the legendary celestial beings. Along the way, Li Changqing had purchased many youths. It was during this time that Chen Ze and Hu Zi first met. Later, Li Changqing swept them into the air and transported them to this distant, unfamiliar land, where they encountered even more youths who had been similarly brought by other immortals. After depositing them here, Li Changqing departed, informing them that this was the Mojaizong, where if one's aptitude was sufficient, one could become a disciple like him. Yet upon their arrival, what awaited them was the aptitude test. In truth, none fully understood what this so-called aptitude signified, though distinctions in ability were unmistakable. The gazes from the Mojaizong disciples toward those deemed of lower aptitude were markedly different from those directed at the more gifted. As Chen Ze pondered distractedly, a sudden exclamation rang out from afar. "His Jinhua's spiritual roots are perfected. What a fearsomely potent aptitude!" Drawn by the voice, everyone's eyes converged almost simultaneously on the youth with sharp, sword-like brows. Following that exclamation, the other Mojaizong disciples overseeing the test also turned their gazes toward the youth, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible, simply incredible. 2 perfected spiritual roots. I have never witnessed such a formidable aptitude. Tisk, with an aptitude like his, he will likely surpass us all before long. Indeed, such a person is destined to become a formidable figure in the Mojaizong. We must strive to befriend him." Chen Ze gazed at the youth with envy shimmering in his eyes. That youth was named Yi Yuan, and like him had been brought by Li Changqing. Despite the accolades from everyone, Yi Yuan's expression remained calm and unruffled. Destined to shine wherever he went, while others sank into sorrow over the sudden separation from their parents, he remained composed, almost coldly indifferent. During the journey, Li Changqing lavished praise on Yi Yuan, being utterly convinced that Yi Yuan was that unseen 1,000 genius perfectly suited for cultivation. In retrospect, his words had proven prophetic. Amid envious and jealous gazes, Yi Yuan was escorted to the upper section where he stood at the very forefront with his head held high, gazing ahead and not deigning to look at the others. From the blazing noon sun to the hues of dusk, the aptitude tests for thousands of youths finally concluded. The lower section became so overcrowded that they had to be arranged in successive rows at the back. The middle section was nearly full too, while the upper section remained sparse. Fewer than 20 were deemed to possess upper aptitude, and Yi Yuan continued to stand at the forefront. Undoubtedly, he was the most gifted among them. In accordance with their aptitude, the youths were led to different places. Leading those of lower aptitude was a stern man whose mere glance struck fear into their hearts. The stern man paid no attention to the youths. He turned and left, leaving them no choice but to hurry after him. When a cluster of dilapidated houses came into view, the expressions on all the youths' faces changed. Even though they knew that as lower class they would not receive favorable treatment, they had never expected to be housed in such a place. The stern man then stood before them, pointing at a red line on the ground, and declared in a placid tone, "I am Chen Ze. Under my orders, you must not step beyond this boundary, or violators will be executed. Find your own rooms and assemble at the 4th quarter of Mao hour tomorrow without delay." "No supper?" Hu Ze suddenly inquired. Qin Shan's brows furrowed as he coldly retorted, "Always thinking about eating. No wonder you are lowly in aptitude, a useless waste. Why don't you just consider dying?" For a moment, silence fell like a deathly chill as hostile glances intensified toward Hu Ze. Desperately, Chen Ze grabbed Hu Ze's sleeve, silently urging him to remain silent before mustering the courage to clasp his fists in respect toward Qin Shan. "Senior brother, please forgive our ignorance. We were new and unaware of the rules. If we have offended, we beg your leniency." The term senior brother had been taught to them by Li Chongqing before he left as the proper way to address unfamiliar elders. Yet upon hearing the address, senior brother Qin Shan sneered coldly, his eyes filled with scorn. "You are nothing more than a mere disciple. In flattering terms a disciple, but in reality no more than a menial servant. And to call me senior brother, you're hardly worthy." Hearing this, Chen Ze's eyes filled with embarrassment. He could only tug Hu Ze along, bowing repeatedly with his waist bent low. "Immortal, please forgive us. I will never address you wrongly again." Only when Qin Shan heard himself being addressed as Immortal did the chill on his face ease slightly. After most of the youths had chosen their rooms, he waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost." Chen Ze felt as though he had been granted amnesty, letting out a long breath of relief. After bowing once more, he dragged Hu Ze away at great speed. Yet because of this delay, most of the rooms were already occupied. Starting from the very first house, Chen Ze led Hu Ze door to door, asking again and again, searching for a long time without finding a single empty room. Moreover, Hu Ze's earlier words and actions had already offended many people. From the way everyone looked at them, Chen Ze knew that even if there were vacant spaces, no one would be willing to share a room with them. Only when night grew deep did Chen Ze finally spot a house without any lights in the last row of dwellings. He hurriedly brought Hu Ze inside, fumbled for the fire striker on the table, lit the oil lamp, and carefully examined the room. The roof was in tatters, many tiles missing. Fortunately, it was not raining, otherwise they would not even be able to sleep soundly. Against the wall lay a long shared bunk. Though 5 quilts were piled upon it, if 5 people truly slept there, it would be terribly cramped. With only 2 people, however, it would be quite spacious. It was the turn of autumn to winter, and the chill outside grew sharper by the day. Sleeping outdoors, one might freeze to death on any given night. However dilapidated this room might be, it was still better than sleeping in the open. With quilts to keep out the cold, it was already a stroke of fortune amid misfortune. Just as Chen Ze was rejoicing, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded suddenly outside the door, and the door he had just closed was kicked open with a crash. "Damn it, I refuse to believe there's nowhere to sleep." Startled, Chen Ze turned abruptly and saw the tall youth who had scolded Hu Ze earlier along with his lackey. His brows furrowed at once as he silently cursed his ill luck. Yang Hong, 2 years older than him, had spent the entire journey bullying others, relying on his tall and sturdy build. The simple-minded Hu Ze and frail Chen Ze were naturally frequent victims. Their food was often snatched away by Yang Hong. Li Chongqing never intervened in such matters. At times he even deliberately gave them less food, so they would fight over it, watching with great interest. It could be said that half of the closeness between Chen Ze and Hu Ze was thanks to Yang Hong. The first time Chen Ze had his food completely robbed by Yang Hong, Hu Ze had likewise been plundered by Yang Li Yuan until he had only a single steamed bun left. Though Hu Ze was simple-minded, he was stubborn. No matter how Yang Hong punched and kicked him, he refused to hand over that last bun. After beating him for a long time, and seeing Hu Ze still clutch the bun without loosening his grip, Yang Hong could only curse him as a fool and turn his attention to someone else. Seeing Hu Ze beaten black and blue, compassion stirred in Chen Ze's heart. He helped Hu Ze up, went into the forest to gather herbs, chewed them, and applied them to Hu Ze's wounds. Hu Ze was deeply grateful. He took out the bun he had protected with his life from his bosom and shared half of it with Chen. From then on, the two of them became friends. Though they were still often robbed afterward, no matter how much food remained, it was always divided evenly between them. So it's you too. Good. Looks like the days ahead won't be too dull. Yang Hong narrowed his eyes and laughed without restraint. Without even removing his shoes, he leaped onto the bunk and sprawled across it, occupying nearly half the space all by himself. His lackey Li San showed a malicious grin as well. He hopped onto the bunk, claimed the remaining space, and flung 2 quilts down onto the floor. Big brother hates being crowded. You two can sleep on the floor. No objections, right? Chen Ze said nothing. He quietly picked up the quilts, spread them on the ground, pulled Hu Zi down to lie with him, and pressed a finger to his own lips, signaling Hu Zi to stay silent. Seeing how docile the two were, Yang Hong found no excuse to make further trouble. He could only raise his fist and pound the wall several times. Damn it, they don't even give us dinner. What a hellhole. Chen Ze and Hu Zi had been left behind because they misspoke and thus missed the time for choosing rooms, while Yang Hong and Li San had simply bullied people so often that no one was willing to share a room with them. On any other day, Yang Hong might already have started a fight. But this was their first day at Mojaizong, and however arrogant he dared not act rashly before he understood the situation here. Thus, by a twist of fate, Chen Ze ended up facing the 2 people he least wished to encounter. Whether it was Yang Hong, who constantly made trouble for him, or Li San, who always schemed in the shadows, either one was enough to give him a headache. Yet there were no other vacant rooms now. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only live with these 2. Perhaps because their stomachs were empty, Yang Hong did not cause trouble for long. He simply yanked a quilt over himself and fell asleep. Li San gave a light cough and pointed at the oil lamp on the table opposite. Understanding his meaning, Chen Ze rose, blew out the lamp, and lay back under his quilt. At least you know your place. Li San chuckled smugly, rubbing his heels as he kicked off his shoes and flung them carelessly onto the floor. With a yawn, he burrowed into his quilt. Whether by accident or intent, those filthy shoes landed right in front of Chen Ze. A nauseating stench rushed over. Chen Ze covered his nose, pulled the quilt over his head, and felt his stomach churn. Only after the sounds of farting and teeth grinding from the bunk filled the room did Chen Ze reach out, pinch the edge of those stinking shoes, and push them farther away. He poked his head out from beneath the quilt and drew in a deep breath. It stinks, Hu Zi muttered softly, waving his hand in front of his nose. Then he gently poked Chen Ze and lowered his voice. Chen Ze, why won't they let us sleep on the bed? The floor is more spacious. We don't have to squeeze with them. Facing the childlike Hu Zi, Chen Ze could only soothe him with gentle words. Hu Zi gave a faint "oh," rubbing his growling stomach. Then why don't they give us dinner? Chen Ze whispered, hurry and sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry. There will be food tomorrow. Hu Zi immediately pulled the quilt over himself to sleep soon, snoring softly. Though simple-minded, he knew who treated him well. Chen Ze was the only one who did not despise him, so whatever Chen Ze asked of him, he obeyed. Chen Ze, however, felt no sleepiness. Beyond the hunger keeping him awake, his heart was filled with unease. He had no idea what awaited him tomorrow, but judging from the day's experiences, it would likely not be good. At that thought, he could not help but feel resentment toward that rotten gambler. Other men's fathers labored to support their families, yet that scoundrel spent every day mixing with hooligans. Because of his addiction to gambling, the family had been penniless since Chen Ze was young. There had never been a day with 3 full meals. If not for the frequent help from uncles and aunties in the village, he might long ago have starved to death. Not only that, the rotten gambler often drank heavily. Every time he lost at gambling and came home reeking of alcohol, he would beat Chen Ze half to death. Thus, since childhood, Chen Ze had grown used to enduring every kind of abuse just to stay alive. On the journey, Yang Hong had bullied them no less, constantly seizing his food and striking out with fists and feet at any time. Having never eaten his fill, his body was thin and weak, no match for Yang Hong, and he could only silently endure. Compared with all that the rotten gambler had done, these things were hardly worth mentioning. As for his mother, his impression of her was already faint. With the rotten gambler's character, no decent woman would willingly marry him. His mother had been hired when that gambler briefly prospered in the gambling den. She was rented for 2 years, bore him, and returned when the term ended. For being abandoned by his mother, he had never held any blame in his heart. He understood her plight. Being forced by her lawful husband to spend 2 years as the wife of a rotten gambler, she surely suffered greatly. When he was small, his mother would often come to visit him. But every time she came, the rotten gambler would lay hands on her. Later, she stopped coming, merely telling him to visit her whenever he could. His hatred for that rotten gambler was not only due to the abuse he suffered, but even more because the gambler's actions had driven his mother away from him. Later, he truly did go to look for his mother several times. Her home was far away. Each visit required him to cross mountains and travel for a long while. Yet he never complained. To see her once, to eat a meal she cooked, was enough to keep him happy for a long time. His mother, of course, loved his visits, but her lawful husband did not. Each time Chen Ze came, that man would rudely drag her into the house. When she emerged, there would always be new injuries on her face. Every time he asked his mother what had happened, she would smile and claim she had merely bumped into a pillar. Only when he grew a little older did he realize that those were blows struck for him to see. His mother had borne 3 daughters for that man, yet for the rotten gambler, she had given birth to him a son to carry on the line. Naturally, that man resented her whenever he saw Chen Ze. At 8, he finally understood. To keep his mother from being beaten again, he stopped going to see her and severed all contact. By now counting carefully, it had been nearly 4 years since he last saw her. Raising his hand and borrowing the moonlight leaking through the broken window, Chen Ze stared at the copper coin threaded with red string around his left wrist. It was the only thing his mother had left him. He had always kept it close, and even when there was no food at home for days, he had never considered trading that coin for a meal. As he continuously rubbed the coin, the anxiety in his heart slowly subsided. At last he drifted into sleep and began to mutter in his dreams. Mother. He did not know whether he would ever have the chance to see her again, but in his dreams, she was still there. Chen Ze, your father has lost at gambling again. They're keeping him at the gambling house and won't let him leave. He sent me to bring you a message. He wants you to scrape together money to ransom him out. If you can't gather enough money, your father's arm will be gone. Uncle, auntie, I beg you, this will be the last time, I swear. From now on, I'll keep a close watch on him and never let him gamble again. I will definitely repay every coin I owe you. Please help me. I'll count out to you. Father, let's go home. I've managed to gather the ransom. Don't gamble ever again. Father, why are you here gambling again? Have you forgotten how you knelt before uncle and auntie and swore? Father, you've already lost everything. Stop gambling, I'm begging you. Inside the gambling house, Chen Ze clung stubbornly to the man's sleeve, begging bitterly. Get lost. The man flung Chen Ze aside with a violent jerk. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly driven mad by his losses, and he stared fixedly at the smiling dealer opposite him. Another round. But you've already lost everything. What do you have left to wager? The dealer asked with a chuckle. The man turned to look at Chen Ze. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly seized Chen Ze and slammed his head down onto the gambling table. I still have a son. I'll stake my son against you. If I lose, he will be yours to call father. Chen Ze struggled with all his might, but what greeted him was a hard slap from the man. His head was pinned ruthlessly to the gambling table, and all he could see was the smiling dealer opposite him. The dealer who had valued him at 2 taels of silver and then promptly won those 2 taels back. 2 taels of silver. Just for 2 taels of silver his own birth father had sold him. Staring at the man who had gambled him away to the casino, Chen Ze could no longer hold back and let out a heart-rending howl. You worthless gambling fiend, why don't you just die? I'll butcher you. Chen Ze, wake up, wake up. Chen Ze opened his eyes in a daze to see Huzi gripping his collar and shaking him hard. He jolted fully awake, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat. So it had only been a dream. He had not dreamt of his mother, but of that worthless gambling wretch. Chen Ze, just now you were shouting about killing and fighting again. What's wrong? Huzi asked. It's nothing, just an illumined nightmare, Chen Ze said, feigning nonchalance, as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced his emotions down. In a low voice, he asked, what time is it? Huzi lifted his hand and pointed at the leaking water clock in the corner of the wall. It's the 3rd quarter of the Mao hour. That fierce-looking man from yesterday said he'd come at the 4th quarter. Shouldn't we be going? Chen Ze sat up at once. Seeing the bed beside him empty, he quickly asked where are Yang Hong and the others. No sooner had he spoken than a self-mocking smile tugged at his lips. He did not even bother to wash up, but grabbed Huzi and hurried out of the room at a run. Yang Hong bullied them off, and how could he possibly have the kindness to call for them? Still, Chen Ze could only blame himself. If he hadn't been lost in thought and unable to sleep last night, he wouldn't have needed Huzi to wake him. At times, he truly envied Huzi. When it was time to eat, he ate. When it was time to sleep, he slept. Never overthinking, he had none of these gnawing worries. By the time the two of them reached the open ground before the courtyard, most of the youths were already standing in neat rows. Chen Ze and Huzi hurried to the back and stood obediently in place. Looking at Qin Shan's back in front of them, their chests heaved violently, yet they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. As soon as the 4th quarter of the Mao hour arrived, Qin Shan turned around. His face was as cold as it had been the day before. With a sweep of his hand along the brocade pouch at his waist, dark green round pills appeared out of thin air and flew to a stop before each youth. Swallow them. The youths, puzzled and uneasy, clutched the dark green pills tightly in their hands, not daring to put them in their mouths. Just then several latecomers ran over. They were about to slip quietly into the ranks when Qin Shan flicked his hand through the air. A formless burst of force struck them down at once. He then drew a cowhide whip out of the brocade pouch at his waist, as if from nowhere, and lashed it fiercely through the air. With a single stroke, those few youths were flayed and bleeding, rolling on the ground in agony. Qin Shan did not spare them a glance. Instead, he looked coldly over the rest, giving the whip a slight, ominous twitch. Eat. Everyone shuddered involuntarily and at once swallowed the pills. A warm current rose within their bodies, but before they could savor the sensation, Qin Shan lifted his palm. Yellow light flared between his fingers, sketching out a diagram of the human meridians in midair, followed by a wisp of white light that flowed along the meridians in an exceedingly intricate route. Circulate the spiritual energy within your bodies and follow this route to cultivate. With that, Chen Ze sat cross-legged on the ground, shutting himself off from the bewildered youths. Only then did the youths realize that the warm current in their bodies was called spiritual energy. After a moment's hesitation, they began to experiment. Chen Ze, however, did not act rashly. He simply fixed his gaze on the cultivation diagram, studying it over and over with utmost seriousness. Before long, a reckless youth erred in his cultivation. Blood poured from his 7 orifices as he collapsed, his whole body convulsing for a moment before he breathed his last. The youths nearby involuntarily stepped back a few paces, trembling all over. They had seen the dead before, but never a death this gruesome. However bold they might be, they were, after all, only youths in their early teens. Faced with death at such close quarters, fear was inevitable. Chen Ze took a yellow talisman from his brocade pouch and pressed it onto the dead youth's forehead. Then he turned toward the others with a strange, chilling smile. If you err in cultivation, you will die. I hope you can manage to live a little longer. The crowd stood there stunned, staring at the corpse on the ground with the yellow talisman on its forehead, not knowing what to do until Chen Ze gave a soft cough. Only then did they drag their gazes back to the cultivation diagram, as though wishing they could carve it directly into their minds. Chen Ze studied the cultivation diagram again and again. With his life hanging in the balance, he dared not be anything but painstakingly cautious. Only after carefully comparing it dozens of times and confirming he had made no mistake, did he finally sit cross-legged and silently guide the spiritual energy within his body to follow the route inch by inch. Gradually, warmth spread through his limbs and bones. In his lower abdomen, heat and coolness coexisted, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort within his body. When the spiritual energy within him finally dispersed, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes and realized that it was already afternoon. Before cultivating, he had been ravenously hungry, yet now he felt no hunger at all. It must have been due to swallowing that dark green pill. Chen Ze swept his gaze around, and when he saw that there were now several more corpses with yellow talismans on their foreheads lying beside Chen Ze, his pupils quivered violently. Sensing something, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes and cast Chen Ze an impassive glance. Chen Ze hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Though the sun blazed high overhead, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Ze only told them what they had to do, he did not teach them how. And if they did it wrong, all that awaited them was death. He thought back to a little more than 10 days ago when everyone had been stunned and full of yearning as they watched Li Changqing, who had brought them here, soar through the air on his sword. Li Changqing had sworn to them more than once that being bought was the greatest stroke of luck in their lives, for in time, they too would become immortals like him. Immortals, beings from stories who could fly through the heavens and traverse the earth. Back then, Chen Ze had even felt that being sold away might not be so bad. He could leave that gambling wretch behind and one day become an immortal. But now he no longer thought that way. These so-called immortals seemed not to care in the slightest whether mortals like them lived or died. Now his only thought was to survive. When everyone had finally finished cultivating, Chen Ze stowed the few corpses into the brocade pouch at his waist. With a casual wave, he left dozens of baskets of steamed buns behind and departed in a drifting flash. The same tomorrow. The crowd surged forward, scrambling to snatch food, even though the dark green pill they had swallowed left them without the slightest feeling of hunger. In a place where death might strike at any moment, having a little more food in one's belly brought at least a shred of. Chen Ze and Hu Zi forced their way into the throng, enduring elbows and even fists as they fought to seize 4 buns. They immediately withdrew, each taking 2. Hu Zi took a huge bite of his bun and asked Chen Ze, "Are those people lying there dead?" Chen Ze nodded. Hu Zi muttered, "But why did he take them away? My mother said that when people die, they're supposed to live in the earth." Chen Ze did not know how to answer. He could only let out a long, heavy sigh. Once someone was dead, what did it matter where they lay? For fallen leaves to return to their roots was nothing more than a luxury. Who knew what Chen Ze intended to do with those corpses? He did not want to become a corpse. He wanted to go home. Not long after Chen Ze and Hu Zi returned to the room, Yang Hong and Li San came back as well. Yang Hong was cradling a pile of steamed buns in his arms. With his strength, it was only natural that he could snatch plenty of food. According to his usual habits, even when Yang Hong was already full, he would still seize their food. Yet today he acted completely out of character, voluntarily taking 2 buns and handing them to Chen Ze, his face plastered with a wide smile. "Chen Ze, I want to apologize to you for what happened before. This place is truly too dangerous. From now on, we should live in harmony and look out for one another. What do you think?" Chen Ze was stunned, unable to believe these words were coming from Yang Hong. He stared at the buns being offered, but did not reach out to take them. "Big brother, if they don't behave, just beat them up. Why be so polite with them? If you need anything, just order me around, I'll deal with them." Li San put on a fawning smile, then glared viciously at Chen Ze and Hu Zi. "Do not be rude." Yang Hong turned back and halted Li San with a harsh look. When he faced them again, his features were once more filled with an amiable smile. "You can't say that. Sharing the same roof is a kind of fate. Even if we become immortals in the future, we'll still need people to support us. Don't you agree, Chen Ze? Chen Ze accepted the bun and said softly, "All right, we'll take care of each other from now on." Yang Hong laughed heartily and patted Chen Ze's shoulder. "If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll stand up for you." Yang Hong laughed in a carefree manner and clapped Chen Ze's shoulder. Doubt filled Li San's eyes, but when he met Yang Hong's gaze, a trace of understanding flashed across his face, and he asked no further questions. Chen Ze handed one bun to Hu Zi and began to eat slowly. Though his expression was calm, his mind kept turning over Yang Hong's abnormal behavior. Soon after, Yang Hong suddenly cried out that his stomach hurt and dragged Li San outside to the latrine. After waiting for a while, Chen Ze rose, intending to open the door and go out. His hand had just touched the latch when he suddenly stopped, bent down to inspect carefully, and upon seeing the leaf wedged in the door crack, he immediately stepped back to where he had been. Hu Zi asked, "What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt too?" "It's nothing." It suddenly stopped hurting. Chen Ze shook his. Although Yang Hong was being very cordial today, Chen Ze did not believe that a person could undergo such a drastic change in so short a time. There had to be something suspicious behind this. He had intended to follow them out and eavesdrop, but upon noticing that leaf, he understood that Yang Hong was already on guard. Once he opened the door, the leaf would fall, and Yang Hong would surely realize it. Yet this also proved that Yang Hong's thoughts were anything but pure, and that he needed to be carefully guarded against. With this in mind, Chen Ze leaned close to Hu Zi's ear and whispered, "Hu Zi, starting tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch. I'll keep watch in the first half of the night, you in the second half. I'll shake you awake later. Try to move quietly, and don't wake them." "Oh." Hu Zi nodded, half understanding. Hu Zi nodded vaguely, half comprehending. After half an hour, Yang Hong returned, giving Chen Ze a remarkably friendly smile, and even Li San wore the same expression. Yang Hong opened his hand to reveal a handful of polished stones, and said with a grin, "I just picked up some stones outside and polished them. That's why I was gone so long. It's too early to sleep. Let's play stone chess." "I don't know how." Chen Ze shook his head, sneering inwardly. Spending half an hour at the latrine and then offering a special explanation upon returning, there was certainly something fishy about it. "It's fine, I'll teach you." Yang Hong drew horizontal and vertical lines on the ground and arranged the stones. "It's very simple, you'll learn in no time." "Li San, you teach Hu Zi." Meeting Yang Hong's ardent gaze, Chen Ze found it hard to refuse and had no choice but to play stone chess with him. He quickly grasped the rules and soon played with considerable skill. Though Hu Zi could barely manage a game, Li San was surprisingly patient, guiding his moves hand over hand. The scene was so harmonious that no one would have imagined these two had been kicking and punching them only days before. They played until night fell, only then did the four of them each lie down to rest. Chen Ze closed his eyes to nurture his spirit, listening closely to the alternating snores around him and the dripping of water from the clepsydra, silently counting the hours. After what had happened during the day, he understood that the lives of people like them meant very little here. Yang Hong was certainly nursing some malicious scheme. If both of them fell asleep, they would have no time to react once he suddenly struck. Chen Ze touched the copper coin in his hand, and his heart gradually settled. He had not noticed any change in his body right after cultivating during the day, but now that his mind had quieted, he finally sensed the difference. His perception had become a little sharper than before. The drip of the clepsydra sounded louder in his ears, as if it had moved closer to him. Yet the clepsydra had not changed its position. It had to be the effect of cultivation. His strength also seemed slightly greater than before. Even from this initial experience, he could feel the profound mystery of spiritual energy. If he could truly become an immortal, perhaps his future would be different. But before that, he had to stay alert and cautiously face every danger that might come. Far away was Qin Shan, who cared about nothing, and nearby was Yang Hong, whose intentions were unknown. One misstep could not be afforded. Just after the second watch began, Chen Ze reached out and gently shook Hu Zi, but Hu Zi was sleeping too deeply. Chen Ze dared not make a sound and could only keep shaking him. After shaking him for a long time, Hu Zi finally woke up. "Wah!" Chen Ze hastily covered Hu Zi's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Only after confirming that Yang Hong's and Li San's snores had not diminished did he whisper, "Do you still remember what I told you yesterday?" Hu Zi came to his senses and whispered, "I remember now. Go to sleep, I'll keep watch for you." Chen Ze pulled the bedding over himself and soon drifted off. After keeping watch for so long, he had already been on the verge of falling asleep. If Hu Zi had not awakened, he would no longer have been able to endure. In the days that followed, everyone continued to complete the cultivation diagrams as Qin Shan demanded. During this time, dozens more youths lost their lives due to mistakes in cultivation. Fear slowly spread through the crowd. Many had thoughts of retreat, yet under Qin Shan's overwhelming might, no one dared to show it. One evening at dusk, inside the room, Chen Ze and Hu Zi were squatting on the floor playing stone chess. "Chen Ze, I'm so sleepy. Why can't we go to bed now?" Hu Zi rubbed his sore, swollen eyes, unable to resist grumbling. Chen Ze sighed softly and consoled him, "Endure a little longer, it will be better in a few days." This was the 10th day since they had arrived at Moji Sect. Yang Hong's attitude toward them grew better with each passing day. Had Chen Ze not firmly believed from the beginning that Yang Hong meant them no good, he might truly have thought the man wished to get along with him. He had never relaxed his vigilance. Every night he and Huzi took turns keeping watch. If not for the strand of spiritual energy generated by swallowing the dark green pill, the two of them would long since have been unable to endure. Even so, their spirits were growing weaker by the day. Faced with Yang Hong's constant concern and greetings, Chen Ze could only excuse himself by saying he missed home and could not sleep at night. As Huzi played, he continued to murmur complaints under his breath. Hearing footsteps drawing ever closer, Chen Ze hastily made a shushing gesture and picked up a stone, pretending to ponder his move. The door creaked open and Yang Hong came over to squat beside Chen Ze, pointing at an empty spot along the line of stones. Place it here and you'll win. Not bad, Chen Ze, your chess has improved. A few more days and you'll surpass me. Chen Ze feigned sudden enlightenment, dropped his stone, then turned to look at Yang Hong. Want to play a game? Tomorrow. I really don't have the heart for it today, Yang Hong replied with a heavy sigh. Yang Hong let out a deep sigh, took 2 pairs from his bosom, wiped them clean on his clothes, and handed them to Chen Ze. I was wandering outside just now and found a pear tree, picked a few. Try them. Chen Ze rolled up his sleeves and carefully wiped his pear. Only when he caught sight of Yang Hong taking a bite of his own pear out of the corner of his eye did he finally pass one to Huzi. Yang Hong looked dejected today, saying little as he bit into the pear in big mouthfuls, sighing over and over. The ever-talkative Li San was also silent today, merely accompanying Yang Hong in his sighs. Chen Ze asked, "What's wrong?" A flicker of surprise lit Yiyun's eyes. "Before you spoke, I'd already pondered what you might ask. Each time Yiyuan visits, he inquires only about..." Yang Hong's expression clearly waited for him to ask. If he remained silent, the play could not go on. Keeping guard against him with Huzi night after night was no solution, as sooner or later he had to see what Yang Hong was truly after. Yang Hong sighed heavily, once more leaned close to Chen Ze, swept his eyes around the room, and lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. "Chen Ze, do you want to go home? Are you planning to escape?" Chen Ze stared blankly at Yang Hong, disbelief filling his eyes. Before Yang Hong could speak, Li San began to cry, his voice trembling with fear. "I can't take it anymore. I can't stay in this cursed place for even a day longer. People die every day, and we might be next. While they aren't paying attention, let's hurry and run." "Chen Ze, we have already made our decision. Will you the more people, the better company on the road." Yang Hong looked at Chen Ze with sincere eyes and earnest words. Chen Ze fell silent, pondering for a long time before shaking his head. "I want leave. You go ahead. Why not? Haven't you been longing for home these days? Don't you want to go back?" Yang Hong was taken aback, feeling somewhat incredulous. He questioned himself, thinking he had been good enough to Chen Ze these days. Could it be that Chen Ze still harbored suspicion against him? Chen Ze explained, "The Immortal warned us not to step out of this area. Those who disobey will be executed. I don't want to die." "I see, you make sense. Let me think about it further." Yang Hong stroked his chin, seemingly pondering Chen Ze's. Li San, however, was not pleased. He directly grabbed Chen Ze by the collar and shouted angrily, "Chen Ze, what do you mean? You refuse to leave with us. Are you planning to secretly inform on us after we escape? Brother, what are we even considering? If someone escapes before us, it will be difficult for us to get away. You all go ahead, who I want inform on you." Chen Ze forcefully pried Li San's hand away, pushing him back and looking calmly at Li San, his gaze on. Having been weak and malnourished since childhood, Chen Ze's strength had increased significantly after 10 days of practice. Although he still could not match Yang Hong and Li San, he was no longer completely powerless. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go, let's talk properly and not ruin our relationship." Yang Hong hurriedly stepped forward to separate them, trying to mediate. "Chen Ze, he has this temperament, don't take it personally." Chen Ze shook his head and remained silent. Yang Hong smiled and said, "Chen Ze, letting you come with us is for your own good. I know you don't want to take risks and you shouldn't be forced to leave or stay, but you must understand that if someone informs on us, it's all over. So please come with us." Seeing Chen Ze fall silent again, a fierce glint gradually appeared in Yang Hong's eyes. Understanding that the situation could not be resolved peacefully, Chen Ze nodded. "All right, I will go with you." Yang Hong laughed heartily, firmly patting Chen Ze's shoulder. "Now that's a true brother. Escaping together, we can support each other. It's still early. Let's prepare and leave when night falls." Chen Ze sat on the floor, leaning against the wall with Huzi tightly grasping Huzi's wrist and subtly shaking his head, signaling Huzi not to speak. Sunlight filtered through the window, moving across the wall, sweeping over Chen Ze's face, before finally, in the dead of night, the door creaked open and the 4 of them quietly slipped out of the house, moving slowly and silently, occasionally glancing around, everything appearing exceedingly cautious. Upon reaching the area where they practiced during the day, the 4 of them stopped in unison, nervously staring at the red line before them. Crossing it would mean breaking the rules. Suddenly, Chen Ze turned around, gripping Huzi and sprinting away. After running a few dozen steps, he finally stopped, shielding Hu Ze behind him and looking earnestly at Yang Hong. I won't run away. Since you don't trust me, I will stay here and watch you leave. I promise I will not inform on you. But if you insist on taking me with you, I will shout out loud. Then everyone will know you are trying to escape. The choice is yours. Yang Hong snorted coldly, his fists cracking as he strode towards Chen Ze. Seeing Chen Ze step back, repeatedly maintaining a distance, he sneered. If we go back now, what can you do about it? Chen Ze replied calmly, I will shout as well. Coming here in the dead of night, you won't be able to explain it away. Yang Hong's brows furrowed, and Li San's eyes were filled with surprise. They suddenly realized that this outcome was quite different from what they had imagined. Brother, what should we do? Li San asked. Yang Hong replied in a deep voice, forget them, we need to make haste and run. You little brat, wait for me. Li San glared fiercely at Chen Ze before sprinting away. Chen Ze noticed Yang Hong standing still, his gaze becoming strange, thinking to himself, as expected. Li San ran a few steps only to find Yang Hong had not followed and turned back in confusion. Brother, what are you? Before he could finish, a flash of cold light passed by, and Li San's voice abruptly stopped. A blood-red line appeared on his neck, and his head soon separated from his body, blood gushing from the severed neck as the headless body fell backward. Li San's head rolled on the ground, stopping after a few turns, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Yang Hong was horrified, hastily turning his head away, unable to meet that gaze, his body beginning to tremble. Qin Shan appeared in the air, slowly descending, holding a sharp bronze sword, coldly observing the group. Although you haven't crossed the line, being out at this hour requires an explanation from you. At that moment, they finally understood that the earlier cold light had come from Qin Shan's sword. The speed was so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The group shivered in unison, realizing that if that cold light had struck their necks, they would likely end up like Li San. Chen Ze quickly bowed and respectfully said, reporting to the immortal, Li San attempted to escape, and I didn't know how to find you, so I could only follow to obstruct him. Is what he said true? Qin Shan turned to Yang Hong. Reporting to the immortal, this is indeed the case. It's all our fault for not stopping him in time, leading to you having to take action yourself. Yang Hong was taken aback. After meeting Chen Ze's gaze, he immediately chose to echo Chen Ze's words. Even though he didn't know why Chen Ze hadn't reported him, now was clearly not the time for probing. Commendable loyalty. Qin Shan nodded appreciatively, casually waving his hand, a triangular talisman landing in front of the two. In the future, pay attention. If anyone attempts to escape again, hold this talisman and call for me in your heart. Thank you, my lord. The two solemnly took the talisman, bowing respectfully. After lowering their heads, they turned to glance at each other in unison. Do not speak of today's events or return now. As Qin Shan turned to leave, he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile at the two. Your lives do not belong to yourselves. If someone dies in a private fight, you must pay with your life. That is also a rule. Yes. Chen Ze pulled Hu Ze and turned to leave. Yang Hong paused for a moment before slowly following behind them. Upon returning to the room, Chen Ze pulled Hu Ze to the edge of the bed and made him sit down. Hu Ze, no matter what happens next, you must not interfere, okay? Okay. Hu Ze nodded repeatedly. Shortly after, Yang Hong stepped over the threshold, standing at the door while staring intensely at Chen Ze, then slammed the door shut, clenched his fist, and charged at Chen Ze, delivering a heavy blow that knocked Chen Ze to the ground. Chen Ze, damn you. You dare to betray me. Chen Ze had initially intended to let Yang Hong strike him a few times to vent his anger, until Yang Hong began cursing, igniting a surge of fury within him. He sprang up from the ground and drove a full-force punch into Yang Hong's jaw, then locked into a furious grapple. Dare you say it again? Yang Hong, stunned that Chen Ze would dare retaliate, froze for a split second, only to dodge sideways as another fist came flying, then lashed out with a brutal kick that sent Chen Ze sprawling. Go to hell. Go to hell. I cursed you. So what? You wretched bastard. I'll kill you. Chen Ze raged like a man possessed, swinging wild, desperate punches ready to fight to the death. Alas, he had scarcely ever fought before. Yang Hong, by contrast, was naturally stronger and had brawled countless times since childhood. Chen Ze stood no chance, quickly pinned beneath Yang Hong's weight, utterly immobilized. Hu Ze rubbed his sore, swollen eyes, unable to resist, grumbling. Chen Ze sighed softly and consoled him. Endure a little longer, it will be better in a few days. And humiliate. So you thought you could guard against me? Your scheming mind. How clever you are. Li San is dead. So you thought you could guard against me? Your scheming mind. How clever you are. Li San is dead. All because of you. You know that well enough in your... Do you speak those words without fearing his vengeful spirit will rise and drag you to the underworld? Yang Hong froze instantly, the fist still raised midair, as the ghastly image of Li San's corpse flashed through his mind. Trembling, he glanced wildly around the shadowed room. The immortal decreed whoever kills another in private combat shall pay with his own life. Go on, strike me dead. Let us exchange lives. Chen Ze locked eyes with Yang Hong, his gaze blazing with a savage, unprecedented ferocity. If you dare close your eyes, even for an instant, I swear I'll slit your throat. Yang Hong turned his head, just in time to see Hu Ze clenching his fists nearby, poised to charge at any moment. Then back to Chen Ze's feral glare. In that instant he understood this was no hollow threat. Had Li San still been alive, he'd have felt secure. But Li San was dead. Dead precisely because he believed Yang Hong's words. Hu Ze's loyalty to Chen Ze needed no explanation. Whatever Chen Ze commanded, Hu Ze would obey without question. They shared the same roof. If Chen Ze truly meant to kill him, Yang Hong would never again sleep soundly, never again taste true rest. Brother, don't be angry. I apologize, I was wrong. I take back every word I said. Go to hell. Chen Ze spat the curse, then flipped Yang Hong onto his back and rained furious punches upon his face. You dare insult my mother? Try cursing her again. Recalling Chen Ze's earlier vow, Yang Hong dared not retaliate, only raised his arms to shield himself. Their positions reversed. The cruelty he'd inflicted now returned to him tenfold in pain. Ouch. Brother, go easy. Don't get so worked up. Calm down. Please stop. Ow, ow, oh. Yang Hong pleaded desperately, but Chen Ze ignored him, striking again and again until Yang Hong's face swelled black and blue. Seizing his collar, Chen Ze snarled, voice thick with menace, say one more word against my mother, and I'll kill you. Do you believe me? I do, I truly do. Just get off me. Let's talk calmly. Yang Hong spoke meekly, his submission unmistakable. As Chen Ze rose, he struggled upright, forcing his battered lips into a grotesque, pig-headed grin. Brother, calm down now. Big brother was wrong. I beg your pardon. You're magnanimous. Don't hold a grudge against a petty soul like me. Chen Ze gave a sharp, dismissive snort, neither confirming nor denying. I knew you'd be understanding. Let's put this behind us. I'll sleep elsewhere tonight. No need to trouble your sight. As Yang Hong retreated, Chen Ze's chest heaved with ragged breaths, his fury still smoldering. Chen Ze, you seem terrifying today. You weren't like this before. Hu Ze murmured softly. Chen Ze stiffened, then let out a self-mocking chuckle. No, he hadn't been like this before. In his former self, he would never have dared confront Yang Hong so fiercely, never spoken such lethal threats. Perhaps constant proximity to death, knowing his own life hung by a thread, had stripped away his old caution, his ingrained timidity. In this lightless, suffocating place, even the gentlest soul would eventually crack under its oppressive weight. Weakness here was a death sentence. Yet what truly ignited his rage was Yang Hong's desecration of his mother's name. He could endure being mocked, beaten, humiliated, but never, never would he tolerate anyone defiling his mother's honor. Chen Ze slammed the door shut, laid out his bedding upon the cot, and drew Hu Ze down beside him. It's good to finally sleep on a proper bed. Chen Ze, I've watched you two grow close these past days. I feared you might actually trust him. I'm relieved you don't. Hu Ze grinned, simple and sincere. Chen Ze blinked in surprise. You think he's untrustworthy too? Of course. Hu Ze nodded firmly. My mother always said once someone harms you, never trust them again. He tormented me often. I'll never believe him. Chen Ze replied, gently, your mother speaks wisdom. I'll remember her words. Yang Hong won't return. Sleep now. He knew Yang Hong's sudden surrender had been forged entirely by fear, by the chilling certainty that Chen Ze would act on his vow. Afraid of being assassinated in his sleep, Yang Hong had no choice but to leave, and would never share their quarters again. Where he went next held no concern for Chen Ze. Hu Ze's eyes clouded with quiet confusion, yet he asked no questions, simply laid down and soon fell into deep rhythmic slumber. Chen Ze watched Hu Ze drift off, so effortlessly, sighed faintly, and brushed his fingers over the copper coin bound to his wrist, his racing pulse gradually steadying. Just moments earlier he'd nearly signaled Hu Ze to kill Yang Hong. Had Master Qin Shan not issued his iron decree, death for any killer, he would have ended Yang Hong then and there. Moreover, unless cornered beyond escape, he refused to risk a fatal duel, or stain his and Hu Ze's hands with blood. His original plan had been endurance, patience, careful calculation, yet the moment Yang Hong insulted his mother, all restraint shattered. Still, it was for the best. With Yang Hong gone, he and Hu Ze could finally rest without dread. Even now, though the night's storm had passed, the memory of Li San's grisly death lingered, a cold tremor in his bones. Had he not yanked Hu Ze backward at the critical moment, he'd have met the same fate, his head severed like Li San's. At first he hadn't grasped Yang Hong's intent. When Yang Hong whispered of escape, Chen Ze only sensed unease, not malice. With cultivators of such power, recapture would be swift. And even if they fled the Moji sect, they'd lost all sense of direction. Master Li Chongqing had carried them across skies for hours. Escape, then, was meaningless. Such flaws were glaring. Chen Ze couldn't believe Yang Hong had overlooked them. Only when Li San died did the truth crystallize. Yang Hong had planned from the start to offer their heads as a token of loyalty, to win Master Qin Shan's favor. Chen Ze saw through the trap, and Yang Hong, left with no other pawn, betrayed Li San instead. Though Li San had bullied others relentlessly, he'd remained fiercely loyal to Yang Hong. Yet Yang Hong discarded him without hesitation. That man was a venomous serpent, striking without warning. No matter how warmly he smiled, Chen Ze would never trust him again. From the very beginning, he'd watched Yang Hong closely. Only that vigilance saved him tonight. Yet Master Qin Shan's arrival had been uncannily precise. Li San's head severed the instant he crossed the forbidden line. It stirred a chilling suspicion perhaps Qin Shan had been lying in wait just beyond their perception. If so, he must have overheard their entire exchange. And Chen Ze realized this in that same heartbeat, choosing silence over accusation. But why? Why pretend ignorance when he clearly knew everything? And why, when he'd shown no concern for their lives before, did he suddenly intervene, and even warn them against private duels? Chen Ze couldn't fathom it. His mind was spent, his spirit exhausted. There was no strength left for such riddles. All he knew was that tonight at last he could sleep without fear. The following morning the assembled youths were filled with shock upon witnessing the severed head and corpse of Li San. Chen Ze and Yang Hong pretended to be surprised while Hu Zi was unable to act, but all eyes were on the head, causing no one to pay attention to these details. Any further attempts to escape, and this person will be your fate, Qin Shan stated expressionlessly as he gazed at the terrified youths. The youths lowered their heads, afraid to meet Qin Shan's gaze, suppressing their inner emotions. Though they had only been at Moji Sect for 10 days, their fear of death had evolved from initial dread to a gradual numbness. As long as it wasn't themselves dying, it was not a significant matter. The new day's cultivation commenced, and as usual, after Qin Shan distributed the dark green round pills, he sat cross-legged, allowing them to fend for themselves. The only difference was that after the cultivation ended, Qin Shan left a basket containing steamed buns, specifically designating Chen Ze and Yang Hong. From now on, the two of you will be responsible for distributing food, 1/2 each. Chen Ze and Yang Hong exchanged a glance, steeling themselves to nod in agreement. Yes. Qin Shan's actions nearly overtly indicated to everyone that they were the ones who reported the escapees. Li San had lived with them. Even a fool could deduce the underlying discord. They didn't even have to look back to guess the hostility in the eyes of the youths behind them. Yang Hong undoubtedly deserved it, but Chen Ze had genuinely been implicated by Yang Hong. You two better do well. I have high hopes for you. Qin Shan gently patted the shoulders of the two, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he flew away. Chen Ze sighed inwardly and slowly turned around, seeing the youths staring intently at him. He raised his head high and returned their gaze with indifference. At this moment, no amount of explanation would help. No one liked a traitor. If he showed any weakness now, he would likely face a miserable future. Why is everyone so tense? Come, get your food, Yang Hong said, approaching another pile of baskets, cheerfully beckoning to the youths. However, the youths were not receptive, looking at Yang Hong and Chen Ze with disdain. Pa traitor. A robust youth spat the saliva, landing directly in front of Yang Hong. You looking for death? Yang Hong stepped forward, clenching his fist and charging at the youth. The youth snorted dismissively, dodging to the side, grabbing Yang Hong's wrist and twisting it, throwing him to the ground and stepping on his chest. With your pathetic skills, you dare to make a fool of yourself? When my grandfather went hunting in the mountains, you were still at home playing in the mud. The surroundings fell silent, and no one could have anticipated that the tall and burly Yang Hong would be subdued so easily. In an instant, all the youths clenched their fists, slowly moving toward Yang Hong. If Yang Hong could subdue this youth to establish his authority, it would be one thing, but the fact that he was so easily taken down by this youth naturally gave rise to strange thoughts among the others. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Yang Hong hurriedly turned to Chen Ze. Chen Ze, come help me, Hu Zi too. Even though he was reluctant to cooperate with Chen Ze, he had no choice but to seek his assistance now. There were over 3,000 youths present. Once a fight broke out, even if he was beaten to death, Qin Shan couldn't possibly make everyone pay with their lives right. Chen Ze quickly approached the youth, pulling out the talisman paper hidden in his clothing. This is the talisman gifted to me by the Immortal. He has one too. If we call out, the Immortal can arrive immediately. The Immortal said that anyone who dies in a private fight must pay with their life, so you should calm down. Are you showing off? Palaki. The youth spat at Chen Ze, the saliva landing directly on his face. No, I'm just trying to get you to calm down. Chen Ze raised his hand to wipe the spit off his face, his expression unchanging, pointing at the corpse of Li San in the distance. He knew he couldn't escape, but still forced us to flee together. We didn't dare to run, so we stood within the red line to observe, and as soon as he crossed the red line, he had his head severed. Whether you believe it or not, we did not betray him. He sought his own death. Do you think this will make me believe you? The youth scoffed. I'm not asking you to believe me, nor do I care to explain. I just want to tell you that our lives here are of little significance. We all have worthless lives. Who fears whom? If you insist on this, come kill me. Oh, let's trade lives. Since you have nothing to live for, I will accompany you with my life. Chen Ze said calmly. This? The youth hesitated. He was filled with youthful fervor, but to say he was truly unburdened would be a lie. Oh, Chen Ze's words struck at his sore spot. If he had even the slightest concern, still thinking about going home, he would not dare to gamble his life against Chen. What's wrong, afraid? Then just behave yourself. You say I'm powerful or a lackey who I can't kill anyone, so just endure it. I am not afraid of death. If anyone objects, I will have the immortal kill them first. Chen Ze shouted fiercely, raising the talisman in his hand and surveying the surroundings. Is there anyone who dares to defy? It was a lie to say he wasn't afraid of death, but at this moment he had to take the risk to subdue these restless youths. The youths met Chen Ze's fierce gaze, lowering their heads, in unison, unwilling to meet his eyes. Disperse! Chen Ze shouted. The youths immediately scattered. Chen Ze looked at the youth, who was stunned for a moment before retracting his foot from Yang Hong, stepping back a few paces to guard against Yang Hong's sudden attack. You bastard, are you going to rebel? Yang Hong quickly got up, pulling out the talisman paper from his clothing and holding it high, clenching his fist and striking the youth's face. Try hitting back, I dare you. You. The youth glared fiercely, but when he saw the talisman in Yang Hong's hand, his momentum immediately faltered, allowing Yang Hong to punch and kick him at will. Chen Ze stood to the side and did not immediately intervene. Qin Shan dividing the buns into 2 portions was meant for him and Yang Hong to manage these people. Just as he subdued them, Yang Hong stepped in to violently beat the youth. In comparison, the youths would trust him even more. It was only after Yang Hong had hit the youth a dozen times that Chen Ze finally stepped forward and grabbed Yang Hong's wrist. That's enough, stop here. If it weren't for Chen Ze speaking up, I would have beaten you to death today. Yang Hong violently pushed the youth away, turning to Chen Ze with a beaming smile. Brother, thanks. I'll remember today's events in my heart. Even though I know you don't like me in this situation, I can only join forces with you to make these youths submit. Chen Ze lightly responded with an non-committally, walking to the basket. Line up, each person gets 4 buns, no more. I only have enough for 1,500 people here. There's no more for those who come later. With the earlier intimidation, the youths became much more obedient, quickly forming a long line. Don't all go over there. I have some here too. Those coming later, hurry over here. Yang Hong shouted loudly. However, the effect of his shouting was minimal. Everyone had witnessed him violently beating that youth. Only those at the back ran to his side to get buns, while the others eagerly lined up on Chen Ze's side. This was precisely Chen Ze's intention. During the 10 days at Moji Sect, he had secretly observed and calculated the number of buns. On average, each person could only eat 3 buns. By allowing those in this line to take 4, there would inevitably be a shortage on Yang Hong's side, and those people would vent their anger on Yang Hong. In this way, he could establish enough authority. Due to his unique experiences, he had been taciturn since childhood, internalizing everything and never sharing with others, resulting in a deeper understanding than his peers, knowing when to act. As for his ruthless side, it was entirely triggered after arriving at Moji Sect. He had to endure when it was necessary and be ruthless when it was time to be ruthless. The remaining people not receiving buns had nothing to do with him. After the buns were distributed, Yang Hong saw that many people from his side still had not received theirs and was instantly dumbfounded. He usually relied on his strong physique to bully others, so he never paid attention to such intricate details. It wasn't until all the buns were distributed that he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Ze. At this point, he no longer had the time to think about Chen Ze. Facing the questions from the starving individuals, he could only keep smiling and promise that there would definitely be buns to eat tomorrow. Chen Ze observed this with a cold smile in his heart, then turned to the youths who had come to receive buns from him. From now on, you will eat with me. I will eat 4, and you will also eat 4. After eating, go back to rest, and at night stay in your rooms and don't wander around. The youths immediately nodded in agreement and turned to leave with their buns. Chen Ze nodded in satisfaction. In a short time, he had begun to establish his authority, and it was only a matter of time before he could win over these youths. As for Yang Hong, he could not concern himself with that. It would be best if those youths who didn't receive buns beat him to death, saving him the trouble of competing in the open and in the shadows. At this moment, he was completely unaware that the weakness cultivated during the first 12 years at home had dissipated after 10 days at Moji Sect, leaving only ruthlessness. The ruthlessness that must be displayed in order to survive. Chen Ze took the remaining 8 buns from the basket and handed them to Hu Zi, neatly arranging the baskets. Just as he was about to leave with Hu Zi, he caught a glimpse of the youth who had easily defeated Yang Hong. The youth had a conflict with Yang Hong, so he naturally would not go to Yang Hong's side for food. Chen Ze had just carefully observed every person who came to receive buns and had not seen the youth's figure, which was indeed quite gutsy. Chen Ze walked up to the youth, took 4 buns from Hu Zi's arms, and offered them to the youth. I'm not hungry. The youth coldly glanced at Chen Ze before turning his head away. I didn't say you were hungry. I can't finish these, so help me eat them. Chen Ze insisted on stuffing the buns into the youth's arms and turned to leave with Hu Zi. The youth stared dumbfounded at the buns in his hands, and only after Chen Ze had walked far away did he react, turning to look at Yang Hong, who was in the crowd constantly, smiling ingratiatingly, his eyes filled with disdain as he took a big bite of the bun. After returning to the room, Hu Zi handed 2 steamed buns to Chen Ze. You eat it, I'm not hungry, Chen Ze. Hu Zi directly stuffed the 2 steamed buns into Chen Ze's arms, dissatisfied, I know what you are thinking, you gave your buns to that person. But those 4 buns are all yours and 2 of them are mine. The remaining 4 buns also have 2 that belong to you. We agreed before that whatever we have is split evenly. Have you forgotten? It's my fault if I was being distant. Chen Ze smiled gently and picked up a bun to eat. That's how it should be. Buns are delicious, and at home we might not even have buns for every meal, so hurry up and eat. Hu Ze bit into the bun, his face full of a simple, hearty smile. Seeing Hu Ze so happy made Chen Ze's heart feel even warmer. The next day, after completing his training, Chen Shan left the buns behind and departed. Chen Ze distributed 4 buns to each person, just like yesterday. Those who didn't receive buns from Yang Hong yesterday rushed to squeeze into Chen Ze's group, and the original group immediately began to push and shove, with some even resorting to physical confrontation. What are you making a fuss about? Chen Ze shouted, causing everyone to calm down, his gaze scanning the crowd intensely. Only those who received buns from me yesterday can line up in this queue. I can't remember all of you. Look at the people in front and behind you. If anyone looks unfamiliar, push them out. I only have enough for 1,500 people here, one more won't do. After a moment of silence, those trying to sneak into Chen Ze's queue stepped out, leaving in dissatisfaction. However, with this delay, even if they returned to queue up with Yang Hong, they would not receive any buns, only able to glare at Chen Ze with resentment. After a moment of silence, those trying to sneak into Chen Ze's queue stepped out, leaving in dissatisfaction. However, with this delay, even if they returned to queue up with Yang Hong, they would not receive any buns. After a night of contemplation, he realized that Chen Shan's arrangement for him and Yang Hong to distribute buns was to see them compete. Since it was a competition, there could be no equal treatment. Differences were necessary for division. As long as he focused on his own 1,500 people, over time these individuals would bear his mark and become his own. As for Yang Hong's troubles, they were of no concern to him. The more troubled he was, the better. It seemed Yang Hong had also caught on his side was larger, and even 3 buns per person would not suffice. Moreover, if he truly distributed 3 buns, it wouldn't be long before everyone wanted to go to Chen Ze's side. After distributing all the buns, Yang Hong directly approached those wanting to sneak into Chen Ze's group and coldly stated, I've noted you all, do not come to me for buns again. I have no buns for you. Why not? The youths protested indignantly. You asked me why? Yang Hong pointed at those who had received buns. Then shouldn't you ask them if they are willing to give up 1 bun for you? The youths fell silent, although those behind Yang Hong did not speak. Their unfriendly gazes made it clear they would not give up their buns for them. Although they felt aggrieved, the majority of those who received buns were on Yang Hong's side, making it unlikely for them to provoke the crowd's anger. Although Yang Hong had not revealed the real reason, they understood that from the moment they attempted to approach Chen Ze, Yang Hong would no longer accept them. The crux was that Chen Ze did not want them either. Just one choice, and they became the unwanted outcasts. Even if they consumed the green round pills daily, they were still not fully abstaining from food. Missing 1 day of food was not an issue, but over time problems would inevitably arise. Chen Ze looked at the 8 remaining buns in the basket and suddenly realized that these were not just buns, they were resources for winning people's hearts. If possible, he wished to divide them evenly, but he feared that if he gave 3 buns here, Yang Hong would turn around and give 4, putting him at a disadvantage. Regardless of whether Yang Hong could think of this, he had to seize the initiative. Yang Hong's transition from chaos yesterday to voluntarily giving up some today was also a method similar to Chen Ze's of winning and dividing loyalties. His response was quick enough, but unfortunately Chen Ze had already seized the initiative yesterday. Even if Yang Hong remedied the situation in time, his prestige was no longer comparable to Chen Ze's. Since Chen Shan had assigned Chen Ze and Yang Hong to distribute the buns, this conflict was unavoidable. If Chen Ze's heart was not ruthless enough, he would become one of those who received no food. Chen Ze, Yang Hong, and the outcasts. The 3 forces had quietly formed. Currently, the numbers between Chen Ze and Yang Hong were equal, both at 1,500, while those abandoned were only a few hundred, forming the weakest faction with no leader, destined to be bullied in the days to come. Chen Ze instructed Hu Ze to take good care of the remaining 8 buns, just as he had organized the basket yesterday. Although Chen Shan did not say it, he knew Chen Shan must be aware of his actions, as the empty baskets always disappeared before assembly, serving as evidence. Such actions might not necessarily move Chen Shan, but they still needed to be done. Only in the details could differences be seen. Over time, the high and low would become evident. Chen Ze glanced around and spotted the boy who had knocked Yang Hong down sitting on a distant rock. Coincidentally, the boy was also looking at Chen Ze, and after exchanging a glance, he quickly turned his head away, pretending to examine his surroundings. Chen Ze smiled, walked over with Hu Ze to the boy, and without needing to say anything, Hu Ze immediately handed 4 buns to the boy. My name is Ji Xing. The boy took the buns, looked up at Chen Ze, his gaze not as fierce as it had been yesterday. My name is Chen Ze. Chen Ze nodded in greeting. I know, I heard it once yesterday. Ji Xing stuffed the buns into his arms and waved his hand casually. All right, what kind of person are you? Chen Ze kindly shares his buns with you, and you can't even say a nice word. Hu Zi glared at Ji Xing disapprovingly. So this means I should submit to you. Ji Xing took the buns out of his arms and handed them back to Chen Ze. I entered the mountains to hunt with my father at 10 and shot a tiger at 12. What dangerous scenes haven't I seen? Let me be clear, I look down on hypocritical people like you. If you think you can win me over with 4 buns, don't bother. He'll return the buns to you, and the 4 I ate yesterday, he'll snatch back tomorrow. I offered you the buns, you don't need to return them. I'm going back to rest now, you should head back to rest early too. Chen Ze smiled slightly and left with Hu Zi. Ji Xing did not respond, but after Chen Ze had walked a few steps, he suddenly called out to him. Hey, what is it? Chen Ze turned to look at Ji Xing. Can you give me a few buns tomorrow? Ji Xing asked. How many do you want? Chen Ze smiled and inquired. Depends on my mood. If I'm hungry, eating 10 or so isn't a problem. 4 because I only have 4. Chen Ze replied with a smile, then turned and left with Hu Zi. Ji Xing's lips curled up as he was about to take the buns and leave when not far away a sudden sound of crying reached him. Turning his head, he saw a girl with a face as bright as the autumn moon covering her face and weeping. What are you crying about? Ji Xing approached the girl and seeing she had no buns in her hands teased, crying over a few buns, can't you have some backbone? The girl remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain. It's just a few buns, what's the big deal, eh? Ji Xing handed the 4 buns to the girl. Take them, stop crying. Your weeping is driving me crazy. I'm not crying over the buns, we have no one left. Just now that Yang Hong used 2 buns to coax and scare away a girl I live with, saying she would have to sleep with him from now on. I'm so afraid he'll be next, boo-hoo. The girl said, her sobbing growing louder. Damn it, that bastard. Ji Xing gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. Seeing the girl still crying, his voice softened a bit. All right, stop crying. From now on, follow me, and he'll protect you. If he dares to touch you, we'll beat him to death. The girl's crying suddenly ceased as she looked up at Ji Xing. Really? A word is a bond. Ji Xing said seriously. Thank you, the girl said softly. All right, hurry and eat. Ji Xing handed the buns back to the girl. I'm not hungry, you eat. You need to be full to have the strength to protect me, the girl said softly. Are you an idiot? You believe me when I say he'll protect you. Aren't you afraid of being sold off? As Ji Xing said this, his eyes suddenly dimmed. He kicked the ground hard, stuffing all the buns into the girl's hands. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. Meet who? The girl asked. You'll know when we get there. Hurry and eat. The girl asked no more, ate 1 bun, and returned the remaining 3 to Ji Xing. I have a small appetite, 1 is enough for me. Just this little? No wonder you have no strength. Ji Xing muttered, tucking the buns into his arms, then turned to the girl. By the way, what's your name? Yen Gu, the girl replied softly. That's a beautiful name. Ji Xing complimented, leading Yen Gu directly toward Chen Ze's dwelling. Not long after, Chen Ze returned to his room, just as he was about to eat steamed buns with Hu Zi, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Upon opening the door and seeing Ji Xing, he couldn't help but be taken aback. According to his expectations, Ji Xing shouldn't have come to find him so quickly. Chen Ze smiled slightly at Ji Xing, his gaze falling on Yen Gu beside him. Who is this? A friend, Ji Xing casually replied, turning to look at Yen Gu. Stay a little further away, I need to discuss some matters with him. Yen Gu nodded and stepped back. Ji Xing entered the room, closed the door, and looked at Chen Ze with piercing eyes. I want to bring a friend into your team, but you need to kick out 2 people. In return, I will help you with your tasks. You know my strength, even someone like Yang Hong is no match for me. No way, Chen Ze shook his head. Ji Xing was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. With my strength, even if I bring along a deadweight, I'm still far stronger than any 2 people. You are the one coming to me, yet you refuse. Are you foolish? Chen Ze replied earnestly. If I can casually abandon 2 people because of you, then if someone stronger than you appears in the future, I would also unhesitatingly discard you. How could I earn anyone's trust like that? They have stood by my side from the very beginning, and I won't change them for anyone. Then why did you offer me steamed buns? Was it not to recruit me? Ji Xing looked puzzled. Chen Ze explained, recruitment is one aspect, but more importantly, I have a grudge against Yang Hong. Watching you take him down yesterday was quite satisfying. Is that so? I haven't even shown you half of my strength. They'll let you see what true skill looks like another day. Ji Xing laughed heartily. All right, I won't test you any further. I can forego the steamed buns, but I have one condition: protect that girl outside the door, and don't let Yang Hong bully her. Do you know her from before? Chen Ze asked. Just met her today, Ji Xing replied. Oh, I see. Chen Ze displayed a knowing expression, but chose not to reveal what he understood. Ji Xing rubbed his nose, seeming a bit awkward, and changed the subject. So have you eaten yet? No, how about you? Chen Ze smiled slightly. Ji Xing opened the door and waved to Yen Gu. Come over and eat steamed buns. Yen Gu entered the room, slowly, nervously glancing at Chen Ze, appearing somewhat shy. Hu Zi placed 4 steamed buns on the table, and Ji Xing also put 3 buns from his arms onto the table, looking at Chen Ze seriously. How many can I eat now? 3. Chen Ze replied with a smile. From now on you eat however many you want, and I will too. Let's eat. Jixing laughed heartily, handing 2 buns to Chen Ze, and the last bun to Yengu, perfectly enough for each to have 2. Chen Ze smiled, gently biting into a bun and savoring it slowly, the sweetness gradually spreading from his tongue. Jixing was also straightforward. After finishing his buns, he moved his bedding over to stay with Chen Ze. Recently, dozens of youths had died. After Chen Ze coordinated, the nearby room quickly became available, and Yengu moved in alone. Whenever there was an issue, calling Jixing would ensure he could arrive promptly. The reason Chen Ze was so keen to recruit Jixing was not only because of his strength, but also due to his character. A person with Jixing's disposition is undoubtedly a hero in stories, generous and worth befriending. As time went by, Chen Ze increasingly felt that he had not misjudged Jixing. With Jixing's help, handling certain conflicts became much easier. He could resolve them effortlessly. As for the steamed buns, along with Yengu, each had just enough, though it wasn't much, they wouldn't starve. Moreover, as they consumed more of the emerald round pills, the spiritual energy within them gradually became abundant, decreasing their dependence on food. In the days that followed, everyone continued to cultivate as usual, swallowing the emerald round pills daily, and there would still be casualties. The conflict between Chen Ze and Yang Hong continued to escalate, though it remained manageable. With both sides evenly matched in numbers, it was difficult to determine a clear winner. However, no matter how they argued privately, they still pretended to be harmonious in front of Qin Shan. Even though all of this was orchestrated by Qin Shan, they had to maintain the facade, which was what Qin Shan relished. Qin Shan usually ignored everyone, but occasionally, when in a good mood, he would speak a few words to the two of them. Through this, Chen Ze learned some things that other youths were unaware of. In the world, there exists a special energy that predates all things, nurturing everything omnipresent in the universe. This special energy is known as spiritual energy. Those who can wield this spiritual energy are known as cultivators. Through generations of exploration by cultivators, a complete cultivation system has been established. From weak to strong, the stages are Chi Refinement, Foundation, Establishment, and Golden Core. Chi Refinement cultivators draw spiritual energy into their bodies to break through the Chi, storing spiritual energy within, and then using it to open all their acupoints. The Chi Refinement stage is divided into 10 levels, with the human body having 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, totaling 720 acupoints. Each time 72 acupoints are open, one level is considered complete. The vast majority of cultivators in the world are at the Chi Refinement stage. If one is fortunate enough to open all their acupoints, they may have the opportunity to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. Becoming a Foundation Establishment cultivator means no longer being an ordinary sect disciple, but rather an attendant with a place in even the MOG sect. Regarding the elusive Golden Core stage, it is already considered a powerful figure. In the MOG sect, as long as one breaks through to the Golden Core stage, they can become an elder with great authority over the lives and deaths of many disciples. Chen Ze and his group are all under the command of an elder from the MOG sect, and their lives and deaths rest entirely in this elder's hands. The only difference is that those with good aptitude are disciples, while those with poor aptitude are apprentices, a more palatable term for servants. As for the distinction between good and poor aptitude, it lies in the spiritual roots. Humans are composed of the 5 elements, and each person's 5-element spiritual roots vary. From 1 to 10, it represents the completeness of the 5-element spiritual roots. 1 is the lowest, while 10 is perfection, indicating a complete spiritual root. The more complete the spiritual root, the more sensitive one is to spiritual energy, and the faster their cultivation progresses. Chen Ze's best spiritual root is wood, rated 5, indicating he possesses half of a wood spiritual root. Though it is half, his cultivation results are not just lacking by a margin compared to those with a complete wood spiritual root, they are worlds apart. With half of a wood spiritual root, his aptitude can only be considered low grade. Any spiritual root reaching above 70% is considered average, while above 90% qualifies as high grade. Any fully developed spiritual root represents excellent aptitude. Those like Yi Yuan with 2 fully developed spiritual roots are rare geniuses that appear only once in several hundred years, even among the entire MOG sect. As for the emerald pill they consume, it is called the Puling Dan, which can provide a surge of spiritual energy to impact the Qi Si. As long as enough impacts are made, it can break through the Qi Si to reach the first level of Qi refinement. As time goes on, the amount of Puling Dan the youths swallow daily increases from 1 pill to 2. This number will keep growing until they break through the Qi Si. As more people died, the youths gradually figured out the rules here. Absolute obedience, they must do whatever Qin Shan tells them, and they must not leave this area. In doing so, they can ensure their lives are safe. One day in an open space, Qin Shan sat cross-legged, as usual, suddenly raising his head to look at the black in the sky, his brows slightly furrowing. The black gradually enlarged, and a handsome young man in green landed next to Qin Shan, smiling as he said, "Senior brother, Qin's cultivation truly grows deeper. I admire you, master brother." Chen Shan forced a smile, saying, Junior brother Zhou, your rapid progress is evident to all. It won't be long before your cultivation surpasses mine. You flatter me too much, senior brother. With my meager skills, how can I compare with you? Zhou Yu quickly shook his head, continuing to flatter. By the way, senior brother, this task you have is truly enticing. According to the requirements, as long as half of the low aptitude trainees survive, there are many benefits to be gained from it. Chen Shan replied calmly, anyone can take this task. If you are willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones, it is. You know me, senior brother. I'm just a poor guy with no means to take on such a task. Zhou Yu immediately showed a pained expression, then suddenly shifted his tone. What a pity. If I had known there would be a Yi Yuan among this batch, I would have emptied my savings to seize this task. The task was taken in advance that just happened to align with my circumstances. Chen Shan's expression remained unchanged. He was always inscrutable, and although he was very satisfied with the rewards from this task, he did not reveal it. Zhou Yu stated seriously, by the rules, only those in the foundation establishment stage can become direct disciples, but he was accepted as a direct disciple by our master before even entering the Qi refining stage. I heard the master even granted him a protective magical artifact. Such treatment is not something us registered disciples can compare to. With his talent, it is certain he will enter foundation establishment. I don't know how many senior brothers want to befriend him, but find no way to do so. By taking this task, senior brother is just doing a favor. According to the rules, each disciple is assigned 5 spirit slaves upon entering, which is a great opportunity to befriend junior brother Yi. I wonder if senior brother has any candidates in mind. Chen Shan nodded slightly, pointing to the attentive and meditative Yang Hong. This one is clever and resourceful. He can help junior brother Yi with his worries. This one is bold and can protect his master. Chen Shan pointed to Ji Xing, then indicated another sturdy-looking youth. This one is steady and can endure hardship. Chen Shan's finger moved again, pointing to Yen Go. Zhou Yu smiled knowingly. I understand this one. He is pleasing to the eye in case junior brother Yi needs assistance. We still need one more. If senior brother is the last to mention him, he must possess exceptional qualities. Chen Shan nodded slightly, finally pointing to Chen Ze. This one is thoughtful and can strategize for junior brother Yi. If junior brother Yi makes good use of him, he could be a great asset. If it weren't for junior brother Yi, I would definitely retain this person to manage my cave residence. Oh, Zhou Yu scrutinized Chen Ze a few times, puzzled. He seems quite ordinary. I can't see anything special about him. A truly wise person will not let others see their intelligence. Zhou Yu asked, if that is the case, senior brother, are you not worried he might hinder his master? Chen Shan replied nonchalantly, with a perfected golden fire root, such a character cannot be shaken by a mere spirit slave. Junior brother, you usually do not come to me without a purpose. Feel free to speak your mind. Zhou Yu chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. To be honest, I've been refining a puppet recently, and am short on corpse energy. Senior brother must have accumulated quite a bit of corpse energy during this time. I came to ask if you could spare me a few clusters. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I can add 2 spirit stones for each cluster at the original price. Chen Shan gently tapped his palm on his knee, seemingly pondering Zhou Yu's price. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded. It's settled then. According to the rules, they cannot take action once they have broken through the Qi Sea, so let's have a thorough cleansing tonight, and you are also invited to watch the show. That sounds good, thank you, senior brother. Zhou Yu said with a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, watching the show is junior brother, I really am poor. Chen Shan smiled lightly, choosing not to say more. After finishing their practices, Chen Shan left with Zhou Yu while Chen Ze and Yang Hong were about to distribute buns to everyone, when suddenly, they heard Chen Shan's voice, freezing their hands midair. Even someone as ruthless as Yang Hong felt a surge of fear upon hearing Chen Shan's plan. Chen Ze quickly regained his composure, finished distributing the buns, as if nothing had happened, and after returning to his room, he slumped onto the bed, his brows tightly knit. What's wrong? You seem distracted just now, Ji Xing asked. Chen Ze remained silent for a long time, then looked up at Ji Xing, saying, Tonight many people will die. What do you mean? Ji Xing was taken aback. Chen Ze lowered his voice. The Immortal asked me and Yang Hong to lead everyone to escape, but once we cross the red line, we will surely be killed. The task given by the Immortal is that at least half of us must die. Ji Xing's pupils trembled violently, cold sweat trickling down his back. Can we not go? Chen Ze shook his head. This was Chen Shan's order. How could they not go? Even if Chen Shan refrained from killing them due to the rules, they could not escape death in the future. Ji Xing swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and asked in a deep voice, Is there any way? Chen Ze answered, I don't have a way to ensure everyone's safety, but I am 70 confident in protecting our side. However, Chen Ze hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not voice the remaining thoughts. Ji Xing understood what Chen Ze wanted to say, but if that were the case, everyone else would die. Is there really no way? Ji Xing asked with difficulty. Chen Ze shook his head. It's all right, just do your best. Ji Xing patted Chen Ze's shoulder and sighed heavily. Chen Ze rubbed his aching temples, having already deduced many scenarios in his mind in this short time. You and Huzi go out first. I am waiting for someone. Jixing understood Chen Ze was waiting for Yang Hong and said no more, taking Huzi outside to guard. Soon after, Yang Hong arrived, his face beaming with smiles. Brothers, is Chen Ze inside? Jixing snorted coldly, ignoring Yang Hong, and pointed to the door that was not fully closed. Yang Hong felt a surge of joy, as since Chen Ze was willing to see him, this matter could likely be discussed. He pushed the door open, carefully closing it behind him, and revealed a flattering smile. Chen Ze, I admit I was wrong these past few days. I apologize to you, brother. Don't say that, Chen Ze interrupted Yang Hong, raising his hand. The Immortal wants to see us fight, so we have no choice but to fight. I understand everything. I knew you were reasonable and wouldn't hold a grudge over trivial matters, Yang Hong said cheerfully, sitting next to Chen Ze. Brother, since you understand everything, I won't bother with pleasantries. I know you don't like me, and I was wrong in the past. If I had known you were this clever from the start, I would never have bullied. After coming to the MOG sect, I schemed against you, and you schemed against me. We are even. If you still mind the past after tonight, I will let you take out your grievances on me. Even if you beat me half to death, it's fine. But right now, we must join forces to overcome this crisis. We can no longer fight among ourselves. Let's each send half of our people. How about it? Chen Ze fell silent, as if in deep thought, and after a long time he slowly nodded. In the dead of night, the sound of bolts being drawn echoed repeatedly as youths slipped stealthily from their dwellings, following Yang Hong and Chen Ze into the dim distance. Just a few paces from the boundary line, Yang Hong let out a thunderous shout. Brothers, charge with me. Forward. Yet the youths behind him stood motionless. Oh, likewise those trailing Chen Ze remained utterly still. Yang Hong froze, whirling sharply to stare at Chen Ze, his eyes narrowing. So you were still watching me closely? And you too, came the reply. Chen Ze spoke calmly. Had he trusted Yang Hong, and had his own youths crossed the red line only to perish, Yang Hong would have turned on him without hesitation, slaughtering every last one of his followers, himself included. Since you've seen through my ruse, I shall drop the pretense. Chen Ze, tonight I will end you. Yang Hong glared with venomous intensity. Is that so? What grants you such unwavering confidence? Chen Ze stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze serene as still water. As Yang Hong raised his hand to command an assault, a chorus of sharp commanding shouts erupted from afar. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Yang Hong spun around, and his spirit recoiled in shock. Jixing, leading over 700 youths, drove forward Yang Hong's remaining followers, each armed with a long spear. Though crudely fashioned, wooden shafts bound with sharpened stone flakes, the edges had been honed to lethal thinness, gleaming with cold lethal precision. Most chilling of all, at Jixing's vanguard stood nearly 100 of Chen Ze's most formidable youths, each gripping a freshly severed head dripping crimson blood, all taken from Yang Hong's own men. The rest, herded like cattle, had their hands bound tightly with rope, utterly helpless. Yang Hong paled in disbelief. He had never imagined his elite retainers could be subdued so effortlessly. This triumph was owed entirely to Jixing, whose iron-fisted resolve crushed the resistance of a dozen defiant youths. Seeing his overwhelming might, the others dared not oppose him, submitting meekly as he directed their binding. As for the weapons, Chen Ze had long anticipated the inevitable rupture with Yang Hong, and thus secretly ordered his most trusted lieutenants to prepare them well in advance. Chen Ze, did you kill them all? Jixing asked. Chen Ze gave a silent nod. Jixing hesitated. But, I once heard an old veteran from my village say killing surrendered foes invites ill omen. Kill them. Chen Ze uttered the single word, icy and absolute. The bound youths erupted into panic, begging desperately for mercy. Brother Chen Ze, we were wrong. We should never have followed Yang Hong against you. You are magnanimous. Spare, big brother. From now on, you're my true elder brother. I'll obey your every command. Please spare me. Brother Chen Ze, I bow to you. Don't kill me. My parents await my return. Enough noise. Chen Ze's voice cut like frost. Instantly silence fell. Trembling youths stared at him in abject fear. Living as simple two heads for one life. Dare you try? Jixing had never truly intended to plead for them. His feigned hesitation and Chen Ze's stern resolve formed a calculated duet, designed to make these youths seize this sliver of survival with desperate fervor. A collective gasp escaped the youths. After a heavy pause, they nodded, firm, resolute. We'll do anything you command, if it means we live. Yang Hong, witnessing this, forced a sycophantic smile. Chen Ze, surely this is unnecessary. Let us discuss matters reasonably. Discuss. Chen Ze scoffed. I told you plainly, after tonight, all past grievances are erased. I bear no grudges against the dead. You and I shall part ways, cleansed of enmity the moment you perish. If you choose to take your own life, I will spare the rest. Nonsense. The Immortal clearly said. Yang Hong choked mid-sentence as though his throat had been seized, his words abruptly strangled into silence. What did the Immortal say? Chen Ze asked, his expression hovering between amusement and menace. Yang Hong snorted coldly. refusing to answer lest he fall into Chen Ze's trap. Such knowledge belonged to a select few alone. To speak it aloud would guarantee execution by Qin Shang. With a single glance, Chen Ze signaled Ji Xing, who instantly marshaled his forces into precise formation, spear wielders in the front rank, the unarmed behind, slowly advancing to herd Yang Hong's men toward the red line. The freed youths glanced back at the disciplined ranks of spears, then fixed their gaze upon Yang Hong and his followers, eyes blazing with raw predatory fury. "What are you doing? Do you dare rebel? I'll slaughter you where you stand." Yang Hong barked, his voice fierce, but his courage hollow. Instead of retreating, the youths surged forward, stepping boldly toward him, murder alight in their eyes. Chen Ze's mind curled with quiet scorn. At this critical juncture, Yang Hong had committed folly. Gentle persuasion might yet have salvaged the situation, but to wield old authority like a bludgeon invited only revolt. Before life and death, Yang Hong's threats held less weight than a passing breath. Chen Ze's gaze drifted slowly, settling upon the youths standing behind Yang Hong. "You too may live, bring me 2 heads, and your past transgressions will be forgiven." At these words, the youths behind Yang Hong exchanged furtive, calculating glances. "Don't listen to his lies. He'll kill you all. Follow me. Crush these traitors first." Yang Hong roared, charging forward alone. Chen Ze's side stood ready. No fool would lead unarmored men into a spear wall. His priority was clear: quell the simmering unrest first, then decide what followed. Chen Ze watched detached and observant as the two factions formerly under Yang Hong tore into each other. Fueled by mortal terror, reason dissolved. Soon they fought not for victory, but for survival. As bodies fell, bloodlust overtook both sides. Some even turned on one another, slaughtering comrades over contested heads. "Stop fighting. This is his scheme. You've forgotten how he refused those who sought to join him. He'll spare none of you. Kill him with me, or you all die." Yang Hong screamed, seizing a youth locked in head-grabbing combat, and with brutal finality snapped his neck. Silence fell. The youth's still breaths, shallow minds jarred back to grim reality. "Chen Ze, you truly are devious." Yang Hong's glare burned with hatred. "We mirror each other perfectly. You struck first." Chen Ze replied with unruffled calm. "Humph." Yang Hong strode to the front of his ranks, fists clenched tight. "Brothers, tonight only one side walks away alive. If you wish to live, follow me." A faint mocking smile flickered across Chen Ze's face. He stepped forward, one heavy, deliberate footfall, and his entire formation advanced in flawless, synchronized unison. The two forces collided. Though numbers were near equal, half of Chen Ze's ranks bore spears, making Yang Hong's group hopelessly outmatched. Within moments, dozens of youths fell pierced upon the blades. "You 4, come with me. We'll cut Chen Ze down ourselves." Yang Hong strode forth, flanked by dozens of his strongest fighters, racing straight for Chen Ze. Eliminate Chen Ze, and his followers would scatter like startled birds. Ji Xing, though valiant, lacked the commanding presence of either Yang Hong or Chen Ze. "What's your call?" Ji Xing turned to Chen Ze. "Hold the rest," Chen Ze replied evenly. "Yang Hong is mine." By this point, victory was assured. The battle itself could safely be entrusted to Ji Xing. Yet Ji Xing and his men had already shed blood, and as leader, Chen Ze could not afford to remain unstained. Yang Hong was the perfect sacrifice. "So confident?" Ji Xing asked with a grin. Chen Ze smiled back. "Absolutely. I have full faith in my teacher." "Huh. Then it's settled. Leave the rest to me." Ji Xing laughed heartily, rolled his shoulders, and charged forward, with only 10 men, yet held the entire onslaught at bay. Yang Hong realized Ji Xing had deliberately cleared the path for a duel. Though baffled by his motive, he dismissed Chen Ze as no threat. With a contemptuous sneer, he lunged, closing the distance in a single explosive stride. Chen Ze showed no expression, dodging Yang Hong's punch with fluid grace, then seizing his wrist and twisting with ruthless precision. The technique mirrored Ji Xing's own brutal takedown of Yang Hong, exact in every detail. Snap! A crisp, sickening crack echoed. The bones of Yang Hong's right arm shattered instantly. Chen Ze kicked him hard, sending him sprawling onto the ground, unable to rise, blood trickling steadily from his lips. The youths, locked in combat, froze mid-motion, staring slack-jawed at Chen Ze, swallowing hard in stunned silence. That Ji Xing could overpower Yang Hong still fit within their understanding, but none could fathom that Chen Ze, slender, unassuming, had crippled Yang Hong in a single exchange. They knew nothing of how, while Yang Hong indulged in petty tyranny and debauchery, Chen Ze trained daily with Ji Xing, not in mere brawling, but in lethal life-or-death combat. Ji Xing's family hailed from mountainous terrain teeming with beasts. At 10, he hunted alongside his father, a seasoned trapper, learning to fight tooth and claw for survival. Yang Hong, by contrast, was merely a reckless street brawler, bold, yes, but unrefined. Ji Xing's skills were forged in real bloody encounters with predators, hard-won, unadorned, and devastatingly effective. There was no comparison. Chen Ze never doubted the truth of Ji Xing's claim, slaying a tiger at 12. When Jixing focused, his presence radiated the primal terrifying aura of a mountain predator poised to strike. Had circumstances not forced them into the Demon Suppression Sect, Chen Ze believed Jixing would surely rise to command legions on the battlefield. He had suffered Yang Hong's bullying only because childhood malnutrition left him frail. But since all had begun consuming break spirit pills, spiritual energy steadily equalized their physical disparities. When strength levels converged, combat experience became decisive. Under Jixing's tutelage, Chen Ze's progress had been meteoric, transforming him utterly from the scrawny, helpless boy he once was. Jixing had taught him wild beasts never waste time on flourish or form. Every encounter demands immediate fatal resolution. Beasts fought thus, and so must men. And now he had done precisely that. In one exchange, Yang Hong lay broken, and his fate rested solely in Chen Ze's will. Chen Ze planted his foot squarely upon Yang Hong's chest, gazing down with undisguised disdain. Each time you schemed, you gambled everything on whether I would trust you. Do you truly believe I'd place faith in a viper like you? Flaunting your audacity day after day, you mistake brazenness for brilliance. Yang Hong saw Chen Ze take the spear handed over by Jixing and hurriedly grabbed Chen Ze's leg, pleading desperately. Chen Ze, I was wrong, don't kill me, I won't compete with you anymore. From now on you are my boss, whatever you say goes, please don't kill me. I cannot afford a subordinate like you. Chen Ze remained unmoved, tightly gripping the spear and mercilessly stabbing it into Yang Hong's heart. Yang Hong's pupils suddenly contracted, his head crashing heavily to the ground as he breathed his last, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He died without understanding why he could bully the previous Chen Ze however he wanted, yet today he lost to Chen Ze. Chen Ze pulled out the bloodied spear and coldly stared at Yang Hong's subordinates. Everyone knelt down, their heads banging until they bled. Boss Chen Ze, please spare us. Chen Ze threw the spear to a weaponless youth, coldly looking at the crowd. I don't need you. Withdraw beyond the red line to avoid forcing me to act. The crowd froze, retreating beyond the red line. What was the difference from death? Damn it, if he won't let us live, we won't let him live. Either let's fight. A youth shouted, clenching his fists and charging at Chen Ze. Many others responded in kind. However, their numbers had already dwindled, and with half of Chen Ze's side wielding spears, they were naturally no match, quickly being stabbed to death. Chen Ze's team continued to advance, and those who dared not resist watched the approaching spears retreating. Qin Shan floated over, taking a 3-foot copper sword from his waist pouch. With a hand gesture, the copper sword flew out at an incredible speed, slicing through the neck of a boundary-crossing youth. Junior brother, please. Ha ha ha, thank you, senior brother. Nearby, Zhou Yu laughed heartily, taking out a pitch-black bead and reciting incantations. The bead immediately emitted a ghostly green glow, drawing wisps of corpse energy from the fallen youths. With a chilling gleam, the copper sword flew past, causing groups of youths to fall, as if they were being harvested like wheat. Qin Shan also held a pitch-black bead in hand, collecting the corpse energy at a much faster rate than Zhou Yu. Before long, all the boundary-crossing youths were slain. Zhou Yu looked at the increasing corpse energy within the bead, greedily licking his lips as the bead flew out, the ghostly green light aiming at the youths within the red line. Just as he was about to strike, Qin Shan's copper sword flashed by directly knocking the pitch-black bead down. With a flick of his hand, Qin Shan collected Zhou Yu's pitch-black bead, glancing at the 5 almost tangible wisps of corpse energy inside, tossing the bead back to Zhou Yu. We cannot break the rules. If this is discovered, neither of us can bear the consequences. 5 clusters of corpse energy are enough for you to refine puppets. Do not be greedy. Zhou Yu smacked his lips, though feeling reluctant, he still wore a cheerful expression. This cleansing resulted in just over half. Senior brother, you've truly made a fortune on this task. I congratulate you in advance. Qin Shan slightly nodded, coldly gazing at the youths within the red line. Get back. The youths, having witnessed Qin Shan's disregard for life during the slaughter, were already frightened, turning to flee. Just as Chen Ze was about to leave, he was suddenly called by Qin Shan, his heart racing, steeling himself to step forward and bow. I pay my respects to both of you, masters. You did well this time. Qin Shan nodded in satisfaction, then extended his hand toward Zhou Yu. Including the bet, you owe me 55 spirit stones. Zhou Yu sighed helplessly, his hand sweeping over his waist pouch, crystals filled with spiritual energy flying out. I'm truly broke this time. Qin Shan collected the stones into his pouch, a hint of satisfaction finally appearing on his cold face. After some time, once the task was completed, he would receive a good reward. Including the collected corpse energy, it was, as Zhou Yu said, a bountiful harvest. Zhou Yu walked up to Chen Ze, reaching out to lift Chen Ze's head, smiling. Kid, you made me lose 5 spirit stones. How do you think we should settle this? Chen Ze's scalp tingled at once as Zhou Yu seemed to be joking, but he truly felt the killing intent. He was no longer the naive youth who entered the Moji sect without knowing anything. That pouch, known as a storage pouch, appeared to be just a small bag, but it actually contained a unique space that could hold many items. As for spirit stones, they contained pure spiritual energy, serving not only as rare items for assisting cultivation, but also as currency for trade among cultivators. Such precious things, even if he were killed, he could not afford to compensate. Chen Ze's eyes brimmed with respect as he spoke softly. I cannot afford to compensate. I do not know what treasures you received tonight, but judging by your expression, even if you lost 5 spirit stones, what you gained tonight is still a profit. I know you are joking with me. You are clearly a person of profound cultivation and great wealth. You would not hold this against a small figure like me. Qin Shan turned to look at Zhou Yu, smiling. So do you feel convinced by your loss? Zhou Yu laughed heartily, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. You are indeed smarter than the one who just died. Though I am poor, I appreciate your remark about being wealthy, so I will let you off this time. At your age, I was not as deep in thought, nor as ruthless as you. You are naturally suited to be a demon cultivator. I admire you. How about this? Follow me from now on. Chen Ze did not reply, but turned to look at Qin Shan, his eyes revealing a questioning intent. He would not get lost. Due to Zhou Yu's flattery, Qin Shan was the one directly in charge of him, and he knew clearly whom to listen to. Qin Shan subtly nodded, then waved his hand. I have noted your performance today. From now on, these people will be under your command. Go on. Understood. Chen Ze bowed again and retreated 10 steps, while bending down before slowly turning. He walked slowly, feeling Qin Shan and Zhou Yu's gaze still on him, not wanting them to perceive the panic in his. Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. What a pity, his aptitude is just too poor. If he had even a slight edge in aptitude, I would have to avoid him in the future. At this age, having such disposition, he is the first. Qin Shan said expressionlessly, if he had good aptitude, it would not be my turn to take charge of him. After some time, once he breaks through the Qi Si, he can hand him over to junior brother Yi. Such a clever person is adept at self-preservation and should not stir up any trouble. Junior brother, this kindness you have shown will be remembered. Once you finish this task, I will personally come to thank you. Zhou Yu clasped his fists in respect and floated away. After watching Zhou Yu leave, Qin Shan took out the pitch-black bead, the ghostly green light illuminating, and aimed at the corpses on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Junior brother Zhou, what a pity. You do not know the true method of collecting corpse energy, otherwise I would suffer great losses. This harvest is quite bountiful. Chen Ze and Ji Xing washed the blood off their bodies by the pond behind the courtyard before approaching the room. They gently pushed the door open, and Tiger and Yin Gu, who had been anxiously waiting inside, quickly rose to greet them. For such matters, they naturally would not involve Yin Gu and Tiger, but instead kept them together to ensure there was someone to assist in case of any unforeseen circumstances. We won, Chen Ze said in a low voice, his eyes devoid of the joy of victory, only reflecting profound fatigue. Tiger did not understand what Chen Ze meant, but Yin Gu, who had been aware of the evening's conflict, comprehended it and began to tremble. Are they all dead? Chen Ze nodded gently. But they were all living people. Yin Gu's body shook even more violently. All right, what matters is that we won. Let's not dwell on the other matters, Ji Xing said, pulling Yin Gu out of the room and opening the door to the adjacent room. You've waited all night. You must be tired. Hurry and get some sleep. It's all right. It's all in the past. Ji Xing watched as Yin Gu closed the door, but instead of returning inside, he sat outside Yin Gu's room. After Tiger fell asleep, Chen Ze gently opened the door and stepped outside, also sitting down in the quiet of the night. The two exchanged a glance before falling into a long silence. Ji Xing waited for more than half an hour, thinking Yin Gu must have fallen asleep before he spoke in a hoarse voice. I killed someone. Chen Ze nodded slightly. I killed too. But it shouldn't have been like this. Clearly there were no grievances between us, yet we had to fight to the death. Ji Xing covered his face with his hands, his voice trembling. Why does such a place exist? Chen Ze comforted him. Don't think too much about it. If they don't die, we will. We had no choice. I know. Ji Xing covered his face, his expression becoming increasingly pained. Chen Ze, do you know? This isn't my first time killing someone. Chen Ze was taken aback. I've never heard you mention this before. How could I tell you such things without us experiencing life and death together? Ji Xing muttered to himself, then gave a self-deprecating smile. Do you know how I ended up here? I went to the city to sell mountain goods and encountered a group of thugs bullying a girl. I couldn't stand by, so I fought them. They were too many, and I lost control, accidentally killing 4 of them. Although that girl testified for me later, saying I was helping someone in distress, I still ended up in custody. My parents sold everything they had to bail me out. I had intended to take the martial examination, but with a record in the government, I couldn't even join the army. Do you know? I actually came to this place voluntarily. The immortal who brought me said that the government was nothing in his eyes. As long as I followed him, I would eventually accomplish great things. I believed him, but I never expected he would bring me to such a hellish place. Chen Ze remained silent for a long time, then asked, if you had the chance again, would you still save that girl? Of course, Ji Xing nodded emphatically. If I stand by and do nothing, what's the difference from being an accomplice? Chen Ze sighed. You're inherently a chivalrous person. You don't belong in this place. Are you suited for it? Your flustered and helpless demeanor now mirrors how I felt when I first killed someone. I know deep down you're not a cruel person. It's this damned place that forced you. Ji Xing cursed vehemently before heaved a heavy sigh. The longer one stays in this hellish place, the more indifferent one becomes to death. I know tonight's actions were merely for self-preservation, but once you kill, once there will be a second time. I fear that if I linger here too long, I will eventually become a madman who only knows how to kill. I understand, Chen Ze sighed. But we have no choice. I just dislike this helplessness. Why should they trample on life like this? They are all living people. Ji Xing shouted angrily. You like Yinga, don't you? Chen Ze suddenly asked. Ji Xing was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, I like her. There's nothing embarrassing about admitting you like someone. You're willing to do these dirty deeds to protect her, and I feel this. Chen Ze paused, then spoke earnestly. We are stained with blood, but Tiger and Yin Gu need not be. In this place we are as insignificant as ants, unable to change anything, only able to protect those we care about. Ji Xing fell silent, and after a long while he slowly rose and walked in front of Chen Ze, pressing his hand on Chen Ze's shoulder and looking at him earnestly. I understand what you mean. The only thing I'm grateful for in this hellish place is having a brother like you to confide in. I feel the same way. Chen Ze lifted his gaze to Ji Xing, his expression more serious than ever. I've never had many friends, so I cherish every one of them. No matter how difficult the future, maybe we will face it together. All right, from now on we live and die together. Ji Xing laughed heartily, the gloom in his heart dissipating as he gently pushed the door open to return inside to sleep. It's getting late, you should rest too. As Chen Ze listened to the sound of Ji Xing closing the door, he fell silent, once more raising his trembling right hand. Just as Ji Xing had said, no matter how strong or composed he appeared, he could not change the chaotic feelings within. Even though he had washed the blood off his hands, the feeling of the hot blood splattering onto him lingered, as if it were branded on his very soul. But after all, these were lives. He hadn't killed many, yet those people all died because of him. Indeed, he could comfort himself that everything was for self-preservation. If those people did not die, he would. If it weren't for his arrangement, those lives would not concern him at all. Even if half were destined to die tonight, everyone could rely on their own abilities. The strong survive, while the weak perish. But tonight's events stemmed from his own planning. From the very beginning, those who chose to follow him survived while the others perished, which meant he had determined the fates of so many people. No matter how much he comforted himself, the fact that these deaths were related to him remained unchanged. After all, that was over 1,000 lives. To say he was a villain deserving of death would not be an exaggeration. Yet he merely wanted to survive, to live, and return home. Oh, why did he have to face such a life and death choice? He hadn't done anything wrong, nor had those people. The fault lay in the fact that they were brought to this damned place. Chen Ze rubbed the copper coin in his hand, his emotions in turmoil. His mother had taught him to be a good person, but he knew he could no longer do that. Since the moment those youths died tonight, he had already lost the ability to maintain his former self. Since he could not be a good person, he would become someone who would do whatever it takes to survive. In this hellish place, he could only use every means necessary to live on, to see his mother again. As long as he could return to see his mother, he would do anything. Mother, wait for me. Chen Ze whispered, gripping. 2 months later, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, drawing a wisp of spiritual energy from the surroundings into his body, without relying on the breaking spirit pill, and an unusual aura emanated from him. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Everyone turned to Chen Ze, enviously watching him. Stepping into Foundation Establishment Stage 1 meant that he was no longer a mere mortal, but a cultivator, just like Qin Shan. But soon Chen Ze spat out a mouthful of black blood covering his mouth, and coughing incessantly, causing the crowd to stir in chaos. This is to purge the impurities within your body. Do what you must. Qin Shan explained, indifferently flashing in front of Chen Ze, handing him a blood-red pill with a half-smile, his lips unmoving, yet the words clearly reached Chen Ze's ears. You are a smart person. Smart people do not seek their own demise. Chen Ze nodded slightly and took the pill without speaking, simply sitting beside Hu Zi and Ji Xing, keeping a watchful eye on Hu Zi's movements. Though he did not know what was about to happen, he had a premonition that he was about to fall into an unfavorable situation. By all rights, he had already stepped into Foundation Establishment Stage 1 and was a true cultivator. However, Qin Shan's gaze towards him remained unchanged, still as cold and disdainful as ever, as if one wrong move could lead to his casual demise. This was not the look of one cultivator towards another, but more like observing a trivial object. Chen Ze looked at those who had yet to break through, sighed internally, and withdrew his gaze. He could not speak. Revealing the truth would mean death. At this point, he could only protect Hu Zi and Ji Xing, ensuring they did not disclose the truth. His sea of qi had been shattered. Like a ball with a hole punctured, he did not know what this meant, but it likely did not bode well for his future cultivation. Yet he could not speak, nor dare to. In truth, Qin Shan was not afraid of these people knowing. He merely did not want Chen Ze to say anything that might affect those who had not broken through. Yet he could not speak, nor dare to. In truth, Chen Shan was not afraid of these people knowing. He merely did not want Chen Ze to say anything that might. Chen Ze quickly covered Ji Xing's mouth, leaned close to her ear, and spoke in a hushed tone. Listen to me, do not say anything. Before long, Hu Zi and Yin Ge also broke, through similarly spitting out black blood. 2 hours later, all the youths had broken, through their faces ashen. No one mentioned the shattering of their sea of qi, only anxiously contemplating what they were about to face. Were they truly cultivators? Chen Shan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Keep up. The youths stared at the red line that had once separated life and death, hesitating to take a step forward until Chen Shan turned his cold gaze upon them, spurring them to muster their courage and step across. Walking past the Bluestone Plaza where they had tested their qualifications, traversing various areas, the youths began to feel excited. Even now, they could hardly believe they had crossed that red line. Only when the mountains appeared before them did they finally. They had crossed over and were still alive. Would the future be different? Looking around, the mountains surrounded them, stretching endlessly, each mountain housing numerous courtyards and caves. The youths became increasingly excited. They had finally emerged from their hardships. This was indeed a place where cultivators should reside. Chen Shan led them up a stone platform where many people were already standing. Here Chen Ze saw everyone who had been tested alongside them, including Yi Yuan. With a slight wave of his sleeve, Chen Shan made Chen Ze, Ji Xing, and Yin Ge along with 2 other youths uncontrollably step towards Yi Yuan, a rare smile appearing on his otherwise cold face. Junior brother Yi, these are your spirit servants allocated this time. Each one has been carefully chosen by me, you can rest assured. Spirit servants. Upon hearing this term, Chen Ze immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The spirit servants naturally referred to them. Though he did not know the meaning, it was clear it was not a good term. Soon after, he would discover the true meaning behind the term spirit servants. Thank you, senior brother Chen. Yi Yuan cupped his fists in salute, glancing faintly at the 5 of them, nodding to Chen Shan again before turning to leave. The other 2 youths immediately followed, but Chen Ze stood rooted in place, as did Ji Xing and Yin Ge. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes, his voice sharpening as it entered Chen Ze's mind. Hurry and catch up with them. If you cause trouble, now don't blame me for being rude. Chen Ze bit his lip tightly, bowing slightly to Chen Shan respectfully, saying, Sir, may I change to another person? Yi Yuan halted, slowly turning around, not looking at Chen Ze's eyes, showing no fluctuations, quietly watching Chen Shan, waiting for his decision. Chen Shan's expression darkened instantly as he barked, Who do you think you are to pick and choose? Let me tell you, junior brother Yi is exceptionally gifted. He will undoubtedly achieve remarkable cultivation in the future. To follow him is a blessing you earned in your previous life, so stop wasting my time. He initially intended to use this to build rapport with Yi Yuan, but with Chen Ze causing a scene, whether Yi Yuan would appreciate this gesture remained uncertain. Chen Ze pointed at Hu Zi, steeling himself as he said, This is my friend. I do not wish to be separated from him. Please have mercy. Chen Shan snorted coldly, transmitting, If you say one more word, I will kill him immediately. Chen Ze stood stunned, fists clenched so tightly that his palms turned white, filled with a sense of helplessness. He knew Chen Shan was capable of such actions. Ji Xing sighed, deeply patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. Let's go. Chen Ze remained silent for a moment, turned to Hu Zi, forcing a smile. Hu Zi, take care of yourself. I will come find you. Chen Ze, don't leave me behind. Hu Zi immediately panicked. Junior brother, they are yours now. Today's events are my failure in discipline, and I will certainly come to apologize in the future. Chen Shan smiled at Yi Yuan, releasing a burst of spiritual energy that bound Hu Zi. Hu Zi struggled desperately, but could only watch as Chen Ze and Ji Xing moved farther away under Chen Shan's spiritual restraint. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan nonchalantly turned to leave, not caring whether Chen Ze and the others had followed. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries from behind, Chen Ze gritted his teeth and hurried away. Hu Zi, wait for me. 10 miles away on the Green Mountains, Yi Yuan arrived at the entrance of a courtyard on the mountainside, forming 2 seals with one hand, causing the light curtain enveloping the courtyard to ripple, and the courtyard door slowly opened. This courtyard was vast and exquisitely crafted, a level of detail that Chen Ze and the others had never seen before. Throughout their journey, none of the courtyards or caves they encountered could compare to this one. It seemed that the treatment for geniuses was indeed different from others. Chen Ze exchanged glances with Ji Xing, following behind Yin Ge as they walked in the footsteps of the 2 youths ahead. The courtyard door slammed shut with a bang, and the light curtain rose, enveloping the courtyard once again. It resembled more of a cage than a courtyard. The 5 followed Yi Yuan through winding paths, finally arriving at the depths of the courtyard, where a delicate pavilion appeared before them. Unsurprisingly, this was Yi Yuan's residence. As for the 5 of them, as their gaze shifted, they quickly spotted the 5 low-roofed houses beside the pavilion. Such houses were only slightly better than where they had previously stayed. Yi Yuan raised his hand, pointing at the houses, and said flatly, Without my command, you are not to leave the premises, not to speak, and to focus on your cultivation, without laxity. Understood. The 5 replied in unison. Yi Yuan gestured for the other 2 youths to enter the house. then walked to Chen Ze, and the other three, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Is it so hard to follow me? Chen Ze sighed, inwardly knowing that he could not escape the matter that had just occurred. He immediately bowed and greeted with utmost respect. I report to you, my lord, my companion has a simple nature, and I fear he will be bullied. I do not wish to part ways with him. I think you should take care of yourself first, Yi Yuan sneered, focusing his mind into a surge. The blood-red pills in the bodies of the three Chen Ze immediately took effect, causing them to fall to the ground and writhe in pain, as if their hearts were being twisted by a knife, their organs in turmoil akin to being bitten by countless insects. After a cultivator breaks through to the first level of qi refinement, their perception is no longer limited to themselves and can extend to the outside world. The stronger their cultivation, the wider the range of their perception. This kind of perception is known as divine sense among cultivators. Yi Yuan only needed to spread out his divine sense to activate the blood-red pills within the spirit slave. This is the means of controlling a spirit slave. As long as the master has a thought, death can occur in an instant. Yi Yuan calmly observed for a moment before turning to enter the pavilion, and only then did the blood-red pills within Chen Ze and the others cease their turmoil. You are my servants, do what a servant should do. The other two youths stood by the window, their gazes passing over the three, filled with both sympathy and concern, fearing that such pain would befall them as well. Jixing lay on the ground for a moment, struggling to rise, pulling Chen Ze and Yin Go up. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Chen Ze's glance and immediately swallowed his words. Having spent so much time together, he had developed a tacit understanding with Chen Ze. He knew that Chen Ze's gaze meant for him to say nothing and to observe the situation. Chen Ze silently walked into the empty room in the middle, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed, a bitter expression on his face, unable to help but recall his struggle with Yang Hong, letting out a self-deprecating smile. He had thought that fighting desperately could lead to change, yet in the end nothing had changed. Initially, he believed Qin Shan was giving him a chance, only to realize that Qin Shan treated their conflict as a mere performance. Qin Shan was merely a spectator. They were the clowns scheming and plotting against each other, ultimately just trying to elicit a smile from Qin Shan. What did those dead youths amount to, and what was he? Damn it. As someone at the first level of qi refinement, Yi Yuan was the true cultivator, while he was merely a spirit slave with life and death entirely in someone else's hands. He was unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, things had come to this point, and he could only accept it. However, he would not give up, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he could not abandon it. Thinking of this, Chen Ze suddenly rose and sat cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy into his. Soon footsteps were heard outside, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the 5 rooms nearly stopped simultaneously. The 5 of them perked up their ears, their hearts tightening. It was Yi Yuan's footsteps. Though faint, they weighed heavily on their hearts. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's footsteps grew fainter and did not come in their direction. Though they were not in the same room, the 5 of them almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Jixing pushed open the window and turned to look to the left. Yingo, are you all right? Jixing and Yingo lived on the left side of Chen Ze, their rooms adjacent, which made communication convenient. Yingo poked his head out and whispered, "It's fine now, oh, it doesn't hurt anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken that pill, and now I feel like I'm just meat on a chopping board." Jixing mumbled, then angrily shouted, "Just because my aptitude is slightly inferior, I became a spirit slave. Damn it, I refuse to accept this." Yingo softly advised, "Just let it go for now. Didn't he just forbid us from speaking? Be careful not to be discovered. If we don't speak all day, won't we suffocate?" Jixing snorted coldly, turned to the right, and shouted loudly, "Chen Ze, why aren't you speaking?" Chen Ze pushed open the window, just about to speak, when he suddenly spotted Yi Yuan standing behind the trees. His pupils constricted, and just as he was about to warn Jixing, the blood-red pills in his body activated again, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. Simultaneously, sounds of rolling on the ground came from Jixing and Yin guest room as well. Noisy. Yi Yuan slowly walked from behind the tree to the front of the house, the fluctuations of his divine sense growing stronger, seemingly determined to punish the 3 severely. "You 3 are so troublesome. As soon as I leave, you start talking. Do you not have ears?" As the fluctuations of divine sense intensified, the 3 felt their organs twisting painfully together, their hearts aching as they involuntarily let out heart-wrenching screams. After tormenting them for a moment, Yi Yuan finally withdrew his divine sense. "Come out." The 3 struggled to rise and opened the door, their lips pale, their clothes already soaked with sweat. Yi Yuan said coldly, "I told you not to speak. Your only role is to cultivate diligently. If you offend again, the punishment will be severe. Do you understand?" The 3 nodded with difficulty. Under such torment, they did not even have the strength to speak. "Return to your cultivation. Do not be lax." Yi Yuan casually waved his hand, about to turn and leave, when his gaze suddenly fell on Yen Ge. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he approached Yen Ge and raised his hand to smooth the sweat-drenched hair on Yen Ge's forehead. "I didn't notice earlier. You actually look quite good. Brother Qin has good taste. Yin Gu was startled and hurriedly lowered his head. Yi Yuan held Yin Ge's chin, lifting his head, and examined his face with interest. They are not allowed to leave their rooms without my permission, but you can and you may enter this pavilion. There are washing facilities inside. I will go out for a while. Oh, after you clean up, wait for me in the northern room on the second floor. Yin Ge's face instantly turned pale. Yi Yuan's meaning was already clear. Ji Xing clenched his fists ready to erupt, but was suddenly stopped by Chen Ze's grip on his wrist. Meeting Chen Ze's eyes, he suppressed his inner fury and walked back to his room with heavy steps. Yin Gu stood dazed in the courtyard, giving a bitter smile. Yi Yuan was indifferent, turning to leave. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet. After the earlier lesson, no one dared to speak, which was precisely the effect Yi Yuan wanted to see. Ji Xing collapsed on the ground, pounding the earth with all his might. Even as his fists bled, he did not stop, letting out a series of unwilling low growls from his throat. Chen Ze listened to the commotion from next door and sighed heavily. He was not afraid of being punished by Yi Yuan, but at that moment he did not know how to comfort Ji Xing. Watching the girl he liked go to serve another person was hard for him to accept, and Ji Xing's heart would only ache. But they were spirit slaves with life and death at Yi Yuan's whim. How could they dare to resist? Yin Gu stood in the courtyard for a long time, giving a bitter smile, before turning to enter the pavilion. Ji Xing listened to Yin Ge's footsteps growing more distant, his teeth clenched so hard they bled, yet he was unaware. After a moment, Yin Gu emerged from the pavilion freshly washed, and although he had no clothes to change into, he looked more radiant than before. Yin Gu slowly walked to the outside of Ji Xing's room and gently knocked on the door. Ji Xing, come out. Inside, Ji Xing wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, lowered his head, and opened the door without a word. Yin Gu approached Ji Xing, lifted his head with his hand, and gently asked, Ji Xing, do you like me? Ji Xing was taken aback, lowering his head once more, remaining silent. Yin Gu softly said, if you don't speak up now, once he returns, and I've been touched by him, whatever you say will no longer matter to me. Are you sure you won't say anything? Finally mustering his courage, Ji Xing looked up at Yin Gu, and after much hesitation he nodded. Yes, I like you. Yin Gu burst into laughter, gazing affectionately at Ji Xing, her voice growing softer. I like you too. Let's get married. Off. Ji Xing was completely stunned, disbelief etched in his eyes. Now, what else? Do you plan to wait until I'm sullied before being with me? Yin Gu asked with a smile, then looked at Ji Xing with utmost seriousness. I am clean, my body is pure, my heart is also pure. I want to give you my clean self. Do you dare to accept me? Ji Xing was bewildered, walking to the window where Chen Ze was. He knocked twice. Known for his straightforwardness, he now stammered, Chen Ze. I have no idea. What should I do? Chen Ze opened the door and approached Ji Xing, glancing at Yin Gu with admiration before smiling at Ji Xing. Didn't Yin Gu already tell you what to do? When did you become so hesitant? Ji Xing took a deep breath and tightly grasped Yin Ge's hand. All right, we'll get married. I just checked the attic. The setup is nice. Let's use it as our wedding room. I found some food and wine, and we can hold a wedding banquet. Yin Gu smiled brightly, pulling Ji Xing into the attic. Chen Ze walked to the door of the two young men on the right and gently knocked. Gentlemen, my brother is getting married, and I invite you to the banquet. After a moment of silence, the honest-looking youth living next to Chen Ze opened the door. Chen Ze looked at him, trying to recall his name, but only had a vague impression. Though he managed everyone after Yang Hong's death, he couldn't possibly remember all of them. What's your name? Chen Ze asked. Li Hong, the youth answered in a low voice. Please, Chen Ze gestured toward the attic. Li Hong hesitated for a moment, but gathered his courage to enter the attic. The group of spirit slaves who survived were those who had participated in the conflict that night. He had witnessed Chen Ze's methods firsthand, and although he feared Yi Yuan's punishment, he also dared not offend Chen Ze. Standing outside the rightmost room, Chen Ze calmly said, You know me without me needing to say it. I once gave up a group of people. I know they hate me, so I remember each of them. Before entering this courtyard, I carefully observed your appearance. You were not among those who hated me. Were you there that night? I was. A steady voice finally came from within. That night, I held a spear for you. What is your name? Zhao. I invite you to the banquet. Again there was silence from within, and after a long while a bitter laugh emerged. Chen Ze, please don't force me. I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. I said I invite you to the banquet. Chen Ze pronounced each word clearly, then his voice darkened. Since you were there that night, you should know my methods. If you don't come, it won't just be trouble. Ji Xing is getting married today. Killing is inauspicious. But I guarantee you will die tomorrow. With a creak, the door finally opened, and the sturdy Zhao and came before Chen Ze, lowering his head. Chen Ze, I will follow your orders. Although they were all spirit slaves, Chen Ze had managed them for a few months, and his influence still lingered. Under Chen Ze's threat, he ultimately chose to compromise. Please, Chen Ze gestured again. Zhao gritted his teeth and reluctantly walked into the attic. Chen Ze followed behind Zhao and walking to the second floor. The hall originally meant for receiving guests now bore a festive atmosphere, due to Jixing and Yin Ge's simple decorations. Jixing picked up several jars of wine found by Yin Ge and placed them before Chen Ze, smiling. I never imagined my wedding would be like this. It's a bit simple, but let's make do for now. We can do better later. That's fine. Chen Ze replied with a gentle smile, handing 2 jars of wine to Li Heng and Zhaoan. The two received the jars, anxiously falling silent once more. What are you afraid of? If Yi Yuan asks, just push the blame onto me. Jixing laughed heartily, patting the shoulders of both. He opened a jar of wine, breaking the seal, and said cheers. Cheers. Chen Ze raised his jar high, his face shining with genuine joy. Li Heng and Zhaoan, knowing they could not refuse, no longer hesitated, recalling their experiences with the Moji sect, and drank deeply. Yin Ge sat at the main seat, smiling as she watched the few drink together. After they finished a jar, she leaned slightly, performing a bow, exuding the demeanor of a wife. I apologize for the humble conditions. This is all I can offer you. We must hurry with the wedding night, as we don't know when Yi Yuan will return. The 3 of you please step aside. Li Heng and Zhaoan immediately stood up to leave. Had it not been for Chen Ze forcing them to come, they would not have dared to act so recklessly. Yin Ge's request to leave was an opportunity they welcomed. Chen Ze remained in his seat, smiling as he watched Jixing and Yin Ge. Yin Ge knew Chen Ze needed to talk to Jixing, so she gazed deeply at him before heading to the room to wait. Jixing picked up a jar of wine again, opened the seal, and handed it to Chen Ze. Chen Ze took the jar, but did not rush to drink. He removed a copper coin from his wrist, tucked the red thread into his pocket, and smiled as he handed the copper coin to Jixing. A newlywed cannot go without a gift. Chen Ze, here is a congratulatory coin. We brothers don't speak of. Jixing waved his hand, then pushed the copper coin back into Chen Ze's hand, laughing heartily. Although I've never heard you mention it, I see how you often caress this coin a bit. Must be important to you. To think you would consider giving this to me, good brother, that intention is enough. Seeing Jixing refusing to accept, Chen Ze finally stuffed the coin into his pocket and raised the wine jar. Then let's drink. Cheers. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, watch me. Jixing laughed heartily, raising his jar and drinking it, all the pent-up feelings in his heart dissipating. After finishing the wine, Jixing suddenly became serious. Do you think I might be a bit too impulsive? Yi Yuan won't let us go after he returns, and this will also implicate you. It is indeed impulsive. Chen Ze nodded with a smile, then shifted the topic. But in front of someone you like, there's no need for reason. Could you just watch as Yin Ge is sullied by Yi Yuan? Could I just sit idly by while you fight with Yi Yuan? When did you become so anxious? You just focus on the wedding night, I'll leave the rest to me. But we are about to have our wedding night, and I feel a bit nervous. Jixing scratched his head and asked, from what you said, do you have a plan? Chen Ze smiled. I do have a plan, but it's a bit hasty and may not be thorough. But it's all I can do for now. I don't know if we will have the chance to talk like this again, so I will tell you everything now. If we can communicate in the future, I'll revise it. All right, you speak, I'm listening. Jixing nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with shock after hearing Chen Ze's plan. Enough, this isn't the time to think about this. Chen Ze smiled warmly, patting Jixing's shoulder. Go on, have your wedding night now. Jixing finally suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to leave. Chen Ze shook the remaining wine jars one by one, pouring all the leftover wine into one jar before sitting down on the steps outside the attic. Li Heng and Zhaoan in the room stood by the window looking at Chen Ze in disbelief. They never imagined Chen Ze would be so bold. Did he not fear Yi Yuan returning unexpectedly? Chen Ze rested his left hand on his chin, lightly tapping the wine jar with his right hand, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan to return. An hour later, when Yi Yuan returned and saw Chen Ze sitting on the steps, he was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned cold. You dog servant, you have some nerve. Chen Ze picked up the wine jar and staggered over to Yi Yuan, appearing thoroughly intoxicated, raising the jar before Yi Yuan and shaking it to show the remnants of the wine inside. Don't be angry, there's still a little left, I've saved it for you. Yi Yuan's expression was as dark as water, just about to explode when he instinctively looked up at the sound of footsteps coming from the attic, momentarily frozen in place. Yin Ge's face still bore the traces of youth, her hair styled up and held in place with chopsticks, resembling a bride ready for marriage. Jixing embraced Yin Ge, standing proud and confident before Yi Yuan with hair tied back neatly using a rope. Before performing the hairpin ceremony, they had already styled their hair. Yi Yuan was stunned for a moment, then finally reacted, gritting his teeth in anger. You 3 dog servants, how dare you? Jixing laughed heartily. It seems you're quite angry, so just kill us already. I have already shared a bed with Jixing, I will never let you lay a finger on us. Come on, kill me, Yin Ge declared resolutely. Chen Ze spread his arms, closed his eyes, presenting himself as if ready to meet death. I was forced into this wretched place, my dantian has been shattered, and from henceforth I have no hope for cultivation. I have nothing left to cherish in this world. Come on, kill us, and we can be reborn. I wondered why you were so bold, it turns out you seek death wholeheartedly. You were born as my people, and you will die as my ghosts. I will not kill you, I will slowly torture you using the most brutal methods. Yi Yuan sneered, dispersing his divine sense. The blood-colored pills within Chen Ze and the others immediately activated, causing them to collapse and roll on the ground, emitting cries of agony. Yi Yuan coldly observed the three, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Under such excruciating torment within a short, while they each fainted in succession, Yi Yuan let out a cold grunt and summoned Li Heng and Zhaoan. After understanding the situation, he immediately ordered the two to hang Chen Ze and the others from a tree. As buckets of cold water were splashed over them, the three gradually regained consciousness. Chen Ze looked at Li Heng and Zhaoan, who held whips, and forced a smile. Come on, kill me, or I will repay this kindness in my next life. Die. Yi Yuan nearby chuckled coldly. I will let you know that sometimes death is a luxury. What are you two still dawdling for? Li Heng and Zhaoan, seeing Yi Yuan looking at them, hurriedly swung their whips, secretly feeling apologetic. As the whips fell continuously, the three soon had their skin and flesh torn apart with no intact flesh on their bodies, and they quickly fainted again from the pain. Yi Yuan's anger finally subsided a bit, and he turned to instruct Li Heng and Zhaoan. When they wake up, continue beating them, just keep them breathing. Yes, Li Heng and Zhaoan respectfully replied. Yi Yuan coldly glanced at the three who had fainted before flicking his sleeves and entering the attic. In the following days, Chen Ze and the others faced endless torment every day, with their wounds reopening before they could even scab over new injuries layered over old ones. Fortunately, their foundation was at the first level of qi refinement, and their bodies had already surpassed the ordinary realm, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. Yet, even so, the pain from the whips was truly unbearable. The three remained silent throughout, never uttering a single word of submission, merely staring stubbornly at the attic where Yi Yuan was, as if they were determined to seek death. Yi Yuan was busy cultivating, naturally unable to pay constant attention here. Li Heng and Zhaoan, unable to continue striking in the end, pretended to strike fiercely, but the actual blows were not too painful. 10 days later, Yi Yuan's voice suddenly drifted out from the attic, and Li Heng and Zhaoan immediately put down their whips and hurried into the attic. When the two emerged, Chen Ze immediately forced himself to endure the pain in his body and carefully observed their expressions. The two looked pale, their breaths weaker than before, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were almost imperceptible, appearing as if the spiritual energy within them had been drained. Spirit slaves, so it was like this. The two did not continue punishing them, instead they let them down. Li Heng said, "The master has commanded us to let you down so you can recover while waiting for the master's summons. The master said this time to spare you. If you offend again, it won't just be 10 days of whipping." As soon as the three touched the ground, they collapsed. Having been whipped for 10 days, they had no strength left to walk. Ji Xing refused the help of Li Heng and Zhaoan, sitting on the ground for a moment to recover, then forcing her weak body to carry Yin Ge back into the house. Li Heng and Zhaoan exchanged glances, assisting Chen Ze back to the room. Thank you. Chen Ze lay on the bed, his dry, cracked lips barely moving as he squeezed out two horses. Zhaoan turned to leave, but Li Heng stood beside Chen Ze for a while longer. After Zhaoan left, he leaned down close to Chen Ze's ear and whispered, "Chen Ze, take a good rest, you will get better." Chen Ze had no strength to move, merely casting a grateful glance at Li Heng. After watching Li Heng leave and close the door, he struggled to pull the corners of his mouth into a smile. From the moment Yin Ge decided to marry Ji Xing, he conceived this plan. Since the deed had been done, if he merely submitted, it could only bring him disaster. Only by appearing to seek death would Yi Yuan, in his desire to torture them, refrain from killing them, allowing him to gamble on this slim chance of survival. He gambled that they were still of use to Yi Yuan, who would never kill them immediately. He was right. Yi Yuan indeed harbored the intent to slowly torment them. However, this step was still perilous. If Yi Yuan decided to establish his authority with a heavy hand, they would undoubtedly die. But they had nothing left but this one life. They could only stake their lives on this slim chance of survival. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to endure before making further plans. But Yi Yuan suddenly demanded Yin Ge to serve him, and Yin Ge, being honorable, refused to be sullied. Moreover, with Ji Xing's temperament, he would naturally fight to the death for Yin Ge against Yi Yuan. If Ji Xing decided to fight to the death, how could he possibly stand by and do nothing? He didn't want to die and could resort to any means to survive, but he cherished the friendship with Huzi and Ji Xing, his only two friends since childhood. For a friend, what is death? If after enduring torture Yi Yuan still wanted Yin Ge to serve him, then he and Ji Xing would have no choice but to fight to the death. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill them, they would also fight him to the death. Although they could not harm Yi Yuan in the slightest due to the presence of the blood-colored pills within them, they would never sit still and wait for death. At worst, they would die. Fortunately, it did not come to that. Although they had endured much torment, they did not leave empty-handed. Li Heng and Zhaoan, like them, were spirit slaves. As spirit slaves, seeing them suffer such abuse, even if they could not speak out for them, their hearts could not be entirely unmoved. These two are ones worth courting. However, this is certainly not a matter of a day or two. He would not easily trust these two, requiring a long period of observation. The urgent priority is to heal his injuries. When Yi Yuan summons him, he can then verify whether these so-called spirit slaves are as he thinks. Chen Ze lay in bed for a moment, struggling to sit up and guide the spiritual energy into his body to recover. 5 days later, Chen Ze sat in his room in despair, his face filled with disappointment. His disappointment was not due to his injuries. With the nourishment of spiritual energy, his wounds had healed within 2 to 3 days. His discontent stemmed from the fact that whenever he was on the verge of filling his chi si during cultivation, the excess spiritual energy would overflow and dissipate from the gaps, rendering all his efforts futile. This meant he could not break through to the acupoint level, and his cultivation would stagnate, forever remaining at the first level of chi refinement. He was unwilling to accept this. How could he leave this place if his cultivation did not progress? Ji Xing. Yi Yuan's voice suddenly echoed from the attic, and Chen Ze immediately suppressed the complex emotions within him, standing silently by the window. This was the first time Yi Yuan had called Ji Xing after the punishment, and Chen Ze couldn't help but feel anxious. Ji Xing remained as defiant as ever, striding heavily across the floorboards, making quite a noise as if she wished to stomp the attic into pieces. Even when she emerged, her aura weakened, her head was held high. Chen Ze smiled faintly. Although they had not spent much time together, he understood Ji Xing all too well. If Ji Xing were to bow her head to Yi Yuan, she would no longer be Ji Xing. Next came Yan Gu. As soon as he stepped into the attic, Chen Ze heard the sound of Ji Xing knocking on the wall. This was the secret signal they had previously agreed upon. If Yan Gu took too long inside, they would rush in to confront Yi Yuan. Fortunately, Yan Gu emerged not long after, having spent almost the same amount of time in the attic as Ji Xing. It seemed that once Yi Yuan learned that Yan Gu shared a room with Ji Xing, he had no further intentions toward Yan Gu. Chen Ze had thought he would be called next, but unexpectedly Yi Yuan called for Li Hong. Though he had not interacted much with Li Hong, it was evident that Li Hong was a timid and honest person, walking carefully and not swaggering like Ji Xing. The fourth was Zhaoan. As soon as Yi Yuan called him, he hurried into the attic. Even when he emerged with cold sweat on his forehead, he respectfully bowed to the attic before returning to his room. Perhaps others would view Zhaoan as sycophantic, but to Chen Ze he was undoubtedly a wise man who knew how to read the situation. Remembering Zhao An's reaction when he had previously invited him, Chen Ze suddenly found this composed youth quite interesting. Zhaoan was just as cautious as he had always been, adept at swallowing his feelings, never showing them outwardly. Such a person was undoubtedly not simple. If he could win Zhaoan over, things would become much easier. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Chen Ze's ears. Despite being at the same level of chi refinement, such skill was something Chen Ze lacked. Chen Ze immediately left his room and entered the attic, slowly walking up the stairs. Upon reaching the top, he glanced at Yi Yuan, who was seated cross-legged on the meditation mat, then averted his gaze, remaining silent. Yi Yuan spoke calmly. "It seems you are just as stubborn as that Ji Xing. Let's see if you can hold out until..." Chen Ze remained expressionless, still silent. "I have plenty of time. Trust me, you will eventually be kneeling on the ground, begging me. You will be used to your last breath. Whether you live or die is not for you to decide. But before I grant you death, I will extract all your worth." Yi Yuan chuckled mockingly, gesturing to the opposite mat for Chen Ze to sit down. Without waiting for a response, he pressed his right hand on Chen Ze's crown, directly withdrawing the spiritual energy from his chi si. Along with it, Chen Ze's life force and vitality were drawn out. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he appeared to be in immense pain. Even in such a state, he suppressed the instinct to resist, allowing Yi Yuan to extract the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated. Soon Chen Ze's spiritual energy was completely drained. "All right, get lost." Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, Chen Ze, this spiritual slave, was no different from an ant. The disparity in their statuses was too great. As long as Chen Ze did not make any outrageous moves, he wouldn't even spare him a glance. After leaving the attic, Chen Ze glanced at Ji Xing and Yan Gu, who were silently watching him by the window, casting a reassuring look their way before hastily entering. Once back in his room, Chen Ze collapsed onto his bed, curling up under the covers, his hands and feet cold, his body trembling uncontrollably. The sensation of having his spiritual energy drained was indeed unbearable. His entire body felt hollow, as if he were a wandering soul in the world, lost and alone. It was at this moment that he finally understood that the cultivation method taught to them by Qin Shan was wrong. Despite being at the same level of chi refinement, Yi Yuan's aura was full, continuously absorbing spiritual energy into his body. As for them with inferior talents, they were destined from the start to only become vessels for storing spiritual energy, providing it for their master. The day their spiritual energy was drained would be the day of their demise. He was certainly unwilling. No one would want to weave garments for others, giving away the spiritual energy they had painstakingly absorbed. But what could he do? Resistance would only lead to death. If he did not wish to die, he could only comply obediently. From the moment he was sold to the Moji sect, his life no longer belonged to him. Where was the way out? The way out? Chen Ze pondered for a long time, without clarity, feeling flustered as he pulled the blanket over his head, involuntarily thinking of his mother. The moment he thought of his mother, warmth filled his body, and he felt less fatigued. In a daze, he seemed to see his mother enjoying the meal she had cooked, gazing at the gentle smile on her face. Chen Ze reached out to touch his mother's face, but she grew farther away, her features becoming increasingly blurred until she vanished. Mother! Chen Ze sprang up, suddenly staring at the dim room, lifting his head to gaze at the brightly lit attic outside, instantly falling into utter despair. It turned out to be just a dream. Chen Ze sat in the darkness for a long time before lying down again to turn over and continue sleeping. The side where he had rested his head earlier felt subtly damp. In the cramped room, Chen Ze lightly tapped his foot against the wall, darting about with agility, like a monkey bursting forth with a speed unattainable by mortals. This was a method he had devised himself. As long as he circulated his spiritual energy to his legs, he could do it. Without Yi Yuan's orders, he could not leave the room, and could only pass the time this way. After practicing for a while, Chen Ze sat cross-legged on the bed to recover his spiritual energy. He could not use too much spiritual energy, lest he be punished for insufficient energy when Yi Yuan needed it. Once his spiritual energy was restored, Chen Ze gazed at the scratches he had made on the wall, with his nails, his expression dimming. On the 37th day, he knew that given his current situation, there was no turning back. Yet if he did not keep track of the days, he would have no hope left in his heart. During this time, apart from visitors, Yi Yuan had remained in the attic practicing. The three of them frequently had their spiritual energy extracted due to their earlier actions. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan's voice rang out, almost perfectly timed with Chen Ze's newly restored spirit. This was Yi Yuan's revenge. Within just over 20 days, Yi Yuan had extracted his spiritual energy more than 50 times. Each time his energy was barely restored, Yi Yuan would call him in, and the same went for Ji Xing and Yen Ge. Chen Ze hurriedly got up and quickly walked to the top of the attic, silently sitting on the mat opposite Yi Yuan, allowing him to drain the spiritual energy from his Qi Si. He even suppressed the instinct to resist, and his gaze no longer bore that initial fearlessness when facing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan mocked. You no longer resist as you did before. It seems you have accepted your fate. Now all that's left is your stubbornness. Chen Ze remained silent, yet his eyes dimmed as if struck at the heart. After his spiritual energy was fully drained, the sensation of weakness returned. Chen Ze forced himself to stand despite the discomfort, lowering his head to take small steps backward. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Yi Yuan pulling out a spirit stone from his storage bag at his waist, unable to help but take a few more looks. If he could cultivate with a spirit stone, would his cultivation improve? But such an absurd thought quickly dissipated. With his status, he was unworthy of possessing a spirit stone. It was at this moment that he realized Yi Yuan's gaze towards him was no different than that towards the spirit stone. He too was a spirit stone, a human-shaped spirit stone. A servant, a spiritual slave, and also a spirit stone. In any case, not human. Yi Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing Chen Ze standing still. Chen Ze finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly turning to leave. After exiting the attic, he secretly sneered within. Yi Yuan thought he had begun to submit, but in reality, it was merely a facade he was putting on. From initially seeking death to gradually ceasing to struggle. With such a change, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly believe his methods had succeeded. Once Yi Yuan let his guard down, that would be his opportunity. Within the attic, Yi Yuan grasped the spirit stone, pure spiritual energy continuously flowing into his body. In less than an hour, he had completely absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the stone. The spirit stone, now devoid of spiritual energy, had turned into an ordinary rock lacking any radiance. Yi Yuan crushed it into powder, falling into deep thought. Absorbing a single spirit stone could equate to 10 days of cultivation. With his natural talent, if he had enough spirit stones, he could break through to the second level of Qi refinement in just a few months. However, the disciples of the Magic Extremity Sect were numerous. Even though his talent had earned him the status of an inner disciple, the care his master could provide him was limited. Moreover, the Magic Extremity Sect traditionally believed in the survival of the fittest. To obtain more cultivation resources, one must strive for them through their own strength. Only by finding a way to acquire enough spirit stones could he ensure his cultivation speed wouldn't be affected. With this in mind, Yi Yuan slowly rose and left the courtyard. The light barrier enveloping the courtyard began to fluctuate, and after a period of observation, the few people in the room understood that this signified Yi Yuan had stepped out. But out of caution, no one dared to speak first. The courtyard remained eerily silent. It wasn't until about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea that the sound of a window being pushed open was heard, and Ji Xing poked half his head out. He has left, truly left. It seems he won't be back anytime soon. Let's discuss this. That guy really can endure. He sat in the room for 20 days straight. Having not spoken for so many days, I am truly at my wit's end. Chen Ze, are you mute? Chen Ze then pushed open the window and looked at Ji Xing, his gaze falling on Ji Xing's graying hair at the temples, causing his expression to become complex. Your hair has turned white. Ji Xing was taken aback and pointed to Chen Ze's temples. Yours has turned white too. That bastard, not only did he drain my spiritual energy, but he also took my vitality. It's infuriating. Yan Gu pushed open the window and leaned out, gazing at the graying Ji Xing, and Chen Ze, unable to suppress a gasp, her expression quickly dimming thereafter. No need to ask, mine must have turned white too. Ji Xing, do I look that unattractive? Ji Xing comforted softly. How could that be? No matter how you change, you remain the most beautiful. Yan Gu whispered. Do you think if this continues, how much longer can we live? Chen Ze remained silent, and Ji Xing also fell silent. They understood their own bodies well, each aware of the truth, but unwilling to voice it. 2 years, at most 2 years, and their vitality would be drained, leading to their deaths. In the next room, Li Heng secretly wiped away tears. Although the sobs were quiet, Chen Ze and the others heard them clearly. Ji Xing asked, why are you crying? I'm only 13 and I don't want to die. Li Heng began to sob. Ji Xing impatiently retorted, crying, that's all you know. If crying were effective, you might as well cry Yi Yuan to death. A real man doesn't shed tears. Stop crying. But I truly don't want to die. I don't have the courage to face death like you all do. I want to go home. My parents are still. I was abducted. If I die, my parents will be heartbroken. The more Li Heng thought about it, the more distressed he became, and his sobs grew louder. Enough, stop crying. Ji Xing shouted, his voice so loud that it startled Li Heng into silence. What is there to cry about? If you don't want to die, find a way to escape. You can. Ji Xing. Chen Ze immediately interrupted Ji Xing, shaking his head at him. Ji Xing then realized he had misspoken and promptly shut his mouth. He and Chen Ze were naturally unwilling to die like this and had been thinking of ways to escape, but these matters couldn't be spoken of. If Li Heng revealed this to Yi Yuan, they would be finished. Ji Xing cleared his throat and changed the subject teasingly, saying, Chen Ze, I found someone even more reticent than you. Who? Chen Ze asked. Who else could it be? Of course it's him. Ji Xing pointed at the house on the far right. He has hardly said a word since he got here. He's simply a tight-lipped person. The person living in the far right house Zhao and did not respond at all. He didn't even open his window. He was the most disciplined among the 5, and even when Yi Yuan was absent, he still remembered not to speak. Suddenly, the light barrier above the courtyard sent out a wave of fluctuations, and the few quickly shut their windows. Soon after, Yi Yuan entered the inner courtyard, but this time he did not directly walk into the attic as usual. Instead, he approached the outside of their rooms. Come out. The hearts of the few sank immediately. Did Yi Yuan overhear their conversation just now? With anxious hearts, they stepped outside, basking in the long mist sunlight, yet feeling uneasy as they anxiously gazed at Yi Yuan. When they saw him holding a completely black tiger cub, their eyes filled with confusion. Yi Yuan handed the tiger cub to Ji Xing, then pointed at Zhao and instructing, from now on you two are responsible for feeding this mystical tiger, giving it fresh blood and meat 3 times a day. There are livestock in the pasture down the mountain. Go get it yourselves, and each outing must not exceed the time it takes to burn an incense stick. There is land outside the courtyard. Plant the seeds and nourish them with spiritual power. Yi Yuan took out a handful of seeds and handed them to Yan Gu, then retrieved a heavy silver ingot weighing hundreds of pounds and a hefty black iron hammer from his storage bag. The eyes of the 5 widened. They had never seen so much money in their lives. From now on, you are responsible for forging, refining silver essence using spiritual energy. Yi Yuan glanced at Li Heng before demonstrating the hand seal to open the light barrier. The others couldn't help but feel delighted. This meant they would have a chance to go out and stretch their legs. Finally, Yi Yuan beckoned Chen Ze over, indicating for him to enter the attic. Once at the top floor, he took out a palm-sized jade tablet and handed it to Chen Ze. Use your spiritual sense to examine it. This was no ordinary jade. It was a jade slip crafted from jade marrow, capable of containing spiritual energy. After being imprinted with a cultivator's spiritual sense, it could retain sound and even images, often used to record cultivation techniques and other important information. Chen Ze cautiously released his spiritual sense, immersing it into the jade slip, and a deep, hoarse voice immediately echoed in his ears. Alchemy requires knowledge of pharmacology and the 5 elements, merging the essence of herbs into one to create pills. 1 grade gathering spirit pill, 7 clusters of roots, and 1 flower. As the voice dissipated, Chen Ze stood still, recalling the information repeatedly. Once he confirmed he hadn't made any mistakes, he returned the jade slip to Yi Yuan. The so-called pills are the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures gathered together. Each type of pill has different effects with varying grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect. Pills are graded from low to high, spanning 10 levels, with the first grade being the lowest and the 10th being the strongest. The highest grade of pills that a chi refinement stage cultivator can create is the 2nd grade. As for the 1-grade gathering spirit pill recorded on the jade slip, taking it could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, making cultivation much more efficient. Yi Yuan took out a dark alchemy furnace and placed it before Chen Ze, waving his hand to fill the ground with herbs. Yi Yuan observed Chen Ze standing still and coldly said, "I told you to refine pills, didn't you hear?" Chen Ze then regained his senses, and with no choice but to meet Yi Yuan's unyielding gaze, he reluctantly sat before the pill furnace, channeling his spiritual energy into it. This pill furnace, crafted through special means, could convert any type of spiritual energy into flames. As Chen Ze watched the flames engulf the furnace, he did not immediately add the medicinal materials. Instead, he carefully contemplated the contents of the jade slip. Yi Yuan did not rush him, quietly standing by. He often absorbed the spiritual energy of Chen Ze and others, well aware of their talents. Refining pills required a relatively intact wood spiritual root. Among Chen Ze's 5 elements, the wood spiritual root was the best. Although it was only half complete, it barely met the requirements for pill refining. Though Yi Yuan possessed a perfect gold fire spiritual root, his wood spiritual root was exceedingly poor, even inferior to Chen Ze's. Otherwise, he would not have risked letting Chen Ze refine pills. After contemplating for a long while, Chen Ze finally picked up the medicinal materials and threw them into the pill furnace. Within just a few moments, the furnace began to tremble. With a loud bang, the lid of the furnace abruptly flew open, and the materials inside were instantly reduced to ashes. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Ze's forehead, as the pill refining process was exceedingly complex. Whether it was the temperature of the furnace, the essence of the medicinal materials, or the interactions between their properties, any misstep could lead to failure. He had never refined pills before and had no guidance. It was far from easy to attempt this on his own. Fortunately, Yi Yuan did not express any blame. He merely waved his sleeve, sending a blast of energy to sweep away the ashes from the furnace, calmly stating, "Continue." Chen Ze did not immediately begin the second attempt at refining, but instead seriously recalled the steps from the previous attempt, pondering for a long while before placing the materials back into the furnace. However, having never encountered pill refining before, it was exceedingly challenging for him to grasp the process by himself. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before the lid popped open again, but fortunately this time it held out for a few more breaths. By the 5th attempt, the lid finally stopped popping open. However, once the flames extinguished, Chen Ze looked inside the furnace at the dark charred mass and knew without a doubt that it was not the spirit-gathering pill Yi Yuan wanted. 6th attempt, 7th attempt. With each failure, Yi Yuan's expression gradually darkened. He understood that it was difficult to succeed at pill refining without guidance. However, the jade slip detailing the pill refining technique was far too expensive for him to afford. He desperately needed spirit stones. If he succeeded in refining the pill, he could exchange it for spirit stones. Yet if he failed, the medicinal materials and pill furnace he bought would be wasted, leaving him without spirit stones for a long time. The Demon Extreme Sect had many tasks for earning spirit stones, but no new disciples would choose to refine. This was because a good alchemist required a substantial amount of medicinal materials, which in turn meant a large investment of spirit stones. A newcomer certainly did not have that much to waste on pill refining. Although Yi Yuan was a newcomer, he was not an ordinary one. As a genius, he possessed the boldness and determination that ordinary people lacked. This was a gamble. If he won, he would gain a shortcut to acquiring spirit stones. But if he lost? As Chen Ze extinguished the flames, Yi Yuan lifted the lid, gazing at the pile of waste inside the furnace, narrowing his eyes. 9th failure. The scarlet pill within his body reacted, causing Chen Ze to groan and collapse to the ground. His organs twisted painfully, and the stinging sensation made him roll on the ground, quickly soaking his clothes with sweat. Yi Yuan grabbed Chen Ze by the collar, coldly stating, "This is the last batch of materials. If you fail again, you'll pay with your life." Chen Ze struggled to rise, trembling hands picking up the medicinal materials and placing them into the furnace. However, this time the flames did not ignite for a long while. Chen Ze suddenly looked up at Yi Yuan and softly said, "If you are here, I will be distracted. Can you step outside?" Yi Yuan was taken aback, then furrowed his brows, casting a cold glance at Chen Ze before dismissively turning away, saying, "You better succeed, otherwise your fate will be worse." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ze did not rush to begin refining, but carefully recalled all the steps from the 1st to the 9th attempts, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Only by thoroughly understanding could he possibly refine the spirit-gathering pill. This thought brought to mind the setting sun. Yi Yuan stood at the edge of the wooden staircase on the 2nd floor. His expression had already returned to calm, showing no impatience. He could naturally sense that Chen Ze was taking too long to act, but having waited this long, he was not concerned about a bit more time. He only wanted results. If Chen Ze succeeded, all would be well. But if he failed, that would be another matter. In the attic, Chen Ze's gaze gradually became focused. The pressure from Yi Yuan had been cast aside. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on one thing: to refine the spirit-gathering pill. The flames ignited, the medicinal materials entered the furnace, and Chen Ze completely spread out his divine sense, carefully sensing the changes within the furnace. The flames danced, reflecting in Chen Ze's eyes as the essence of the medicinal materials was extracted and slowly integrated. After a long time, with a loud bang, the furnace lid popped open once more, and the flames extinguished instantly. Yi Yuan, who had been keenly observing, rushed forward. Upon seeing the empty furnace, his face darkened to the extreme. Waste. The scarlet pill inside him flared up again, causing Chen Ze to roll on the ground in pain. Although the flames had died down, it seemed as if a flicker of flame still lingered in his eyes, desperately struggling to extend his clenched right hand. A round azure pill quietly lay in the palm of Chen Ze's hand. Yi Yuan was momentarily stunned before retracting his control over the scarlet pill and examining the pill closely. Then he abruptly looked at Chen Ze, his eyes shining with brilliance. "Very well, you truly did not disappoint me." Chen Ze staggered to his feet, performed a salute, and turned to leave. Yi Yuan suddenly called out to him, "You've performed well these days, I will overlook past matters. Recover your spiritual energy well from now on, just focus on refining pills for me." "Yes." Chen Ze lowered his head and slowly backed out. Outside the attic, Chen Ze responded with a calm gaze to the looks of Ji Xing and Yin Gu before not lingering too long in the courtyard. After returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed, pressing hard on his head, which felt as if it were being pricked by needles, cold sweat streaming down. After refining pills for so long, his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Moreover, pill refining required constant attention to the changes within the furnace, which was also very taxing on his mind and divine sense. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, not wanting to move even a finger. The thought of recovering his spiritual energy or refining pills was the last thing on his mind. He just wanted to sleep well. However, when his peripheral vision fell on the copper coin on his wrist, a sudden surge of strength filled him, and he sat up abruptly, beginning to restore his spiritual energy. He must not give up, absolutely must not. As long as he has breath, he must never give in. The next morning, the sound of Yi Yuan's footsteps came from outside the house. After a short while, he returned. Chen Ze hurried out of the house and entered the loft. Upon seeing the alchemy furnace and the scattered herbs, he realized he would once again be refining pills under Yi Yuan's watchful gaze. It was still the gathering spirit pill, still 10 sets of herbs. However, this time, Yi Yuan merely pointed to the alchemy furnace and began to cultivate with a spirit stone in hand. Sitting beside the alchemy furnace, Chen Ze did not rush to refine the pills, but carefully recalled the steps and feelings from yesterday's successful refinement. After simulating it several times in his mind, he released his qi to ignite the furnace. With yesterday's experience, the pill lid did not pop open. However, when Chen Ze lifted the lid, the herbs inside once again turned into a pile of blackened waste. It was a failure. Chen Ze's expression remained quite calm. Just because he successfully refined the gathering spirit pill yesterday did not guarantee that he would succeed every time. Although the herbs were the same, there were subtle differences between each set of herbs, and adjustments had to be made each time he refined pills. These experiences couldn't be taught by others, they could only be slowly explored and accumulated by oneself. Chen Ze turned to glance at Yi Yuan, who was still cultivating with the spirit stone, showing no reaction to the happenings around him. He immediately understood Yi Yuan's intention. Just like yesterday, as long as one set out of the 10 was successfully refined into a gathering spirit pill, the task would be considered completed. Having figured out the reason for his earlier failure, Chen Ze reignited the furnace. 2 sets, 3 sets. As he became more skilled at refining, his focus gradually shifted entirely to the alchemy furnace, completely forgetting that Yi Yuan was right beside him. On the 7th attempt, when Chen Ze opened the alchemy furnace and saw the gathering spirit pill exuding spiritual energy, he felt a surge of joy. He had succeeded. At the same time, the spirit stone in Yi Yuan's hand turned to dust as he opened his eyes and took the gathering spirit pill. "Not bad, keep going." Chen Ze nodded and started refining again. This time, Yi Yuan did not continue cultivating, but focused intently on Chen Ze's pill refining. If he could produce another gathering spirit pill, it would be even more profitable. Unfortunately, the last 3 attempts ended in failure. The 10th attempt was the closest, having taken on the form of a pill, but it failed due to poor fire control at the final moment. However, Yi Yuan did not blame Chen Ze this time, merely waving his hand to signal Chen Ze to leave. He could tell that Chen Ze's pill refining technique had improved significantly compared to yesterday. Achieving this level without guidance was already quite remarkable. Given some time, Chen Ze's success rate in refining pills would only increase. In that case, he would acquire more spirit stones. After leaving the loft, Chen Ze exchanged glances with Li Hong, who was hammering silver ingots, and just as he was about to return to the house, he felt a pang of envy upon seeing Ji Xing and Zhaoan come in, both holding a tiger cub. When would he be able to go out for a stroll? Yi Shidi is truly remarkable to be able to produce so many gathering spirit pills at once. Having a complete golden fire root is one thing, but who knew he was also so skilled at alchemy? Truly a genius. Indeed, alchemy is the most resource-intensive endeavor and requires guidance. Who would have thought that Yi Shidi could master it without a teacher? Truly a unseen-a-century genius. The new disciples who dare to refine pills for spirit stones Yi Shidi is probably the first making others admire him. On the resplendent jade platform, Yi Yuan stood in front of a wooden cabinet calmly observing the light screen above, ignoring the praises from those around him. This place was called the Spirit Treasure Platform, where disciples of the Moji sect received tasks and exchanged spirit stones. During this time, Yi Yuan had become a frequent visitor. He was already a genius, and with each visit bringing more gathering spirit pills, he naturally drew attention. On this occasion, Yi Yuan directly produced 10 gathering spirit pills. Such a display impressed even those cultivators who had been alchemists for years. Behind the wooden cabinet, a disciple of the Moji sect picked up a porcelain vial, poured the pills into his hand, examined them carefully, and then placed them back to check the next vial. Once pills were refined, they were typically sealed in vials to prevent loss of efficacy. The more precious the pill, the better the material of the vial used. Some high-quality vials even had the function of nourishing the pills to enhance their effects, but such vials were prohibitively expensive. Since Yi Yuan refined the pills and exchanged them immediately, he naturally wouldn't waste spirit stones on expensive vials, using only the lowest quality porcelain vials. After inspecting the 10 pills, the Moji sect disciple stored them away and pushed a pile of spirit stones in front of Yi Yuan, his face beaming with smiles. All the quality is up to standard. Yi Shidi truly impresses everyone. One gathering spirit pill costs 3 spirit stones, totaling 30 spirit stones. Please check. No need, I naturally trust the reputation of the Spirit Treasure Platform. Yi Yuan shook his head and then clasped his fists in a salute. Please give me another 100 sets of herbs for the gathering spirit pill. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir of excitement swept through the crowd. While after taking out 10 gathering spirit pills at once, he bought 100 sets of herbs. What a grand gesture. It seems he is very confident in his alchemy skills. Yi Shidi has been coming every day to buy herbs for alchemy and now has managed to gather 10 gathering spirit pills at once. It seems he wants to go big. What boldness. It's good for young people to have ambition, but they should also act within their means. Although the gathering spirit pill is the simplest first-grade pill, Yi Shidi has only recently learned alchemy and may not be able to break even. That is not true. Yi Shidi is a genius. Geniuses should naturally do things that ordinary people would not dare to do. Despite the mixed opinions of those around him, Yi Yuan remained indifferent, storing away the herbs and remaining spirit stones before turning to leave. Others speculated whether he would profit or lose this time, but only he knew that he would surely make a substantial profit. 2 spirit stones for a set of herbs, 3 spirit stones for a gathering spirit pill, 1 gathering spirit pill from 10 sets of herbs would mean profit. With Chen Ze's current success rate in alchemy, he could stabilize at producing 2 gathering spirit pills from 10 sets of herbs. These people only believed that Yi Yuan was exceptionally talented. If they knew that Yi Yuan could not refine pills at all, and that it was his spirit slave doing the work, they would not know what to think. Inside the house, Chen Ze sat cross-legged, gathering spiritual energy to fill his qi once more. Although each time the qi overflowed, he had never given up on his cultivation. Though his cultivation level had not improved at all, the spiritual energy in his qi had become denser than ever due to continuous pill refining. Suddenly Yin Ge's shrill scream echoed, and Chen Ze immediately halted his cultivation, standing by the window to watch, Yin Ge rolling on the ground outside, his face showing pity. However, the instigator of all this, Yi Yuan, showed no sympathy, merely coldly watching Yin Ge. Trash, you can't even grow herbs properly, what use are you to me? Li Heng watched as Yin Ge was punished, his hand holding the forging hammer, suspended in midair, forgetting to strike, until Yi Yuan turned his gaze towards him, prompting him to hurriedly bring the hammer down, silently feeling sympathy for Yin Ge in his heart. Coincidentally, Ji Xing and Zhaoan returned just as they were out feeding the tiger cubs. Zhaoan saw this scene and immediately stood at a distance, avoiding eye contact, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Ji Xing threw the tiger cub in his arms to Zhao and stepping in front of Yin Ge and said sternly, "It's her first time planting medicinal herbs. She has no experience, and to achieve this is already quite remarkable. How can you treat her like this?" Yi Yuan's divine sense spread out, causing Ji Xing to immediately fall to the ground, rolling around just like Yin Ge. "It's you again. Last time I was out, you all talked behind my back, but you were the one who insulted me the worst. I want her to serve me, and you've already ruined her. You've provoked me time and again. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? If you want to stick your neck out, then you'll have to bear the consequences for her." Ji Xing's face twisted in pain, cold sweat pouring down. However, he remained stubborn as ever, gritting his teeth and not uttering a word, unwilling to show weakness before Yi Yuan. Interesting. Yi Yuan chuckled coldly, intensifying his divine sense. "If you refuse to submit, then go die." "Oh, Ji Xing screamed in agony, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. Li Heng and Zhao and could feel his aura rapidly weakening, yet they dared not step forward to stop it. Yingu also felt the blood-colored pill in her body acting up, causing her pain that prevented her from getting up. All she could do was look at Ji Xing with concerned, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes, as she didn't want to see Ji Xing die before her. With a creak, the sound of the door opening echoed. Though the noise was not loud, it seemed quite abrupt at that moment, making it hard not to notice. The few of them turned to see Chen Ze stepping out of the room, and their expressions became complicated all at once. What? Do you also want to stick your neck out for them? Yi Yuan frowned and said coldly, don't think that just because you can refine pills I won't deal with you. Chen Ze shook his head and calmly replied, I just want to see if those herbs can be saved. If they can be saved, I can refine a few more pills. Yi Yuan's frown gradually relaxed, retracting his divine sense, and using a hand gesture to open the light barrier surrounding the courtyard, stepping forward first. Everyone come out. Chen Ze immediately followed, slightly tilting his head to give Yingu a glance, and she hurriedly helped Ji Xing and followed him out. Outside the courtyard, Chen Ze had no time to feel the joy of exiting, quickly walking into the medicinal herb garden. He squatted down in front of a wilted purple flower, concentrating his divine sense on it, carefully assessing. After a moment, Chen Ze released his spiritual energy into the soil, extracting a significant amount of moisture around the purple flower. It's overwatered. I've never planted herbs before, but after refining pills for so long, I have some understanding of them. Moreover, my wood spirit root is inherently attuned to plants, so even with just half a wood spirit root, I can understand the condition of these herbs if I focus carefully. Chen Ze injected spiritual energy into the purple flower, and the originally wilted flower gradually regained vitality. This one is buried too deep. This one is too dry, and also buried too shallow. This one received too much spiritual energy, its roots are damaged. Yi Yuan watched Chen Ze wandering around the medicinal herb garden, restoring most of the damaged herbs, and his expression gradually became satisfied. All right. Yi Yuan called Chen Ze to a stop. Just tell them how to do it, and come in with me. Yes. Chen Ze walked to Yen Jiyi's side, carefully instructing her while pointing at each damaged herb. Yen Ge looked at Chen Ze gratefully and said softly, Chen Ze, thank you. Chen Ze replied coldly, if you can't even handle something so simple, instead of thanking me, you should put in more effort. Yen Ge was taken aback, her repressed tears swirling in her eyes once more. Li Heng and Zhao and were also stunned. Chen Ze was not typically a harsh person. Why was he speaking so forcefully this time? Ji Xing shouted angrily, Chen Ze, what do you mean? On what basis do you say that to her? Chen Ze replied indifferently, if she did something wrong, can I say it? You. Ji Xing fiercely grabbed Chen Ze by the collar, glaring at him. How have you changed so much? Chen Ze replied calmly, I've always been like this. Did you just notice today? To survive, I can do anything. No, you weren't like this before. Ji Xing murmured, disappointment filling his eye. Chen Ze sneered, you shouldn't be concerned about what kind of person I am. Oh, I only ask that you take good care of your wife and don't cause us any more trouble. If it weren't for her, how could we have suffered so much? Ji Xing was taken aback, then fiercely swung a punch at Chen Ze's face, knocking him down to the ground. You bastard. Chen Ze got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced expressionlessly at Ji Xing, and turned to walk into the courtyard, secretly sighing. He didn't want to say such hurtful words, but if he didn't this time, sticking his neck out would have no meaning. The same result, different intentions, would make a significant difference. If it was out of concern for these herbs, Yi Yuan would think he was very loyal. But if it was to stand up for Yen Ge and Ji Xing, Yi Yuan would feel displeased. The scene of the spirit slaves uniting was something Yi Yuan would definitely not want to see. When Chen Ze entered the courtyard, Li Heng just happened to hand a palm-sized piece of silver essence to Yi Yuan, wiping the sweat from his forehead and pointing at the uneven silver blocks on the ground. Master, these scraps can no longer be refined. How should we dispose of them? You can keep it. Yi Chun turned slightly, seeing Chen Ze following behind, and started walking again. Inside the attic, Yi Yuan waved his hand, and the entire top floor was immediately filled with medicinal herbs. 100 sets, and if you can produce 20 gathering spirit pills, that will count as passing. Hurry up, the spiritual energy will be exhausted soon. Yes. Chen Ze sat in front of the pill furnace, grabbed herbs, and threw them into the furnace, the flames igniting everything, appearing so skilled. After the spiritual energy was exhausted, Chen Ze handed the 2 freshly refined gathering spirit pills to Yi Yuan, his expression suddenly becoming complicated. It was ridiculous. He had refined pills for so long, but had never eaten a pill he had made. Even when his spiritual energy was exhausted, he could only sit down and recover slowly. All of this was because he was a spirit slave. He didn't deserve it. Yi Yuan noticed something was off with Chen Ze's gaze, and his brow furrowed. What's wrong? It's nothing, just too much mental exhaustion, feeling a bit dazed. Chen Ze quickly withdrew his gaze and grabbed another set of herbs to throw into the furnace. 5 days later, the furnace fire extinguished and the herbs on the ground had disappeared, replaced by 24 bottles of pills. This result far exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Yi Yuan looked at the porcelain bottles containing the pills before him and nodded in satisfaction. You've performed well these days, you no longer resist like you did at the beginning. As a spirit slave, I dare not resist. I'm glad you have such awareness. Yi Yuan picked up a porcelain bottle, poured the gathering spirit pills into his palm, glanced at them, and casually tossed them on the ground. This is your reward. Chen Ze lowered his head and softly said, such a precious item, I cannot accept it. Moreover, my Qi Si is already broken, so it's useless to eat it. As for the consumed spiritual energy, I will recover slowly. Yi Yuan said lightly, what I reward you with you cannot refuse. Chen Ze murmured, I dare not refuse. To be fair, he really wanted to try the effects of the gathering spirit pills he had refined. But as Yi Yuan threw the gathering spirit pills on the ground in such a blatant insult, he could not accept it. His mother had taught him before that a person could be poor, but they should not live without dignity. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, his divine sense spreading, causing the bright red pills in Chen Ze's body to act up once more. Who do you think you are thinking that just because you've refined a few pills you can defy my will? You are my spirit slave, and you will be for life. Your life and death are in my hands. This is your fate, and you can never escape it. Now I want you to pick it up. If Chen Ze's Qi Si hadn't broken, Yi Yuan would never have treated him this way. Instead, he would have cultivated him as a dedicated alchemist. But now that Chen Ze's Qi Si had broken, the thin spiritual energy within him could not support him in refining pills for long, which meant he could not become a high-level alchemist, and could not even refine higher quality first-grade pills. As Yi Yuan's cultivation deepened, Chen Ze's help to him would become less significant, which was the reason Yi Yuan looked down on Chen Ze so much. No matter how high his alchemical talent was, if his Qi Si was broken, he was still useless. Chen Ze struggled to extend his hand, grabbing the pill and stuffing it into his mouth, the intense pain in his body gradually subsiding. Yi Yuan saw Chen Ze submit and raised the corner of his mouth, casually waving his hand. Remember to know your place from now on, go away. Yes, I take my leave. Chen Ze hurriedly stood up, disregarding the sweat on his forehead, respectfully bowed, and then staggered away while suppressing the intense pain in his body. After leaving the attic, Chen Ze hurriedly walked into his room for the first time, not responding to the few gazes by the window. He sat on the bed, gritting his teeth, trembling with anger. He knew that a small lack of patience could ruin a great plan, but no matter how patient he could be, he could not ignore such an insult. Perhaps he would encounter such insults again in the future, or even worse. But in order to survive and return to see his mother, he must endure. The bright moonlight outside the window shone on the ground, and Chen Ze looked up at the brightly lit attic, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. He had hesitated earlier, but now he had made up his mind. In the early morning, Yi Yuan hurriedly walked out of the courtyard, heading straight towards the spirit treasure platform. With 23 gathering spirit pills, the commotion he caused this time would be even greater. After exchanging for spirit stones, he would not be lacking in them for a while. Yet the real hero behind this had no idea and was even being tormented at will. In the courtyard, Ji Xing waited for a while before pushing open the window, saying, "Hey guys, want to come out and chat?" Li Hong was the first to stick his head out, stretching lazily, but when he saw the tiger cub also poking its head out with Ji Xing, he quickly shrank back in fright. Why has it grown so fast? Can you not let it out? I'm scared to see it. In just over 10 days, the tiger cub, which was only the size of 2 palms before, had already doubled in size. Although he didn't know what breed it was, it couldn't be an ordinary tiger if it was raised by cultivators. Ji Xing patted the tiger cub's head and laughed. What's there to be afraid of a tiger? I'm telling you, my dad is a famous hunter in the area, having killed at least 8 tigers. I even shot one myself. Besides, Little Black is so cute, it's not scary at all. Right, Little Black? Oh, woo. The tiger cub lazily called out, struggling to cling to the windowsill to stand, but since it had just been born and lacked strength, if Ji Xing hadn't caught it in time, it would have likely fallen. You really treat it like a dog, and even gave it such an ugly name. Be careful, it bites you when it grows up. Yan Gu also poked his head out, comfortably stretching and teasing Ji Xing. That won't happen. I feed it every day, so it's close to me. Ji Xing chuckled, and suddenly hearing the noise from the window being pushed, he turned to see Chen Ze poking his head out. He snorted coldly and quickly turned away. Chen Ze also sneered, turning his head towards Li Hong. Don't all look so serious. Li Hong took out the leftover silver blocks from refining and tossed one to Chen Ze, jokingly, saying, "Brother Chen Ze, take this and spend it as you like. Ji Xing, catch this. Yan Gu, this largest piece is for you." Ji Xing caught the silver block, weighted in his hand, and teased, "If I were at home, I would certainly tell my parents that I struck it rich. But here silver is of no use, it's just some unwanted trinkets. If you gave me a spirit stone, I'd definitely thank you properly." Li Hong sighed. "You say that, but where would we get such things?" Chen Ze looked down at the silver block in his hand, suddenly finding it a bit amusing. He had been sold by that gambling addict for 2 taels of silver, while the gambling house had sold him to Li Chongqing for 10 taels. Yet this silver block in his hand was worth at least 20. When Li Chongqing bought him, he didn't haggle at that time. He only felt that Li Chongqing was quite wealthy. But now he understood, just as Ji Xing said, that the gold and silver valued by mortals were nothing to cultivators. Just for a few taels of broken silver, he had been sold to this dark and sunless place. Heh, thanks. Chen Ze raised the silver block and shook it at Li Hong. Though it was useless now, it might come in handy later. We're all in the same boat. Why say such things? Li Hong waved his hand and called out to the other side, Zhao, and do you want some? Zhao remained as silent as ever, offering no response. Ji Xing pouted in disdain and said, what are you saying to this mute? It would be strange if he replied to you. Having been here for so long, Zhao had never spoken a word to any of them. Even when he went out with Ji Xing to feed the tiger cub, there had never been a conversation. In adhering to Yi Yuan's rules, he was doing better than anyone else. Suddenly the sound of a door opening rang out, and Zhao walked out amidst the astonished gazes of the others, glancing at the silver block in Li Heng's hand and waving his hand to indicate he didn't want any. When Zhao walked up to Ji Xing and pointed at the tiger cub in Ji Xing's arms, the others finally realized. They had initially thought Zhao had suddenly gained some courage. It turned out he wanted to go out with Ji Xing to feed Little Black. Let's go, we're going out for some fresh air. Ah, how good it feels to be able to go out. Ji Xing laughed heartily, holding Little Black as he opened the door and walked out, casting a proud glance at Chen Ze, his eyes brimming with provocation. Chen Ze looked on with cold eyes, his feelings becoming complicated. Even though he knew Ji Xing was saying this on purpose, seeing Ji Xing able to go out made him genuinely envious. Li Hong sighed after refining the silver block. I can't go out into the courtyard now. If only I could trade places. Just as Chen Ze was about to speak, he suddenly looked up at the fluctuating light barrier and listened intently. The three of them had just gone out, so the fluctuation of the light barrier was normal, but Chen Ze heard 4 footsteps. Yi Yuan had returned. Chen Ze quickly made a shushing gesture, pointed outside, and immediately closed the window. Li Hong understood instantly and hurriedly shut the window. Chen Ze. The first thing Yi Yuan said upon returning was calling out to Chen Ze. Chen Ze quickly stepped out and followed him into the attic. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, it seemed he was going to ask him to refine pills again. However, given his current success rate in refining gathering spirit pills, it wasn't difficult to meet Yi Yuan's requirements. But soon Chen Ze's expression turned grim because Yi Yuan handed him 2 jade slips indicating he wanted him to refine new pills. The first jade slip recorded the formula for a first-grade pill, the reviving pill, which was effective for most injuries. In the world of cultivators, conflicts were common and injuries were inevitable. While some might not be able to afford gathering spirit pills, reviving pills were basically essential. The formula for the reviving pill was more complex, requiring 9 types of medicinal herbs, 2 more than the gathering spirit pill. Don't be fooled by the mere increase of 2 types. The changes in medicinal properties and refining techniques were much more complex, making the difficulty of refining the reviving pill significantly greater than that of the gathering spirit pill. The second jade slip did not record a formula, but explained the interactions and relationships between medicinal properties, even detailing the properties of over 100 types of medicinal herbs. After reading it, Chen Ze felt a surge of joy. This jade slip was undoubtedly a rare treasure. It seemed Yi Yuan understood that refining pills couldn't rely solely on his own insights and still needed some accumulated experiences from predecessors. After Yi Yuan waited for Chen Ze to finish reading, he took back the jade slips and said, let's begin. Chen Ze took a deep breath, sat in front of the pill furnace, and tossed the medicinal materials prepared by Yi Yuan into the furnace. Though he was not as nervous as he was the first time he refined gathering spirit pills, he was still not at ease. This time he wasn't confident in his success. As Chen Ze failed time and again, Yi Yuan's expression gradually darkened. When the 10th batch of medicinal materials also failed, Yi Yuan's roar echoed throughout the courtyard, useless trash. Chen Ze collapsed to the ground in pain, lacking the energy to argue. The reviving pill was harder to refine than the gathering spirit pill. Luck didn't always favor him. For a pill he had never refined before, it was possible to consume not just 10 batches of materials, but even 100. This was also the reason many newly initiated cultivators were afraid to try pill refining, as it was too resource-intensive. Moreover, Chen Ze had only recently learned how to refine pills, so failure was a normal occurrence. But Yi Yuan didn't care about that, he only wanted results. To him, Chen Ze was merely a spirit slave, and doing well was expected. But if he disappointed him, he would face punishment. Those 10 batches of medicinal materials cost 5 spirit stones, and the detailed explanation of the medicinal properties costs 10 spirit stones. Even if I chopped you into pieces and sold you, you still wouldn't be able to repay it, useless trash. Yi Yuan raised his foot and stomped down hard on Chen Ze's head, seemingly feeling that this was not enough to vent his anger, and kicked Chen Ze hard into the air. With a loud bang, Chen Ze crashed heavily into the wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks in it, and blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. Yi Yuan stepped forward, instantly standing in front of Chen Ze, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. If you can't refine it by tomorrow, it'll make your life worse than death. Get lost. Yi Yuan casually threw Chen Ze onto the staircase. Chen Ze tumbled down the stairs to the 2nd floor. After lying on the ground for a while, he struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly moved his injured body. As soon as he stepped out of the attic, Ji Xing, Yengu, and Li Heng's gazes almost simultaneously fell upon him, clearly having noticed the commotion in the attic. Then another gaze landed on Chen Ze. It was Zhaoan who, despite usually avoiding trouble, stood by the window watching Chen Ze, his expression not as calm as usual. Chen Ze gazed at the four figures by the window, straining to conceal the resentment and unwillingness in it. Even at this moment, he had not forgotten the conflicts with Ji Xing. He avoided looking at Ji Xing and Yin Gu, instead glancing at Li Heng and Zhaoan with a calm gaze. After returning to his room, Chen Ze could no longer hold back and began to cough violently, blood staining his hands. Yi Yuan's kick had severely injured his internal organs. Had it not been for the protective spiritual energy, he would have likely perished at Yi Yuan's hands. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Ze pressed until his nails pierced his palms and blood dripped down only. Then did he open his hand to wipe clean the blood before repeatedly rubbing a copper coin on his wrist. As his emotions gradually calmed, Chen Ze sat cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy to heal his injured organs. He had only one night. He needed to heal quickly and comprehend the detailed medicinal properties. An hour later, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes. Although his injuries had not fully healed, they no longer hindered his movements. Next, he must seize the time to study how to refine the revitalizing pill. A faint sound suddenly arose, causing Chen Ze's ears to perk up. He stood by the wall connected to Ji Xing, gently moved the cabinet, and leaned down to listen. The sound originated from here. It must have been made by Ji Xing, though he was uncertain about Ji Xing's intentions. Moments later, a clump of soil was pushed open, creating a hole in the wall between the two. Ji Xing pushed a silver piece given by Li Heng through to him, tapping the front of the silver piece lightly before retracting his hand. Sitting by the wall, Chen Ze, at the first level of qi refinement, found himself in the darkness as if it were daylight, and he immediately saw the three characters engraved on the silver piece. Is there a problem? Chen Ze raised his hand to wipe away the silver shavings, causing the three characters written by Ji Xing to vanish instantly. He then carved another character onto the silver piece with his nail. No. He could read, in the village apart from his family, every household pooled money to hire a teacher to set up a private school, allowing any village child to attend classes for free. Although he had to hustle for food all day when he was young, he would still go to the private school to listen when he had the chance. However, since his family had not contributed any money, he felt embarrassed to sit inside, so he would press his ear against the window to listen. He recognized basic characters, though his writing was not very neat. Chen Ze placed the silver piece into the hole and slowly pushed it forward. Ji Xing quickly pushed the silver piece back, and the word no had disappeared, replaced by a line of words that warmed Chen Ze's heart. It's good that there's nothing wrong. That bastard, even after you've complied so much, still treats you like this. Next time there's a problem, just cough, and he'll be right there to deal with him. I apologize for what I said about Yengu earlier. In that situation, I could only say that to gain Yi Yuan's trust. It's fine, I understand. Yengu won't mind either. I didn't take it to heart, so you shouldn't either. Although I understood your intention at the time, I still can't fathom why we had to act like this. Moreover, even if we have conflicts, Yi Yuan shouldn't know about it, right? No, he will know. Do you remember when Yi Yuan punished you? He said he knew you were cursing him. I remember. What's the matter? Apart from the first time, when we got caught talking, we only spoke after he left. How could he be so sure you were cursing him in private? Among the five of us, there must be a traitor. The traitor knows we're not on good terms, and thus Yi Yuan knows as well. So that's how it is, I understand now. By the way, how did I perform these days? Very well. I haven't been able to talk to you lately. Do you have any new plans? Chen Ze gazed at the characters on the silver piece, suddenly falling into deep thought. Yi Yuan was heartless and cruel. No matter how well you performed, he would not appreciate it. On the contrary, if you made even the slightest mistake, he would make sure to punish you severely. Moreover, even if someone else were in your place, he would not want to be a spiritual slave trapped in this wretched place for a lifetime. His thoughts had never changed. He had to survive and return to see his mother. However, escaping was not a simple matter. He had to plan meticulously. Thinking of this, Chen Ze wiped away the silver shavings on the surface and carved another line of characters. When you go out to feed Xiaohei, remember to pay attention to the terrain and draw it for me when you come back. It's difficult to act with Zhao and watching nearby, but he'll try. Last time when Yi Yuan punished me, he knew I was cursing him, so there must be a traitor. That guy is always silent, though I suspect he is the traitor. Let's discuss the traitor matter later. I need to think it over. Let's end today's conversation here. Ji Xing quickly pushed the silver piece back, which now had several pieces of cooked meat on top. I roasted this while feeding Xiaohei today. This is beef. In our area, we aren't allowed to kill working oxen. It's my first time eating beef, and it tastes amazing. You should try it too. Although it might be a bit cold after sitting for so long, the taste is still great. Chen Ze wiped off the characters on the silver piece and pushed it back, gently moving the cabinet to restore everything to its original state. Although Yi Yuan never entered their rooms, he could not let his guard down. Chen Ze took a small bite of the beef, chewing slowly and savoring the flavor, a genuine smile appearing on his face. It was also his first time eating beef. Given his family's circumstances, being able to have a full meal was already a blessing. Who would dare to wish for meat? Indeed, beef was delicious, but his smile came from the fact that even in such a dreadful place, he still had comrades with whom he could fight side by side. That was the most fortunate thing. Back when he was at home, due to that gambling addict, the other children in the village who were of similar age were unwilling to play with him and often bullied him. Friends he never had before he had now gained after coming to the Magic Extreme Sect. Things he once valued highly like gold and silver and meat, he could now easily obtain. Suddenly a door in Chen Ze's heart opened. It was a yearning for power. As long as one is strong enough, everything one desires can be obtained. Chen Ze had no aversion to becoming a cultivator, but he wanted to be a true cultivator, not someone else's spirit. As Chen Ze continued to eat, he suddenly thought of Hu Ze and began to worry again. Hu Ze loved to eat the most, and no matter how others bullied him, as long as there was food, he would be happy for a long time. If only Hu Ze were here, they could share this piece of beef together. He worked so hard each day, yet could not ensure his own safety. Hu Ze, with his simple nature, how was he faring? Was he being bullied? Thinking of this, Chen Ze swallowed the remaining beef in one bite, carefully recalling the detailed medicinal properties, his gaze gradually sharpening. He could not rush the escape. Careful planning was essential. The top priority was to refine the revitalizing pill. He would not abandon Hu Ze. If there was a chance, he would find a way to take Hu Ze with him when he left. The next day before dawn, Yi Yuan's call rang out. Ji Xing and the others moved upon hearing it, standing by the window, quietly watching, recalling Yi Yuan's furious roar from yesterday, unable to help but feel anxious for Chen Ze. Chen Ze slowly walked into the attic, appearing very calm. He still lacked confidence in refining the revitalizing pill, but he had long been accustomed to burying his emotions within. He had comrades to fight alongside, and there were people he had to meet and things he had to do. In short, he was not afraid. If he couldn't refine it, he would just face the punishment. In the attic, Yi Yuan gazed at Chen Ze, who was calmly sitting beside the cauldron, his brows slightly furrowed. For some reason, he felt that today's Chen Ze was different from usual. He did not like this version of Chen Ze, yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Let's begin. Yi Yuan waved his hand, gently setting aside his concerns and focusing intently on the cauldron. Chen Ze grabbed a sprig of wisteria and tossed it into the cauldron, leisurely releasing his qi to ignite the flames. After pondering the detailed explanation of the medicinal properties last night, he had some of his own ideas about how to refine the revitalizing pill. As for whether he was right or wrong, that needed to be verified. From the moment he began alchemy, his mind was completely absorbed, completely ignoring Yi Yuan beside him. Setting aside the pressure from Yi Yuan, he enjoyed alchemy. Each time he watched a pile of herbs transform into a pill in his hands, he felt a sense of satisfaction. No one dislikes what they excel at. After the first round of alchemy, Chen Ze lifted the lid of the cauldron, looking at the waste within his heart, unmoved. After releasing his qi to clear the ashes, he tossed in the herbs again. The second time, the third time. With each failure, Yi Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, while Chen Ze remained calm, his gaze fixed on the cauldron, without once looking at Yi Yuan. Until the ninth failure, Yi Yuan could no longer hold back, raising his hand and slapping Chen Ze hard across the face, sending him flying several feet. Waste. Chen Ze slowly got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still calm as he pointed at the last set of herbs on the ground. There is still a chance. Yi Yuan frowned, not out of concern for the pill. If the pill could not be refined, he could find a way to gather more herbs. He still had some spirit stones left, which he could exchange entirely for the herbs needed to refine the gathering spirit pill for Chen Ze. Given Chen Ze's success rate in refining the gathering spirit pill, it wouldn't be long before he could recoup his losses and even make some spirit stones. What he disliked was Chen Ze's attitude. It was at this moment that he finally realized something was amiss. When Chen Ze refined pills for the first time, he had been nervous enough to send Yi Yuan away, but now with only one set of herbs remaining, Chen Ze's expression was remarkably composed. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be neither servile nor arrogant. Yi Yuan could not accept such an attitude. He wanted a submissive spirit slave, not the current Chen Ze. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and pointed at the cauldron. Continue. Now he no longer cared if Chen Ze could refine the revitalizing pill. He hoped Chen Ze would fail, so he could torment him. A spirit slave could not have such an attitude. He had to make Chen Ze understand how a spirit slave should face their... Chen Ze calmly walked to the cauldron and sat down, placing the herbs into it, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. After a long while, the flames extinguished, and Chen Ze sat before the cauldron, lost in thought. Seeing Chen Ze in this state, Yi Yuan immediately spread out his divine sense, then eagerly opened the lid of the cauldron. As long as he saw the waste inside, he would activate the blood-red pill within Chen Ze, making him wish he were dead. However, the moment he lifted the lid, disappointment washed over him. A purplish-red pill lay quietly in the cauldron, emitting a refreshing fragrance. It was indeed the revitalizing pill. Yi Yuan picked up the revitalizing pill in disbelief, and his expression instantly became wonderfully vivid. While it was certainly a good thing that Chen Ze could refine the revitalizing pill at this moment, he was not interested in the pill. He only wanted to punish Chen Ze. Yet by a cruel twist of fate, Chen Ze had succeeded, leaving him without a reason to punish him. Yi Yuan paced back and forth with the revitalizing pill for a while, before suddenly turning to look at Chen Ze, who was still sitting in front of the cauldron thinking deeply. "What are you thinking?" Chen Ze quickly stood up and respectfully replied. This subordinate was able to successfully refine the revitalizing pill entirely thanks to the detailed explanation of the medicinal properties you provided, my lord. Once I fully grasp the explanation, the chances of refining the revitalizing pill will increase. This answer was not what Yi Yuan wanted to hear. However, since Chen Ze had refined the revitalizing pill, he could not make things too difficult for him. He could only place the revitalizing pill into a porcelain bottle and waved his hand. "You may leave. Tomorrow I will buy another batch of herbs for the revitalizing pill. I'll prepare yourself well." "Yes." Just as Chen Ze reached the staircase, Yi Yuan suddenly called out to him. "Do you have any other instructions?" Chen Ze turned to look at Yi Yuan, adopting a humble demeanor. Yi Yuan stepped in front of Chen Ze, his gaze intense, as if trying to see through him. "You seem rather unfazed today." Chen Ze replied softly. "During my first attempt at alchemy, I wasted a lot of your herbs due to nervousness. As my alchemical sessions have lengthened, I have come to understand that emotions can affect the refining process. Having wasted 10 sets of herbs yesterday, I dare not be nervous today." Yi Yuan nodded in satisfaction and patted Chen Ze's shoulder. "Your performance has always been the best. That is most important to me. I will not hide it from you. Thanks to your alchemical skills, I have gained a lot of spirit stones. As long as you continue to be obedient, I will grant you more privileges in the future. I know you are usually very honest, but the other four may not be as straightforward as you. When I am not around, pay close attention to their every move and keep an eye on them for me." Chen Ze's brows immediately furrowed. Did this mean he wanted him to act as a spy? "What? You are unwilling?" Seeing Chen Ze's reaction, Yi Yuan's voice immediately turned serious. Chen Ze quickly clasped his fists and said, "This subordinate was just thinking it's manageable while they are all in the room. I just need to listen to the noises. But when they go out, I have no idea what they are saying." Yi Yuan pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "In the future, when you are not refining pills, you can go out at any time, but it must not exceed the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." "Yes." Chen Ze respectfully withdrew. After exiting the attic, he glanced at the courtyard gate before returning to his own room. He could go out now, but he could not do so immediately. If he appeared too eager, it would arouse Yi Yuan's suspicion. After returning to his room, Chen Ze sat on the bed pondering why Yi Yuan's attitude had been so good when he spoke to him last. Was it just because he had refined the revitalizing pill? No, even if the revitalizing pill was more precious than the gathering spirit pill, it wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, he realized, secretly blaming himself for being careless. After his conversation with Ji Xing last night, his mindset had shifted. He must not have concealed it in time, allowing Yi Yuan to see through him. This was not a reward, but a test. Among them, there was indeed a spy. On the surface, Chen Ze could supervise them, but the hidden spy could also observe his every move. Therefore, what he needed to do next was to identify the spy. Perhaps there was more than one. Moreover, if he wanted to escape, there was another issue: he had to resolve the blood-red pill within him. With this blood-red pill, Yi Yuan could incapacitate them with just a thought. If he did not eliminate this blood-red pill, they would not be able to escape. However, the trouble was that Chen Ze did not even know what this pill was called, let alone its formula. Furthermore, since it was used by the Moji sect to control spirit slaves, it would certainly not be easily deciphered. There were still many things to do. A slight sound came from the wall, and Chen Ze gently moved the cabinet aside, taking the silver piece that Ji Xing had handed over along with the piece of beef resting on top. The silver piece had a map drawn on it, though it was incomplete, showing only some terrain on the eastern side of this mountain. However, Ji Xing's time outside was limited. He had to feed Xiao He first and be wary of Zhaoan. It was already not easy to draw so much. Chen Ze pushed the silver piece back, sitting cross-legged on the bed to restore his qi, carefully studying the detailed explanation of the medicinal properties. At this point, he could only see if he could find a solution within it. Days later, at the Lingbao platform, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Ah, junior brother, Yi truly deserves the title of genius. In such a short time, he has actually refined the revitalization pill and produced 5 at once. The revitalization pill is much harder to refine than the gathering spirit pill. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to possess such alchemical talent. It's remarkable, truly remarkable. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by the master. It's impossible not to admire him. The price of the revitalization pill is much higher than that of the gathering spirit pill. It seems that this time junior brother Yi will make a significant profit." Yi Yuan stood expressionless at the counter, having received the spirit stones from the task reward. He once again used half of the spirit stones to purchase the materials for the revitalization pill, leaving the crowd in stunned silence once more. Logically speaking, with such a success rate, it would be most profitable to exchange all for materials. However, the revitalization pill is indeed difficult to refine, and with Chen Ze's speed in alchemy, buying too many would mean he couldn't finish them all. It would be better to do it like now, keeping half as spirit stones for his own cultivation and using the other half to buy materials for Chen Ze to refine. By the time his spirit stones were almost used up, the new batch of pills would likely be ready. Moreover, he wasn't solely relying on Chen Ze to earn spirit stones. The work of the other few had not ceased, and although they didn't earn as much as Chen Ze, it was still quite decent. As Yi Yuan slowly departed, the admiration from the crowd continued unabated. In the distance, a handsome young man gritted his teeth in anger. His name was Shen Feng, a fellow disciple from the same batch as Yi Yuan in the Moji sect, and he also had high-level talent. His water and fire spiritual roots were both at 90%. Without Yi Yuan, he should have been the best among this batch of disciples. However, Yi Yuan's emergence completely overshadowed him to the point that not many people even knew of his existence. What was even more infuriating was that every new disciple struggled for spirit stones during the early stages of cultivation, yet Yi Yuan seemed to have an abundance. He frequented the Lingbao platform, and just counting the spirit stones he had in hand, he had no less than 100, possibly even 200. While he was barely scraping by, Yi Yuan had so many spirit stones to use. How could he not be furious? Initially, he thought Yi Yuan was just exceptionally talented. Besides having a perfect gold and fire spiritual root, his wood spiritual root was also of high caliber. However, he soon discovered something was amiss. Given Yi Yuan's speed in delivering pills, unless Yi Yuan dedicated all his cultivation time to pill refining, it seemed impossible. But Yi Yuan didn't just refine pills, he also took on tasks like raising tiger cubs and refining silver essence. Unless he completely gave up on cultivation and worked day and night, it would be impossible to complete all these tasks. Seeing Yi Yuan's cultivation level rising day by day, he couldn't believe that it was all achieved by Yi Yuan alone. There must be some trickery involved. In the courtyard, the light curtain began to ripple. Chen Ze stood by the window watching Yi Yuan walk straight into the pavilion, his heart leaping with joy. It seemed today he wouldn't have to refine pills. Whenever Yi Yuan returned, he would call for him to refine pills at the first opportunity. If he didn't call, it meant he wouldn't need him to refine that day. It wasn't that Yi Yuan was kind enough to let him rest. Given Yi Yuan's personality, he would be more than happy for him to work tirelessly day and night. After observing, Chen Ze noticed that whenever Yi Yuan bought materials and didn't rush him to refine pills, his cultivation always made progress. He could roughly guess that Yi Yuan was likely in seclusion to break through his acupoints, and by not letting them enter the pavilion, he was guarding against them. The sound of the door opening echoed, and Chen Ze watched as Ji Xing and Zhao stepped out. His throat suddenly felt dry, and his heartbeat quickened. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out to pull the door bolt and stepped outside. He hadn't had the freedom to go out for a long time. Even just standing in the courtyard without doing anything, he could feel the breath of freedom enveloping him. Ji Xing was taken aback, glancing back at the pavilion, lowering her voice. "How did you come out? Hurry back." Not only Ji Xing, but even Zhao, who usually stayed out of others' business, was stunned. Hearing the commotion, Li Heng and Yin Gu also came to the window to look outside, their eyes filled with disbelief. When did Chen Ze become so bold? Yi Yuan was still in the pavilion, yet he strolled out so confidently. "The master permits me to move about." Chen Ze cupped his fists in salute towards the pavilion, his voice sounding very respectful. Ji Xing secretly let out a sigh of relief, putting on a mocking demeanor. The little man has become ambitious. Chen Ze immediately let out a cold laugh, silently following behind the two. As they walked outside and passed through the light curtain, he looked up at the azure sky, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm, yet his body couldn't help but tremble. He was finally out. Chen Ze took a deep breath as if he could smell the scent of freedom. Although this freedom was fleeting, he believed that one day he would be able to completely leave this cage. Ji Xing subtly gave Chen Ze a glance, holding Xiao He as they walked down the mountain path. Chen Ze understood the meaning behind Ji Xing's look. Even though he was out, he couldn't be overly proud in the courtyard to avoid attracting Yi Yuan's attention. Zhao walked silently, occasionally glancing back at Chen Ze. This gaze was quite intriguing. Chen Ze frowned, pondering the meaning behind Zhao An's look. At the foot of the mountain, Ji Xing opened the fence of the beast pen and walked towards the distant wooden shed. After bringing Chen Ze closer, she smiled at the two middle-aged men holding butcher knives inside the shed. "Brothers, we need some fresh meat." The two middle-aged men didn't even look up, slicing off two large pieces of back meat from the freshly slaughtered cow and tossing them out. Ji Xing hurriedly caught one, threw a piece to Xiao He, and placed the other directly onto the fire pit they had set up in the past. Then she pulled out a flint from her pocket and lit the fire, starting to roast the raw meat. "What a pity, if only we had some seasoning." Ji Xing smacked her lips, dividing the roasted meat into two, and handed one piece to Zhao, and completely ignoring Chen Ze. Zhao, however, handed the roasted meat he received from Ji Xing to Chen Ze. Chen Ze was taken aback and then shook his head. "You eat?" I'm not hungry. Zhaoan still held the roasted meat up high and said earnestly, Big brother Chen Ze, I want to join you. Ji Xing has been observing the terrain around here for the past few days. I've seen it all. I know you are plotting to escape. Please take me with you. Chen Ze was stunned for a moment and then gave Ji Xing a glance. Ji Xing slowly stood up, her body slightly bent, like a poised tiger ready to pounce. The moment Chen Ze spoke, she would not hesitate to kill Zhaoan. Do you know what you were saying? Chen Ze narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhao and with undisguised killing intent. I know you don't trust me, and I don't know how to make you believe me. But I truly don't want to die like this. I want to go home. Zhaoan looked at Chen Ze with an extremely serious expression, then gradually closed his eyes. If you don't trust me, then go ahead and kill me. Chen Ze fell silent for a moment and asked, That night you held the spear for me. Zhaoan was taken aback. Although he didn't understand why Chen Ze suddenly asked this, he still nodded. From now on, are you willing to hold the spear for me? Chen Ze asked again. Zhaoan nodded firmly, his voice ringing with conviction. I am willing. I will always hold the spear for you. Good. Chen Ze patted Zhao An's shoulder heavily. You do not fail me, and I will not fail you. But if you were just acting. Big brother Chen Ze, I know you suspect there is a traitor among us. Zhaoan interjected before Chen Ze could finish speaking each word carefully. Rest assured, if I am the traitor, you can take my life at any time. Please trust me. Good. Chen Ze nodded slightly, taking the roasted meat from Zhao An's hand. If I can escape, I will definitely take you with me. Yes, I will listen to you from now on. Zhaoan nodded earnestly. Ji Xing laughed heartily. Haha, now that we've cleared the air, everything is fine. You have no idea how tired I've been keeping an eye on you these days. Honestly, I've also been quite exhausted these days. I had to pretend I knew nothing while thinking about how to gain your trust. Zhaoan revealed a warm smile for the first time. Then come, let's eat meat. Now we don't have to guard against each other anymore. As long as we can fight side by side, we'll be good brothers. Ji Xing divided the roasted meat again and handed half to Zhaoan. Just as Chen Ze picked up the roasted meat to eat, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of an old man with white hair leaning against the wood in the shed, and he couldn't tear his gaze away. The white-haired old man stared blankly towards the north, his eyes hollow, as if he were a statue. At that moment, Chen Ze also noticed the two middle-aged men busy with the slaughter. Their eyes were also filled with numbness, and only when they occasionally looked up towards the north was there a flicker of emotion. Chen Ze asked, What are you three looking at? In response to Chen Ze's inquiry, the three offered no reply, not even glancing at him. Chen Ze pondered briefly, then stood up with the roasted meat and walked into the wooden shed, placing it on a clean table while earnestly observing the three. In the eyes of others, we are spirit slaves, but in our eyes, we are all human. Our customs dictate that we share delicious food with others, so please accept this. The three still ignored Chen Ze, who chose not to say more and sat back down to continue eating the roasted meat. Ji Xing asked in confusion, How do you know they are spirit slaves? Chen Ze explained, Cultivators would not do such menial tasks. They can only be spirit slaves. I could smell the fragrance from far away. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared beside the three, directly reaching out to tear off a piece of roasted meat from the fire unscathed by the flames. Let me taste and see how it is. Chen Ze and the others were startled. This young man had silently approached them without their notice. His cultivation level was definitely higher than theirs, and he was certainly not a spirit slave. Ji Xing asked, Who are you? The handsome young man smiled and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Shen Feng, and I have top-tier talent. I entered the Moji sect along with Yi Yuan. You are his spirit slaves, right? So it seems we arrived at the Moji sect together. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. You also have top-tier talent. Ji Xing tilted her head, thinking for a long time before shaking her head. I can't remember. I really have no impression. Shen Feng still wore a smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He despised that others only remembered Yi Yuan and not him. Chen Ze exchanged a glance with Ji Xing, signaling her to remain silent, then softly asked, Do you have something to discuss? The attitude of cultivators towards spirit slaves could be seen from Yi Yuan's treatment of them. Though Shen Feng appeared very gentle, Chen Ze did not believe he would be an exception. He must have come with a purpose. Shen Feng smiled brightly and said, Your master Yi Yuan is quite a remarkable person, always running to the spirit treasure platform with pills, accumulating spirit stones effortlessly. At first I thought that apart from his perfect golden fire spiritual root, his wood spiritual root was also top tier. However, when I later inquired with the senior brother who tested his talent, you won't believe what I found out. Seeing that Chen Ze and the others remained silent, Shen Feng was not angry, but rather continued speaking to himself. Would two titans with spiritual root unable to even cultivate herbs properly? How could he refine pills? Since you are his spirit slaves, you must know the inside story. Please tell me who refined pills for him. If you can tell me, I will reward you with several spirit stones. How about that? Chen Ze did not respond, while Ji Xing and Zhaoan also fell silent, tacitly avoiding looking at Chen Ze. Since Yi Yuan did not disclose this to others, they naturally could not speak. Tisk, since you refuse to listen to kind words, I'll have to use some methods. Shen Feng still smiled brightly, and his divine sense slightly spread out. Immediately Chen Ze and the others collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain as cold sweat poured down. Seeing that the three remained silent, Shen Feng's divine sense continuously surged forth, causing the blood-colored pills within their bodies to react more violently, their expressions gradually turning grotesque. Chen Ze's face turned pale, but his gaze remained calm. Under such painful stimulation, he should have thought of this earlier. When Qin Shan had them take the pills, he should have realized this point. How could he have overlooked such an important matter? You retract your divine sense first, and I will tell you. Chen Ze struggled to raise his hand and shake it, attracting Shen Feng's attention. Shen Feng immediately retracted his divine sense and laughed. Now that's more like it. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this pain. Speak up. Could you please answer me one question first? Chen Ze, enduring the excruciating pain, stood up and revealed a pale smile to Shen Feng. What question? Shen Feng asked. For spirit slaves like us, how much are we worth in spirit stones? Chen Ze's eyes were bright, watching Shen Feng closely, constantly observing his expression. This question was crucial. He needed to confirm whether Shen Feng's forthcoming answer was truthful. I thought you were going to ask some secret. Shen Feng chuckled lightly, unhurriedly saying, for spirit slaves like you, 10 spirit stones each. Well, I have answered your question, now it's your turn to answer mine. Chen Ze continued. I have one more question. Shen Feng frowned slightly but did not get angry. Instead, he nodded. This is the last question I ask away. How much spirit stones has my master earned through pill refining? The total spirit stones from the pills sold at the spirit treasure platform amounts to 300 to 400 spirit stones, and the pure profit should be over 100, nearly 200. Shen Feng quickly provided the answer after a moment's thought. So that's how it is. Chen Ze then directly sat down on the ground, shrugging helplessly, and began to act shamelessly. How would a spirit slave worth only 10 spirit stones know about matters exceeding that amount? Go. Shen Feng raised his hand and formed a hand seal, sending a flurry of ice spikes flying toward. Yi Yuan retrieved a silver longsword from his storage bag, waved it lightly, and sliced through the incoming ice spikes, gradually exuding a sharp aura. This was a result of the perfection of his golden spirit root. Historically, sword cultivators have often been exceptional individuals with golden spirit roots, as the golden spirit root is inherently suited for the path of the sword. Chen Ze watched the duel between Yi Yuan and Shen Feng, feeling envious. This is what a true cultivator looks like. Seeing that the ice spikes were ineffective against Yi Yuan, Shen Feng raised his hand to grasp the air, and a fierce flame burst forth from his palm, rapidly igniting in front of Yi Yuan. Fool! Yi Yuan sneered, forming a sword seal with one hand, causing the longsword in his grasp to fly out, surrounded by several clusters of flames. Wherever the longsword passed, the ice spikes instantly melted, reaching Shen Feng without any obstruction, pressing against his throat. A mere inch further, and Shen Feng would meet his end. Shen Feng had a 90% fire spirit root, while Yi Yuan possessed a complete fire spirit root. In terms of control over flames, Shen Feng was naturally no match for him. How could this happen? Shen Feng's face turned pale, in an instant, disbelief filling his eyes. Although he knew he was not Yi Yuan's opponent, he had never imagined he would be defeated so quickly. Yi Yuan said indifferently, water and fire are opposing forces. With your current cultivation, you cannot achieve the harmony of water and fire. You just used the ice spikes and immediately unleashed fire. The clash of water and fire within your body has caused your spiritual energy to become chaotic. How can you not be defeated? So that's how it is. I really am foolish. Shen Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yi Yuan coldly replied, you need to give me an explanation for attacking my spiritual servant. Shen Feng had intended to make a bold statement, but upon feeling the coldness emanating from the sword tip, his momentum immediately weakened. What do you want? Yi Yuan calmly responded, 10 spirit stones, and we'll let the past be the past. Why don't you go rob someone? I don't have that many spirit stones. Shen Feng's expression darkened immediately. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze growing sharper as the longsword slowly pierced forward, quickly breaking through Shen Feng's skin. I'll give it. Under the threat of death, Shen Feng ultimately chose to submit, taking out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and tossing them in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received the spirit stones and immediately sheathed his sword, leaving without looking back. Chen Ze and the others hurriedly followed suit. Shen Feng stood there furious and fuming. Yi Yuan's audacity was bad enough. He had just been mocked by Chen Ze for 10 spirit stones, and now Yi Yuan demanded another 10, as if he were purposely humiliating him. Yi Yuan, and that dog servant of yours, just wait for me. After returning to the courtyard, Yi Yuan split the three up for questioning, but the first one he called was not Chen Ze, but Zhaoan. Chen Ze stood by the window watching as Zhaoan entered the pavilion, his brows furrowed. Although Zhaoan had previously revealed his intentions to him, he would not easily trust him. Yi Yuan called Zhaoan first. Could it be that Zhaoan is truly the traitor? Yet he suddenly felt something was amiss. If Yi Yuan suspected Zhao and of being the traitor, wouldn't that be too obvious? He pondered for a long time, but found no answer. Without evidence, he could not be completely sure. What if Yi Yuan thought of this and decided to act contrary to expectation? That was not impossible. If Zhaoan were the traitor, then Yi Yuan would undoubtedly know what he had said to Zhaoan earlier. Whether it was true or not would be evident from Yi Yuan's attitude when he questioned him later. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, snapping Chen Ze back to reality. He saw Ji Xing had just come out of the pavilion and quickly exited, hurrying into the pavilion after exchanging a glance with Ji Xing. Upon reaching the top floor, he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's gesture to silence him. What they both said was basically consistent, so I won't inquire about today's events. I called you here to praise you. You didn't lose face for me in front of Shen Feng today, and you even dared to tease him, which I find very satisfactory. You won't be refining pills today. In a few days I will buy a large batch of medicinal materials, so prepare well. Yes. Chen Ze respectfully saluted and slowly retreated. Inside the room, Chen Ze sat on the bed, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Yi Yuan didn't even ask him anything. Although he didn't know what Ji Xing had answered Yi Yuan, the fact that Ji Xing wasn't punished upon coming out indicated that Zhao hadn't informed Yi Yuan about their escape attempt. Thus Zhao was not the traitor. Ji Xing and Yin Gu could not possibly be the traitors, which left only Li Hong. Yet Li Hong was usually very honest and did not seem like someone who would become a traitor. Moreover, after observing for so many days, he had not discovered any flaws in Li Hong. For a moment, he couldn't figure anything out. Chen Ze rubbed his head, deciding to put the matter of the traitor aside for now. Although he had been tormented by Shen Feng today, he had come to realize something very important. That is cost. The Moji sect must also consider the cost of cultivating spiritual servants. Even if they don't make a profit, they cannot afford to lose too much, right? After refining pills for so long, although Yi Yuan had never disclosed the prices of the pills to Chen Ze based on the prices of medicinal materials that Yi Yuan had inadvertently revealed during his previous punishments along with Shen Feng's responses, he could roughly guess that even the simplest gathering spirit pill would cost several spirit stones. According to Shen Feng, a spiritual servant was worth 10 spirit stones. When Qin Shan trained them, he fed them pills every day. Over the course of more than 2 months, each of them had consumed hundreds of pills. Adding in the blood-colored pills in their bodies, the Moji sect had invested hundreds of pills into each of them just to cultivate a spiritual servant worth 10 spirit stones. He did not believe that the Moji sect would engage in a losing business, so the only reasonable explanation is that the so-called pills they consumed were practically worthless, at most around 10 spirit stones. On average, the price of each pill was outrageously low. Perhaps they didn't even count as true pills, but were merely concocted from the essence of some herbs mixed together, and the materials used must not be precious. Then the formulas for refining these pills were probably not too difficult. With this thought, Chen Ze suddenly grew excited. In that detailed explanation of the medicinal properties, there happened to be dozens of basic medicinal materials that were suitable for mortals and could be barely used by novice cultivators. These materials should not be worth much, and the materials for refining blood-colored pills might be among them. If he could deduce the formula, he might find a way to break free. Sitting in the darkness, Chen Ze did not laugh out loud, but his smile grew increasingly radiant. Shen Feng's words during the day made him realize a truth. In the hands of that worthless gambler, he was worth 2 taels of silver. In the hands of Li Changqing, he was worth 10 taels of silver. And in the Moji sect, he was worth 10 spirit stones. In the eyes of others, Yi Yuan was a genius, but in the eyes of cultivators with higher cultivation, Yi Yuan might just be a pile of spirit stones, only more valuable. As long as one is human, everyone has their price. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan completely transformed into a pile of spirit stones in Chen Ze's mind. Since they were both spirit stones, what was there to fear? Let's do it. After finishing his training, Chen Ze adjusted his state to the best, and a series of medicinal herbs flashed through his mind. The blood coagulation flower has remarkable effects in treating wounds, but an excessive dosage can lead to blood clots accumulating within the body. The blood-colored pill in his body did not dissolve after being consumed, which should be due to the addition of the blood coagulation flower. This herb is quite common. He had seen it on the dirt slopes outside the village when he was young. Whenever the village dogs fought and got injured, they would seek out the blood coagulation flower to eat. The heartbreak grass, when consumed, can sever the internal organs. A mere mortal cannot withstand it. However, for a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, it merely brings intense pain without being fatal. When these two herbs are combined, they can basically achieve the effect of the blood-colored pill within the body. That blood-colored pill, controlled by divine sense, should also contain another herb specifically for sensing divine sense. There are many herbs that meet this requirement, but considering the cost, there is only one that qualifies. The Mimosa pudica, also a common herb among mortals, retracts at the slightest touch. Once the essence of the herb is extracted, releasing the divine sense to let it sense will activate it. This also explains why any cultivator can control the blood-colored pill within their body. At this thought, Chen Ze suddenly had a bold idea. He cautiously spread out his divine sense. As soon as his divine sense touched his body, he felt an intense pain that distorted his facial features, causing him to curl up on the bed, stifling his cries to avoid causing too much noise. Chen Ze quickly withdrew his divine sense. Although his face was pale from the pain, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He was right. That blood-colored pill within him was indeed condensed from these 3 herbs. As for the antidote, it is even simpler than refining this blood-colored pill. It only requires any one of these 3 herbs to become ineffective. There are many herbs that can counter these 3, and quite a few are planted in the herb garden outside the courtyard. Chen Ze was smiling, but suddenly he could not smile anymore, and his body began to tremble involuntarily, his back drenched in cold sweat. Sitting in the darkness, he could not help but wonder why after so many years none of the spirit slaves had discovered these secrets. Is it truly this blood-colored pill that controls these spirit slaves? No, it is not the pill, but the fear that was instilled in them from the very beginning. As fear takes root and sprouts, they will forget to resist, becoming living corpses that only know to obey orders, just like the few spirit slaves he saw during the day. What a brilliant scheme by the Moji sect. It was at this moment that he understood controlling a person is never about the pill, but about the heart. As long as you control a person's heart, you control that person. Chen Ze sat up suddenly, his gaze growing brighter. For days he had been pondering who the traitor was, and now he finally understood. To find out who the traitor is, one cannot solely focus on Li Heng and Zhao An's usual behavior. Instead, one must think from Yi Yuan's perspective to clearly identify the traitor. And the answer is there is no traitor at all. Without a traitor, they will never find a traitor. Today's appearance of Shen Feng made him realize that Yi Yuan has many tasks to handle in the Moji sect and cannot keep a close watch on them every day. Moreover, Yi Yuan is inherently proud and generally looks down on others of the same rank. How could he bother to make anyone a traitor when all he needs to do is plant a seed of doubt in their hearts? Once they begin to suspect one another, regardless of who harbors ulterior motives, they will be on guard against each other, making it difficult for them to unite. This method is strikingly similar to how the Moji sect controls its spirit slaves. To control the heart is to control the person. As for how Yi Yuan knew that Ji Xing was speaking ill of him behind his back, it was purely a trap for Ji Xing. Yi Yuan knew they would not be able to hold back from talking privately, and given Ji Xing's character, he would surely be the one to speak the most harshly. Such matters do not require a traitor, one can easily guess. Since that time, they have been wary of Li Heng and Zhao, and which just happened to achieve the desired effect for Yi Yuan. He had completely figured it out. Yi Yuan's ploy is essentially unsolvable unless someone dares to risk exposure to communicate with everyone, and that person must also gain the trust of all. Most importantly, this person must comprehend this point and possess absolute confidence and assurance in their judgment. With this thought, Chen Ze took out the silver piece given by Li Heng and engraved a few lines of text. I am Chen Ze. I want to tell you that I, Chen Ze, will not forever remain submissive, as sooner or later I will escape from here. Those willing to join me, write down your name, and we will find a way to escape together. Those unwilling can take this to see Yi Yuan now. Oh, I will fight you to the death. Either we live together or we die together, you decide. Chen Ze engraved his name on the back of the silver piece, without hesitation moved the cabinet aside, and pushed the silver piece through the hole into Ji Xing's room. He then walked to the wall connected to Li Heng and began to dig a hole. This kind of thing cannot be hesitated over. As soon as one hesitates, they will begin to doubt others, even themselves. He trusted his judgment. Since he had thought it through, it was time for action. If he was wrong, then he would die. Before the hole was finished, Ji Xing pushed the silver piece back, now with 2 more names inscribed on it. Ji Xing Yangu. Chen Ze smiled gently and continued to dig. He could sense that Li Heng was standing by the wall listening to the commotion. After the last bit of soil was excavated, Chen Ze pushed the silver piece and then leaned against the wall to wait. There was no sound from Li Heng's side for quite some time, and Chen Ze rubbed the copper coin in his hand, lost in thought. Zhao An had already shown his sincerity to him, and the most troublesome part was Li Heng's side. As long as Li Heng was willing to follow, this matter would succeed. The words he engraved on the silver piece were meant for Li Heng. Li Heng's honest nature made him easy to sway. If Li Heng were on the far right, he would have 100% confidence in getting Li Heng to join, because the silver piece would pass through Zhao An's hands before reaching Li Heng. If he, Ji Xing Yangu, and Zhao An were all willing to cooperate to escape, Li Heng would surely follow. But Li Heng happened to live next to him, so he could only send the silver piece towards Ji Xing first. Now it all depended on whether the names of the 3 of them could sway Li Heng. This night was destined to be long. 2 hours later, Li Heng pushed the silver piece back, now with 2 more names. Li Heng Zhao An. The return of the silver piece was very slow. Li Heng must have struggled greatly, but in the end he decided to fight alongside Chen Ze. Now all 5 of them were together. Chen Ze looked at the 5 names on the silver piece and silently laughed in the darkness. This was the happiest moment since he arrived at the Moji sect. If we survive together. If we die together. Chen Ze approached the wall connected to Ji Xing, extended his hand through the hole, and beckoned with his finger. Ji Xing immediately understood and handed over his silver piece. Then all the silver pieces were passed around among the 5 in the room. Ji Xing Zhaoan, when you go out, one of you should feed Xiao He while the other should scout the terrain. It's better to be slow than to expose ourselves. Li Heng, when you refine the silver piece, save a bit of silver essence. It's best to sharpen it. Yin Gu, when you cultivate the herbs, quietly pick some and hide them, giving priority to bloodspot grass and black hemp roots. After Chen Ze had given all the instructions, dawn broke as he retrieved the silver piece, erased the words on it, and restored everything to its original state. No vows or witnesses were needed. Mutual understanding was enough. Having figured out the matters of the pills and the traitor, he was now just waiting for an opportunity. Not long after Yi Yuan's call echoed, Chen Ze gently opened the door and walked out steadily. Looking at the 4 standing by the window, he nodded to them before slowly entering the pavilion. By the time he reached the top floor, he had already resumed his respectful demeanor. A new day has begun. A few days later, Chen Ze successfully refined a large batch of pills, stepping out of the pavilion and feeling increasingly warm in his heart as he looked at the gazes welcoming him. In the following days, Yi Yuan did not summon him, nor did he go out. He knew Yi Yuan was preparing to break through his acupoints again. Watching Yi Yuan's cultivation level rise, his heart remained calm, devoid of any impatience. Opportunities are reserved for those with patience. A month later, at the foot of the mountain, 3 people sat around a fire, placing the gradually growing little black beside them, happily roasting meat. Chen Ze, as usual, first placed a piece of roasted meat on the table for the 3 spirit servants before sitting down to receive the roasted meat handed to him by Ji Xing, devouring it eagerly. Ji Xing laughed heartily, saying, "This is delightful. It would be even better with some wine. We are so comfortable here while Li Heng and Yin Gu can only eat cold meat. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh." Chen Ze smiled and asked, "How are your preparations going?" Ji Xing scratched his head. "We've probably scoured the nearby areas, but we only have enough time for 1 incense stick. We can't venture further than that." Right? Zhaoan nodded. He was naturally taciturn, and even though they were now comrades, he spoke very little. Chen Ze sighed lightly. "Let me think a bit more. Let's eat the meat first. You want to escape?" The old man, who had been leaning against a pillar in the wooden shed, suddenly turned his head, staring at the 3 with murky eyes. Even the 2 middle-aged men who had never looked up put down their sharp knives, and the numbness in their eyes gradually. The 3 were taken aback, realizing they had been careless. They had been here for so many days, and these few had always ignored them. They hadn't expected their words and actions to be noticed. Ji Xing suddenly stood up, his gaze turning fierce. If they were exposed, it would be over. They would have to deal with. Zhaoan also picked up a stone by his feet, silently watching the 3 in the shed. Chen Ze quickly stopped the 2, bowing respectfully towards the 3 elders in the wooden shed. "Respected seniors, could you keep this a secret for us?" The white-haired old man nodded slightly, slowly walking out of the wooden shed and drawing a detailed map on the ground with a wooden stick. A map carved out by those who risked their lives. "I don't know how many generations it has passed down to me, but I will pass it on to you today. No one has ever escaped from here. I hope you can." Chen Ze memorized the map, firmly, deeply bowing to the old man. "I cannot express my gratitude. Will you join us in leaving?" The old man shook his head, leaning against the pillar in the wooden shed, and said in a hoarse voice, "Guess how old I am this year." 80. Too old. 70. Still too old. 50. No, guess again. After guessing for a long time, Chen Ze suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, 20. It turned out he had estimated that if Yi Yuan continued to draw his spiritual energy, he could only live for another 2 years at most. Since they were spirit servants, they would surely age due to the depletion of spiritual energy and vitality. This meant that the 3 before him did not appear as old as they seemed. Oh, perhaps they weren't much older than him at all. "I'm only 17 this year." The old man's face was filled with bitterness. Then he pointed at the 2 middle-aged men. "One is 16, the other is 15. Although it had long been anticipated, hearing the old man say this still evoked deep emotions. They were only in their teens, the prime of their lives, yet they had already reached the end of their existence. Chen Ze spoke softly. "We have been planning an escape. Although we don't have complete confidence, if you are willing, you can join us. Let's not consider that." The old man shook his head, forcing a bitter smile, looking very desolate. "Even if we escape, then what? Returning home, let my parents see my gray hair older than them. Or let them bury their own child. I don't have much time left, I won't return to make them sad." The 2 middle-aged men who had remained silent exchanged glances, wiped their tears, and their eyes became vacant again. The old man gazed northward, sighing deeply. "Hope, truly is the most tormenting thing. We the dying no longer dare to have hope. For us, living 1 more day is a gain. If you wish to escape, then go. I hope you can make it out. After today, we will still be strangers as before. You don't owe me anything. You have been sharing roasted meat with me these days, so we are even." Chen Ze asked, "I've noticed you've been looking northward. Is that your home?" The old man shook his head, his gaze returning to emptiness, his voice hoarse and devoid of emotion. That is the resting place of spirit servants. Chen Ze immediately decided to visit this so-called resting place. While there was still time, the three rushed northward and finally saw the so-called resting place after running for 10 miles, staring in shock. As far as the eye could see, countless white bones piled up like mountains, with a towering stone pillar standing at the center, inscribed with a line of large characters. Survivors must not live, placed in the land of death, they shall live again. Fear not the dead, this place is stained with blood in search of a glimmer of life. The three fell silent. It turned out the so-called resting place was just this stone pillar. It seemed that all spirit servants would come here to fight for a chance at life when their own was nearing its end. Over the years, this had paved the way for the mountain of white bones. But is there really a chance at life? Jixing sighed heavily, turning to Chen Ze. What do you think? I don't know who carved these words, nor do I know if there is a glimmer of life. Chen Ze paused, sighed deeply. But this is definitely the most dignified way to die. Spirit servants who die here are not those drained of their spiritual energy, but those who chose death themselves. They cannot choose how to live, but they can choose how to die. Compared to that, whether there is a glimmer of life becomes, perhaps this was the original intention of the person who carved these words. In his heart, he did not believe in the so-called glimmer of life. If it really existed, how could there be so many white bones here? You are right, Biff. Jixing hesitated for a long time before expressing what was on his mind. If we really can't escape and die here, that would also be a dignified way to die. I think so too, Zhao nodded in agreement. Chen Ze said solemnly, no, you must not think this way. We haven't acted yet, how can we easily talk about death? The two fell silent, looking very downcast. The mountain of bones before them had once been vibrant lives, yet they were all dead, becoming one of countless. The old man had said that no one had ever escaped from here. Could they really succeed? All right, let's not think too much or we will definitely escape. Trust me. Chen Ze patted the shoulders of the two heavily. The incense stick is about to burn out. We need to hurry back. The two immediately took off, running, no longer looking back at the mountain of bones, as if they wanted to escape the unavoidable fate as quickly as possible. Chen Ze glanced back at the stone pillar deeply before catching up with the two. He would not die here like those spirit servants. His life must be in his own hands. He would definitely escape, he must. The next day, Chen Ze was practicing in his room, as usual, when he suddenly heard Jixing's furious roar. You bastard, I'm going to fight you. Chen Ze was startled and hurriedly finished his practice before rushing out. In the courtyard, Xiao He lay rigidly on the ground, lifeless, with a huge blood hole in the chest where the heart had vanished, now in Yi Yuan's possession. Jixing looked at the still beating heart in Yi Yuan's hand, her eyes filled with fury as she swung her fists repeatedly. If it weren't for Li Heng holding her back, she would have already attacked Yi Yuan. Why? One cannot be devoid of emotions. Seeing her beloved tiger cub killed by Yi Yuan, Jixing could no longer hold back and only wanted to fight Yi Yuan to avenge Xiao He. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, the essence of the Xian tiger lies in its heart. This item can be exchanged for a significant amount of spirit stones. You bastard, all you care about is spirit stones. I'm going to fight you. Jixing suddenly broke free from Li Heng's grasp, using all her strength to kick at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sneered, dispersing his divine sense. Before Jixing could touch him, the blood-colored pill in her body acted up again, causing her to collapse in pain. Seeing Chen Ze stand up again, Yi Yuan frowned. Are you going to stand up for him again? Chen Ze shook his head, pointing at Xiao He's corpse. What do you plan to do with it, my lord? Do you have any suggestions? Yi Yuan stroked his chin, looking at Chen Ze with interest. Chen Ze said, even an ordinary tiger is valuable, let alone a Xian tiger. The bones of the Xian tiger can be ground into powder to enhance strength, and its flesh can nourish one's qi and blood. Such precious materials would be a pity not to utilize properly. Good, a true alchemist indeed. Yi Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam. Let's do it your way. Chen Ze said softly. May I borrow your alchemy furnace, my lord? Go and get it yourself. Yi Yuan waved his hand. Just as Chen Ze was about to enter the pavilion, he suddenly pointed at Jixing, who was writhing in pain on the ground. What do you think should be done with her? Kill her. She harbors resentment towards you, my lord, and keeping her is a hidden danger. Chen Ze responded without hesitation or emotion. No need. A mere spirit servant can be suppressed with a flip of my hand. What waves can she stir? They'll leave this place to you, and I'll be back shortly. Yi Yuan nodded in satisfaction, not even glancing at Jixing, and strode out of the courtyard. Chen Ze hurried into the pavilion to bring down the alchemy furnace, looking at the stunned group, and calmly saying, help me out. Don't touch it. Anyone who dares to touch it, I'll fight you. Jixing pushed away several people and directly lunged at Xiao He's corpse, spreading her arms to protect it, then glared fiercely at Chen Ze, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. It's all your fault, you heartless bastard. If you hadn't spoken, Xiao He wouldn't have ended up dismembered. Chen Ze sighed helplessly and advised gently. You should know Yi Yuan's character. He only values profit. Even if I hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have left Xiao Hei's remains for you. We can only endure this. It gives us a chance to leave. Jixing shouted, "Get away from me." Seeing Chen Ze getting closer, Jixing swung her fists desperately. "You don't care since you didn't raise him. I can't take it anymore, or I have to kill him to avenge Xiao Hei. Sigh, since you won't listen, I'm sorry." Chen Ze sighed again, and his divine sense spread over Jixing. Yang and the others were startled. How did Yi Yuan return so quickly? But when they turned around and didn't see Yi Yuan, they realized such a method was Chen Ze's doing. Their eyes filled with shock. Even when they perceived that Chen Ze released his divine sense, they still couldn't believe that controlling that blood-colored pill was so simple. Chen Ze retracted his divine sense and squatted in front of Jixing, firmly grasping her shoulders, and said in a deep voice, "We have obtained the map, and I've also found a way to crack the blood-colored pill. Now we only lack one opportunity, an opportunity to eliminate Yi Yuan. I know you are in pain. I promise you in the future I will definitely kill Yi Yuan with you to avenge Xiao Hei. Brother, now I ask you to calm down." Jixing's anger finally faded from her face as she looked at the lifeless Xiao Hei, tears streaming down her face. With Yang's help, she stood up, took 2 steps, then turned back to glance longingly at Xiao Hei before gritting her teeth and returning to her room, slamming the door shut. "I'm sorry." Chen Ze squatted in front of Xiao Hei's corpse, gently stroking its forehead. He then steeled himself and grabbed the fur around the heart's hole, pulling it forcefully, peeling Xiao Hei's skin away piece by piece. "Everyone come help." The 3 who were stunned finally came to their senses, revealing expressions of reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately stepped forward to help. After separating the bones and blood, Chen Ze walked to the outside of Jixing's room and placed 2 blood-stained tiger teeth on the windowsill, softly saying, "This is the only thing I can do for you. Keep it as a memento." The window was pushed open slightly, and Jixing quickly reached out to take the 2 tiger teeth, then closed the window forcefully, a faint sound of crying coming from inside. Chen Ze sighed, sitting in front of the alchemy furnace, tossing in the flesh and blood, igniting the flames. By the time Yi Yuan returned, the refining would be just finished. Yi Yuan took the several porcelain bottles handed to him by Chen Ze, uncorked them, and inhaled the rich essence of qi and blood, nodding in satisfaction. He beckoned Chen Ze with a finger and turned to enter the pavilion. Chen Ze carried the alchemy furnace and followed him inside. Upon seeing the jade slip handed over by Yi Yuan, his heart tightened. Another new pill. If he couldn't refine it, there would be trouble. But after reading the recipe in the jade slip, he was instantly stunned until Yi Yuan pulled the jade slip from his hands, which brought him back to reality. "Can it be refined?" Yi Yuan asked. Chen Ze nodded. "Yes, but I need some time to prepare and study the details of the medicinal properties again." Yi Yuan slightly nodded. "Good, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. This time there are only 3 sets of materials. It must succeed. If you fail, you should know the consequences." "Rest assured, my lord, I will not let you down," Chen Ze respectfully replied. After returning to his room, he quietly sat on the bed, unusually not practicing until deep into the night. The joy buried in his heart finally surfaced on his face. The 1-grade breaking pill increases the chances of breaking through bottlenecks, and even if the breakthrough fails, it won't damage the foundation. Yi Yuan only bought 3 sets of materials, and it must succeed. This breaking pill is definitely not intended to be exchanged for spirit stones. It must be for Yi Yuan himself. The opportunity he wanted has come. Chen Ze took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and quietly moved the cabinet, taking out the hidden silver block and carving 2 characters. Preparation. Shortly after, the silver block was returned with a medicinal herb placed on top. Bloodspot grass, named for the blood-colored spots on its leaves. This herb can dissolve qi and blood, but is toxic when taken alone. It is perfectly suitable against the coagulation grass in the blood-colored pill. Chen Ze stuffed the entire bloodspot grass into his mouth, chewing slowly, feeling the blood-colored pill in his body, gradually dissolving, flames igniting fiercely in his eyes. Finally, the time for a showdown is approaching. 3 days later, Chen Ze slowly walked into the loft and calmly sat down in front of the alchemical furnace. "My lord, I am ready." Yi Yuan slightly nodded. "Let's begin." Although with his talent the breakthrough was a certainty, there was always the fear of failure. If the breakthrough failed, his meridians would suffer considerable damage and recovery would take time. For a genius like him, time was the most precious resource. Thus, even with great confidence, he had to be a bit cautious. Chen Ze sat in front of the alchemical furnace, lost in thought, and delayed taking action. Yi Yuan did not urge him, simply waiting in silence. After a long while, Chen Ze finally suppressed the excitement within him and tossed a medicinal herb into the alchemical furnace. The most crucial part of the entire plan was happening now. After successfully refining the revitalizing pill for the first time, he had thought of this point. In the past, when refining the spirit-gathering pill, he would throw all the herbs in at once. Because the spirit-gathering pill was easy to refine, doing so had not caused any problems. However, as the quality of the pills increased, the order of herb placement became critically important. These details were not mentioned in the alchemical recipe, They were all insights Chen Ze had come to realize. On the first day, he refined the revitalizing pill. He wasted 10 sets of herbs simply because he did not understand this point, and threw everything in at once, resulting in failure. After comprehending the detailed analysis of herb properties, he spent the next day experimenting with the order of herb placement, ultimately succeeding in refining the revitalizing pill. It was at that moment he devised this plan. The same herbs placed in a different order would lead to varied effects, even transforming from a good medicine into poison, which an unrefined cultivator could not discern. Previously, Yi Yuan would not consume the pills refined by Chen Ze. Chen Ze had been waiting for an opportunity for Yi Yuan to take his pills. Now he had waited long enough. As for whether the 3 sets of herbs could refine the barrier-breaking pill, Chen Ze was not worried about that. Was it really that difficult to refine genuine pills, and was it not easy to refine fake ones? The first pill refining session quickly came to an end. Yi Yuan lifted the lid of the furnace and looked at the pill, which had already taken shape, nodding in satisfaction. Continue. Chen Ze once again tossed in the herbs, and the order was indeed incorrect. The herb placement for the genuine barrier-breaking pill needed testing, while the fake did not require such. However, Chen Ze was not throwing them in haphazardly. The moment he obtained the recipe for the barrier-breaking pill, he had already started contemplating the order of herb placement. How to place them for the pill to be the most potent. In fact, during the first refining session, just now, he could have refined a fake pill that looked identical to the barrier-breaking pill. But to avoid raising Yi Yuan's suspicions, he naturally would not act too smoothly. The second refining session quickly ended, appearing closer to the first than before. As the third round of alchemical refinement began, Chen Ze's heart started to race. If he made even a slight mistake and failed, the plan would be in vain. Yi Yuan was equally tense. The barrier-breaking pill was too expensive in the spirit treasure platform, and he had to exchange all his remaining spirit stones for herbs. If Chen Ze failed, he would be left with nothing. As the flames extinguished, both of their gazes fell on the lid of the furnace in unison. Yi Yuan swiftly lifted the lid, staring at the round pill inside. After carefully sniffing it and confirming it matched the description in the recipe, he swallowed the pill in one gulp and heavily patted Chen Ze on the shoulder. Very good, you have not disappointed me. I will soon enter seclusion. I will leave the rest to you. Understood. Chen Ze respectfully retreated, and as usual, even after stepping out of the loft, his expression showed no change. Even at this moment, he could not relax. Only when Yi Yuan died would be the time for them to celebrate. Back in his room, Chen Ze sat by the bed, silently waiting and carefully listening to the sounds from the loft, a silver dagger now in his hand. It was made from the silver essence, saved by Li Heng, sharp enough to slit Yi Yuan's throat. After a long while, a pained howl came from the loft. Act now. Chen Ze suddenly sprang up, kicking the door that had trapped him for so long open. Holding the dagger, he leaped onto the second floor. Eves crouched down and jumped again with the fastest speed towards the top floor. On the top floor, Yi Yuan lay on the ground, his face contorted, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he struggled to reach for the storage bag at his waist. Only then did he finally realize that everything was part of Chen Ze's plan. Chen Ze, I want you dead. Are you calling me? Chen Ze broke through the window and lunged in front of Yi Yuan, driving the sharp dagger towards Yi Yuan's hand that was reaching for the storage bag. Before he could struggle to rise, Ji Xing, who was right behind Chen Ze, fell heavily onto the floor, kicking Yi Yuan in the abdomen and sending him flying several meters away, far from the storage bag. You bastard, I will make you pay for Xiao Hei's life. Yi Yuan quickly got up, just as he attempted to create distance. Li Heng and Zhao and charged at him with daggers, stabbing toward his ribs from either side. You think you can kill me with just you pathetic lackeys? Die! Yi Yuan roared, dodging the attacks from Li Heng and Zhao, and while enduring the corrosive effects of the poison within him, he spread out his spiritual sense. He was indeed on the verge of breaking through to the second level of qi refining. Even though poisoned and unable to utilize much spiritual energy, his physical attributes were significantly stronger than Chen Ze and the others. Yet soon his expression changed, for he found that after spreading out his spiritual sense, Chen Ze and the others did not collapse on the ground and scream as they usually did. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Oh, do not forget, I am an alchemist. Chen Ze bent down to pick up Yi Yuan's storage bag and tucked it into his bosom, gazing at Yi Yuan with a teasing expression, leisurely saying, Moreover, I am the alchemist you personally trained. How does the barrier-breaking pill I refined taste? PFF. Yi Yuan, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Chen Ze, whose expression was as calm as a still lake, and couldn't help but feel regret. When Qin Shan handed these 5 individuals to him, he had introduced their personality traits through sound transmission, especially mentioning Chen Ze the most, and had specifically warned him to be cautious of Chen Ze. However, he had completely ignored these words. He always believed that Chen Ze was merely a spirit slave and could not stir up any storms. But today he finally witnessed a colossal wave. Yi Yuan looked at the 5 people exuding killing intent and couldn't help but stepped back, his voice lacking the previous firmness. Chen Ze, I admit I was wrong before. Let's talk this through. Whatever request you make, I will agree to it. The situation was stronger than the individual, and he had no choice but to lower his head. Cultivators are not invincible. Their strength lies in their unpredictable techniques and powerful artifacts. Now that his storage bag had fallen into Chen Ze's hands, and he was poisoned, he could not use any means and could only submit to Chen Ze. Really? No matter what I ask of you, you will agree? Chen Ze asked with a smile. I will never go back on my word. Yi Yuan nodded hurriedly. Good then. Chen Ze looked at Yi Yuan with a smile. Give me your head. Yi Yuan was taken aback, his expression turning furious. Are you kidding me? Of course I never negotiate conditions with dead men. Chen Ze smiled and nodded, and in the next moment his eyes filled with killing intent as he charged at Yi Yuan with the dagger. Kill. Ji Xing strode forward, arriving ahead of others, leaping high to kick Yi Yuan, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Chen Ze seized the moment to stab at Yi Yuan while Li Heng and Zhao flanked him from both sides. Yan Gu stood nearby holding a dagger, looking somewhat hesitant. Even though she was accustomed to death, she was still afraid to engage in battle. Understanding her nature, Chen Ze did not force her. Instead, he allowed her to observe and wait for an opportunity. The four of them were sufficient to besiege Yi Yuan, adding more would hinder their coordination. Under the siege of the four, Yi Yuan's robe became stained with blood, his body covered in wounds, and his movements gradually slowed. As Yi Yuan was struck hard on the crown of his head by Ji Xing's elbow, Yan Gu finally made up her mind. Spotting the right moment, she charged forward and plunged her dagger fiercely into Yi Yuan's back. At the same time, Li Heng and Zhao An's daggers also stabbed into Yi Yuan's chest. Had Yi Yuan not twisted his body at the last moment, his heart would have been pierced. At this moment, Yi Yuan was completely devoid of the strength to resist. Yi Yuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling to shake off the attackers, and staggering backward, his gaze toward Chen Ze, now filled with a hint of fear. In that moment, he seemed like a spirit slave at the mercy of others. Chen Ze dashed to Yi Yuan's front, raising his dagger to slash fiercely at Yi Yuan's neck, channeling all his spiritual energy into this strike. Yi Yuan, it's over. A burst of white light suddenly erupted from Yi Yuan, forcefully deflecting the dagger from Chen Ze's hand. Bathed in the white light, Yi Yuan's injuries rapidly healed. Although the potent poison within him had yet to be dispelled, it was already suppressed. Yi Yuan was momentarily stunned, then finally realized what was happening. He pulled open his robe to reveal a jade pendant inside, laughing maniacally. What does it matter if you calculated everything? Did you foresee that I possess a protective artifact gifted by my master? This artifact can withstand a full strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. You mere ants think you can break it. In fact, he had forgotten about his protective artifact in the panic of the previous crisis. Only until Chen Ze's fatal strike landed on his throat did the artifact activate to protect him. Without this protective talisman, he would have already perished. However, he clearly would not admit this. Chen Ze and the others' expressions turned grim to the extreme. Was this what they meant by human calculations falling short of heavens? Yi Yuan waved his hand, and the storage bag in Chen Ze's arms flew back into his hand. This storage bag is imprinted with my spiritual sense. Do you think just because you got it you can use it? Yi Yuan took out a silver longsword from the storage bag, his figure flashing. In the next moment, a sharp sword aura burst forth. With a loud bang, the top floor's walls shattered, and the five were thrown heavily to the ground, spitting blood and bearing deep wounds that exposed bone. Although they managed to evade in time, just a single strike from Yi Yuan left them heavily injured. The gap between a spirit slave and a cultivator was indeed so vast. Chen Ze's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He could not comprehend why this was happening. Every step had gone according to plan, yet why couldn't they kill Yi Yuan? As Yi Yuan landed, seeing Chen Ze's reaction, he sneered. It's rare that you've endured for so long. I admit I underestimated you. But in the face of absolute power, all methods are in vain. Chen Ze gripped the copper coin on his wrist, tightly forcing a bitter smile. Is this what power is? Clearly it had been an impeccable plan, yet in the face of absolute power it still appeared so fragile. Chen Ze slowly closed his eyes, having prepared for death, even for the torment of being killed by Yi Yuan. He murmured, Mother, see you in the next life. Ji Xing hesitated for a moment before making a decision, dagger in hand, charging at Yi Yuan. Chen Ze, go. He'll cover you. No? How can I leave you behind? Chen Ze shook his head repeatedly. Ji Xing shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. You are the smartest among us. I believe you can survive. If one day you can leave here, go to Baiyang Village in Liyuan County and tell my parents I will be their son in the next life. My parents sold me here, though I have severed ties with them. After I die, just bury me with Ji Xing. You witnessed our wedding, but unfortunately we cannot attend your wedding. Take care. Yan Gu smiled sweetly at Chen Ze, resolutely charging toward Yi Yuan with her dagger. Brother Chen Ze, I want to return to my roots, to Li family village in Yang City, thank you. Li Heng completely transformed from his usual submissive self, laughing freely, as he followed suit toward Yi Yuan. Brother Chen Ze, in the next life, I will still wield the spear for you. Zhaoan let out a loud roar, breaking from his usual calm demeanor, rushing toward Yi Yuan, as if mad. Jiang County Langxiao Town, I entrust you with this. Chen Ze watched as his companions began to bleed profusely under Yi Yuan's sword, unable to hold back his emotions. No, how can you exchange your lives for mine? Ji Xing turned and scolded. What are you hesitating for? Do you want us to die in vain? Hurry up and go. Up. Chen Ze's eyes filled with tears as he let out a furious roar, watching Ji Xing and the others fight desperately. He opened the barriers surrounding the courtyard and began to run with all his might, tears streaming down his face. The sharp sword aura flashed, and the four quickly fell into a pool of blood, barely clinging to their last breath. Chen Ze, let's be brothers again in the next life. Ji Xing gazed in the direction where Chen Ze had left, murmuring softly. Then with great effort she embraced Yengu, revealing an extremely gentle smile. Yengu, are you afraid? Not afraid. Yengu shook her head, snuggling in Ji Xing's embrace, gazing affectionately at Ji Xing. In the next life I still want to marry you. Then it's settled. Ji Xing laughed heartily, then turned to Li Heng and Zhaoan. Brothers, it is my honor to die alongside you. This is also my honor, Zhaoan said earnestly. Li Heng smiled and said, I actually envy you guys. I used to be afraid to argue with anyone. I was born timid. That's why I admire brave and bold people like you and Brother Chen Ze. Now I have finally been brave once. I really like this version of myself. If we cannot live together, then let us die. Yi Yuan sneered. I won't let you die so easily. I will use the cruelest punishments in this world to torment you, making you understand the price of rebellion. You really think of yourself as someone important? You are not even worth a toe of Chen Ze. You are simply lucky to be alive. If Chen Ze had your qualifications, he wouldn't even need to tie your shoes. Just wait, he will escape and avenge us. Ji Xing continued to laugh heartily, then looked seriously at the three. Yengu brothers, we cannot choose how to live, but we can choose how to die, right? Right. The three nodded vigorously. Good, then let us die together. There will be a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ji Xing laughed loudly and directly severed his own meridians. Yengu looked deeply at Ji Xing without a shred of hesitation, following his lead to end her own life. Li Heng and Zhaoan exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously, taking their own lives. Though unable to live together, they could die together. A few died quickly. Yi Yuan snorted coldly, collecting the four corpses into the storage bag. He brandished his sword and charged out of the courtyard, directly stepping onto his sword, soaring into the air. The spiritual energy within a chi refining cultivator cannot sustain long-term flight and is generally not used unless absolutely necessary. However, now that Chen Ze had escaped, he had to chase after him as quickly as possible. With his subordinates, spirit slaves, rebelling and one escaping, if this became known, his reputation would be severely damaged. For this reason, he prioritized killing Chen Ze at the fastest speed, even neglecting the poison within his body. In just a moment, he spotted Chen Ze's tracks swiftly descending and drawing the longsword in his hand. Chen Ze was sprinting heedlessly according to the map in his mind, unaware that Yi Yuan had already closed in behind him. Suddenly, his legs turned weak and he fell to the ground, rolling forward several times before stopping. Just as he was about to get up, he found he could not exert any strength in his legs. His Achilles tendon had been severed. Yi Yuan approached slowly, stepping on Chen Ze's chest. You dog slave, run again. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why so much nonsense? Chen Ze stared steadfastly at Yi Yuan, the pretense of submission long gone. Killing you would be too merciful. Yi Yuan scoffed coldly, lightly waving the silver longsword in his hand, instantly leaving numerous small bleeding cuts on Chen Ze's body. I will watch you bleed to death, teaching you the consequences of daring to rebel against me. Has the poison in your body been resolved? After consuming so much spiritual energy, can you still suppress? Chen Ze's eyes revealed mockery as he pointed at Yi Yuan's storage bag. There are indeed a few pills inside that can cure it, but they are all refined by me. Do you dare to eat them? You. Just as Yi Yuan was about to retort, his internal energy surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, circulating his spiritual energy to suppress the poison in his body, no longer paying attention to Chen Ze. Ha ha, I thought you were formidable, but it's nothing more than this. Chen Ze laughed heartily. With his Achilles tendon severed, he could only dig his hands into the ground, dragging his body forward slowly. He knew he could not return, but even getting a step closer to home was good. The loss of blood made him weak, and his consciousness began to blur, the map in his mind gradually deviating. When a pile of bones appeared in his sight, he finally realized something was wrong. He looked up at the nearby white bone mountain, his pupils constricting sharply. By a twist of fate, he had ended up here. The resting place of spirit slaves. Survivors are not to be born, those placed in the land of death shall live again. Unfearing the dead blood staining this place, seeking a glimmer of life. 2 lines of large characters on the stone pillar starkly caught his eye. Is this heaven's will? Chen Ze murmured to himself. After a moment of silence, he struggled to climb up the pile of bones, reaching the stone pillar, and smiled faintly. If this is heaven's will, then I shall leave it to fate. Behind him, the sound of wind rushed in. Chen Ze turned to see Yuan flying swiftly on his sword, raising his hand to touch the copper coin on his wrist, revealing a mocking smile. Then he crashed directly into the stone pillar. The cold, a bone-deep chill that clings to the very marrow enveloped him as he continued to fall with no end in sight. Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. This was a foggy space, directionless and without an end in sight. Moreover, it was eerily silent. Chen Ze looked down at his ethereal body and murmured, "Am I dead?" Not dead, but almost there. A voice cold and laced with mockery suddenly echoed in his ear as the surrounding still fog swirled, coalescing into the figure of a ghostly old man in gray. "Who are you?" Chen Ze exclaimed in shock, hurriedly stepping back. The old man in gray revealed a sinister smile, saying, "You've entered my domain, and yet you dare to ask me who I am." Chen Ze pressed his hand to his forehead, recalling carefully. The originally vague memories began to sharpen, and he finally remembered that he had sought death by crashing into the stone pillar. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself here. Could this be the underworld? "Are you the judge?" Chen Ze asked. "You don't seem foolish, so why speak such nonsense?" The old man in gray sneered. "This is not the underworld, nor is it." Before Chen Ze could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something. The stone pillar spoke of a glimmer of hope. He had thought it was false. Could it be that the old man before him was that very glimmer of hope? "Please, senior, save me." Chen Ze quickly bowed deeply. The old man in gray chuckled mockingly, another reckless one. There's no such thing as a glimmer of hope. The words on the stone pillar were inscribed by a little brat meant to lead you foolish spiritual slaves to your doom. Tisk tisk tsk. Squeeze out your spiritual energy, all the while making you willingly march to your death. That little brat truly knows how to use you to his advantage. He covets what's within the stone pillar while I wait for someone. Though he does not know of my existence, his actions have indirectly aided me. It is through the souls of you fools that I have been able to sustain myself until now. Chen Ze was taken aback, his expression dimming. So that's how it is. There truly is no glimmer of hope. But having hope is better than having none. To die with dignity is also quite good. That's the right mindset, little one. Your soul will soon dissipate. You cannot survive. Why not offer your soul to me and allow me to live on in your stead? The old man in gray let out a strange laugh as his ethereal form floated before Chen Ze, pointing a finger at Chen Ze's brow. Chen Ze felt a sharp pain in his head, sensing invisible hands intruding into his mind, rudely rummaging through his memories. "Get away from me." Chen Ze clenched his fists and struck at the old man in gray, but his fists passed right through the old man's ghostly body, inflicting no harm. "So your name is Chen Ze?" The old man drifted around Chen Ze like a specter, saying, "You're on the verge of death. Ooh, why struggle? Submit, and let me consume your soul. Once I'm out, I can seek out your mother and deliver a few words for you." Chen Ze immediately halted, his flailing arms, staring intently at the old man in gray. "If you can help me convey a message to my mother, I am willing to give you my soul." The old man in gray, upon hearing this, grew furious, instead of pleased, delivering a hard kick to Chen Ze that sent him flying several dozen feet. "Waste." The old man spat. "Where's the cunning and bravery you displayed outside?" He vanished from sight, only to reappear before Chen Ze and kicked him again. Though Chen Ze's attacks had no effect on him, each blow from the old man felt excruciating. "With ease I probe your weakness, and you fall for it. With your current state, you could hardly be a decent demon cultivator. Useless fool." Chen Ze was kicked around by the old man, his face twisting in pain. Each kick felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, his current form was not real, otherwise he would have been reduced to a pile of mush. After delivering dozens of kicks, the old man finally lifted his foot and stomped down heavily, sending Chen Ze crashing down. Luckily, there was no ground beneath him, otherwise he would have been smashed to pieces. "Waste." The old man cursed again, finally feeling relieved as he stood with his back to Chen Ze. Chen Ze steadied himself, and with a thought his soul floated just like the old man's, flying before him and bowing again. "I know that you might be deceiving me, but a glimmer of hope is better than none. Since I am destined to die at your hands, I'd rather perish with this hope." "Then die you shall." The old man replied coldly, raising his hand for a powerful strike aimed at Chen Ze's crown. Chen Ze closed his eyes, calmly accepting death, his thoughts solely on his mother. However, after a long time, the expected pain did not come. Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, looking at the old man in gray, who had retracted his hand and stood at a distance, filled with confusion. The coldness that once graced the old man's face had vanished, replaced by gentleness. "Kid, do you wish to live?" "But didn't you say there is no glimmer of hope?" Chen Ze asked in bewilderment. "But you are the one I have been waiting for." The old man winked at Chen Ze and laughed heartily like a playful old child. "Is it really possible?" Chen Ze felt hope bloom again. "Of course," the old man replied with a slight nod, "but you must do 3 things for me." "I agree." Chen Ze nodded immediately. You promised before knowing what the tasks are. You're being foolish again. The old man raised his hand as if to strike, but held back, cursing, you brainless fool. Just let me live, and I'll do whatever you ask. Chen Ze said earnestly. Don't rush, listen to me first. The old man in gray's lips moved, and his voice resonated directly in Chen Ze's mind. Chen Ze's eyes quickly filled with shock and fear. The tasks the old man wanted him to undertake made his scalp tingle, and he simply could not do them. The old man floated before Chen Ze, placing a hand on his shoulder, coaxing gently. Kid, if you refuse, it won't be long before your soul is scattered. Moreover, with your talents, without my help, you will never escape this fate, and will only wait for death like the other spiritual slaves. The fate of a person is determined by the heavens, leaving only a glimmer of hope for one to strive for. You were born humble, your destiny is light, and to reverse your fate, you can only take the unconventional path. Otherwise, you will be trampled underfoot for a lifetime. What do those so-called morals and ethics have to do with you? They are merely decrees set by a group of arrogant bastards designed to trap people like you who live at the bottom while they themselves do not abide by them. Anyone who believes is a fool. The rope of fate selectively snaps at the thinnest strands, and the heavens deceive the honest. Good people do not live long. Kid, in life, opportunities to change your fate are rare. Once missed, there will be no second chance. Think of your mother, think of those companions who died for you. Are you willing to die like this? Chen Ze hesitated for a long time, looking down at the copper coin in his hand, his resolve gradually solidifying. All right, I agree. That is better. The gray-robed elder stroked his beard and laughed, then pressed a finger to Chen Ze's brow. I need not make you swear. Today I will use my remaining divine sense to open your Shurhai spiritual sea. If you betray your vow, the Shurhai will surely collapse. Oh! Chen Ze screamed, agony tearing through his skull, as if a hammer pounded his head or a chisel was driven into his skull. The gray-robed elder snorted coldly. To cultivate is to defy heaven. If you cannot endure even this measure of pain, you might as well give up now. I can. Chen Ze ground out between clenched teeth. With a thunderous boom, his mind seemed to explode. His faint spiritual sense coalesced into wisps of fog spiraling within a vast, boundless space. This space was the Shurhai, the spiritual sea. Although his spiritual sense had not increased, the opening of the Shurhai established for him a firm foundation. From now on, he would only need to strengthen that sense. Chen Ze rubbed his aching head, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and bowed. Thank you, elder. The gray-robed elder formed 2 fingers into a blade, drove them into his own brow, and groaned, then plucked a black seed out, with a face full of complex emotion. I cannot fathom why the jeweling seed chose you. But if it has chosen you, then I accept that choice. You have a decent disposition, but you are not ruthless enough. You lack the temperament of a true demonic cultivator. In truth, whether on the righteous path or the demonic cultivators are not as the mundane imagine, one must employ every means to contend with heaven, with earth, with men. Your road is long. Enough. This is your own matter, why should I fuss over it? The elder pressed the jeweling seed into Chen Ze's brow and impatiently waved his hand. Begone. I will handle what follows. If one day you reach that stage, do not forget what I have told you. Master above, accept this bow. Chen Ze respectfully clasped his fists and was about to kneel when a soft power lifted him up. The gray-robed elder nodded ever so slightly, and in a voice weathered by years said, I disdain empty rituals. Do well what I have tasked you with, and you will not have failed me. As for taking disciples, I have never done so, and had no intention of doing so. But since matters have come to this, I will accept you. I am Dao Kuzi. Today I take you as my disciple. From this day forward, you shall be the sole heir of Dao Kuzi. Chen Ze watched Dao Kuzi's body begin to disperse, tears welling in his eyes. Master, save my life. Oh, I have no way to repay you. Dao Kuzi barked angrily. Hold your tears. I cannot stand a lot of sobbing. Listen carefully to what I tell. Do not tell anyone about what happened today, not even your closest kin. Do not probe into my past or into the nature of the jeweling seed. When you reach a certain realm, all will become clear. For now, I will teach you how to handle matters beyond. Beside a stone pillar, Yi Yuan stepped onto a heap of bones, and staring down at the motionless Chen Ze, slowly raised his sword. Even if Chen Ze were dead, Yi Yuan would cut off his head to vent his rage. Suddenly, a jet of inky light tore through the pillar and hurled Yi Yuan aside. The entire column exploded with a roar that shook the skies. HM. Nearby Mojaizong disciples looked up and flew swiftly toward the sound. 100 li away in a grand hall, a stern-faced man in black snapped awake, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Ha! I was right, there truly was a supreme treasure inside that pillar. It was worth spilling so many lives, for it has finally emerged. The black-clad man moved like a shadow, and in an instant covered dozens of li. Yuner, come with me. A white-clad youth rose gently into the air, bearing a peaceful mien. On the bone-heaped Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, looked at a stupefied Yi Yuan, and laughed up into the sky. He had survived. A jade-white shard fell into his hand, grief filled his eyes. It was the last vestige of his master's life, yet his master's soul had been scattered. He could not fathom why his master would pay the price of soul-shattering to save him when they had only met once. Yi Yuan paused stunned, then charged up the bone heap again, sword in hand. I will kill you every time you live. Today I will tear you to pieces. Stop. Yi Yuan was thrown back once more. Looking up, he saw the black-clad man and the white-clad youth descending. He hurriedly sheathed his long sword, clasped his fists, and bowed low, his expression one of utmost reverence. At the same time, the Mojaizong disciples who had flown over landed quickly, and all clasped their fists to salute. Hail, Master! Hail, Senior Brother! No need for ceremony. The black-clad man inclined his head slightly, his gaze falling on Chen Ze, or more precisely on the shard in Chen Ze's hand. You come here. Chen Ze stepped forward immediately, respectfully presenting the pale shard to the man. The man's identity was plain to see: a golden Choristage elder, the true authority of this place. The black-clad elder took the shard, closed his eyes, and held it tightly, feeling it. After a moment, he laughed aloud. Good, good, good. Those three repeated words only deepened the disciples' confusion. This master was never given to merriment. What could have made him so pleased? The elder laughed for a long while, then tucked the shard away and regarded Chen Ze with satisfaction. Years ago, I consulted a sage who said a fortunate star would appear in my fate to bring me a great opportunity. It seems that you are that star. I am Ouyang, the elder of Mojaizong. Will you become my true disciple? Before Chen Ze could answer, Yi Yuan blurted out anxiously, Master, absolutely not. He is nothing but a Ling Nu. His Qi Si is broken. How could he be your disciple? Moreover, he is ruthless. He poisoned me and attacked me. If not for the protective talisman you gave me, I would be dead in his hands. Many cultivators turned their eyes to Chen Ze, disbelief plain on every face. A mere spirit slave possessed, such means nearly killing Yi Yuan. Ouyang glanced coldly at Yi Yuan. Injured by a Ling Nu, and you still have the gall to speak. He seized Chen Ze's wrist, and a torrent of spiritual energy flowed through him. Your Qi Si has been restored. It seems you also benefited when that treasure emerged. Since your Qi Si is intact, you may become my personal disciple. What is your name? Yi Yuan opened his mouth to object, but when the white-clad youth subtly shook his head, he fell silent. The master's decision admitted no alteration. A smile spread across Chen Ze's face. In Ouyang, he seemed to glimpse echoes of Dao Kuzi. It must be the shard's influence that allowed such an exception to be made. Dao Kuzi's final words rang in his ears, the last counsel spoken to Chen Ze. The name Chen Ze is too weak. The character Ze always implies to give. But cultivators must contend. How can one be so giving? That name will not do. From now on you shall be Gui Qing. High Lord of the ghostly ranks, do not fall into the wheel of reincarnation. Chen Ze bowed his head and performed the ritual of 3 kowtows and 9 bows with solemn earnestness. Disciple Gui Qing pays respects to master. That obeisance was not for Ouyang alone, but for the life Dao Kuzi had given him. From that moment on, he would be called Gui Qing. That does not sound like your original name, Ouyang, he said, eyebrow raised. I passed through the gates of death and seek a new name to start anew. Gui Qing replied respectfully. Ouyang did not press the matter. He pocketed the shard and turned to leave. The name suits you. Your aptitude is poor. You must practice diligently and never slacken. Yes, disciple sees master off. After Ouyang departed, Yi Yuan gripped his long sword, murderous intent blazing, as he stared at Gui Qing. Gui Qing turned his head slowly, meeting Yi Yuan's gaze without flinching. His own eyes shone with an equally fierce killing intent. After Ouyang left, the arriving cultivators still stood in place, murmuring amongst themselves. What's going on? Why has the master taken in another direct disciple, and it's a spirit slave at that? Exactly. Even if the Qi Si isn't broken, someone who can become a spirit slave must have incredibly poor aptitude. This is absurd. You all don't understand. As cultivators, we value fate above all. That lad brought a supreme treasure to the master, so naturally the master must treat him well. What if he brings more opportunities to the master in the future? Precisely. In the world of cultivation, strength commands respect. How much value can the title of a direct disciple hold? Given his aptitude, he might hit his limit at the first level of Qi refinement. So what if he is a direct disciple? Yi Yuan listened beside them, his face flushed with anger. The way these senior brothers referred to him as a direct disciple, though intended to belittle Gui Qing, sounded like mockery directed at him. Though these senior brothers did not speak it outright, their disdainful gazes spoke volumes. Almost being killed by a spirit slave, what a genius, with a perfect gold fire root, nothing but nonsense. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's anger boiled over, and he drew his sword, charging at Gui Qing. Junior brother, the young man in white moved slightly and stood in front of Gui Qing, gently holding Yi Yuan's sword. Have you forgotten the rule against fighting among fellow disciples? Even the master wouldn't be able to protect you if you act out in front of so many people. Yi Yuan reluctantly sheathed his sword, but his eyes still brimmed with hatred as he glared at Gui Qing. Your injuries are too severe. You should focus on healing first. The young man in white pressed Yi Yuan down to sit, took out a pill, and placed it in Yi Yuan's mouth, resting his hand on Yi Yuan's wrist, then suddenly looked at Gui Qing, shock flashing in his eyes. For some time, everyone thought that Yi Yuan had refined the pill himself, but once he checked Yi Yuan's pulse, he instantly understood everything. Yi Yuan was afflicted with pill poison. Oh, it turned out that the previous pills were all refined by Gui Qing. The fact that Yi Yuan had a spirit slave refine pills was already unbelievable. But for this spirit slave to actually be able to refine pills, and in such quantity, was even more astonishing. Most importantly, this spirit slave had endured for so long, and had truly earned Yi Yuan's trust, making him take a false pill laced with poison. This was pill poison. It wasn't simply about changing the order of ingredients haphazardly for a spirit slave who had never been taught, and could only figure things out on his own. To think of this was already remarkable. The young man in white understood all too well, but chose not to say anything in front of so many people to spare Yi Yuan's face. Shortly after Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the toxins in his body had vanished, and his breath returned to normal. Seeing that there was no spectacle left to watch, the crowd began to leave one after another. Gui Qing suddenly approached Yi Yuan, clasped his fists in salute, and said loudly, "I have a favor to ask of Senior Brother Yi. I would like to request the return of the corpses of my companions. Now you want to come to me for help. I would rather chop them up and feed them to the dogs than give them back to you." Gui Qing leaned closer to Yi Yuan and lowered his voice. "If it weren't for that protective magic tool, you would already be dead. You've lost so much face today, and don't you want to get it back? This so-called genius of yours will likely be looked down upon in the future. I'm giving you a chance to humiliate me, but it's only once, so seize it well. If you are unwilling, then let this matter rest. It's just a few dead bodies who I don't care." "Fine." Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his voice carrying. "I ask all senior brothers to witness this. He will bow to me 3 times, and then I will return the corpses of those dog slaves to him." The disciples turned to look, grinning as they watched the commotion. "I hope the senior brother will bear witness to this." Gui Qing bowed respectfully to the young man in white. "All right." The young man in white nodded with a smile, watching Gui Qing with interest. He thought he had figured everything out, but after hearing the conversation between Gui Qing and Yi Yuan, he realized he had underestimated the situation. It turned out it wasn't just one spirit slave rebelling, but 5 spirit slaves together. Furthermore, he had previously overlooked one point: Gui Qing must have dealt with the blood-colored pills in his body, or otherwise he wouldn't have been able to escape to this place. He was well aware of how the Moji sect controlled spirit slaves. To break free from fear and come up with a solution, along with persuading other spirit slaves to rebel together, was no small feat. This Gui Qing junior brother has quite the skill and cleverness. Although Gui Qing ultimately failed in the outcome, the protective magic tool was merely a fluke, and only Yi Yuan could receive such treatment. If any other newly admitted disciples had been in his place, Gui Qing would have succeeded. Gui Qing dropped to his knees in front of Yi Yuan, seriously bowing 3 times, his teeth chattering. He naturally knew how humiliating this was, and he would likely never be respected again. But given that Ji Xing and the others risked their lives to cover for his escape, he would feel guilty for a lifetime if he didn't return their corpses for a proper burial. "Your voice is too soft. Oh, I didn't hear you," Yi Yuan said as he dug at his ears. The disciples around them immediately displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Gui Qing gritted his teeth and bowed 3 more times. "Still didn't hear you." Yi Yuan looked at Gui Qing with a mocking gaze. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 bows. "Haven't you eaten?" "I can't hear you," Yi Yuan said casually. Seeing Gui Qing about to bow again, the young man in white leaned down and held Gui Qing back, smiling gently at Yi Yuan. "Junior brother, Yi, let's call it a day. Don't take it too far. Since the senior brother has spoken, I will listen to the senior brother." Yi Yuan then took out the 4 corpses from his storage bag and left, saying, "Whether you are called Chen Ze or Gui Qing, when you were a spirit slave I stepped on you, and I will continue to step on you in the future. In this lifetime I have you under my thumb. Thank you, senior brother." Gui Qing stood up and respectfully bowed to the young man in white. The young man in white looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and sighed, taking out a brand new storage bag to collect the bodies and handed it to Gui Qing. "Let's go. I'll take you to your cave residence first." Gui Qing bowed again, saying, "I have one more matter and would like to ask senior brother for help. You dog slave, just wait until I beat you to death. If you resist again, I will chop you up and feed you to the Xian tiger. Hit him hard." In a certain cave residence, a thin young man wielded a whip, striking the spirit slave rolling on the ground again and again. After a while, he tossed the whip to other spirit slaves to continue the beating. The spirit slave let out a heart-wrenching scream, repeatedly mumbling, Chen Ze, where are you?" This spirit slave was none other than Huzi. Suddenly, the light barrier above the cave fluctuated, and the gentle voice of the young man in white pierced through the barrier, resonating inside the cave. "Junior brother Xingping, do you have a moment?" Xingping immediately opened the light barrier to greet him, and upon seeing the young man in white, he quickly clasped his fists in salute, his face brimming with smiles. "Oh, senior brother, what brings you here? Please come in, please come in." The young man in white shook his head. "I won't go in. I have something I wish to discuss with junior brother Zeng." Of course, whatever senior brother needs I will be obliged to do, even if it's to climb a mountain of swords or walk through a sea of flames." Zeng Ping quickly patted his chest in assurance. The young man in white smiled and pointed at Gue Qing. "This is junior brother Gue Qing, the master's newly accepted direct disciple. He has a matter he would like your help with." Zeng Ping smiled broadly. To be accepted as a direct disciple by the master must mean you possess extraordinary talent. "Junior brother, feel free to ask. Whatever I can do, I will certainly assist you with." Gue Qing clasped his fists and said, "I would like to ask senior brother for a person." Who's he?" Zeng Ping's expression immediately darkened, carefully probing. "May I ask what is your relationship with him?" Gue Qing spoke calmly. "He is merely a distant relative, someone I must care for out of lingering obligation. Senior brother need not worry, simply hand him over to me. I understand the rules. 10 spirit stones. I will ensure senior brother suffers no loss." Gue Qing swept his hand across the storage pouch at his waist and withdrew 10 spirit stones, handing them to Zeng Ping. On the way here, the white-robed youth had already instructed him on how to use the storage pouch. One needed only to imprint it with one's spiritual sense and activate it with qi. Though deceptively small, the pouch held vast internal space, capacious enough to hold countless items, and already contained 50 spirit stones. Add to that the 5 spirit slaves allotted to each newly initiated disciple of the sect, and the total initial resource granted to every disciple by Ouyang amounted to 100 spirit stones. As for acquiring more spirit stones, once these were spent, one would have to earn them at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Zeng Ping accepted the stones with a broad smile, then strode into the courtyard and brought Hu Zi out, watching Gue Qing's reaction closely. The moment Hu Zi saw Gue Qing, his entire body trembled with excitement. He rushed forward and clung tightly to him. "Chen Ze, you've finally come for me." Gue Qing gazed upon Hu Zi's battered, scarred form, suppressing his seething fury beneath an outward calm as he gave Zeng Ping a respectful nod. "Thank you, senior brother. You are too formal, junior brother. Should you visit again, I shall host you most hospitably." Relieved to see Gue Qing's composed demeanor, Zeng Ping at last let his suspended anxiety settle. He dared not offend a direct disciple of the sect master. Gue Qing took Hu Zi's hand, then nodded to the white-robed youth, who instantly lifted them both skyward in a graceful ascent. Upon a verdant mountain not far from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the white-robed youth descended with Gue Qing to its midslope and sealed his fingers in a quick incantation, dispelling the shimmering barrier guarding a secluded courtyard. "Junior brother Gue Qing, this mountain is called Xiang Mountain, and this courtyard is the cultivation abode I have arranged for you. How do you find it? Is it to your satisfaction?" "Thank you, senior brother." As Gue Qing began to bow again, the white-robed youth gently steadied his arm. "We are fellow disciples. No such formalities are necessary." Gratitude shimmered in Gue Qing's eyes as he murmured softly, "Might I ask senior brother's name?" "My name is Yun. I am deeply indebted to you for today's kindness, senior brother." Among fellow disciples, such words are unnecessary. Yun waved lightly with one hand, then formed 2 intricate hand seals before Gue Qing, demonstrating their function. "I have already explained all matters concerning cultivators to you. These are the protective wards of your abode. Memorize them well. Our master spends most of his time in seclusion. I shall serve as his proxy in imparting the Tao. Henceforth, you may visit me each month for 2 hours of instruction. I reside at Qingyun Terrace. You need only ask any senior brother, and they will guide you there. I see you are utterly exhausted. I shall not disturb your rest further. Senior brother, please go safely." Gue Qing led Hu Zi to the courtyard gate and respectfully escorted Yun out, standing silently outside until Yun vanished from sight. Only then did he return. Gue Qing extended his spiritual sense, imprinting it upon the luminous barrier above the courtyard. From this moment onward, he was its sole master. "Chen Ze, where have you been all this time? Why did you leave so suddenly?" With no outsiders present, Hu Zi's pent-up sorrow and anguish burst forth in unrestrained sobs. Gue Qing gently stroked his head and spoke tenderly, "Be still, Hu Zi. I will never abandon you again." "Truly." Hu Zi gazed up at him wide-eyed and yearning for affirmation. Gue Qing smiled. "Truly. When have I ever lied to you?" Hu Zi wiped away his tears and broke into a radiant smile. Gue Qing's expression hardened into grim solemnity. He withdrew the corpses of Ji Xing and the 3 others from his storage pouch and dropped to his knees, striking his forehead against the ground until blood welled forth. "You have saved my life beyond measure." Seeing Chen Ze prostrate himself, Hu Zi knelt beside him, his forehead thudding against the earth with resounding force. Dry timber was stacked into a pyre, sparks ignited, flaring into roaring flames. In the end, the 4 bodies were reduced to ashes, carefully gathered into an urn. Gui Qing inscribed each name and address upon a slip of paper, affixed it to the urn, and reverently placed it within his storage pouch. Chen Ze, did Ji Xing and Yin Gu truly perish? Hu Zi whispered. Yes, Gui Qing replied with a quiet nod, his eyes heavy with grief. Shall we lay them beneath the soil? Hu Zi asked again, his understanding of death drawn entirely from his mother's teachings. She had told him that death was but a change of dwelling from living above ground to resting quietly beneath it. Yes, we shall send them home, to rest beneath the soil. All things return to their roots. Gui Qing's voice sank lower, thick with sorrow. He knew his four fallen companions would never wish to be buried in a place steeped in such suffering. Who were the other two? Hu Zi pressed. Saviors and friends. Your friends are my friends too. 4 friends, you saved Chen Ze. Hu Zi thanks you. Hu Zi cried aloud to the heavens. Chen Ze sat slumped on the stone steps outside the building, his forehead cradled in his hands. Hu Zi, go upstairs first. I'll tend your wounds shortly. Oh. Hu Zi nodded and turned to enter the building. Once he had gone, Gui Qing's tears could no longer be restrained. He buried his face in his hands and wept. They were all dead. Only he remained alive. Yet survival felt like slow suffocation. The ghastly visages of Ji Xing and the others at the moment of death were seared into his soul. The instant he closed his eyes, their images flooded his mind, crushing his breath. Ji Xing, Yin Guli Hung Zhaoan, I swear vengeance upon you. I will slay Yi Yuan and make him pay for your deaths. Gui Qing fiercely wiped the tears from his eyes and rose to enter the building. Pain, so much pain. Inside the second-floor chamber, Hu Zi sat bare-chested. Though Gui Qing channeled his qi with utmost care, even the lightest contact with his wounds sent Hu Zi into shrieking agony. Once the wounds had scabbed over, Gui Qing withdrew his qi with a sigh. Hu Zi's body bore layer upon layer of old and new injuries. Deep-seated internal damage festered within, compounded by repeated extraction of his qi. Mere cultivation energy alone could not heal him. Only gradual, meticulous restoration would suffice. Gui Qing's gaze grew glacial. His outward composure before Zheng Ping did not mean indifference. Far from it. The scars marring Hu Zi's body would demand reckoning sooner or later. Gui Qing said gravely, I will avenge you one day. Hu Zi shook his head, smiling innocently. No need. My mother taught me not to dwell on what hurts, only to remember those who treat us kindly and the good things they do. A quiet resonance stirred within Gui Qing. His own mother had spoken those very words to him long ago. Tell me, why did your parents sell you to this place? You've never mentioned it before. Hu Zi's eyes dimmed as he lowered his voice. Xiaohu fell ill. Selling me would raise money for his treatment. My parents refused, but I chose to come. I've always been useless, nothing but a burden to the family. My parents borrowed heavily to treat Xiaohu. I wanted to help to ease their hardship. Xiaohu calls me big brother, and a big brother must protect his little brother. So I came here. Gui Qing knew Hu Zi's true name was Li Dahu, but he had never heard Hu Zi speak of a younger brother nor recount such intimate details before. Gui Qing comforted him. Rest assured, I will take you home to see Xiaohu and your parents too. Truly, that's wonderful. Hu Zi instantly brightened, then asked, may I go outside and play? It's been so long since I've stepped beyond these walls. Yes, but the outside world is perilous. Do not venture out alone. In a few days I'll accompany you. May I eat something? I haven't tasted anything delicious in ages. Yes, in a few days I'll take you to roast meat. Roast meat. Wonderful, I love lamb best. Very well. And so they spoke, question and answer flowing freely, until Hu Zi poured out every word he'd kept locked inside for days, oblivious to the fading strength in Gui Qing's replies. Only when his voice ceased entirely did Hu Zi turn and discover Gui Qing slumped asleep beside the bed. He was utterly spent. From the moment he entered the Demon Extinction Sect, his nerves had remained taut as drawn bowstrings. Now at last the tension snapped, and he surrendered to sleep. In his hazy half-dream, he saw his mother again. Dreams were always kind. They granted him the faces he longed for most. If only this were real. Hu Zi sat quietly by the bedside, puzzling over the name Gui Qing. Gui Qing had explained it was meant to sound fierce, to inspire fear. Yet Hu Zi still could not grasp why anyone should wish to frighten others. But it mattered not. Whatever name he bore, Hu Zi would always call him Chen Ze, just as they had from the very beginning. Chen Ze, sleep well. I'll keep watch. Hu Zi murmured softly. The light curtain above the courtyard suddenly rippled as Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and walked out of the courtyard at a leisurely pace. He had slept soundly, and for a long time to come he would not need to rest again. Outside the light curtain stood a burly man with a stocky build and a face full of flesh, clearly not someone easy to talk to. May I ask who you are, senior brother? I am Wei Xiong. I come on the orders of the Mountain Master to collect the monthly offering. The man's voice was rough, carrying an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Thanks to Yi Yun's introduction, Gui Qing had already grasped some of the rules here. In the area governed by his master, every mountain had a mountain master, and all cultivators within the mountain had to offer to the mountain master once a month, known as the monthly offering. Cultivators provided the monthly offerings while the mountain master offered protection akin to a small faction. The master had never interfered in these matters, allowing them to develop freely. The master had only one rule: killing among fellow disciples was forbidden. Aside from that, anything was permissible. The mountain where Gui Qing resided was called Xiang Mountain, but Yun had not informed him of the mountain master's cultivation level. "How much is the monthly offering?" Gui Qing asked. "You are at the first level of qi refinement, so it's 10 spirit stones per month." Wei Xiong crossed his arms, looking down at Gui Qing with disdain. "I know you. You became the master's direct disciple purely by luck. You just became the master's direct disciple, so you must have spirit stones. Hand them over quickly, or I won't hesitate to take action. Rest assured, senior brother, I'm not someone who plays tricks." Gui Qing seemed unperturbed by Wei Xiong's brash attitude, taking out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to Wei Xiong. "Is that all?" Wei Xiong's brows furrowed. "Wasn't it 10 per month?" Gui Qing asked in confusion. "Am I supposed to make a round trip for nothing collecting spirit stones for the mountain master?" Wei Xiong showed his displeasure. Gui Qing once again took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and handed it to Wei Xiong, saying, "Senior brother, you've worked hard running back and forth. This is my little token of appreciation. Please accept it." "Are you trying to shoo away a beggar?" Wei Xiong sneered. "It's the first time I've seen someone as clueless as you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a direct disciple, I would definitely teach you a lesson." "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" Gui Qing asked calmly. Wei Xiong extended his hand with fingers spread wide. Gui Qing took out 4 more spirit stones and handed them to Wei Xiong. "At least you know how to be sensible," Wei Xiong scoffed, taking the spirit stones and turning to leave. "The mountain master is currently in seclusion. If you have enough spirit stones in the future, pay for multiple months at once to save me the trouble of making repeated trips." Gui Qing watched as Wei Xiong vanished down the mountain path, his hand hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. He had only 50 spirit stones in total, and he had already given away 15 before even starting his cultivation. On his first day as a cultivator, he witnessed the brutal survival of the fittest among cultivators. Wei Xiong, being stronger, could demand benefits from him without hesitation, while he could only comply. The principle of the strong being revered applies everywhere. Even though he was a direct disciple, being only at the first level of qi refinement, any random cultivator from Xiang Mountain would be stronger than him. The title of direct disciple, apart from sounding nice, was of no help to him. Among direct disciples, Yi Yuan had protective artifacts, whereas he had nothing. The master accepted him as a direct disciple, likely just because of that white shard, with no expectations for him at all. Gui Qing suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seemed his state of mind was still not stable enough. Having transitioned from a spirit servant to a cultivator, he had completed the most difficult leap. What he needed to do next was merely to evolve from a weak cultivator into a powerful one, diligently practicing his cultivation. Just as Gui Qing was about to enter the courtyard, a man in green suddenly landed outside the light curtain. "Junior brother, please wait." Gui Qing turned around and saw the man in green. He was not unfamiliar with him, as it was Zhou Yu, who had come looking for Qin Shan before. Zhou Yu was followed by 3 young men and 2 young women, likely here to deliver spirit servants to him. Zhou Yu smiled broadly at Gui Qing, exclaiming, "Junior brother Gui Qing, I heard you have been accepted as a direct disciple by the master. Congratulations. I always thought your temperament was suitable for cultivation, but I didn't expect you to truly reach this step. It's truly remarkable. In the future, we should spend more time together as brothers." "Of course," Gui Qing replied with a smile. "I will certainly seek your guidance often, senior brother." Zhou Yu pointed at the 5 individuals behind him, saying, "These are the carefully selected spirit servants for you. I am sure you will be satisfied. It's a pity that there are no extraordinary individuals like Yi Yuan this time. Otherwise, we could have built a good relationship." "Thank you, senior brother." Gui Qing maintained a calm expression, as if he hadn't heard the mockery in Zhou Yu's words. He cupped his hands in salute and led the 5 individuals into the courtyard. Zhou Yu stood still, quietly waiting, appearing in no hurry to leave. Upon entering the courtyard, Gui Qing turned around to carefully examine the 5 individuals. The 3 young men all looked robust, clearly skilled in combat. As for the 2 young women, they were twins, sharing the same features, but exuding entirely different auras. One wore purple, elegant and refined, dignified and graceful. "Oh." After Tiger ascended the stairs, Gui Qing suddenly expanded his divine sense, causing the 2 young women to collapse in pain, while the 3 young... After Tiger ascended the stairs, Gui Qing suddenly expanded his divine sense, causing the 2 young women to collapse in pain, while the 3 young men remained unharmed. Gui Qing immediately took out a dagger from his storage bag and stabbed it into the neck of the nearest young man, slicing down fiercely. The young man immediately coughed up a large amount of blood, clutching his neck, and fell straight down. "Oh!" The 2 young women screamed, instantly filled with terror. The girl in purple quickly shielded the girl in blue behind her, slowly retreating to distance herself from Gui Qing. They could hardly believe that the calm-faced Gui Qing just a moment ago had suddenly turned murderous. The other two young men were stunned, their expressions turning fierce as they shouted and charged at Gui Qing. But soon they too fell to the ground lifeless. The ease with which these three young men died reminded Gui Qing of the scene when they had surrounded Yi Yuan. Had it not been for Yi Yuan consuming a poison pill, he could have easily crushed all five of them with his cultivation alone. As a fellow first-level Qi refinement cultivator, he finally understood the vast difference between spirit servants and cultivators today. Now that his Qi had recovered, he was a true cultivator. Gui Qing bent down to wipe the dagger clean with a piece of torn cloth, storing the three corpses in his storage bag, without sparing a glance at the two young women, and opened the light curtain to exit the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Yu looked at the unscathed Gui Qing, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Junior brother, you truly impress me resolving things so quickly. This is all thanks to senior brother's reminder. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing cupped his hands in salute, retrieving the three corpses from his storage bag and placing them on the ground. In his recollection, Zhou Yu had always presented a smiling face. Knowing that he was at odds with Yi Yuan, how could he intentionally mention Yi Yuan in front of him? Thus, when Zhou Yu mentioned Yi Yuan earlier, Gui Qing understood it as Zhou Yu's hint. If he failed to catch on, he might end up like Yi Yuan, being plotted against by his own spirit servants. Zhou Yu stored the corpses in his own storage bag, smiling apologetically. Junior brother, I truly apologize. Yi junior brother spent a hefty sum to request my help, and I couldn't refuse him. But you are also the master's direct disciple. If you were to die, the master would surely investigate and find it on me, and I wouldn't be able to bear it. I don't wish to offend either of you two, so I could only resort to this desperate measure. I know this is not proper, but how about this 10 spirit stones for each spirit servant? That makes 30, and I will add 5 more spirit stones. We can consider this matter settled. How does that sound? Gui Qing shook his head. It seems. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes. Junior brother, you do not intend to grant. Gui Qing suddenly smiled. Senior brother's reminder is already a kindness. Handing these spirit servants to me means your task is complete. Even if they rebel, that is my own failure to discipline them. How could I dare to let senior brother part with spirit stones again? Zhou Yu rubbed his hands together, feigning hesitation. Gui Qing replied, I have felt guilty ever since I made senior brother lose 5 spirit stones in a bet. Please do not decline, senior brother. All right, since junior brother insists, I won't refuse, as I am truly poor. Zhou Yu couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. In fact, he was making a profit regardless of the outcome. The price Yi Yuan offered far exceeded the value of these 3 spirit servants. Although he had agreed to help Yi Yuan, he couldn't truly let Gui Qing die. He could only hint at it this way. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the 3 incapable spirit servants. Gui Qing lost, Yi Yuan lost, but he profited from both sides. One gained a favor, while the other gained spirit stones. Those 2 young women were carefully chosen by me. They are truly exquisite. Consider this a gift for junior brother. Please enjoy them at your leisure. Zhou Yu patted Gui Qing on the shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face. After watching Zhou Yu leave and returning to his own courtyard, the smile on Gui Qing's face immediately vanished. It wasn't because he had lost 3 spirit slaves, but because of Zhou Yu's attitude. As a fellow direct disciple, would Zhou Yu have dared to act this way if his cultivation was higher than Yi Yuan's? Looking at the almost identical pavilion before him, he couldn't help but recall the days under Yi Yuan, remembering the 4 companions who had entrusted their lives to him in the final battle. The girl in purple looked at the silent Gui Qing, her heart growing increasingly fearful. Although she had known that the future wouldn't be bright since her Qi was shattered, watching Gui Qing casually kill those 3 youths filled her with dread, fearing that she might accidentally be killed as well. They were bribed to kill me, so I killed them. Gui Qing discerned the girl's thoughts and explained lightly before walking into the pavilion. My lord. The girl in purple suddenly called out to Gui Qing, biting her lip, and after a long hesitation mustered the courage to ask, where will we stay? Gui Qing was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this question. He turned to look at the low houses next to the pavilion, and his spiritual energy surged forth, directly demolishing that row of houses. Once they had lived in rooms like that, tormented by Yi Yuan, and now he no longer wished to see such places. My lord, forgive me, I want to ask again. Wherever you want me to stay, I will stay. The girl in purple quickly pulled the girl in blue down to kneel, speaking softly. Gui Qing had yet to realize that he had established an image of being fickle and unpredictable in their hearts as he raised his hand to point to the highest floor of the pavilion. From now on, you will stay on the top floor. The girl in purple looked up in disbelief. You no longer need to call me my lord. You just call me Gui Qing and follow me. After saying this, Gui Qing turned and left. The girl in purple stared blankly at Gui Qing as he walked into the pavilion, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this was the Lord's test? Upon reaching the top floor and seeing the exquisite decorations around them, the 2 girls still felt as if they were dreaming, unable to believe that Guiqing would let them stay in such a fine place. After bringing them here, Guiqing left without saying anything or telling them what to do. However, the more indifferent he was, the more anxious they became. The girl in blue tightly clutched her clothes and whispered, "Sister, I'm scared." "It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid," the girl in purple comforted gently. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs. The two girls immediately fell silent, their hearts racing as they sensed the footsteps drawing closer. "Can I come up?" The simple voice of Chen Ze rang out from below. The sisters relaxed upon hearing it wasn't Guiqing's voice. "Yes," the girl in purple replied softly. Chen Ze bounded up the stairs, bypassing the screen and coming before the sisters with a simple smile. "Hello, Chen Ze." Chen Ze said he was worried it would be inconvenient for you, so he let you stay on the top floor. "I'm here to see if you need any help. We can tidy up ourselves, you don't need to trouble yourself." The girl in purple quickly shook her head. She could sense that this round-faced naive boy had a relatively shallow aura and was probably also a spirit slave like them. But she couldn't understand why this boy seemed to have such a good relationship with their master, so good that he could move freely without worries. "Oh, then that's fine," Chen Ze said, awkwardly scratching his head upon seeing the girl in purple refuse his help. "I'll head back down. I live on the second floor with Chen Ze, so just call me if you need anything. By the way, what are your names?" The girl in purple softly replied, "I'm Jiang Yunyan, and this is my younger sister Jiang Yumayan. Wow, your names are really nice, and you both look very pretty." Chen Ze sincerely praised, then murmured, "Chen Ze is cultivating, and he won't let me go out. I don't know what to do alone. Shall we play together?" "Whatever you say," Jiang Yunyan nodded. "Can you play with the stone beads, eh?" Chen Ze asked. "No," Jiang Yunyan shook her head. "How about stone chess?" "We don't know that either." Chen Ze tilted his head and thought for a long time, his eyes lighting up. "The girls in my neighborhood all like to play Jianzi. You must know how to play. Shall we play Jianzi?" Jiang Yunyan still shook her head. Although she verbally agreed to play with Chen Ze, she was subtly refusing. They had just arrived and hadn't figured out the rules here, fearing they might offend Guiqing. Chen Ze could do as he pleased, but that didn't mean they could too. "Well, I can play Jianzi." Jiang Yumayan, who had been too timid to speak, finally spoke up, her voice as soft as her demeanor. Jiang Yunyan quickly grabbed Jiang Yumian's hand, gently shaking her head and giving her a glance. Just as she prepared to refuse, Chen Ze ran back down, and soon sounds of rummaging came from downstairs. Jiang Yunyan frowned at the noise. If it disturbed Guiqing, she feared she would be punished. She did not wish to experience the pain of the blood-colored pill erupting within her body again. Not long after, Chen Ze ran back up, shaking a Jianzi in his hand. "Look, I found it. It's not convenient here. Let's go to the courtyard to play. We need to tidy our room. Let's play another day." Jiang Yunyan still refused. "Oh, okay," Chen Ze said disappointedly, taking the Jianzi and turning to leave. Jiang Yumayan whispered, "Sister, I want to go down and play Jianzi." "Yumayan." Jiang Yunyan quickly tugged at Jiang Yumian's sleeve, repeatedly signaling with her eyes, "Behave, let's tidy the room first." As a spirit slave, she had undergone the training required for those with lower qualifications and had witnessed many who broke the rules being executed, firmly engraving the rules in her bones. Upon hearing this, Chen Ze instantly became excited, running over to grab Jiang Yumian's wrist and pulling her downstairs. "If you want to play, let's go." Seeing Jiang Yumayan being taken away, Jiang Yunyan had no choice but to follow. In the courtyard, Chen Ze kicked the Jianzi a few times before passing it to Jiang Yumayan. At first, Jiang Yumayan was too nervous to catch it, but after playing for a while, she became less restrained and skillfully kicked the Jianzi, making Chen Ze cheer in delight. Jiang Yunyan stood to the side, watching her sister have so much fun, smiling slightly. But thinking of Guiqing, she couldn't help but glance up at the silent second floor, her eyes filled with worry. In the room directly north on the second floor, Guiqing sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a spirit stone in his hand, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into his qi. Feeling the qi gradually filling up, joy welled up within him. He had despaired countless times due to the damage to his qi. Now that it was being repaired, he could hardly wait. As the spirit stone in his hand turned to powder, the qi was now filled with spiritual energy. Just as Guiqing was about to end his cultivation, a sudden change occurred. The deadly spirit seed, which had been silent in his consciousness, suddenly began to whirl, devouring the qi within the qi. The qi, which had just become full, quickly became empty again. The worst part was that the terrifying devouring force had not dissipated. It began to extract Guiqing's vitality. Guiqing snorted coldly and took out another spirit stone to continue absorbing spiritual energy. Since it wanted to devour, let it devour to its heart's content. The qi continued to fill and then quickly empty again. This cycle repeated, with spirit stones being consumed one after another, turning to powder and falling. After the last spirit stone was used up, the terrifying devouring force finally disappeared, and the deadly spirit seed fell silent once more. Guiqing examined his consciousness closely, observing the deadly spirit seed within. The dark surface of the deadly spirit seed now had 9 vertical grooves, one of which lit up with a blood color. He did not know what this represented. Just as he intended to probe his spiritual sense into the deadly spirit seed, his spiritual sense was forcefully rebounded. He tried many times, but was unable to establish any connection with the deadly spirit seed. His master Dao Kuzi once told him that the deadly spirit seed could allow a person to undergo a transformation, yet after the deadly spirit seed consumed all his spirit stones, his body had not changed at all. Gui Qing couldn't help but frown, not out of pity for the spirit stones. They could be earned back, but because he feared that the next time he used spirit stones, the deadly spirit seed would devour his spiritual energy again. Devouring spiritual energy was one thing. Once the spiritual energy was insufficient, the deadly spirit seed would start to devour his vitality, and he could do nothing to stop it. After pondering for a moment, Gui Qing quickly left the room. Outside the pavilion, Jiang Yunyan heard the footsteps behind her and turned to see Gui Qing striding over her, heart jolting. She hurriedly pulled the happily playing Jiang Yumayan closer. Yumayan stopped playing. Jiang Yumayan, seeing Gui Qing, was so frightened that she shrank behind Jiang Yunyan. The deaths of those 3 youths were vivid in her mind. Although Gui Qing had explained, she couldn't help but feel afraid upon seeing him. In her heart, Gui Qing was no different from Zhou Yu, who had killed without restraint during their training. "I have met my lord," Jiang Yunyan said, pulling Jiang Yumayan and bowing respectfully, lowering her head. "I have already told you, just call me by my name." Gui Qing walked up to Hu Zi and patted his shoulder. "I'm going out for a while. You stay here and behave. I will be back soon." Hu Zi nodded. "When are we going to roast meat?" "We will go once I return," Gui Qing said gently, then turned to look at Jiang Yunyan. "Hu Zi loves to play. Keep an eye on him and don't let him run around." "Yes." Jiang Yunyan immediately responded respectfully. Gui Qing opened the light curtain and walked out of the courtyard, quickly descending the mountain, heading directly towards the Lingbao platform. Earlier, senior brother Yun had already informed him of the location of the Lingbao platform, which was quite close to the Sheong mountain. At the Lingbao platform, Gui Qing ascended the steps and stood at the entrance, looking for a long time. The platform was made of white jade, resplendent and magnificent. It was indeed the place where cultivators should come. In the center of the Lingbao platform, many cabinets formed a circle on which numerous bronze mirrors were placed, projecting light curtains in the air rich in illustrations and texts divided into 4 regions: east, south, west, and north. The area directly in front of Gui Qing was related to magical artifacts. Magical artifacts are items made by cultivators from special materials and activated by spiritual energy, some possessing astonishing power or special functions. However, the items used by chi refining cultivators are not enough to be considered magical artifacts. They are merely mundane tools. Only items like the protective jade pendant that can withstand a full strike from a foundation establishment cultivator like Yi Yuan's qualify as magical artifacts. Above mundane tools are magical artifacts, and above magical artifacts are treasured artifacts categorized into low, medium, and high grades. 50 pounds of silver for 1 spirit stone. 10 pounds of gold for 1 spirit stone. 5 spirit stones for 1 pound of silver essence. 15 spirit stones for 1 pound of gold essence. 50 spirit stones for a low-grade flying sword. 200 spirit stones for a medium-grade flying sword. Gui Qing glanced for a while, then turned to the western area, which was designated for selling demon beasts. Demon beasts, like cultivators, can absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate, and some powerful demon beasts even possess abilities akin to humans. Young Xuanhu, 10 spirit stones each. Purple flame snake egg, 15 spirit stones each. Pureblood white deer cub, 15 spirit stones each. Gui Qing soon left, as there were few cultivators raising demon beasts. Although they become remarkably powerful, they consume too many resources. For chi refining cultivators, there aren't enough resources for their own cultivation, so naturally they cannot afford to raise demon beasts. Most cultivators buy demon beasts for the purpose of obtaining some treasure from them, just like Yi Yuan. The third area deals with spell prohibitions, where higher-level cultivators can imprint their spells onto spiritual jade, which can be activated with the infusion of spiritual energy. If one had such a piece of spiritual jade during a battle or conflict, they could unleash astonishing spells instantaneously. However, the prices for these spell-imprinted spiritual jades are exorbitant. Even for low-level spells, the cheapest is still 200 spirit stones, and once used, they become ineffective, which is why very few cultivators are willing to buy such impractical items. As for techniques, the chi refining cultivators all use the same breathing methods, and since their acupoints are not yet opened, they cannot cultivate techniques at all. Only those who reach the foundation establishment stage would consider the matter of techniques. The technique that Qin Shan taught them was a special one, because the body could not withstand it. The chi si was damaged, ruining their foundation completely. This was merely a method used by the Magic Extreme Sect to quickly cultivate spiritual slaves. Normal chi refining cultivators would not touch techniques at all. After visiting the 3 areas, Guiqing arrived at the southernmost area, his destination, the medicinal pill area. 3 spirit stones for a gathering spirit pill, 2 spirit stones for 10 sets of medicinal materials. 7 spirit stones for a rejuvenation pill, 5 spirit stones for 10 sets of medicinal materials. 10 spirit stones for a channeling pill, 7 spirit stones for 10 sets of medicinal materials. Guiqing looked at the rows of words on the light curtain, finally understanding the value of the medicinal pills he had previously refined. When he saw the price of the alchemy furnace, he finally realized how much cultivation resources Yi Yuan had at the beginning. Like medicinal pills, alchemy furnaces are also graded. Even the most ordinary first-grade alchemy furnace costs 70 spirit stones. Yi Yuan bought an alchemy furnace for refining pills, and also bought tiger cubs to cultivate silver essence and medicinal materials. His initial cultivation resources definitely exceeded 100 spirit stones. No wonder he is a genius. The treatment he receives is indeed different. Guiqing walked up to the wooden cabinet and cupped his fists towards the cultivator behind the cabinet. Senior brother, do you have any alchemy tasks? What do you mean? The cultivator was taken aback. I don't quite understand. Guiqing explained, you provide the materials, I'll refine the pills for you, and you pay me in spirit stones. Are you saying you want to earn money from refining pills? The cultivator finally understood, looking at Guiqing with confusion. The Lingbao platform sells materials and collects finished products. We are not responsible for the steps in between. If you can refine pills, why not just buy the materials, refine them, and sell them to me? Guiqing calmly replied, I don't have any spirit stones. If you don't have spirit stones, what are you doing here causing trouble? Go away. The cultivator's previously amiable expression instantly vanished, and he waved his hand impatiently. His voice was a bit loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding people, who turned to look. Is there such a thing? Coming to the Lingbao platform without spirit stones? This kid must be crazy. He looks unfamiliar. He should be a newcomer. No wonder he doesn't even understand the rules. Wait, why do I think this person looks a bit familiar? I think so too. Oh, I remember now, he is the direct disciple that master took in yesterday. Tisk, he can't even produce spirit stones. How can someone like him be a direct disciple? I heard he was Yishidi's spiritual slave and almost killed Yishidi. TSK Tisk, such a traitor cannot be kept. Not only can he not be kept, you didn't see yesterday, he actually kneeled down to Yishidi for a few spiritual slaves' corpses. Really shameless. Exactly, I don't know what kind of luck he had to receive a treasure that allowed master to take him as a disciple. However, spiritual slaves generally have poor qualifications, and even if their Qi recovers, they are likely to remain stuck at the first level of Qi refining for life. Guiqing listened to the discussions around him, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. It was not that he minded what they said, but he was pondering how to obtain spirit stones. His greatest skill was alchemy, and only through alchemy could he quickly acquire spirit stones. However, he currently did not have a single spirit stone. How could he buy an alchemy furnace and refine pills? If all else fails, he could only settle for less and take on other tasks. On the outskirts of the crowd, a young man with a gentle demeanor was curiously observing Guiqing and poked the young man in purple beside him. What about your alchemy furnace? Can I borrow it? The young man in purple raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to help him? Although he is a direct disciple, his qualifications are too poor and it's hard for his cultivation to improve. Isn't it not worth your while to befriend him? Stop wasting words, just say whether you will lend it or not. All right, you are the older brother, I will listen to you, but I still don't believe he can refine pills. How about a bet? Deal. The gentle young man squeezed through the crowd directly, placing the alchemy furnace in front of Guiqing and putting 2 spirit stones on the wooden cabinet, smiling slightly at the cultivator behind the cabinet. I would like 10 sets of materials for gathering spirit pills. Isn't that Situ Feng? Why is he here? I remember he isn't an alchemist. Who knows? He's putting an alchemy furnace in front of that kid. It's bound to be an interesting show. Let's just watch. Oh, it's senior brother Situ. Please wait a moment. As soon as the cultivator behind the counter saw the gentle young man, a smile immediately filled his face. The 10 sets of materials were quickly placed on the counter, and Situ Feng turned to Guiqing. Can you refine pills? Yes. Guiqing nodded slightly. Situ Feng patted the alchemy furnace and smiled. You can borrow the alchemy furnace. Do you dare to refine pills here? Guiqing and Situ Feng locked eyes, appearing remarkably calm. What is there to fear? Good you have. Situ Feng laughed heartily. We'll buy the materials, you can refine them here. The pills you produce will all belong to you, and you only need to pay me for the materials and 10 spirit stones. How about that? Guiqing said nothing more and directly sat in front of the alchemy furnace, beginning to adjust his breath. The crowd began to murmur again. Is this for real? Can he really refine pills here? I don't believe it. He was just a spirit servant before. How could he possibly refine pills? Exactly, isn't alchemy a difficult skill to master? He just became an inner disciple. Even if someone teaches him, how could he learn alchemy so quickly? The only newcomer daring to refine pills is Junior Brother Yi. He doesn't think that just because he was once a spirit servant of Junior Brother Yi, he can also refine pills, does he? Yeah. Brothers and sisters, please quiet down. C2 Feng cupped his hands and surveyed the surroundings, his aura slightly released with a smile, as he said loudly, please give me some face, and do not disturb him while he refines pills. As for whether he can succeed, that will be known soon enough. Upon sensing C2 Feng's cultivation level at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, the crowd immediately fell silent out of respect, as C2 Feng's strength surpassed that of most present. Once Gue Qing adjusted his breath to the optimal state, he suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the herbs, and cast them into the alchemy furnace, igniting intense flames immediately. After a moment, Gue Qing lifted the lid of the furnace, and with a slight grasp of his hand, he took out the gathering spirit pill, turning to look at the cultivator behind the wooden cabinet. Could I borrow a few porcelain bottles? The cultivator was taken aback and quickly retrieved many porcelain bottles, which floated gently in front of Gue Qing, wrapped in spiritual energy. Of course, these are on the house for junior brother. Just for a single pill, the cultivator's attitude changed dramatically. They were just ordinary porcelain bottles worth only a large handful of spirit stones. As a cultivator stationed in the alchemy area for years, he couldn't refine pills, but had developed a discerning eye for them from inspecting them daily. Based on Gue Qing's earlier alchemy technique and the quality of the gathering spirit pill, he was certain that Gue Qing was not a novice just starting to learn alchemy. Having witnessed Gue Qing's alchemy skills firsthand, he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to ingratiate himself, especially since his earlier attitude had not been too favorable. Gue Qing placed the pill into the porcelain bottle and sealed it with spiritual energy to prevent the medicinal effect from dissipating. He then added more herbs, and after lifting the lid a second time, the gathering spirit pill, while not fully refined, had already taken shape. The crowd held their breath, watching intently as more cultivators gathered around, drawn by the crowd's excitement. For any cultivator, pills were indispensable. With so few alchemists around, and even fewer skilled ones, they certainly would not miss the chance to observe the alchemy process up close. As more herbs were added, the crowd gradually grew astonished. Although Gue Qing couldn't refine a pill every time, he was remarkably close. From Gue Qing's adept alchemy technique, it was evident that he was already a competent alchemist. After 10 batches of herbs were used up, the crowd stared at the 3 porcelain bottles containing the pills in front of Gue Qing, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Producing 3 gathering spirit pills from 10 batches of herbs was an impressive success rate, one that even some seasoned alchemists might struggle to achieve, making it all the more astonishing coming from a beginner like Gue Qing. C2 Feng nodded in appreciation and smiled. 3 gathering spirit pills for 9 spirit stones. Hardly enough to cover the cost of using the furnace. I believe junior brother's appetite is greater than that. Please feel free to refine as you wish. Gue Qing asked, so no matter how many I produce, you can advance the cost of materials for me first, senior brother? Of course, I keep my word. C2 Feng nodded with a smile. Senior brother, please prepare 100 batches of revival pills materials. Gue Qing turned to the cultivator behind the wooden cabinet. Are you serious? The cultivator was momentarily stunned, disbelief evident in his eyes. Junior brother, Gue Qing, revival pills are not the same as gathering spirit pills, and alchemy requires a huge consumption of mental energy. Are you sure you can refine that many? Before Gue Qing could respond, C2 Feng took out 50 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Get in the materials. The crowd fell utterly silent, staring at the two in shock, unsure of what to say. One of them truly dared to speak, while the other genuinely believed. The cultivator dazedly accepted the spirit stones and brought the materials to the counter. Gue Qing neatly laid out all the herbs on the ground, casting a grateful glance at C2 Feng. After closing his eyes to rest for a moment, he grabbed a herb and tossed it into the alchemy furnace. The young man in purple watched Gue Qing with great interest. His earlier doubts completely vanished. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the frenzy while insiders see the art. He was also an alchemist, and from the order in which Gue Qing added the herbs and his refining technique, it was clear that junior brother Gue Qing's alchemy skills were certainly impressive. The Lingbao platform was usually noisy, but today it was quiet, with more and more people gathering around, holding their breath as they watched Gue Qing sit before the alchemy furnace. This refining session lasted for 3 days and nights. When the furnace fire finally extinguished, the crowd couldn't help but erupt in exclamations. 100 batches of herbs, and he actually refined 25 revival pills. Incredible. Producing 1 pill from 10 batches counts as a small profit, but producing 2 is a different story altogether. Junior brother Gue Qing has struck it rich this time. They say alchemists aren't short on spirit stones today. I've seen it for myself. These revival pills, if converted to spirit stones, would last him quite a while. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by the master. He truly has extraordinary talent. Hey, do you think it's possible that junior brother Yes pills were all made by him before? Does it even need to be asked? Of course. Haven't you noticed that junior brother Yi hasn't been around the alchemy area lately? I said it. How could all the good fortune fall on one person? A perfect golden fire root is one thing, but such high talent in alchemy. How can anyone else survive? If it wasn't him refining the pills, he really can put on an act. Outside the crowd, Yi Yuan had just entered the alchemy area to buy some pills when he heard these words and quickly left, his face flushed with embarrassment. Being belittled by the crowd was one thing, but the most important part was that Gui Qing's current alchemy skills were entirely thanks to him spending his own spirit stones to buy materials for Gui Qing. Yet the result was the creation of an alchemist who didn't belong to him. Meanwhile, a young man watched this scene with anger. It was Shen Feng, who had a past grudge with Gui Qing. He gazed at Gui Qing in the crowd, his gaze finally settling on C2 Feng, and then let out a cold laugh. Xieyang Mountain, what a coincidence. Gui Qing was completely unaware of this. All he knew was that after this round of alchemy, he was finally no longer in such a dire situation. After deducting the cost of materials and using the furnace, he made a net profit of 122 spirit stones, enough to last him quite a while. C2 Feng clapped and laughed, praising, amazing. I didn't expect junior brother Gui Qing's alchemy skills to be so remarkable. After today, I believe the number of people gossiping will be greatly reduced. Congratulations. If it weren't for your assistance, even if my alchemy skills were excellent, I would still be powerless. This small token of appreciation is nothing. You please accept it, senior brother. Gui Qing pushed 20 spirit stones towards C2 Feng, cupping his hands in respect. C2 Feng pushed the spirit stones back with a hearty laugh. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. You are just starting your cultivation, and you'll need spirit stones for many things. Keep these for yourself. Being too courteous would seem distant. In that case, thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing once again cupped his hands in respect and pushed all the spirit stones on the counter forward. One first-grade alchemy furnace and convert the rest into materials for revival pills. Sure, please wait a moment, junior brother. The cultivator behind the counter wore a broad smile, seemingly having forgotten his earlier reprimand of Gui Qing. Gui Qing collected the alchemy furnace and materials, slowly turning around. The crowd immediately parted to make way, their gazes towards Gui Qing, completely different from before. For any cultivator, pills were essential. An exceptional alchemist like him was someone no one would dare to offend. After leaving the Lingbao platform, C2 Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the young man in purple beside him. I one-handed over. The young man in violet robes hung his head, withdrew a jade slip, and gently caressed it, his eyes brimming with reluctant attachment. As Simu Feng snatched it away, he winced inwardly, sucking his teeth in quiet anguish. This alchemical compendium cost me 200 spirit stones, and I hadn't even finished reading it yet. Sigh, I never should have wagered it. Simu Feng immediately handed the jade slip to Gui Qing, who instantly shook his head. This artifact is far too precious. Please, senior brother, take it back. A compendium priced at 200 spirit stones would naturally confer immense benefit upon him. It was undoubtedly a fine thing, but until he understood why Simu Feng had extended such extraordinary generosity, Gui Qing would not accept this weighty gift lightly. Are you wondering why I help you so readily? Simu Feng asked. Gui Qing nodded. Simu Feng smiled. I'll be frank. I also reside on Xieyang Mountain. These past few days, everyone has spoken of you incessantly, but my impression differs from theirs. To become the personal disciple of our master, you must possess exceptional qualities. Just the fact that you nearly slew Yi Yuan, your calculation and forbearance, deeply impress me. As fellow cultivators of Xieyang Mountain, let us keep company more often. Keep it. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Thank you, senior brother. Your kindness today shall remain etched in my heart. I vow to repay it in full. Gui Qing no longer declined. He accepted the jade slip and bowed deeply with clasped fists. He knew well that the debt had already been incurred the moment Simu Feng purchased herbs on his behalf. Better to accept it openly than feign reluctance, for such sincerity would also put Simu Feng at ease. Think nothing of it, think nothing of it, Simu Feng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, senior brother, for lending me your alchemical furnace. I feel truly remorseful that you lost the wager. Gui Qing turned toward the young man in violet robes and bowed respectfully. A compendium worth 200 spirit stones. Of course it pains me to part with it. The vile-robed youth grinned and draped an arm over Gui Qing's shoulders, then shifted tone. But gaining a friend like you, that's no loss at all. I'm Shen Xing, also an alchemist. Let's exchange insights on pill refinement often. It's merely an alchemical compendium, don't dwell on it. Alchemists are never short of spirit stones. A few successful batches of pills will recoup the cost easily. Precisely, Simu Feng said warmly. We're all senior and junior brothers of the same sect. No need to tally such trifles. Let us meet again soon. I shall certainly visit you both soon to seek your guidance, senior brothers. Gui Qing offered a gentle, sincere smile. As they departed Lingbao platform, Shen Xing waved cheerfully and strode off in another direction, evidently not residing on Xieyang Mountain. On their way back to Xieyang Mountain, Simu Feng spoke with effortless wit and charm. Though Gui Qing was by nature reticent, Simu Feng's sparkling conversation drew him in, and the two conversed with genuine ease, deepening their mutual understanding. Simu Feng escorted Gui Qing to the courtyard gate, then clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Junior brother, go no further. Rest well. No need to see me off. My cave residence lies above. Look for the one encircled by a beast enclosure. Visit me whenever you wish. I'll welcome you most hospitably. Thank you, senior brother. Safe journey. Gui Qing watched Simu Feng depart, then activated the luminous barrier to enter the courtyard. There Hu Zi and Jiang Yumian were crouched on the ground, gleefully flicking stone marbles. Upon spotting Gui Qing, they immediately waved him over. Chen Ze, come play marbles with me. Greetings, elder. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian hastily bowed low. Though Gui Qing had repeatedly told them not to address him, thus the sisters remained reverent. Gui Qing understood perfectly. He himself had once served as a spirit slave, trembling with similar caution. He gestured for them to rise, then sat cross-legged on the ground and joined Hu Zi in the game. They had scarcely begun when the luminous barrier overhead shimmered faintly. Gui Qing passed the marbles to Jiang Yumian, opened the barrier, and stepped outside. It was Wei Xiong, the cultivator, who'd collected the monthly tribute the day before. Senior brother, what brings you? Gui Qing asked. Wei Xiong replied coolly. Word has it you earned many spirit stones at Lingbao platform. Since your funds run plentiful, pay 6 months tribute now. Gui Qing paused in silence, then nodded. Very well, but I've converted all my spirit stones into medicinal herbs. Please allow me several days. Once I refine the pills and convert them back to spirit stones, I'll deliver them without delay. I hold no authority over tribute matters. The mountain master himself would be difficult to appease on your behalf. Wei Xiong said, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together meaningfully. I understand. I won't ask you to speak for me without compensation. How much do you deem fair? Gui Qing asked calmly. Then, Wei Xiong feigned deliberation, 2 spirit stones per day of delay, while I plead your case before the mountain master. Agreed. Gui Qing gave a slight nod. You grow ever more perceptive, junior brother. I'll grant you a few days, but no longer than 10 at most. Wei Xiong shot Gui Qing a sly, smiling glance before turning away. Once he vanished from sight, Gui Qing's brow furrowed sharply. Monthly tribute was due once per month. Why demand half a year's payment in advance? This contradicted the regulations Master Yun had explained to him. Could it be? Back in the courtyard, Gui Qing resumed playing marbles with Hu Zi, but his thoughts drifted far away, drawn by memory. Chen Ze, what are you daydreaming about? It's your turn. Hu Zi's voice jolted him back. As Gui Qing reached for a marble, he suddenly recalled something. He withdrew 3 blood-spotted herbs from his storage pouch and handed one to Hu Zi. This is blood-spotted herb. Eat it whole, roots and all. Oh. Without hesitation, Hu Zi stuffed the entire herb into his mouth, chewed briefly, and swallowed. Then refocused eagerly on the marbles scattered across the ground. Hurry up, your turn. Gui Qing offered the remaining 2 herbs to the sisters. They accepted them, yet hesitated, clearly fearing poison. Hey, the pill inside me, it's gone. I'll never ache again. Hu Zi leapt up, closed his eyes to sense inwardly, then danced with unrestrained joy. Before glancing curiously at the sisters, this is a rare treasure. Why aren't you eating it? Seeing their lingering doubt, Gui Qing explained, this is blood-spotted herb. It dissolves the control pill lodged within you. From now on, no one can command you. When you first arrived, I probed you with my spiritual sense. Only you 2 reacted. The other 3 bore no such pill. That's how I knew they'd come to kill me. Only then did the sisters tentatively place the herbs in their mouths, chewing slowly, until sensing the crimson pill dissolve within them, their faces lit with radiant relief. From this day forward, they would never endure that agony again. Thank you, elder, Jiang Yun murmured, bowing with Jiang Yumian, then whispered softly, but why free us? Gui Qing replied calmly, I have no wish to control you, so naturally I must release you. Jiang Yun softly murmured, oh, and lowered her gaze, twisting the hem of her robe as if lost in thought. Hu Zi flicked a marble cleanly into its hole, then waved excitedly, fun. Chen Ze, when are we roasting meat? Don't forget, you promised. Gui Qing soothed him soon. I'm overwhelmed these days. Once I refine enough pills, we'll go. Then I'll wait a little longer. But don't break your word. Hu Zi grumbled. I want, Gui Qing assured him with a smile, then turned toward the pavilion. I must refine pills now, I'll let them play with you. Jiang Yun lifted her eyes to watch Gui Qing's retreating figure. Her expression grew profoundly complex. After arriving at Moji Sect, she'd abandoned all hope for the future. Yet these past 2 days, Gui Qing's extraordinary kindness had left her feeling as though she walked within a dream. Is it real? Inside his chamber, Gui Qing sat cross-legged in meditation, replenishing his spiritual energy and restoring his depleted mental faculties. Then retrieved the newly acquired alchemical furnace, placed it upon the floor, and ran his fingers over its dense, cool surface, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was his first alchemical furnace. On it would rest his cultivation for a long time, to come forging spirit stones sufficient to sustain his path. He then unrolled the alchemical compendium, and after careful study his eyes blazed with sharp, incisive light. No wonder it cost 200 spirit stones, a true treasure. Countless questions about alchemy long unresolved now dissolved like mist beneath clear sunlight. In the days that followed, the furnace's flame rarely dimmed. Only through relentless practice could he master the compendium's wisdom, and with each successive refinement, his success rate with spring return pills would steadily rise. Once he amassed sufficient spirit stones, he could finally devote himself fully to cultivation. 10 days later, at the Lingbao platform, the cultivator, welcoming Guiqing, looked at the dozens of porcelain vials before him with a radiant smile. Junior brother Guiqing, it seems your alchemy skills have advanced once again. Congratulations. Surrounding people cast envious glances. In recent days, Guiqing often visited the Lingbao platform, each time bringing dozens of vials of pills which he exchanged entirely for materials to continue refining. The speed at which he earned spirit stones was enviable. After collecting the spirit stones, Guiqing smiled and nodded to the people around him before departing. Although he had not fully comprehended the intricate details of alchemy, it had already allowed his skills to improve once more, and now his success rate for refining the rejuvenation pill could be stabilized at 30%. On average, with 10 sets of materials, he could earn 16 spirit stones. Now his storage bag contained over 300 spirit stones. In the days to come, he wouldn't need to continue refining pills and could focus on cultivating. Even if the absolute spirit seed were to consume his spiritual energy again, this many spirit stones should suffice. Upon returning to Xiang Mountain, Guiqing did not head back to his courtyard, but instead ascended the mountain path. Upon reaching the summit, he respectfully clasped his fists in front of the grand building there. Cultivator Guiqing from Xiang Mountain seeking an audience with the mountain master. There was no response. Guiqing pondered, could it be that the mountain master was in seclusion? Yet since he had come to pay a visit, even if the person did not see him, he should wait a while longer to show sincerity. This wait lasted for an entire hour. As Guiqing turned to leave, Wei Xiong leisurely walked out from the grand building. The mountain master requests that you first pay a year's worth of monthly dues. Guiqing furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, I can directly pay a year's worth of dues, but I wish to know if senior brother will come to collect the monthly dues again in the coming year. That I cannot decide. The mountain master told me to collect, so I shall collect, Wei Xiong said with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Guiqing promptly handed over the year's dues along with the benefits owed to Wei Xiong for 10 days, totaling 140 spirit stones, then turned to leave. Farewell. Wei Xiong looked at Guiqing with disdain as he spat on the ground. Direct disciple. Once you arrive at Xiang Mountain, even if you were a dragon, you must curl up, let alone you are merely a waste with low talent. Guiqing had not walked far when this voice clearly reached his ears. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed his expression. It's just a few spirit stones that means nothing. As long as one is alive, there will be a continuous flow of spirit stones. After breaking free from Yi Yuan's constraints, he understood a principle. One must not be hasty in everything. Patience is required. Just after he turned the corner of the mountain path, he saw Situ Feng standing outside the courtyard with a smile and immediately clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. Come, let's talk inside. Situ Feng grabbed Guiqing's wrist and pulled him into the courtyard to sit down. Flames surged from his fingers, enveloping the copper stove on the table, and the boiling water was ready in an instant. He pushed the brewed tea in front of Guiqing. I heard you've been frequenting the Lingbao platform. It seems you've earned quite a few spirit stones recently. You just visited the mountain master. I assume you paid a considerable amount of spirit stones. Guiqing nodded slightly and replied calmly. It's all right. I paid for a year's worth, not too much. A few more refining sessions will make it back. Situ Feng smiled and said, indeed, wealth brings confidence. It has only been a few days and junior brother already speaks with such assurance. Guiqing sincerely replied, all thanks to senior brother's assistance, I will remember this in my heart. It's a small matter not worth mentioning. Situ Feng waved his hand slightly and pointed to the cup of tea in front of Guiqing. This is Misty Dew tea that I've cultivated for a long time. Give it a try. Guiqing picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. Although I do not understand the way of tea, drinking this cup brings me comfort and relaxation. It is indeed good tea. Thank you for your hospitality, senior brother. Situ Feng shook his head with a smile, continuing to pour tea for Guiqing. It is quite normal for the mountain master to collect the monthly dues in advance. It is not directed at you, so do not take it to heart. The mountain master is preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the 6th level of chi refinement, naturally requiring a large amount of spirit stones. And this is not the case only in Xiang Mountain. Other mountains do the same. How much to collect and how to collect is entirely at the mountain master's discretion. Many cultivators have suddenly died, yet their monthly dues were already paid out years in advance. Having stayed here for a long time, I have seen this happen repeatedly. Senior brother need not worry that I will take this to heart. I understand the rules. Whatever the mountain master asks me to pay, I will pay it. Gui Qing remained calm and composed. Situ Feng suddenly sighed. Cultivation is not easy. The higher you go, the more spirit stones are required. Besides having sufficient talent, one also needs to use methods to fight and seize. Although it is essential to abide by the rules as you are just beginning your cultivation, having more spirit stones in hand is naturally better. If in the future the mountain master demands too much, come find me, and I will speak to the mountain master on your behalf. He will still give me some face in this matter. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing hesitated for a moment, but still chose to ask. I just heard senior brother mention someone suddenly dying. Did not the master prohibit the killing of fellow disciples? How could this happen? These are merely the surface rules, but if a person dies, and the true murderer cannot be found, it naturally cannot be pursued. Situ Feng smiled mysteriously and slowly said, therefore paying more spirit stones is not necessarily a bad thing. Even if someone offers money to take your life, the mountain master must consider whether you have offered more or the one who wants to kill you has offered more. With your alchemy skills, as long as you pay the spirit stones normally, I cannot speak for other places, but here in Xiang Mountain the mountain master will surely protect you well. Then how does one kill a person without leaving a trace? Gui Qing asked. Has someone offended junior brother Gui Qing? Situ Feng countered. Gui Qing shook his head, just curious. Situ Feng lowered his voice. These matters are understood among us. It is inconvenient to speak about them. However, if someone offends you, just tell me directly. You pay the spirit stones, and I will find someone to resolve it for you. I have been staying indoors all day and have no enemies. Gui Qing smiled slightly, revealing no trace of his thoughts. Situ Feng chuckled. That's naturally best. Let's enjoy tea. May I ask if senior brother knows where to buy seasonings? Gui Qing suddenly inquired. Seasonings? Situ Feng was taken aback, doubting if he had misheard. He had arrived at the Moji sect at a young age and had spent more time as a cultivator than a mortal. If Gui Qing had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten such things. Cultivators do not need to eat, and most are busy concentrating on their cultivation, with few indulging in such appetites. Let me think about it. Situ Feng pondered for a moment before giving an uncertain answer. There is a private market 5 miles east of the Lingbao platform. They should sell such things there. If junior brother is interested, you can take a look. The items in the private market are quite mixed, but there are also many. Compared to the Lingbao platform, items in the private market are relatively cheaper, but they require discernment. Once a transaction is completed, it cannot be reversed. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing stood up, clasped his fists, and said, today has been a disturbance. I will visit again another day. Farewell. Situ Feng escorted Gui Qing to the courtyard exit, watching him leave before returning to the quiet building within. Shen Xing slowly walked out from inside, cheerfully sitting in the position Gui Qing had just occupied, pouring himself a clean cup of tea. His lips are tightly sealed, showing no intention of joining. It seems your plans will fall through. Trust me, Situ Feng smiled, as if basking in spring sunshine. Oh. Shen Xing raised an eyebrow, so confident. Of course, Situ Feng nodded slightly, because he has no other choice. So, is that why you did not inform him of that matter? Shen Xing asked with a smile. Situ Feng smiled, without replying, raising his teacup to savor it slowly. The next morning, Huzi eagerly walked out of the courtyard, but the two sisters stood at the door, hesitant to cross the... Naturally, they wanted to go out, but they were afraid of interacting with the outside world, especially terrified of the cultivators who instilled true fear in them. However, when they saw Huzi bouncing around outside the courtyard, they ultimately could not resist crossing the threshold to follow Gui Qing. After passing through the ranch at the foot of the mountain, Huzi looked at the herds of cattle and sheep and asked Chen Ze, aren't we going to roast meat? Where are we headed? You'll find out soon enough, Gui Qing replied with a mysterious smile. 5 miles east of Lingbao platform, there was a spacious area paved with blue stone bricks, bustling with people and appearing lively. This was the black market, its liveliness no less than that of Lingbao platform, and perhaps even more so. The transactions here were simpler. If you liked something, you bought it, and once purchased, you could not change your mind. As Situ Feng had said, the goods here were quite varied. As long as it was related to cultivators, it was likely sold here. Many cultivators sat cross-legged, placing the items they wanted to sell in front of them, effectively creating a stall. Huzi was dazzled by the sights, whether it was young demonic beasts or adult ones, or the shouts of those controlling flying swords to attract customers, or the various herbs that looked different from one another. Everything fascinated him. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian felt the same way. Although this place was not luxurious, it had many items they had never seen before. This was a hustle and bustle that only cultivators could participate in, and without Gui Qing they might never have seen it in their lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunyan could not help but look at the quiet figure in front of her. Chen Ze, look, this is ginseng. I have heard people talk about it before. Huzi suddenly pulled Chen Ze to a stall, excitedly pointing at a pile of ginseng. As he spoke, his expression suddenly dimmed, and his voice grew weaker. The doctor who treats Xiao, who said that if we could have a ginseng, Xiao Hu's illness could be cured. But our parents don't have money, we can't afford ginseng. Guiqing immediately took out a spirit stone and placed it on the stall. Senior brother, please give me some ginseng. The stall owner, originally drowsy, perked up immediately upon seeing the spirit stone. All right, just wait a moment. Ginseng may be precious to mortals, but for cultivators, it was quite common, only used in some low-grade medicinal materials. One spirit stone could buy many. The stall owner selected a dozen of the largest ginseng roots and placed them in front of Guiqing, smiling warmly. Junior brother, are these okay? Deal. Guiqing pushed the spirit stone towards the stall owner, stored the ginseng in her storage bag, and turned to Hu with a gentle smile. They'll hold on to these for you and take them back for Xiaohu later. Hu's gloomy mood gradually calmed down, and he involuntarily recalled the scene of bringing ginseng back, a simple smile spreading across his face. After collecting the spirit stone, the stall owner looked at Guiqing with a smile. I have many good medicinal materials here. You, junior brother, can take a look. Look at this wisteria. Its quality is excellent and has a special fragrance. Alongside this pile of medicinal materials, it's only 2 spirit stones. Guiqing picked up the wisteria and squeezed it, smiling silently. Seeing Guiqing's action, the stall owner immediately understood that she knew about medicinal materials and awkwardly scratched his nose. Guiqing put down the wisteria and left with Hu and the others. The medicinal materials here were indeed very cheap, but the quality did not guarantee like at Lingbao platform, with too many inferior goods being sold as good. He indeed had quite a few spirit stones, but he wasn't planning to buy anything here. He hadn't figured out how to use this batch of spirit stones yet. Today he only came out to take Hu for a stroll and buy some seasonings. Come, take a look. Selling spirit slaves, the price is negotiable. A sudden shout rang out, and Guiqing looked towards the stall across where several spirit slaves were standing, her expression instantly turning complex. Those spirit slaves were already gray-haired, their eyes hollow and numb, allowing their master to pry open their mouths to show their teeth as proof that they were still usable, resembling livestock. Had he not chosen to resist, he might have faced such a scene as well. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian's expressions also darkened, secretly grateful to have met Guiqing, otherwise they would eventually be sold to such a place. Let's go, Guiqing sighed lightly. Soon he found a stall selling seasonings which offered not only seasonings, but also pots and pans. Senior brother, how do we buy these? Guiqing looked at the short young man behind the stall. The short young man's eyes lit up instantly, and his face broke into a smile. 1 spirit stone, you can take them all. These odds and ends had been there for who knows how long, and now that someone was finally willing to buy them, he was too lazy to haggle. Guiqing placed a spirit stone down, stored all these odds and ends in his storage bag, and was about to leave when his gaze suddenly fell on the fabric beside him. How much for these? Junior brother has a good eye. These are made from the silk of the snowy eye silkworm, one of the materials for making storage bags. They are not only sturdy, but also beautiful. As for the price, it's not expensive, 2 spirit stones per piece. Can they be made into clothing? Of course, if they can be sold, they can definitely be made. To be honest, my father is a tailor. Before coming to the Magic Extreme Sect, I spent my days helping him make clothes for people. Then it's settled. Guiqing pointed at Hu, make him a few fitting ones. Got it. Choose any piece you like. Guiqing turned to Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian. We dare not. The sisters quickly shook their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want new clothes, it was just that this kind of fabric was too expensive for them. Guiqing calmly said, choose, girls need more clothes. Wearing the same outfit all the time won't do. Jiang Yumian looked at the brightly colored fabrics tugging at Jiang Yunyan's sleeve, her eyes filled with desire and inquiry. Jiang Yunyan slightly shook her head, giving a glance. Hu picked up a piece of light blue fabric and handed it to Jiang Yumian, grinning. Yumian, you would look great in this color. Senior brother, I want this one too. Make her 2 outfits. Guiqing immediately placed down 2 spirit. Jiang Yumian gently caressed the fabric she held, unable to hide her fondness, and softly said, thank you, my lord. Thank you, brother Hu. These days she had been playing with Hu daily, and their relationship had gradually become closer, calling him brother Hu, but she still felt a bit shy in front of Guiqing. Guiqing scanned around, picked up a piece of sky blue fabric, placed down 2 spirit stones, and pointed at Jiang Yunyan. Make her 2 outfits as well. Jiang Yunyan whispered, I don't deserve such expense from my lord. It's already bought but can't be returned. Thank you, my lord. Aren't you going to pick a piece for yourself? Guiqing picked up a piece of black fabric along with a white jade hairpin. Senior brother, please make me a robe. What are you saying? It's not troublesome at all. Junior brother is truly the most generous person I've ever met, the short young man said, smiling widely. After the clothes were done, Guiqing took the others back down to Xiang Mountain, slaughtered cattle and sheep at the ranch, set up pots and pans with Hu, and just as they began roasting the meat on sticks, he instinctively turned to look off into the distant side, helplessly, and turned back. This was not the mountain where Yi Yuan was. There were no 3 spirit slave seniors here. Guiqing sprinkled the seasonings he had just bought onto the meat, distributed the meat among several people, then threw the piece of meat he had just roasted into the fire, watching it turn black, covering his face with his hand, his voice turning sorrowful. Jixing, we have seasonings now, let's eat. Chen Ze. Hu Ze watched as Gui Qing's hand pressed against his face gradually tightened. He opened his mouth to speak, then fell silent. I'm fine. Gui Qing wiped his face and offered a gentle smile. I've dampened the mood. Let's eat. Hu Ze tore the meat in his hand in half and handed one portion to Gui Qing. The two exchanged warm smiles and ate with quiet relish. The sisters, however, remained somewhat reserved before Gui Qing, chewing daintily, eating in silence. Gui Qing observed the sisters with quiet fascination. Their refined table manners unmistakably marked them as daughters of an affluent household. Since their family lacked no wealth, they must have been abducted. As for the reason behind their abduction, it was simple: their beauty. Cultivators were never truly detached from desire, but once they tasted the power bestowed by higher realms, craving inevitably blossomed alongside it. The cultivator who had seized the sisters surely viewed them as commodities, and so did Zhou, the man who a woman possessed of beauty but lacking spiritual aptitude could only become a plaything here. Frankly, Gui Qing had initially found himself deeply troubled over how to handle the sisters. They bore him no grudge. Killing them outright was unthinkable. Selling them was even less conceivable. He knew all too well what fate awaited them in the hands of other cultivators. Yen Gu stood as grim precedent. Thus he resolved to care for them properly. This way Hu Ze would no longer complain endlessly of boredom. Sensing Gui Qing's gaze upon them, the sisters instantly tensed, bowing their heads low and abandoning their roasted meat. Just then a spirit slave tending the pasture approached. Spotting the storage pouch at Gui Qing's waist, he hurriedly bowed deeply. Greetings, elder. For spirit slaves, the most reliable sign of status was the presence of a storage pouch at one's waist, a possession exclusive to cultivators. Only then did Gui Qing withdraw his gaze, realizing his earlier scrutiny had been unseemly. He offered the sisters an apologetic smile and waved dismissively at the spirit slave, saying, I am also a cultivator of Xiang Mountain, Gui Qing. Having failed to locate the pasture warden, I help myself. Ah, it is you. Jiang Qing at your service, elder. Upon hearing the name Gui Qing, the spirit slave bowed again, lowering his waist almost to the ground. You know me? Indeed, elder. I certainly do. Your story has spread far and wide. You are the sole spirit slave who ever broke free of that fate to ascend as a cultivator. All of us revere you. Gui Qing gestured for Jiang Qing to withdraw, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. Then gazing northward, he sighed softly. How fiercely one must struggle for even a single thread of hope. Jiang Yunyan's eyes widened in shock. She had always assumed Gui Qing had been a cultivator from the outset, and his kindness toward Hu Ze perhaps stemmed from some prior bond. But after hearing Jiang Qing's words, she understood Gui Qing himself had once been a spirit slave, admitted to the Moji sect in the same cohort as Hu Ze, hence their deep camaraderie. Jiang Yunyan stole another glance at Gui Qing, her curiosity intensifying, his image growing ever more enigmatic in her mind. Back in the courtyard, Gui Qing heated water and sat in the bathtub, meticulously cleansing his body. Purification required only a flicker of spiritual energy, but he was about to meet someone profoundly important, and bathing and changing robes conveyed solemn respect. After bathing, Gui Qing donned a newly tailored black robe and secured his hair with a white jade hairpin. Though not yet of age for the capping ceremony, he could no longer wait to return home and perform it before his mother. Here within the Moji sect, he could not be the youth Chen Ze. He could only be the cultivator Gui Qing. Outside the pavilion, Jiang Yunyan swept the courtyard. Watching Gui Qing emerge immaculate and poised, her gaze trembled faintly. Gui Qing's features were not strikingly handsome, but his countenance held a rare, delicate refinement. Though still a youth, his bearing, enhanced by his attire, radiated calm, unshakable gravity. Most crucially, his eyes held a depth far beyond his years. After descending Xiang Mountain, Gui Qing sped northward for over 20 li, halting only before a lofty platform paved with azure jade, where he steadied his breath and adjusted his robes. This was the azure jade platform, the residence of senior brother Yun. As previously arranged, Gui Qing was granted 2 hours of instruction each month. Today's visit was for guidance. Because it was his first visit, he had taken particular care with his appearance. I am Gui Qing, requesting an audience with senior brother, he declared, bowing deeply at the base of the platform, his voice carrying clearly into the distance. The gate atop the platform swung open of its own accord. Yun's warm voice drifted down. Brother, please enter. I'm brewing tea and won't come out to greet you. Gui Qing ascended the steps, treading carefully across the azure jade bricks. Suddenly, a single leaf fluttered down, circling before him. He understood instantly. Stepping forward, the leaf drifted ahead, guiding his path. Following the leaf through several gates, he entered the inner courtyard. Not the ornate pavilions he'd imagined, but a vast lotus pond, its surface shimmering beneath the sun. At its center stood a pavilion, and there Yun sat, inhaling the fragrance of freshly steeped tea. Gui Qing walked along the covered corridor, approached the lakeside pavilion, and paused respectfully outside, bowing formally. Greetings, senior brother. Ah, you look quite distinguished today, brother, Yun said, lifting his gaze to study Gui Qing closely, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Please sit and share this tea with me. Only after we finish shall our lesson begin. Gue Qing seated himself quietly, awaiting Yun's gesture. When the tea was poured, he tapped the tabletop 3 times with his fingers, a mark of reverence. This courtesy had been taught to him earlier by Situ Feng, now perfectly timed. Yun sipped slowly, gazing thoughtfully across the lotus-dotted lake, silent for a long while. Gue Qing likewise remained still, savoring the tea in serene silence. Only when a breeze stirred, lifting the guiding leaf from the ground and carrying it gently onto the water, did Yun set down his cup and speak, voice soft and kind. What subject shall we explore today, brother? Gue Qing placed his cup down immediately. There is something I wish to ask your guidance on. Yun smiled. Speak freely. Teaching demands full candor. Gue Qing spoke softly. I currently hold over 200 spirit stones. I seek your counsel on how best to allocate them. Oh, a flicker of surprise lit Yun's eyes. Before you spoke, I'd already pondered what you might ask. Each time Yuan visits, he inquires only about the divine arts he masters best. You possess remarkable talent for alchemy. I expected you'd ask about refining pills. Yet my guess proved wrong. Senior brother guessed rightly, Gue Qing replied. I had intended to ask about alchemy. But first I wish to consult you on allocating these spirit stones, and on structuring my cultivation path. My innate aptitude is poor. I fear missteps may waste precious time. Yun smiled warmly. Do not disparage yourself. Aptitude manifests in 2 forms, the body and the heart. The former, like Yi Yuan's, is swift advancement, effortless mastery of divine arts. The latter, the heart, is patient strategy and deliberate action. For cultivators, both are equally vital. Though your physical aptitude is modest, your heart is near perfect. In my eyes, you stand no lesser than Yi Yuan. Thank you, senior brother. Yun paused thoughtfully, then spoke slowly. Regarding your cultivation path, though your alchemical talent is exceptional, you must not neglect core cultivation. Spirit stones are sufficient for now. Focus your time accordingly. Also supplement your practice with cultivation-enhancing pills. As an alchemist, acquiring these should pose no difficulty. A truly formidable cultivator requires more than high cultivation level. Mastery of divine arts and potent artifacts is essential. I've reviewed your spiritual constitution. You possess the strongest affinity for wood qi. Thus, I recommend retaining 50 spirit stones as capital for future alchemical ventures. The remainder should purchase a single divine art. Wood spirit art suits you perfectly. Greed breeds distraction. In early cultivation, mastering one art to perfection suffices. For weaponry, acquire a low-tier mundane flying sword. Though not all cultivators specialize in swordsmanship, every practitioner must understand its fundamentals, or risk being defenseless. The rest of your spirit stones should fund cultivation. Once your reserves dwindle to 50, refine more pills to replenish them. Adjust this threshold as your realm deepens. Thank you, senior brother. I'll head straight to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Gue Qing's eyes gleamed brighter. The clarity of Yun's counsel had lifted a veil. He now held a lucid, actionable cultivation plan. No need to trouble yourself. Simply hand me the spirit stones. Yun withdrew a bronze longsword and a jade slip from his storage pouch, placing them before Gue Qing with a gentle smile. Now, you may ask your questions on alchemy. 2 hours later, as Gue Qing descended the azure jade platform, his gaze turned icy upon spotting a distant figure in white robes approaching. Yi Yuan. By sheer coincidence, Yi Yuan had also come to seek guidance today. 20 days apart, and Yi Yuan's aura had grown markedly stronger. He had surely broken through to Qi Refinement Realm's 2nd layer, while Gue Qing's own cultivation had only just begun. Yi Yuan met his gaze with equal coldness, stopping directly before him. Their eyes locked. Murderous intent flared in unison. Then, they passed each other in silence. Upon returning to his courtyard chamber, Gue Qing retrieved a spirit stone from his storage pouch, hesitated for a moment, then gripped it firmly and began cultivating. This time he had prepared an ample supply of spirit stones, enough, he reasoned, to withstand even another sudden absorption of his spiritual energy by the absolute spirit nullifying seed. When the spirit stone in his palm crumbled into fine dust, he opened his eyes, his brows knotted tightly together. The absolute spirit nullifying seed had not absorbed his spiritual energy again, a welcome development, yet he sensed no discernible change within his body. Yet his master had assured him the seed would grant him a complete rebirth. Surely such a claim was no idle jest. With that thought, Gue Qing drew forth another spirit stone and resumed drawing in spiritual energy, his focus razor-sharp, his awareness attuned entirely to any shift within the seed. At the foot of the mountain lay a pasture. Jiang Yumian sat upon the grass, watching Hu Zi sprint wildly after cattle and sheep across the meadow, her laughter clear and melodious. Brother, Hu Zi, slow down. You'll fall. After Gue Qing had brought them here once, he taught them the hand seal to activate the luminous barrier. granting them full freedom to come and go as they pleased, unbound by restriction. Moments later, Hu Ze dashed over, arms overflowing with wildflowers, and offered them to Jiang Yumian. These are beautiful. I give them to you. Thank you, brother Hu Ze. Jiang Yumian beamed radiantly, then lifted the bouquet toward Jiang Yunyuan. Sister, aren't they lovely? Lovely. Jiang Yunyuan murmured absently, her reply perfunctory. Hu Ze asked, are you hungry? I'll cook something delicious for you. But the master isn't here. Wouldn't it be improper to eat without him? Jiang Yumian whispered softly. Hu Ze tilted his head, puzzled. Why must his presence matter for a simple meal? If he's not here, do you simply starve? He's been immersed in cultivation these past days. Told us explicitly not to disturb him. Just eat, and bring him some when you're done. At the mention of Gui Qing, Jiang Yumian shuddered involuntarily, her earlier joy dissolving like mist. She murmured quietly, that doesn't feel quite right. Don't fear him so. He's truly kind-hearted. Hu Ze said breezily, already setting a pot atop the earthen stove he'd dug and prepared. Jiang Yumian pressed her lips together, recalling how Gui Qing had appeared utterly unruffled one moment, then in the next erupted into lethal violence. It was impossible to reconcile that memory with the word kind. Jiang Yunyuan suddenly asked, Brother Hu Ze, could you tell us about you and the master? Why? Just curious. Hu Ze stirred the broth, savored a spoonful with evident delight, then began slowly. When I first met Chen Ze, Yang Hong stole my food. Jiang Yunyuan listened intently. Though Hu Ze's narration was disjointed and haphazard, her sharp intellect allowed her to piece together the sequence of events. Certain details remained hazy, such as the night the spirit slaves collectively rebelled. Hu Ze had merely slept through it, aware only that many were gone the next morning, and that Yang Hong was dead. From their time together, Jiang Yunyuan had discerned that Hu Ze's mental faculties fell below those of an ordinary person. Indeed, when they first arrived, Gui Qing had deliberately shielded Hu Ze from witnessing his acts of slaughter. Naturally, he'd never spoken to him of such matters. Though Hu Ze still did not know how Yang Hong died, Jiang Yunyuan was certain of one thing: his death had been wrought by Gui Qing's hand. Hu Ze's account was incomplete. What transpired after their separation? The master never shared those chapters with him. Only that Gui Qing later returned, found him, and rescued him. Jiang Yunyuan listened, rapt and unsatisfied. That missing stretch, the very heart of the story, was precisely what she longed to understand. How had Gui Qing risen from a mere spirit slave to become a cultivator? Alas, Hu Ze knew nothing of it. In the distance, a figure drove cattle and sheep toward them. The spirit slave Jiang Qing, whom they'd briefly met before. Jiang Yunyuan's eyes lit up instantly. She rose and strode forward without hesitation. After a long while, she returned with leaden steps, shock lingering in her gaze, her heart roiling with tempestuous waves. Jiang Qing had told her everything, filling in the void at the story's center. She could scarcely believe it. A single person had dared to rally fellow spirit slaves against their own master, and nearly succeeded. Though Jiang Qing's telling lacked detail, Jiang Yunyuan understood instinctively that such an audacious act must have been meticulously planned. Every step weighed, every risk calculated. And the architect of it all was her own master, a youth no older than herself. How could one so young possess such profound, unfathomable depths of calculation? Jiang Yunyuan's body trembled uncontrollably. The thought of sharing the same dwelling with such a calculating soul filled her with visceral dread. For now Gui Qing treated her well, yet fear persisted unbidden. Hu Ze, bound to Gui Qing by shared hardship and loyalty, bore no such anxiety. But she was different. She was merely a spirit slave. Perhaps one day she would vanish without trace, her death as silent and unseen as falling ash. Sister, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Jiang Yumian asked, concern softening her voice. Jiang Yunyuan shook her head, her expression smoothing into calm. Gazing at the stew already simmering in the pot, she murmured, nothing. Let's eat. Upstairs in his chamber, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the spirit stone in his palm, now reduced to pale dust, as he clenched his fist tightly. This was the 10th spirit stone, still no response. Could it be that the absolute spirit nullifying seed only absorbed spiritual energy once? Yet even then some effect should have manifested. Rubbing his temples, Gui Qing cleared his mind, retrieved his alchemical furnace, added the herbs for spirit-gathering pills, and began refining. Since no breakthrough emerged from direct cultivation, he would set the matter aside, for now. Cultivation remained paramount. He would simply treat the seed as though it did not reside within his sea of consciousness. The seed's cessation of absorption was itself auspicious. It meant he could cultivate freely henceforth. Still, he would stockpile spirit stones ready to counter any sudden resurgence of its hunger. His senior brother had been right. Cultivation must remain his foremost pursuit, and alchemy its indispensable. Thus, upon exiting the Azure Jade platform, he had visited the Spirit Treasure platform and purchased 100 sets of herbs for spirit-gathering pills, intending to refine them for his own use. After this session, his dantian brimmed with spiritual energy, surplus, chi flooded his meridians, surging ever closer to his first acupoint. Once this batch of spirit-gathering pills was complete, he would prepare to pierce it. As the furnace flames dimmed, Gui Qing plucked a spirit-gathering pill from the cauldron and swallowed it whole, then grasped another spirit stone and resumed cultivation. This time he would break through the first acupoint in one decisive surge. Fueled by the pill's potency, spiritual energy rushed into his dantian at extraordinary speed, condensing ever more densely, until at its apex of saturation it erupted along his meridians, hurtling straight toward the first acupoint. Moments later, Gui Qing snapped his eyes open, brilliance flared and vanished, and the aura radiating from him grew markedly stronger. The acupoint had yielded. Piercing the first acupoint posed little challenge, virtually all cultivators achieved it effortlessly. But with each successive breakthrough the difficulty escalated exponentially. Advancement in cultivation should have brought elation, yet Gui Qing's brow furrowed deeply. This was his second dose of spirit-gathering pills, yet its efficacy paled drastically compared to the first. What was amiss? Could this pill be substandard? Unlikely. His alchemical mastery had improved steadily. His pills ought to grow more potent, not weaker. Gui Qing closed his eyes, slowly ingested another spirit-gathering pill, and turned his inner awareness inward to probe the source of the anomaly. The instant spiritual energy entered his body, he shot his eyes open, light blazing fiercely in his gaze, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. This time he cultivated without spirit stones, yet the pill's effect remained diminished. Yet his perception of spiritual energy had sharpened dramatically. The origin of this transformation lay deep within his dormant spirit root wood 5. 1/2 of a wood affinity spirit root, his innate constitution fixed at birth. Yet after consuming the spirit-gathering pill, his wood spirit root had grown, ever so slightly, yet undeniably measurably enhanced. Complete rebirth, complete rebirth. Gui Qing murmured, his eyes widening with dawning revelation. At last, he understood. After its first absorption, the absolute spirit-nullifying seed had developed 9 engraved grooves, one of which now glowed faintly, signifying its awakening and activation of the first groove's function. Medicinal pills distilled the quintessence of flora, not the pill's power waning, but part of their essence now devoted to repairing and elevating his spirit root, refining his innate talent. Gui Qing burst into triumphant laughter. His master had not deceived him. The absolute spirit-nullifying seed truly granted rebirth. The very limitation that had haunted him, his mediocre talent, was no longer a chain. Given sufficient pills, his wood spirit root would one day reach perfect completion. Not only wood, but all his spirit roots as the grooves of the seed gradually activated. Perfect balance among the 5 elemental spirit roots, a legendary constitution spoken of only in myth, now stood within reach, made real by the absolute spirit-nullifying seed. Yi Yuan, possessing only perfected metal and fire spirit roots, commanded such reverence. When Gui Qing attained perfection across all 5 elements, who would dare slight him? With his spirit roots perpetually ascending, surpassing Yi Yuan was inevitable. Perfected metal and fire spirit roots. Let fate decide. Yi Yuan, I will kill you. Do not let me find my chance. As the spirit-gathering pills were consumed one by one, the spirit stones in Gui Qing's hand continuously turned to powder. Feeling his spiritual roots steadily recovering, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. 10 days later, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, spiritual energy surged forth, pushing open the window while the powder of the spirit stones scattered in the gentle breeze. During these 10 days of cultivation, the spiritual energy in his meridians approached the second acupoint, and soon he would be ready for the second breakthrough. At a rate of 5 days per acupoint, it would take him a year to break through to the second level of chi refinement. It was still too slow. Yi Yuan broke through to the second level of chi refinement in less than 4 months, highlighting the gap in talent. However, perhaps within a year his talent would continue to improve and his cultivation speed would certainly increase. As long as the effects of the absolute spirit seed were still present, there would come a day when his talent would catch up with Yi Yuan's, perhaps even surpass it. Having finished the last batch of spirit-gathering pills, Gui Qing picked up the medicinal materials and was about to refine them again when his gaze suddenly fell on the materials, lost in thought. The medicinal materials were also plants. They should be able to enhance talent as well, though he was unsure of their effectiveness. With this thought, Gui Qing took a spirit mist flower and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. As one of the materials for refining spirit-gathering pills, this flower also had the effect of increasing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, though it was far inferior to the spirit-gathering pills. After consuming the spirit mist flower, Gui Qing closed his eyes for a moment before picking up a cluster of 7 roots and eating it. Comparing a single medicinal material to a pill was meaningless. He needed to compare a full set of materials to draw any conclusions. After finishing a set of medicinal materials, a glimmer of light flashed in Gui Qing's eyes. It was useful. For enhancing the wooden spiritual root, natural plants were far more effective than artificially refined pills. After finishing a set of medicinal materials, a glimmer of light flashed in Gui Qing's eyes. It was useful. For enhancing the wooden spiritual root, natural plants were far more. With this thought, Gui Qing quickly opened the door and dashed out. In the courtyard, Hu Zi had already set up a copper pot and was holding a plate of lamb. Seeing the excited Gui Qing, he called out, Chen Ze, you're just in time. Come try the hot pot from our place. You all eat first, they'll be right back. Gui Qing didn't have time to say much and rushed out as fast as he could. Jiang Yunyan picked up the plate and accepted the hot pot from Hu Zi, silently eating while watching Gui Qing's departing figure, unsure of what he was thinking. A moment later, Gui Qing rushed back and grabbed a bowl and hastily ate a few bites. Delicious, but a bit bland. Hu Zi took a small dish and said, of course it's bland if you don't add any seasoning. What's so urgent? It's a very urgent matter. Gui Qing finished the lamb in his bowl in a few bites and rushed back into the attic. I'm done eating, you all take your time. Hu Zi scratched his head, though he didn't understand why Gui Qing was so hurried today. He didn't ask further. Since Gui Qing said it was urgent, it must be truly urgent. Jiang Yunyan put down her bowl and followed him in. Recently, they had often gone out and had spoken to other spiritual servants, learning about the lives they led. In comparison, their treatment was almost unreal. She understood that Gui Qing might have been a spiritual servant before and didn't want to exploit them again. But living here for free made her feel uneasy. For days she had been hesitating, and finally, she made up her mind to have a serious talk with Gui Qing. In the room, Gui Qing took out all the medicinal materials from his storage bag, spreading them across the entire room. The remaining 70 spirit stones had all been exchanged for materials to make revitalizing pills. He had a plan that required a large amount of spirit stones to implement, needing to refine enough revitalizing pills to exchange for spirit stones at the Lingbao platform. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. With his perception, he immediately recognized it was Jiang Yunyan. He flicked his fingers, sending a burst of energy to hit the door latch. Just as Jiang Yunyan was about to raise her hand to knock, she saw the door open by itself, and her hand froze in place. What is it? Gui Qing asked. Jiang Yunyan lifted her foot to enter, but seeing the floor covered in medicinal materials, she didn't know where to step and could only retract her foot, standing at the door and whispering, can I talk to you? Gui Qing nodded slightly, gathered all the medicinal materials, sat down at the table, and poured 2 cups of water. Sit down and talk. Jiang Yunyan picked up her cup and took a sip, speaking softly, I am deeply grateful for your care these days. I have been thinking about it recently, growing increasingly anxious, feeling restless, doing nothing all day. Please treat me as a servant. I can serve you, bringing tea and water. As Jiang Yunyan spoke, she became embarrassed, her face turning crimson, and instinctively lowered her head. You and your sister are clearly from a well-educated and affluent background. You must also be a young lady at home. Why refer to yourself as a servant? I have said before, you don't need to call me master. Just call me by my name like Hu Zi. You can stay here at ease without worry. Gui Qing said, inwardly sighing. He had also been a spiritual servant and could understand Jiang Yunyan's anxiety. The disparity in status makes one tread lightly no matter how well treated they are. But being a servant is truly overwhelming. Jiang Yunyan fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. Is it that you feel insecure? Gui Qing asked. Yes. Jiang Yunyan nodded slightly. So we both need each other so you can feel at ease here, right? Gui Qing asked again. Jiang Yunyan nodded once more. Then, Gui Qing rubbed his chin and pointed to the bed. Aren't you supposed to serve me? Lie down. Jiang Yunyan was taken aback, then sat at the edge of the bed, reaching for the knot of her belt. However, her hand felt heavy, as lead, unable to move it for a long time. Young master. Jiang Yunyan withdrew her trembling hand back into her sleeve, summoning her courage to look at Gui Qing. Her gentle voice carried a hint of pleading. I'm not ready yet. Can I take a few days? Gui Qing suddenly smiled, leaving Jiang Yunyan confused. You see, if it's something you can't do, why force? Gui Qing walked in front of Jiang Yunyan, looking at her earnestly. There are many ways to need each other. Don't belittle yourself in my eyes. Such talk of serving me should not be mentioned again. I have 2 friends who are truly a match made in heaven. The man is chivalrous and the woman is virtuous. I hope you can be like them, to marry someone you like and share a room with someone you love. Jiang Yunyan softly replied, yes, I will remember your words, young master. I don't see you as a servant, so there's no need to demean yourself or call me master. Yes, I will remember that. Jiang Yunyan looked at Gui Qing, her gaze gradually softening. Can I call you young master from now on? Gui Qing nodded slightly. Extend your hand. Oh. Jiang Yunyan extended her delicate hand, watching as Gui Qing held her wrist, her face flushed with embarrassment. Soon after, Gui Qing withdrew his hand and nodded. Jiang Yunyan's talent was better than his, especially since her wooden spiritual root was nearing 70%. If her wooden spiritual root increased just a bit more, she wouldn't have to be a spiritual servant. Gui Qing said gently, I just mentioned that there are many ways to support each other. Please help me plant some medicinal materials, and in a few days I will teach you. Jiang Yunyan's tension gradually eased. She stood up and walked to the door, glancing back at Gui Qing with a deep look before gently closing the door, revealing a soft smile on her face. 5 days later at the Lingbao platform, all eyes turned wide as Gui Qing produced 40 revitalization pills at once. I must be seeing things of a full 40 pills. Junior brother Gui Qing is truly remarkable, managing to refine so many medicinal pills again. If only I had such alchemical skills, I wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones every day, and I could cultivate without any concerns. It seems the saying that alchemists are not short of spirit stones is indeed not groundless. If only I were an alchemist. Gui Qing calmly exchanged all the revitalization pills for spirit stones and left quietly. The onlookers were unaware that their astonishment was just the beginning. In the days that followed, the number of pills Gui Qing brought would only increase, causing an even greater stir, until it reached 100. At the Qingyu platform in the cool pavilion at the lake center, Yun set down the sound transmission jade slip in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Given his status, it was exceedingly simple for him to keep tabs on Gui Qing's movements. Upon receiving the news from the Lingbao platform, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had already told Gui Qing not to devote all his time to alchemy, yet Gui Qing had been crazily refining pills these days, causing a commotion at the Lingbao platform that grew louder each time. It wasn't out of worry. He knew Gui Qing's temperament wouldn't allow him to waste time. He simply couldn't fathom what Gui Qing was aiming to achieve. In his room, Gui Qing looked at the various medicinal herbs scattered around, a smile forming on his face. After refining revitalization pills for so long, he had finally accumulated enough spirit stones. He had purchased a portion of all the herbs needed for first-grade pills, and now he could experiment to find out which herbs would most effectively enhance his wood's spiritual root. After chewing and swallowing the herbs one by one, Gui Qing's mind became more focused than ever. Concerning his qualification enhancement, he needed to carefully sense which herbs had the best effects. As the immense medicinal power spread within him, the dormant absolute spirit seed in his sea of consciousness suddenly stirred, causing Gui Qing to be taken aback. Fortunately, this time the absolute spirit seed did not devour the spiritual energy. Instead, it began to slowly rotate within the sea of consciousness, consolidating the medicinal power in Gui Qing's body to repair his spiritual root, while filtering out pure spiritual energy that surged into Gui Qing's meridians. Unbeknownst to him, the second acupoint was opened. Gui Qing suppressed the joy of his breakthrough and continued to consume the herbs, meticulously feeling the effects. When he reached a vibrant 5 poison flower, he hesitated. This was the 5 poison flower, extremely poisonous. He wasn't sure he could handle it alone. After pondering for a moment, Gui Qing plucked a petal and swallowed it, the intense toxin instantly invading his heart, causing him to clutch his chest and break into a cold sweat. As the absolute spirit seed spun the toxin, it gradually dissipated, transforming into a stream of pure medicinal power that merged into his wood's spiritual root. After consuming an entire 5 poison flower, Gui Qing felt his wood's spiritual root within him glowing with brilliance. The 5 poison flower was currently the most effective herb for enhancing the wood's spiritual root. Although the toxin was potent with the presence of the absolute spirit seed, it should not threaten his life. As the herbs on the ground gradually disappeared, one acupoint after another was opened, yet Gui Qing remained unresponsive, his mind completely immersed in his wood's spiritual root. When the last herb was consumed, the aura radiating from Gui Qing intensified once more. 7th acupoint opened. Gui Qing closed his eyes, reflecting on the changes in his wood's spiritual root. 5 different herbs flashed through his mind. These were currently the most effective. From the moment he started consuming herbs until now, it had taken 15 days, averaging 1 acupoint opened every 3 days. While this pace couldn't compare to Yi Yuan, it was still much faster than his cultivation with spirit stones. The only downside was the excessive consumption of spirit stones. Those herbs cost a total of 500 spirit stones, which he couldn't use up in 15 days of cultivation. Moreover, when factoring in the time spent on alchemy, the overall cultivation speed was practically on par with his cultivation using spirit stones. However, consuming herbs could enhance one's qualifications, which was something spirit stone cultivation couldn't compare to. After weighing the pros and cons, Gui Qing decided to focus on consuming herbs moving forward. Even if this was a heavy drain on spirit stones, it was better to enhance his qualifications sooner rather than later. He could still calculate this clearly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gui Qing opened it to see Jiang Yunyan. "What's the matter? Young master, someone has come." Jiang Yunyan pointed to the fluctuating light curtain above the courtyard. Outside, Gui Qing saw Wei Xiong, arms crossed and looking to collect a debt, his brow furrowing. He had already paid a year's worth in advance, yet it was only a month later that they had come again. "What brings you here, senior brother?" Gui Qing asked. Wei Xiong replied nonchalantly, "Collecting spirit stones. The mountain master wants you to pay for another 2 years." "But I already paid a year in advance." Gui Qing's voice turned low. Wei Xiong sneered. If I tell you to pay, you pay. There's no need for so much nonsense. This is the Mountain Master's order. Do you dare defy it? I don't have that many spirit stones right now. I can pay in a few days. Gui Qing clenched the hand hidden in his sleeve tightly, trying to suppress his anger. Senior brother, rest assured, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. I'll still owe 2 spirit stones for a day or 2. Consider yourself wise, Wei Xiong mocked with a smile, turning to leave. You must pay within 5 days. Gui Qing watched Wei Xiong depart, his eyes narrowing, his expression dark as water. Since arriving at Sheiyang Mountain apart from necessary outings, he had been in seclusion concentrating on his cultivation, acting very low-key. Yet trouble always found him. It wasn't something he could avoid. At this moment he finally understood the words spoken by his master Dao Kuzi. Among cultivators one must compete and seize. Not a single step can be allowed. Junior brother Gui Qing, why are you in a daze here? A gentle voice suddenly rang out. Gui Qing turned to see Sidu Feng, who had appeared by his side at some point. Senior brother, what brings you here? I went to the black market to buy something, and just happened to pass by. Situ Feng scrutinized Gui Qing closely, surprise evident in his eyes. Your aura has deepened. It seems your cultivation has progressed. You might break through to the second layer of qi refinement in just a few months. Then I shall borrow senior brother's good words. Gui Qing smiled slightly. Situ Feng shifted the topic. The one you were just speaking with was Wei Xiong, right? He came to ask you for spirit stones again. Yes, Gui Qing nodded, his gaze having returned to calm. How much did he demand? The monthly payment for Situ Feng clicked his tongue. This seems a bit like overexploitation. Come sit with me, but it's been a while since we last met, and we should catch up. I still need to see senior brother at the Qingyu platform, so please forgive me, senior brother. Today is the last day of the month. After today, those 2 hours would be wasted. Situ Feng chuckled. Then hurry along, we can't keep senior brother waiting. I'll brew tea for you. In that case, please wait for 2 hours. After I return from the Qingyu platform, I will definitely come to visit you, senior brother. After Gui Qing clasped his fists in greeting, he quickly descended the mountain deep in thought. It was too coincidental, simply too coincidental. Situ Feng and Wei Xiong always seemed to come around the same time. Once could be a coincidence, but twice or thrice was deliberate. If it wasn't Wei Xiong being intentional, then it had to be Situ Feng. Wei Xiong was a subordinate of the Mountain Master, and while Situ Feng publicly showed great respect to the Mountain Master, he secretly seemed to want to win him over. It wasn't necessarily that he had a good relationship with that Mountain Master. Gui Qing suddenly realized he had been caught in an inescapable whirlpool. Even if the title of a direct disciple had little bearing, he bore that title, and even if the Mountain Master wanted to squeeze spirit stones from him, it shouldn't be this frequent. It must be due to Situ Feng's influence. In the cool pavilion at the center of the lake, Yun gazed intently at Gui Qing, as if trying to see through him. I was initially worried that your alchemy practice would delay your cultivation, but seeing how rapidly your strength has improved, I can rest easy now. Did you purchase all the herbs needed for a first-grade pill? Are you planning to practice the wood spirit technique? Gui Qing nodded. Indeed, senior brother, your insight is commendable. I wish to familiarize myself with more herbs to study the wood spirit technique and understand their properties, as I will need them for alchemy in the future. If it weren't for senior brother's sudden mention, he would have almost forgotten that he had previously bought the wood spirit technique. Fortunately, the technique involves condensing spiritual energy into the form of plants to harm enemies, which makes this explanation plausible. And that flying sword he purchased has not been touched since he bought it. It seems he needs to find time to study these 2 items. Ian, trusting him, smiled gently. It seems you are indeed suited for practicing the wood spirit technique. Next time, demonstrate it for me. Oh, let's begin the lesson now. After exiting the Qingyu platform, Gui Qing hurried to the spiritual treasure platform to purchase herbs, among which the materials for the revitalization pill were the most abundant. However, he bought very few of the 5 herbs that enhanced the wood spirit root. Instead, he purchased many seeds. After conversing with senior brother, he decided to be cautious. Although these 5 herbs are effective, they cannot be refined together into a pill, and buying too many would raise suspicion. It is better to plan a bit more himself. Upon returning to Sheiyang Mountain, Gui Qing paid a visit to Situ Feng, who welcomed him, as usual, with tea. Gui Qing quietly enjoyed the tea while admiring the scenery of the courtyard, waiting for Situ Feng to speak. Situ Feng smiled slightly and remained silent, continuously pouring tea. They each drank cup after cup, neither wishing to speak, first, both waiting for the other to initiate. After a long wait, Gui Qing understood that the initiative was not in his hands. He rose, cupped his fists in salute, and said, "The Mountain Master has tasked me with delivering 2 years' worth of monthly contributions in 5 days. I still need to return to refine pills, so I must take my leave." "No rush, sit for a moment longer," Situ Feng said with a smile, standing to urge Gui Qing to sit down again. After refilling the teacups, he slowly spoke. "Last time you mentioned the rules set by our master. Today, let's discuss them in detail." "Why do you think the master established this rule?" Gui Qing pondered for a moment and tentatively asked. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Situ Feng's eyes as he nodded precisely. Each time a new batch of spirit servants arrives, there will also be a group of disciples with better potential entering. Approximately 3 batches come in a year. Without this rule, the fate of these newcomers would only end in 2 ways. Either they are killed for their spirit stones or enslaved to become tools for earning spirit stones. What the master desires is to continuously have newcomers join to maintain vitality, which is why this rule was established. With this rule in place, most newcomers are safe most of the time. Situ Feng paused, turning his back to Gui Qing as he shifted the topic. However, this rule is not beneficial for us older disciples who have been here for a while. Resources for cultivation are limited and no one likes it when more people come to share them. The master naturally understands this, therefore this so-called rule is merely a facade. As long as you conduct your actions discreetly and elegantly, no one will pursue further inquiries. Each year, most of the deceased cultivators are newcomers. Besides their low cultivation levels, many perish due to their weak positions. You are the master's direct disciple, no one would dare to kill you. However, you cannot avoid exploiting newcomers unless... Gui Qing interjected. Unless there is a group of friends who help each other. Gui Qing set down his teacup and stood up, smiling at Situ Feng. Therefore, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered a friend like senior brother Situ, who takes such good care of me. You are too polite, junior brother. We are both disciples of the same master and have a great affinity. It is only natural that we assist each other. Situ Feng laughed heartily. Gui Qing's words indicated that he had already half won Situ Feng over. Gui Qing suddenly asked, after knowing you for this long, I still do not know what stage you have reached, senior brother. I am at the 5th level of Qi refinement with 20 acupoints opened. Gui Qing cupped his fists and said, Senior brother, your cultivation is profound and I admire you greatly. Once I refine the pills, I will come to pay my respects to you. That is well said. I will escort you, junior brother. Situ Feng retracted his aura and the courtyard returned to calm. He cheerfully saw Gui Qing off. On the way back, Gui Qing furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Situ Feng's intention was already quite clear. He wanted Gui Qing to stand on his side. The mountain master is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and Situ Feng is also at the 5th level. These two are adversaries vying for resources, and he must choose a side. As for remaining neutral, that is not an option. Not choosing either side would only lead to a quicker demise. Logically and emotionally, he should stand by Situ Feng. However, doing so would undoubtedly offend the mountain master, and he would likely not have a good time on Xiang Mountain in the future. He was well aware that he only had one choice because in the eyes of the mountain master, he was already on Situ Feng's. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that if he chose incorrectly when the mountain master broke through to the 6th level of Qi refinement and sought retribution, he would be doomed. Forget it, let's see how it goes. 5 days later, Gui Qing exited the courtyard and handed over the monthly contributions for 2 years to Wei Xiong. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Wei Xiong smirked. The mountain master has asked you to submit 2 more years' worth, and that's in 5 days. Gui Qing nodded, and after Wei Xiong left, his expression turned extremely gloomy. If this continues, he would have to work day and night refining pills to meet the monthly contributions. How could he cultivate then? It was time to make a decision. With this thought, Gui Qing headed straight for Situ Feng's courtyard. Situ Feng was delighted by Gui Qing's proactive visit and welcomed him with the best tea in the residence, smiling as he poured tea for Gui Qing. Junior brother Gui Qing, did you come here for something? Gui Qing replied, there is one matter I would like to ask for senior brother's assistance with. Speak freely, your matters are my matters. Situ Feng smiled. Even though he already knew what Gui Qing was about to say, he maintained a serious demeanor as he listened attentively. Gui Qing said, Wei Xiong comes to collect the monthly contributions every few days. I truly feel powerless. I asked for senior brother's help. Situ Feng laughed heartily. No problem, follow me. I will take you to see the mountain master right now. Gui Qing did not say any words of loyalty, nor did Situ Feng want to hear them. Given their understanding of each other, saying such things would feel awkward. Once Gui Qing asked Situ Feng for help, they would be bound together firmly. At the peak of Xiang Mountain, Situ Feng raised his hand in salute, his voice resonating towards the high tower. Situ Feng seeks an audience with the mountain master. A hearty laugh quickly floated out from the high tower, and a round-faced young man flew out, slowly landing before Situ Feng, his face beaming with a smile. Situ, old brother, calling the mountain master feels too distant. Come in, please. Gui Qing closely observed this man who had already been introduced to him by Situ Feng before coming. The mountain master of Xiang Mountain, Jiang He. Although Jiang He looked very familiar, Gui Qing did not let down his guard. Being the master of a mountain is certainly not an easy task. Situ Feng shook his head with a smile. It's nothing serious, just a few words can clarify it. I hear that the mountain master has been in seclusion recently, so I won't disturb you. That's fine. Please speak, old brother Situ. Jiang He replied with a smile. Situ Feng pointed at Gui Qing beside him. This is junior brother Gui Qing, the master's direct disciple. The mountain master must be aware of him. Junior brother Gui Qing has only been at Xiang Mountain for 2 months, but has already paid over 3 years' worth of contributions in advance. While paying contributions in advance is normal, shouldn't he be given some leeway? Oh, Jiang He's eyebrows raised in surprise, finally looking at Gui Qing. You've paid so much in advance, how come I was not aware of it? Gui Qing frowned as he heard these words, looking at Wei Xiong, who stood behind Jiang He with a mocking glint, and he did not believe that Wei Xiong would dare to secretly consume all those spirit stones behind Jiang He's back, but he had not personally handed them over to Jiang He, so Jiang He could completely deny it. The spirit stones from over 3 years have been given away for nothing. Si Tu Feng slapped his forehead and laughed. Look at my mind, there have been too many things happening lately, and I've been all over the place. I just misspoke. It wasn't over 3 years, but junior brother Gui Qing is preparing to pay the Mountain Lord 3 years' worth of monthly fees in advance to show his sincerity. Si Tu Feng's fingers moved slightly and spirit stones flew out of his storage bag. Not too many, just the right amount for the 3 years' monthly fees. After receiving the spirit stones, Jiang He displayed a gentle smile towards Gui Qing, as expected of the master's direct disciple, truly generous. I must thank junior brother for his support here. After 3 years, junior brother can just pay monthly. Mountain Lord, please stay. Oh, I bid you farewell. Si Tu Feng raised his hand in salute, turning and leaving with the silent Gui Qing. Jiang He watched Si Tu Feng's figure gradually recede, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Since he has spoken, there's no need to seek trouble again in the future. Just let him go like that. Wei Xiong asked, puzzled. Jiang He replied calmly, he is the master's direct disciple. I cannot be too ruthless. He has already gained so much spirit stones during this time. When Si Tu Feng was trying to win him over, that is quite profitable. I just can't understand why, knowing that everyone in Xieyang Mountain is aware of his scheme to usurp the position of Mountain Lord, you still treat him with such friendliness. We are both at the 5th level of Qi refining. Unless absolutely necessary, I am unwilling to tear our faces apart. I still need to give him some face. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on Jiang He's face as he shifted the topic. However, while I give him face, he must also be able to bear it. At most within a year, I can break through to the 6th level of Qi refining, and by then there will be no more of him in Xieyang Mountain. What's the harm in enduring him for another year? Then I congratulate the Mountain Lord in advance. Wei Xiong was overjoyed, bowing deeply in front of Gui Qing. He was arrogant, yet in front of Jiang He behaved like a docile dog. Jiang He watched the direction Si Tu Feng left, smiling faintly, then turned back to the building. After rounding the mountain path, Si Tu Feng stopped, patted Gui Qing on the shoulder, and said earnestly, I know you are displeased, but this is how cultivation is. If someone is stronger than you, you can only endure. It's just some spirit stones, it's nothing much. Gui Qing calmly shook his head, clasped his fists in a bow. Thank you for this matter, senior brother. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer losses. I will repay the spirit stones I owe you in a few days. Si Tu Feng smiled and shook his head. We are brothers, there's no need to be so polite. You need the spirit stones more than I do right now. Oh, just focus on your cultivation and don't dwell on this matter. Gui Qing fell silent for a moment, and then his voice turned into a whisper that reached Si Tu Feng's ear. There's one more thing I want to ask senior brother for help with. After listening, Si Tu Feng smiled even more happily. Half a month later, in the dead of night, Si Tu Feng brought Gui Qing to the foot of a mountain, took out a black pill, and handed it to Gui Qing, taking one for himself as well. The two soon emitted waves of black mist that enveloped their bodies, completely blending into the night. Si Tu Feng arrived outside a courtyard, gestured to break the light barrier, and silently entered the courtyard. With a light tremor of his palm, all the spirit servants in the low house instantly perished, and then he flashed into the main house, pointing at the seated Xingping. Xingping suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the finger that had arrived before him, but before he could say a word, he lost all power to resist. Seal the meridians, seal the mouth. Though he was at the 3rd level of Qi refining in front of Si Tu Feng, he was as tender as a child. Si Tu Feng grabbed Xingping by his collar, dragging him out of the main house, and throwing him in front of Gui Qing. His usually calm voice had turned hoarse due to the effects of the pill. Junior brother, he is yours now. Gui Qing's gaze shifted to the whip on the wall. He picked it up and looked down at it, recalling the scars on Hu Zi, injecting spiritual energy into the whip and striking Xingping hard. Junior brother, he is yours now. Gui Qing's gaze shifted to the whip on the wall. He picked it up and looked down at it, recalling the scars on Hu Zi, injecting spiritual energy into the whip and struck. The whip fell continuously, wrapped in fierce wind, and Xingping soon became a bloody mess, ultimately dying in a pool of blood. Si Tu Feng bent down to take Xingping's storage bag from his waist and tossed it to Gui Qing. With a slight grip of his hand, Xingping's corpse instantly exploded, turning into a puddle of flesh and blood that seeped into the ground. Afterward, the two turned to leave their steps slow, not in a hurry to escape, because Gui Qing didn't even know the name of this mountain. He only knew he had given Si Tu Feng 500 spirit stones, which C2 Feng would then deliver to the Mountain Lord through a special channel. As for this special channel, C2 Feng did not explain, and he did not ask. Tomorrow, this Mountain Lord would report upwards that Zheng Ping had died due to a cultivation accident. As long as the Mountain Lord tacitly agrees, no one would investigate, and this Mountain Lord would only know that someone had paid to take Zheng Ping's life, not knowing that the employer was Gui Qing. As long as someone is human, they have a price. Gui Qing naturally understood that asking C2 Feng to help kill someone was equivalent to handing over a handle to C2 Feng, but since he had already decided to stand on C2 Feng's side, he must let C2 Feng feel completely at ease. The two found a secluded corner, and after the black mist dissipated, each returned to their own homes, as if nothing had happened. Back in the courtyard, Gui Qing saw that the lights in the loft had been extinguished, and he sat on the steps outside looking up at the light barrier above the courtyard. He had thought that this light barrier was very secure. But after tonight's events, he realized that this barrier was just a common restriction. It would be very easy for even a second-level Qi refining cultivator to break through. The so-called restriction is an extension of the formation, which has functions such as blocking and protection. When the senior brother first brought him here, he mentioned this term, but at that time, he did not delve into it, thinking that all restrictions in everyone's courtyard were the same. But after asking C2 Feng tonight, he understood that higher-level cultivators would put effort into the restrictions protecting their caves. Even if they couldn't set them up themselves, they would buy complicated restrictions to lay down in case someone suddenly intruded while they were cultivating. There are jade slips and spiritual treasures for inscribing restrictions, but they are sold at exorbitant prices. Initially, he thought it unnecessary to spend too many spirit stones to buy restrictions to protect the courtyard, but after tonight's events, he felt it was very necessary. C2 Feng could easily break through the restrictions of Zheng Ping's courtyard, and the Mountain Lord Jiang, he could also easily intrude into his courtyard to kill him. Only with an impenetrable courtyard restriction could he cultivate with peace of mind. And there's the wood spirit technique, which the senior brother said he wanted to see last month. In a few days, he would meet the senior brother again. He could not afford to neglect his studies. Over the past half-month, he had been refining medicinal materials in exchange for spirit stones, and his cultivation had fallen behind quite a bit. He needed to catch up as soon as possible. Now he always felt that time was not enough, wishing he could use one day as if it were two. Cultivating in seclusion with a clear heart and few desires is just a fabrication of ignorant mortals. Only after becoming a cultivator does one realize how busy a cultivator's life truly is. A slightly scorching gaze suddenly fell on his back. Gui Qing felt an instinctive response and looked up to see Jiang Yin standing by the wooden railing on the top floor, wondering why she was still awake so late. Jiang Yin smiled sweetly, bowed in greeting, then returned to her room to rest. The next morning, Gui Qing finished his cultivation and left early for the spirit treasure platform, spending over 200 spirit stones to purchase a jade slip engraved with complex prohibitions, which he set up around the courtyard. The light barrier that had enveloped the courtyard immediately shattered, and the complex prohibitions transformed into a thicker light barrier protecting the entire courtyard. Hu Zi asked Chen Ze why change it. Gui Qing imprinted his divine sense onto the prohibitions, calming himself to sense for a moment before drawing a talisman in Hu Zi's palm, explaining, "LL, be more convenient, you can just enter directly in the future." The original prohibitions required a sealing technique, allowing anyone who possessed it to enter. This newly arranged set of prohibitions can only be entered by those Gui Qing permits. With the protective power of this set of prohibitions, even someone at the third level of Qi refinement would not be able to break through. Aside from being somewhat expensive, it has almost no drawbacks. Gui Qing waved his hand, and Jiang Yumian immediately stepped forward, extending her hand. Watching Gui Qing draw a talisman on her palm, she smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Having spent time together, she had lost the initial shyness and was no longer so afraid of Gui Qing. Jiang Yin also extended her delicate hand, feeling the warmth from Gui Qing's fingers, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Gui Qing said, "There's nothing to do today, I'll teach you how to plant medicinal herbs." Jiang Yin followed Gui Qing out of the courtyard, standing outside the herb garden covered by the light barrier, watching as Gui Qing scattered seeds from his hand, her thoughts drifting far away. It turned out that she loved planting flowers the most at home. Although she was now planting medicinal herbs not at home, it still felt somewhat familiar. "Young master, can we plant flowers in the vacant space in the courtyard?" Jiang Yin bit her lip and mustered the courage to ask softly. "Yes," Gui Qing replied. "Is it all right if I rearrange some of the decorations in the attic?" "Yes, if you need materials, just tell me, and I'll take you to the private market to buy them." "Then can I consider this place my home?" "Yes, you can be just as you are at home. There is no need to hold back." Jiang Yin looked at Gui Qing, who was busy in the herb garden, her gaze gradually softening. Only when Gui Qing turned to look at her did she come back to herself, listening to his instructions about planting medicinal herbs. Gui Qing watched as Jiang Yin calmly released her spiritual energy to nurture the medicinal herbs, nodding in appreciation before returning to his room to to retrieve the jade slip that recorded the wood spirit technique. The so-called wood spirit technique involves using one's own wood spirit root to mobilize spiritual energy and condense the shape of plants to attack enemies. After reading about the wood spirit technique, Gui Qing raised his hand toward the front and spiritual energy burst forth from his palm, but it did not condense into the shape of plants. Instead, it dissipated into the air. Gui Qing tried again, but he still failed. Once, twice, 3 times. After attempting for a long time, without success, he couldn't help but smile wryly. His talent simply wasn't sufficient. His senior brother had once mentioned how Yi Yuan learned divine arts effortlessly while he struggled so much with the wood spirit technique. Gui Qing took out the jade slip again and examined it carefully. After reading it several times, he finally focused his attention on the outline of the wood spirit technique. Gathering energy as seeds condensing the shape of plants. This phrase was too obscure, it didn't explain how to gather energy or how to condense forms. Everything depended on his own comprehension, but his understanding was painfully lacking, having practiced for so long, without even a hint of feeling. He could seek guidance from his senior brother, but perhaps due to pride, he didn't want his senior brother to see how difficult it was for him to learn the wood spirit technique. Moreover, his senior brother had said he wanted to see him use the wood spirit technique. If he couldn't even learn it, how could he face his senior brother? Gui Qing attempted again for a long time, but still could not grasp it, so he had to give up for the time being. At this moment, he had no desire to continue cultivating and decided to step out of the courtyard to see how Jiang Yunyan was doing with the herbs. When he arrived outside the herb garden, he did not see Jiang Yunyan's figure. He had previously reminded her to use different soils for different seeds, and some required the red soil from the mountain below, so she must have gone down to dig for soil. Hu Zi and Jiang Yumian were also not in the courtyard. They must have gone down the mountain with Jiang Yunyan. Gui Qing sat outside the herb garden staring blankly at the freshly turned soil, his mind filled with thoughts on how to cultivate the wood spirit technique. Just then a seed nourished by spiritual energy broke through the soil, and Gui Qing suddenly understood. Gathering energy as seeds, so that's how it is. Gui Qing murmured to himself, continuously releasing spiritual energy from within, condensing it into nearly invisible seeds that fell into the soil, shape of plants condense. In the next moment, a thick green vine broke through the soil, twisting around Gui Qing before extending for a full yard before stopping its growth. Gui Qing's heart soared with joy. He succeeded. He caressed the green vine, before him reluctant to part with it. Suddenly, a sweet, pungent scent invaded his nose, causing him to freeze. This was the poison of the plants, but the wood spirit technique required condensing poisonous plants, which he at the first level of qi refinement could not achieve. At least the third level of qi refinement and careful study of the wood spirit technique was required. Oh, what could this possibly mean? After some thought, he finally found the answer. In recent days, to enhance his wood spirit root, he had frequently consumed poisonous herbs, and over time some toxins inevitably mixed into his spiritual energy. Though this was unexpected, it was a pleasant surprise. Gui Qing took out his bronze long sword and struck the vine directly, which immediately snapped in two and fell to the ground, dissipating into spiritual energy. The hardness was still insufficient, and metal inherently restrained wood. Using such a green vine against a flying sword was still too much to handle. If he encountered an opponent like Yi Yuan who specialized in flying swords, how would he cope? Gui Qing fell into deep thought when Jiang Yumian suddenly rushed over in a panic. "Young master, it's bad. Sister and brother Hu Zi are in trouble." Gui Qing asked, "What happened?" "We ran into someone when we went down the mountain. He deliberately bumped into us, insisting that we hit him. Sister got hurt by him, and brother Hu Zi tried to stop him so I could get back to report. I'm so scared something will happen to them." As Jiang Yumian spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. "Young master, please go save them." Gui Qing immediately grabbed Jiang Yumian and ran down the mountain as fast as he could. His expression, he had barely stood by C2 phone for long when someone began targeting Hu Zi and the others. This matter must definitely be related to Jiang He. At the foot of Xiaoyang Mountain, Hu Zi sat on the ground, battered and bruised, yet he still stretched out his arms to protect Jiang Yunyan behind him. Jiang Yunyan's injuries were even more severe, her body covered in small wounds, all avoiding vital points. The loss of blood had rendered her already pale complexion as white as a corpse, and she was on the verge of death. Shen Feng kicked Hu Zi away and grabbed Jiang Yunyan by her hair, grinning at the onlookers. "Brothers, it's not that I'm being stingy, but these few dog slaves are relying on a good master to bully others. I simply can't tolerate this anymore. It's one thing to bump into me, but now they want me to apologize. Even if they're direct disciples of the master, their spirit servants shouldn't be so unruly, right? Brothers, what do you think we should do? Kill them? These dog slaves are so bold. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll surely rebel in the future." "Exactly, you can tell what kind of master they have by the kind of slaves they keep. Junior brother, feel free to take action. I will cover the spirit stones for you." Many people sneered, their insinuations clearly directed at Gui Qing. "What nonsense. You deliberately bumped into us, you scoundrel. Hu Zi glared furiously, rushing over to save Jiang Yun, Yin only to be kicked away by Shen Feng again. Shen Feng leaned closer to Jiang Yun, Yin inhaling her faint fragrance with a look of intoxication. What a beauty. It's such a pity that you're with that waste Gui Qing. You should be my maid from now on. If you agree, I'll let you off. What do you say? Huh? Jiang Yunyan spat fiercely at Shen Feng. What are you to compare yourself with my young master? Daring to treat me like this, even a servant today, I shall teach you a lesson for Gui Qing. Jiang Yunyan's face flushed bright red, unable to speak, resorting to striking Shen Feng with her hands. What a pity such a beauty is about to meet her demise. Shen Feng, you're courting death. Gui Qing rushed up from the foot of the mountain, spiritual energy surging within him, coalescing into seeds that fell into the ground. In the next moment, 4 robust vines emerged from the earth, firmly ensnaring Shen Feng. Shen Feng emitted fierce flames that burned the vines, casually tossing Jiang Yunyan to the ground, and looked at Gui Qing with a smug smile. Brothers, you all saw it, he struck first. Indeed, we all saw it. The crowd nodded in agreement. Since junior brother Gui Qing wishes to spar with me, I shall oblige. Shen Feng's lips curled up as he raised his palm towards Gui Qing, spewing forth a wave of searing flames. Gui Qing quickly dodged to the side, summoning several vines to block the front, but they were soon incinerated by Shen Feng's fire. What fuels fire? What an unfortunate combination. Your with spirit technique just happens to be countered by me. Shen Feng's flames grew larger as he watched Gui Qing flee in a panic, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. Gui Qing naturally understood that Shen Feng was trying to provoke him into action. Logically, he should endure, but seeing the severe injuries of Hu Zi and Jiang Yunyan, he could no longer hold back. But he was not completely impulsive. Shen Feng's public provocation was not just an invitation to fight, it was an attempt to humiliate him. Yet all of this required defeating him first, and he was not certain he would lose. Outside the crowd, Shen Xing watched anxiously, nudging the arm of Situ Feng beside him. Are you sure you don't want to intervene? Shen Feng is at the second level of qi refinement. How can junior brother Gui Qing be his opponent? Not necessarily. Situ Feng replied calmly, watching Gui Qing in the distance with interest. He is not an impulsive person and understands the stakes involved. Since he chose to engage Shen Feng, he must have some confidence. Let's observe for now. Even if Shen Feng is foolish, he wouldn't kill him in public. At least his life is not in danger. As the two were speaking, Gui Qing had already been forced by Shen Feng's flames to evade everywhere. Shen Feng's cultivation level was higher, and his vines were no match for the flames, lacking even the qualification to confront him heat. Shen Feng let out a cold laugh, shooting several fireballs from his palm. Under his control, the fireballs flew in different directions, sealing off all escape routes for Gui Qing. Gui Qing's spiritual energy surged, and several vines broke through the soil, interweaving to form a protective cage around him. Taking advantage of the flames burning the vines, he swiftly dashed out. You run pretty well. Shen Feng sneered at the pale-faced Gui Qing, walking forward slowly. But now your spiritual energy is exhausted, you can't escape. Are you going to kill me? Gui Qing suddenly asked. Shen Feng was taken aback, his face once again adorned with a friendly smile. Junior brother, Gui Qing, you shouldn't say such things. Today is merely a spar. What if I let you kill me? Gui Qing replied calmly. Shen Feng was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Gui Qing was trying to imply. The onlookers were also filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Gui Qing would say such a thing. Brothers, the master forbids killing, but surely it doesn't prohibit gambling with one's life. Gui Qing glanced at the crowd, then looked earnestly at Shen Feng. I bet my life against yours, do you dare? Shen Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. All right, since you dare to bet, why should I not? Then let the brothers witness this. Today, I bet my life against him, regardless of life or death. I ask my brothers not to interfere. Gui Qing bowed to the crowd, then coldly stared at Shen Feng. Come up and meet your end. You are merely at the first level of qi refinement. Your spiritual energy has not recovered. I truly wonder where you get the courage to be so arrogant. Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Shen Feng laughed loudly, condensing flames in his palm into a pillar of fire that shot forth. Gui Qing gathered the last remnants of his spiritual energy, forming a vibrant 5 poisons flower, flicking it towards Shen Feng while exploding with the last bit of speed to evade the fire pillar. However, the speed of the 5 poisons flower was far too slow, easily intercepted by Shen Feng. With such little ability, you dare to bet your life against me, eh? Shen Feng flicked his sleeve, and the 5 poisons flower immediately dissipated. He slowly raised his palm towards Gui Qing, flames condensing in his palm. Now that you have no spiritual energy left, prepare to die. Situ Feng took a step forward. With his speed, he could easily save Gui Qing before the fire pillar arrived. Gui Qing stood still, watching as another fire pillar was about to condense, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Just as Shen Feng's fire pillar was about to take shape, his face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, stumbling backward while angrily pointing at Gui Qing. You actually used poison, despicable. In a direct confrontation, Guiqing was definitely no match for Shenfeng. He understood this well, which was why he had always avoided direct conflict with Shenfeng, merely dodging to buy time. Wood fuels fire, that is true, but the toxins from the burn vines would also disperse into the air. The toxic plants formed by the wood spirit technique required the third level of qi refinement to achieve. Shenfeng, being only at the second level naturally, could not detect it, completely unaware of the toxins infiltrating his body. The 5 poisons flower he finally condensed was not meant to attack Shenfeng, but to compress all the toxins in his body into the flower. Once Shenfeng broke the 5 poisons flower, the concentrated toxins within would be released, triggering the toxins already in Shenfeng's body. He had inadvertently condensed the toxins early due to the herbs. Without these toxins, he would never have engaged Shenfeng, nor would he bet his life against him. Despicable. Guiqing drew out a bronze sword, stepping up to Shenfeng, pressing the sword against Shenfeng's throat. You can use fire. Can I use poison? The bet was set. Prepare to die. Just as Guiqing was about to stab the sword into Shenfeng's throat, a stone suddenly flew in, knocking Guiqing's sword off course. Wei Xiong burst forth, reaching Guiqing in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to strike at Guiqing's crown. Daring to harm a fellow disciple, die. Guiqing remained expressionless, making no move. In the next moment, Situ Feng appeared with afterimages, standing in front of Guiqing and gently pushing Wei Xiong back. He set the bet himself. Oh, why do you meddle in this? Wei Xiong shouted angrily. Situ Feng, are you truly planning to collude with him to harm fellow disciples? A private bet, how can that count? Indeed, no matter how you look at it, it's too reckless to kill someone in broad daylight. Right? What kind of childish bet is this, treating the master's rules as nothing? Harm a fellow disciple. Guiqing laughed coldly when he agreed. Why didn't you speak up? When he injured my people, you stood by and watched. Now that I want to kill him, you bring up the rules. I am the direct disciple of the master. What are you to bring up rules with me? The crowd fell silent. Guiqing looked down at Shenfeng, his grip on the bronze sword tightening. You lost the bet. Now your life belongs to me. Shenfeng felt the chill emanating from the tip of the sword as he noticed the murderous intent in Guiqing's eyes. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and lowered his tone. Senior brother Guiqing, I was wrong. Please forbear my transgressions and spare my life. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask of me. My people, even if they're merely spirit slaves, are they something you can touch? Guiqing pressed forward with the sword, the tip creating a deep indentation in Shenfeng's throat, almost piercing through. Since we're gambling with our lives, only one of us can survive today. Senior brother Guiqing, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will never provoke you again. Please do not kill me. Shenfeng trembled, uncontrollably terrified to the point of wetting himself. Guiqing glanced at him with disdain, grabbing Shenfeng by the hair and dragging him in front of Jiang Yunyan and Huzi. He forced them to consume healing pills, then stood up, raising his bronze sword at Shenfeng. Those who dare harm my people will meet such an end. Shenfeng hurriedly leaned on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to Jiang Yunyan and Huzi. I was wrong. I apologize to you both. Please forgive me. Huzi showed no reaction, but Jiang Yunyan was filled with shock. She had never imagined that Shenfeng would kneel and apologize to her, nor that Guiqing would go to such lengths for them. Guiqing slowly crouched down, pulling Shenfeng's hair to lift his head, leaning in close to his ear. If you wish to live, it's simple. Tell me who is plotting against me from behind the scenes. This. Shenfeng glanced at Wei Xiong and immediately hesitated. Moi. Guiqing furrowed his brow and thrust the sword toward Shenfeng's throat. Shenfeng was terrified, quickly stepping back a few paces just in time to avoid the thrust. Looking at the bloodthirsty Guiqing, he was instantly filled with fear. I will tell you. I will tell you. It was the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master knows of my discord with you, so he made me. Wei Xiong burst forth in a flash, gripping Shenfeng's throat, his palm radiating power as he effortlessly twisted Shenfeng's neck. You worthless scum. Even at death's door you still spout nonsense. Wei Xiong cursed vehemently, turning to look at Guiqing, his typically fierce face now bearing a hint of ingratiating smile. Senior brother Guiqing, do not listen to his ramblings. He has gone mad. Our rabid dogs bite indiscriminately. Even if a direct disciple is merely a title, it still holds weight. If Shenfeng speaks of this bullying against a direct disciple Jiang, his reputation will be ruined. It must be noted that besides Guiqing and Yi Yuan, all other direct disciples are Foundation establishment cultivators. Should even one of them care about this matter, Jiang, he will find himself in serious trouble. His cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement was no different from Immortals in front of Foundation establishment cultivators. To prevent Shenfeng from implicating the Mountain Master Jiang, Wei Xiong had no choice but to decisively kill Shenfeng. Why did you kill him, senior brother? Guiqing asked in surprise. Wei Xiong paused, realizing he had fallen into Guiqing's trap. At that moment, he was only focused on silencing Shenfeng and hadn't thought it through. I was avenging my junior brother. Since the bet has been made, he naturally deserves to die for losing, Wei Xiong replied with a forced smile. Is that so? Gui Qing feigned an expression of sudden realization, raised his hand in salute, and smiled. Thank you, Brother Wei, for your righteous intervention. However, Master prohibits slaughter among fellow disciples. Brother Wei has committed a grave sin. You should flee quickly. Wei Xiong was completely dumbfounded. Why should I run? You made the bet. I was merely helping you out. But I never intended to kill him. I was just toying with him. Gui Qing shrugged and changed his tone. Did not the brothers just say that Master prohibits slaughter among fellow disciples? I should not violate Master's prohibition for a private bet. I have always respected Master. How could I dare defy his orders? If I did not intend to kill him, how could you have killed him? You. Wei Xiong was furious, pointing at Gui Qing. He had 1,000 words to say, yet nothing came out. Since he was the one who killed him, if Gui Qing merely claimed he never intended to kill Shen Feng, he would be left speechless. Or do you mean to say? Gui Qing paused, speaking deliberately, that you think you can casually violate Master's prohibition? I. Wei Xiong was frantic like an ant on a hot pan, yet he could not find the words to justify himself. Junior brother Gui Qing, please do not put such a hat on me unjustly. Jiang He's laughter suddenly rang out, and the onlookers turned to see him and quickly parted the way. Jiang He walked slowly to Gui Qing, looking at him seriously before turning back to slap Wei Xiong soundly across the face. You worthless scum. When Shen Feng intended to kill junior brother Gui Qing, you should have intervened immediately. Junior brother Gui Qing is a direct disciple of Master. If anything were to happen, how could I explain it to Master? Wei Xiong became even more bewildered, unsure of what to say, and could only lower his head. It was clearly Gui Qing who wanted to kill Shen Feng. How did it end up being Shen Feng who wanted to kill Gui Qing? Junior brother Gui Qing, are you alright? Jiang He smiled broadly at Gui Qing. Gui Qing replied nonchalantly. Thanks to brother Wei, I was saved just in time, and I am fine now. That's good to hear. Jiang He smiled slightly, turning to the crowd behind him, and spoke solemnly. Shen Feng harbored ill will against Gui Qing and attempted to kill him in broad daylight. Fortunately, Wei Xiong arrived in time and saved junior brother Gui Qing. Since Shen Feng sought to kill a fellow disciple, his crime deserves punishment. I will report this matter to the higher authorities. Do any of you have objections? The crowd, sensing the situation, fell silent and shook their heads. Jiang He's words were meant to unify the narrative. If anyone still did not understand, they would be a fool. The mountain master is wise, Gui Qing saluted. No worries. I am the mountain master of Sheiyang Mountain. I cannot allow such a reckless person to act with impunity. Jiang He waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait, mountain master. Gui Qing suddenly called out to Jiang He. What is it, junior brother? Jiang He turned around, smiling at Gui Qing. Gui Qing pointed to Shen Feng's corpse and asked, how should we dispose of this person? What do you think should be done? Jiang He still wore a smiling face, as if he had no connection to Shen Feng at all. Gui Qing replied, this person has been audacious. I wish to hang his head at the foot of Sheiyang Mountain as a warning to others. Jiang He nodded without a hint of hesitation. Let it be as you wish, junior brother. What about his storage bag? Gui Qing inquired. He disrespected you, junior brother. Naturally, the storage bag should belong to you. Jiang He said calmly, giving Wei Xiong a glance before turning to leave. Wei Xiong followed, begrudgingly shooting a fierce glare at Gui Qing as he left. Gui Qing, ignoring him, drew his sword and severed Shen Feng's head, hanging it on a tree at the mountain's base. He knew this would only make Jiang He hate him more, but since he had already decided to side with Sidu Feng, they were already adversaries. Why consider the feelings of the other? The crowd sighed in amazement. They could never have imagined that Shen Feng would die like this. Though it was Wei Xiong who killed him, anyone with eyes could see that Wei Xiong was merely a knife, while Gui Qing was the one wielding it. In the past, many cultivators from Sheiyang Mountain looked down on Gui Qing, the direct disciple. However, having witnessed Gui Qing poison Shen Feng with his first level of qi refinement, all past disdain had vanished. In light of Gui Qing's displayed methods and intentions today, they even felt a sense of reverence. Gui Qing carried Hu Zi on his back, waving to Jiang Yumi, who hurried over, taking Jiang Yunyan on her back as they ascended the mountain together. The many cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines instinctively took a step back, making way for Gui. Within the room, Gui Qing fed the two individuals the pills given by Sidu Feng. Seeing their pallid complexions alleviate, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Hu Zi soon woke up, but Jiang Yunyan remained unconscious. Gui Qing held Jiang Yunyan's wrist, carefully feeling her pulse to assess her condition, and once again fed her several restorative pills. After confirming both were stable, Gui Qing then consumed a gathering spirit pill and grasped a spirit stone to quickly restore his own spiritual energy. Having completely exhausted his spiritual energy from the earlier battle with Shen Feng, he opened his eyes swiftly and dashed out of the courtyard, heading directly for the Lingbao platform. Not long after, Gui Qing rushed back, pouring all the pills he had just bought into Hu Zi's hands. Hu Zi looked at the pile of pills in his hand, his face immediately falling. Why do I need to eat so many? Your previous injuries are not yet healed, and now you have new injuries. You need to take care of yourself and consume all the medicine. Gu Qing gently reassured him. This is the recovery powder. Apply it to the wounds, and it won't leave scars. You help Hu Zi with it. Gu Qing placed a porcelain bottle in Jiang Yumian's hand. Jiang Yumian took the bottle, looking at Jiang Yunyan lying on the bed with deep concern. Young master, my sister will be fine, right? Don't worry, I will heal her. I need to treat her wounds now. You both should step outside and not disturb me. Gu Qing waved his hand. Once the two left, Gu Qing continued to check Jiang Yunyan's pulse, adjusting the different medicines based on. After a night passed, Jiang Yunyan's pulse finally stabilized, no longer as feeble as before. Gu Qing sat by the bed, gazing at her body covered in scars, and felt troubled. Jiang Yunyan's internal injuries were mostly healed, but the external wounds that penetrated her body could not be restored merely with the recovery pill. Gu Qing stepped out of the room and approached Hu Zi's room, intending to ask Jiang Yumian for help in cutting Jiang Yunyan's blood-soaked clothes. However, Jiang Yumian had stayed by Hu Zi's side all night and had already fallen asleep at the bedside. He couldn't bear to disturb her, so he quietly returned to his room. He sat at the bedside, observing the intricate scars on Jiang Yunyan's body. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his head away and cautiously tore open her dress. I apologize for the intrusion. After applying a significant amount of ointment, the wounds on Jiang Yunyan's body began to scab over. Gu Qing applied the recovery powder on her and covered her with a blanket, then quietly exited. The injuries were almost treated now. It was just a matter of waiting for Jiang Yunyan to awaken. Gu Qing left the courtyard and walked straight towards Situ Feng's cave, occasionally encountering some cultivators along the way who greeted him with smiles. After Shin Feng's death, these people's attitudes had improved considerably. Come, Gu Qing, come in quickly. Situ Feng welcomed him from afar, warmly pulling Gu Qing into the courtyard. Your reputation has soared these past few days. Many cultivators from Xiang Mountain are discussing you. Between us, there's no need for thanks. Situ Feng seated Gu Qing, brewed tea, and then looked at him earnestly. To be honest, between us, there's no need for thanks. Situ Feng seated Gu Qing, brewed tea, and then looked at him earnestly. To be honest, your act of borrowing a knife to kill was unexpected. At that time, I genuinely thought you were going to gamble your life against Shin Feng. It was merely luck. Gu Qing smiled slightly. With a cultivation level of Qi Refinement first stage to defeat Shin Feng of Qi Refinement second stage, how could that be considered luck? Situ Feng did not hide his admiration, stating earnestly, I examined Shin Feng's body closely. The toxins within him would trouble even a Qi Refinement third stage cultivator if exposed to it. Shin Feng had a reputation for being a genius in Xiang Mountain, yet he easily fell to his junior brother's hands. Indeed, you are formidable. Nevertheless, I have a question. How could you be so confident that you could defeat him? To be honest, this was my first time engaging in a duel, and Shin Feng was at Qi Refinement second stage. I had no absolute confidence of winning, but I was certain of one thing. What is it? Situ Feng asked with a smile. Gu Qing replied calmly. I am the personal disciple of the master. Even if it is just a title, he wouldn't dare to kill me. If I lose, it would merely be a humiliation, or if I win, I could kill him. Situ Feng laughed heartily, raising his teacup. From now on, cultivators in Xiang Mountain will likely look at you with new eyes. Today we shall toast to you with tea instead of wine to celebrate. 3 days later, within the room, Jiang Yunyan slowly opened her eyes, turning to see Gu Qing sitting in front of the Dan furnace, his back to her, and gently called out, Young master. Gu Qing immediately extinguished the fire in the furnace, disregarding the fact that the pills inside had turned into waste, and sat by the bed, taking Jiang Yunyan's hand. After checking her pulse, his brow gradually relaxed. Your injuries are no longer serious. A period of rest will suffice. Jiang Yunyan, recalling the events from a few days ago, softly asked, I hope I didn't embarrass you, young master. How could that be? Gu Qing shook his head, speaking gently. You have done very well. This matter is all my fault. It is my grudge with him that has implicated you. Please don't say that, young master. Jiang Yunyan shook her head, lifting the blanket and attempting to get up. Upon feeling the chill, she quickly shrank back into the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Only then did she realize she was completely unclothed. Gu Qing, rare to be flustered, stumbled over his words. Your injuries were too severe, and Yumian was asleep at that time, so. It's all right, I understand. Jiang Yunyan turned her back to Gu Qing, speaking softly. Could you lend me a set of clothes, young master? Please step outside, or I need to change. Gu Qing quickly took out a set of his own clothes from his storage bag and placed them by the bed, swiftly exiting the room and closing the door behind him as if granted a reprieve. Not long after, Jiang Yunyan emerged wearing Gu Qing's loose robes, her cheeks still flushed. She bowed to Gu Qing, then smiled sweetly. I assume you wouldn't want the clothes I've worn, so I won't return them to you. Gu Qing stood frozen, unable to decipher the implications behind Jiang Yunyan's words despite his usual quick wit. He could only hand her the pills she would need soon, and seeing her glance back with another smile felt puzzled, and after no conclusions decided to leave the courtyard and head to the Lingbao platform. Now that the end of the month had arrived, if he didn't seek out his senior brother for guidance this month's instructional time, within the pavilion at the center of the Qingyu platform, Yun looked at Gui Qing with great interest. I've heard about the events from a few days ago. Your strength exceeded my expectations, and your cunning surpassed my imagination to think you would consider borrowing a knife to kill. It seems I have underestimated you. Gui Qing immediately stood up feeling uneasy. Senior brother, Don't worry. Yun pressed Gui Qing back down, gently patting his shoulder. I am not a person who clings to old ways. I have long been accustomed to the tricks of the human heart. That Shen Feng indeed had a path leading to his demise. Killing him was not a problem. Generally speaking, whatever the Mountain Master reports is what it is. The truth is never important. Moreover, I generally don't involve myself in matters of punishment. Even if you kill and commit arson outside, coming here is merely for consultation. I am only responsible for teaching. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing stood up, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. Let's not talk about that. Yun waved his hand with a smile, speaking gently. What do you wish to ask today? Half a year later, Gui Qing swallowed a barrier-breaking pill, and the spiritual energy surged within his dantian, piercing through the 72nd acupoint, using the medicinal power of the pill to break through the bottleneck between the 72nd and 73rd acupoints. Moments later, Gui Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his aura soaring. After half a year, he had finally broken through to the second level of qi refinement. During this time, he had focused on 3 tasks: refining pills to earn spirit stones, consuming medicinal herbs, and seeking guidance from his senior brother. Had he relied on his original aptitude, it would have taken him a year to break through. However, with the enhancement of his aptitude, this time was significantly shortened, and now his wood spirit root had improved to 70%. This was all thanks to the large quantity of medicinal herbs he had consumed over the past 6 months. With 70% wood spirit root, he now possessed average aptitude. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his cultivation speed would not lag behind others. Moreover, after consuming medicinal herbs for half a year, his understanding of their properties had deepened significantly. Although only 5 types of medicinal herbs had the best effects, the enhancement of his wood spirit root mainly came from the sheer quantity of herbs consumed. He would take a little of each herb to facilitate a deeper understanding of their properties. The reason he did not have to worry about spirit stones this past half year was due to his improved understanding of medicinal properties, which had significantly increased his success rate in pill refinement. Especially with the rejuvenation pill, the success rate had approached 50%. With the materials for 10 sets of rejuvenation pills, he could earn 30 spirit stones, enabling him to amass a substantial amount of spirit stones in a short time frame. As for the remaining 50% of failures, they were no longer related to the properties of the herbs, but rather to the issue of fire control. His fire spirit root was virtually non-existent, thus his mastery over the flame was never precise enough. Gui Qing extended his divine sense, quickly enveloping the entire courtyard. If not for the protective barrier, it could have even spread outward. After breaking through to the second level of qi refinement, his divine sense had also significantly enhanced. Outside the loft, after Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yuman's arrangement, the originally empty space had transformed into a garden with small paths paved with gravel and a pavilion erected in the center. At this moment, Jiang Yuman was chasing after Huzi in the garden, holding a pill. Brother Huzi, take the medicine, be obedient. That pill is really bitter, can I not take it? Huzi complained while running. But you will feel better after taking the medicine. I really don't want to take it. Suddenly, Jiang Yuman stumbled and fell to the ground, covering her face and crying. Hearing the commotion, Huzi quickly turned back, rushing over with concern. Yuman, are you okay? Jiang Yuman sat on the ground, hugging her knees and sobbing. Brother Huzi is disobedient, not taking the medicine properly. Don't cry, Yuman, he'll take it, Huzi said, taking the pill and swallowing it all at once, opening his mouth wide. Yuman, look, I've finished it, can you stop crying now? Only then did Jiang Yuman lift her head, sticking her tongue out at Huzi with a triumphant expression. Realizing he had been tricked, Huzi wasn't angry. He scratched his head and chuckled. As long as you're fine, that's good. It seems that only Yuman can handle you. Gui Qing's teasing voice suddenly rang out. The 3 turned to see Gui Qing walking out from the loft, his eyes filled with joy. Huzi smiled and said, Chen Ze, you finally came out. Yuman mentioned wanting to go on an outing a few days ago, so it's perfect for us to go together. Gui Qing nodded with a smile. Having just broken through, he wouldn't be retreating into seclusion for a while. Jiang Yunyan brought over a bowl of soup, gently saying, Young master, this is the lotus seed soup I made, please have a taste. Gui Qing accepted the bowl and took a sip, praising, delicious, where did the lotus seeds come from? Jiang Yunyan softly replied, I opened a pond outside and planted some lotus flowers. You are quite resourceful, take me to have a look. Gui Qing walked while eating the lotus seed soup, completely unaware of the bright smile on Jiang Yunyan's face. Outside the courtyard, Gui Qing stood by the pond for a moment about to return, when his ears suddenly perked up, turning to look at a nearby courtyard. There was a crowd gathered there, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. "Don't follow me, I'm going to check it out," Gui Qing said as he handed the bowl to Jiang Yunyan. As he approached, the sounds of the argument became clearer to Gui Qing's ears. "Why should we? We've already paid our monthly dues, why do we have to pay again?" "Exactly, we were supposed to pay once a month, how can you collect in advance?" "I've already paid all my spirit stones, and I have none left for cultivation. This is too much." Gui Qing looked at Wei Xiong, who was surrounded in the center, and suddenly understood it seemed that Wei Xiong was trying to extort these people again. Wei Xiong coldly snorted his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, radiating out, instantly silencing the crowd with his overwhelming aura. "This is the order of the Mountain Master. Do you dare to defy it? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you offend the Mountain Master, you won't even know how you died one day. The Mountain Master told you to collect spirit stones, but he didn't tell you to keep them for yourself." Gui Qing squeezed into the crowd and spoke lightly. "If you need to pay your monthly dues, go to the mountain peak to pay them. Paying them to him is not valid." "Gui Qing, you." Wei Xiong's anger flared upon seeing Gui Qing glaring fiercely. "Why are you everywhere? Today I represent the Mountain Master to collect spirit stones. You better not talk nonsense here." Gui Qing ignored him, looking at the crowd and asking, "How long have you been paying?" "Half a year." Gui Qing sneered. "Why only half a year? That's too little. If you want to cultivate in peace, you should pay more to avoid having someone knocking on your door every day for debts. You need to provide more for the bribes, otherwise it would be as if you didn't pay anything to the Mountain Master." Wei Xiong shouted angrily. "Gui Qing, stop slandering. The Mountain Master told me to collect for half a year, and I absolutely will not take a single spirit stone for myself." "Is that so?" Gui Qing coldly laughed, raising his hand to point at the mountain peak. "Then let them go up and pay themselves. What are you making noise about here?" Wei Xiong's face immediately fell. He had originally intended to take advantage of these new arrivals to extort a decent sum, but unexpectedly Gui Qing had come to hinder him. "Gui Qing, don't push your luck." Wei Xiong fixed his gaze on Gui Qing, his teeth gritting together audibly. "Oh." Gui Qing raised an eyebrow. "Is senior brother planning to kill me?" Wei Xiong fell silent. The scene from half a year ago when Gui Qing used his hand to kill Shen Feng was still fresh in his mind, and he dared not respond, fearing he might fall into Gui Qing's trap again. However, if he just left like this, not only would he lose face, but this trip would also be in vain. Gui Qing raised his hand, pointing at Wei Xiong, and said to the crowd, "This person is named Wei Xiong, a parasite of Sheong Mountain, who loves to extort newcomers. Stay away from him in the future." "Gui Qing, are you looking for death?" Wei Xiong clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment. Gui Qing spread his hands and shrugged. "If senior brother wants to kill, then kill. I dare not resist." "Gui Qing, please don't speak recklessly. I just want to spar with you," Wei Xiong said, barely suppressing his fury and preparing to teach Gui Qing a lesson when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking back in shock, Shen Xing leaned against a large tree, casually tossing pebbles while glancing this way. Wei Xiong's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. 3 months ago, Shen Xing had broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. With the previous Mountain Master of Nanyan Mountain dead, Shen Xing had now become the Mountain Master of Nanyan Mountain, utilizing the mountain's resources to cultivate, and in less than 3 months his cultivation had nearly caught up to Situ Feng. It was well known that Situ Feng and Shen Xing were childhood friends who entered the Demon Extreme Sect together. Now that Shen Xing had risen to power, Jiang, his wariness of Situ Feng had only grown. Moreover, what made Shen Xing formidable was not just his status as Mountain Master. If he had acted against Gui Qing just now, he would have been captured on the spot and handed over to the law enforcement hall, and even Jiang, he would not be able to protect him. Wei Xiong realized he could no longer collect spirit stones today. He shot Gui Qing a cold glance and turned to leave. Gui Qing raised his hand in a salute, exchanging smiles with Shen Xing. His provocation of Wei Xiong was precisely because he had seen Shen Xing signaling him from a distance, immediately understanding and cooperating with Shen Xing. Unfortunately, Wei Xiong did not take the bait, if otherwise he could have cut off Jiang, his right-hand man. Gui Qing turned to the crowd, pointing at Situ Feng's courtyard. "That is senior brother Sida's cave dwelling. Senior brother Situ is always warm-hearted. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can seek help from senior brother Situ." "Thank you, senior brother," the young men said in unison, bowing in gratitude. Gui Qing waved his hand, turned to leave, and the title of senior brother from the youths filled him with emotion. After the newcomers had persevered for over half a year, he too had become a senior brother. "Why are you two here together? Please come in, please come in." In the courtyard, Situ Feng pulled the two of them into the building, then looked at Gui Qing with a cheerful smile and praised breaking through to the 2nd level of qi training in just half a year is quite impressive, even among all the disciples. "I indeed did not misjudge you." Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, "There is one matter I must ask for senior brother's forgiveness." Oh, Situ Feng's smile did not fade. Junior brother, feel free to speak. It is like this. Xing put his arm around Situ Feng's shoulder and recounted the earlier events in detail. After hearing this, Situ Feng's smile grew even brighter. Junior brother, helping me consolidate people's hearts is something I should be grateful for. What crime could you possibly have? I'm just afraid senior brother will blame me for acting recklessly. Situ Feng smiled and shook his head, gesturing for the two to sit down. After pouring tea, he slowly said, since we are family, there is no need to speak as outsiders. I regard junior brother as my own brother, so there are some things I won't keep hidden. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Sooner or later, I will have to clash with Jianghe. Jianghe is the mountain master and possesses far more resources than I do. If I want to win against him, I must rally as many people as possible. You did well in this matter. If such situations arise in the future, act decisively when necessary. Regardless of the consequences, I will take responsibility for you. Thank you, senior brother. Situ Feng then turned to Xing. What brings you to me this time? I'm not here to find you, but to find him. Xing teased, pointing at Guiqing with a smile. The medicine sect has decided to recruit him, and I'm here to take him for the assessment. Guiqing furrowed his brows. He had already allied with Situ Feng, so why would Xing say such things in front of him? Situ Feng, however, did not mind at all, and laughed heartily. Great, today is indeed a double joy. Seeing Guiqing's confusion, Xing explained the medicine sect is a powerful force far beyond that of a mere mountain master. These forces are complex and cannot be explained in a short time. You only need to know that the medicine sect provides excellent protection for its alchemists. Once you join the medicine sect, not to mention Jiang, even the law enforcement hall would have to think twice before touching you. Situ Feng smiled. Indeed, if you can join the medicine sect, it would be a great help to me. You can rest assured. Seeing that Guiqing was still hesitating, Xing pulled him up. Let's hurry and go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Xing led Guiqing swiftly onward, eventually stopping at a bluestone plaza 20 miles away. In the center stood a spirit stonecraft alchemy furnace over 10 zhang in both length and width, with two ancient characters carved in the middle. Medicine sect. Guiqing's eyes widened in shock. Such a large alchemy furnace must have required an immense amount of spirit stones. It is said that alchemists are wealthy, and today he truly felt it. Behind the plaza, towering buildings rose majestically, and even the roadsides were filled with medicinal herbs, the fragrance wafting through the air. Xing led Guiqing straight towards a tall building on the left, the entrance sign elegantly inscribed, with 3 large characters, fragrant crispy building. Before the two could enter, a charming woman stepped out gracefully, throwing a flirtatious glance at Xing, pretending to be angry. Why did you keep me waiting for so long? I was delayed by something on the way. Xing chuckled awkwardly, gently pushing Guiqing forward. Junior brother, this is senior sister Han Yurao, the owner of Fragrant Crispy Building. Don't you want to greet her? Guiqing hurriedly clasped his fist. Greetings, senior sister Han. No need for excessive courtesy, junior. Han Yurao took a small step, walked around Guiqing, and placed her hand on his shoulder with a charming smile. What a handsome young man, come inside with me. Seeing Guiqing frozen in place, Xing quickly patted his arm, bringing him back to his senses as he followed Han Yurao into the building. Han Yurao took Guiqing to a secluded small room on the second floor, activated a barrier to isolate the outside sounds, and her demeanor instantly became serious. I am Han Yurao, the affairs manager of the medicine sect. Recommended by Xing, I am here to assess your alchemical skills. I will decide whether you pass the assessment based on your performance during the alchemy process. As for what pill to refine, that is up to you. I will prepare 10 sets of medicinal materials for you. Rejuvenation pill. Guiqing took out his alchemy furnace without any hesitation. What he was best at now was indeed the rejuvenation pill. Han Yurao waved her hand lightly, and a second-grade alchemy furnace along with 10 sets of medicinal materials appeared on the ground. Let's begin. Guiqing sat in front of the furnace, adjusted his breath for a moment, and slowly started to add the medicinal materials into the furnace, everything appearing calm and unhurried. Soon after, he lifted the lid of the furnace and took the rejuvenation pill into his hand, placing it into the porcelain bottle prepared by Han Yurao. Han Yurao subtly nodded. The first set of medicinal materials was successfully refined, indicating he indeed possessed some skill. As the rejuvenation pills were successively refined, her gaze grew increasingly satisfied. After extinguishing the fire, Han Xiu picked up 5 porcelain bottles, checked each one, and looked at Guiqing in surprise. What a high success rate. You are the first person I have seen at your age with such alchemical skills. You have qualified and are eligible to become a member of the medicine sect. After joining, you can obtain medicinal materials at low prices or purchase pill recipes. We will buy the pills you refine at the same price as Lingbao platform, and in addition, the medicine sect will provide you with protection. However, there is one condition you must agree to. What condition? Guiqing asked. Han Yurao said seriously, from now on you cannot sell pills to Lingbao platform. Guiqing's eyes instantly filled with confusion. Was this an attempt to compete with Lingbao platform? Lingbao platform being recognized as a trading hub certainly had an astonishing backing. Joining the medicine sect indeed had many benefits, but the medicine sect's clear attempt to compete for business would certainly be viewed as a thorn in Lingbao platform's side. Han Yurao noticed Gui Qing's thoughts and smiled slightly, explaining, "Junior brother, need not worry, our Lingbao platform is controlled by Foundation Establishment Senior Brothers and does not compete with us Qi training cultivators for resources, so there is no conflict with the medicine sect. The establishment of Lingbao platform is merely to provide a fair trading place for new disciples. In fact, the medicine sect already occupies 90% of the trade of pills and medicinal materials. What the medicine sect desires is a monopoly, as this will ensure that business flourishes. Junior brother should have been to the black markets, right? Lingbao platform similarly does not interfere with the existence of black markets. What do you still have to worry about?" After a brief consideration, Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, "I am willing to join the medicine sect." Han Yureo's serious expression finally dissipated. She covered her mouth and giggled, taking out a jade pendant engraved with plants and handing it to Gui Qing. "From now on, you are a member of the medicine sect and also my direct subordinate. If you have any matters, feel free to come find me. With this jade pendant, you can move around most places within the medicine sect. Every newly admitted alchemist can use this jade pendant to advance 500 spirit stones for purchasing medicinal materials, but I greatly admire your alchemical skills. If you need fragrant crispy building, can advance 1,000 spirit stones to you." "Thank you, senior sister. I just happen to want to buy some medicinal materials. Oh, I would trouble senior sister to lead the way." Gui Qing took the jade pendant, tied it to his belt, and bowed respectfully. Han Yurao slightly raised her hand, and the barrier within the room dissipated immediately, leading Gui Qing towards the only room on the top floor. The room was exquisitely decorated, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. It wasn't until he saw the personal garments hanging on the screen that Gui Qing realized this was actually Han Yureo's room. "Senior sister, weren't we supposed to go buy medicinal materials? Why have we come here?" Gui Qing frowned. Han Yureo smiled charmingly, leaning against Gui Qing as she softly breathed, "What medicinal herbs does junior brother need? I can have someone deliver them. Now that we have finished discussing serious matters, let us talk about personal matters next. Junior brother must be tired from alchemy, let us lie down and talk." Gui Qing initially intended to push Han Yureo away, but for some reason a surge of wicked fire suddenly ignited in his lower abdomen, causing his body to obey her as she pulled him onto the bed. Han Yureo straddled Gui Qing, slipping off her clothing and leaning close to him, her voice playful. "The taste of a direct disciple is indeed different." Gui Qing's eyes flickered with clarity as he raised his hand to push Han Yureo away, then stood up and walked to the screen, turning his back to the unclothed Han Yureo. His nose twitched slightly. Ginseng, Gui Shen Chuan, Jiaochan Su must combine to form an aphrodisiac plus dream grass and 100 butterfly fragrance. Inhaling it induces hallucinations and heightens desire. "So it turns out senior sister brought me here to test my understanding of medicinal properties. Senior sister is quite..." Han Yureo was taken aback, dressed quickly, and walked to Gui Qing's side, laughing so hard that her flower-like demeanor trembled. "As long as junior brother understands my painstaking efforts, let us go. Oh, I will take you to buy some medicinal herbs." Outside the fragrant crisp tower, Shen was waiting in boredom. Upon seeing Gui Qing emerge, he immediately approached, and his gaze fell upon the jade pendant at Gui Qing's waist, exclaiming joyfully, "Great, I knew you could do it." Gui Qing turned back to see Han Yureo waving at him from the railing of the fragrant crisp tower. He took a deep breath and quickly left with Shen. Fortunately, he had been consuming medicinal herbs for the past 6 months, greatly enhancing his resistance to drugs. Otherwise, he would have fallen for Han Yureo's trick. Even so, the effect of that aphrodisiac was so strong that he almost lost control. The senior brother had once warned him desire is the first hurdle for a young man. If this hurdle is not surpassed, many things will be difficult to achieve. Their current training stage is to refine essence into qi. If the essence leaks, it will affect their cultivation. Seeing Gui Qing's reaction, Shen recalled how long Gui Qing had been inside, his eyes filled with astonishment. "You actually weren't taken down by her?" Gui Qing shook his head, walking faster, and transmitted a thought. "Why didn't you remind me? What exactly is this senior sister Han's game?" Shen shrugged helplessly, saying, "There's nothing I can do. She's in charge and her reasons are valid. I cannot refuse. This senior sister Han likes younger boys. You must have great willpower to endure this. Not touching her is a good thing but saves a lot of trouble. That woman is too deep in the waters, and there are rumors in the medicine gate that she has been involved with many cultivators. I had to put you in a tough spot this time. Let me take you to a good place to make it up to you." After 5 miles north, Shen brought Gui Qing to a low courtyard and stopped, saying, "This is the place." Outside the courtyard, a red lantern hung high with the words, "Furnace Cauldron," written on the plaque. An old woman with a wrinkled face lay in a wrought tan chair, seemingly asleep with her eyes closed. Shen Xing quickly approached, placing 50 spirit stones on the table beside the old woman, respectfully cupping his fists in salute. 1 hour. The old woman showed no reaction, yet the spirit stones vanished into thin air, and the courtyard door opened by itself. I have paid for you. The taste of the furnace cauldron here is exceptional. Enjoy it well. Shen Xing pushed the bewildered Gui Qing inside, and the courtyard door immediately closed with a light barrier rising to isolate the sounds from outside. Gui Qing cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the small room in front of him, the courtyard was empty. After pushing open the door, he was frozen in place at first glance. A woman with skin as smooth as jade appeared before him, lying on the bed in a very ungraceful position, completely still. Gui Qing turned to leave, but when his peripheral vision caught sight of the woman's face, he could no longer move his feet. The woman's features were exquisite, with delicate brows and a gentle aura surrounding her. The woman was stunningly beautiful, but her pair of empty, soulless eyes left one feeling somewhat disappointed, as if she were a puppet. Gui Qing's heart raced faster. The aphrodisiac he had inhaled earlier was stirring again, igniting wicked fire in his lower abdomen. If he still did not understand what kind of place this was, he would truly be a fool. Just as mortals have brothels, cultivators naturally have them too. Gui Qing couldn't help but let his gaze wander over the woman's naked body, suddenly giving himself a hard slap. He stepped forward and pulled the blanket to cover her. He sat at the edge of the bed, gazing blankly at the woman, a sense of sorrow growing in his heart. From the woman's beautiful face, he saw a glimpse of his mother's shadow. He missed home, he missed his mother. The woman slowly turned her head, looking at Gui Qing with her hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their gazes met, but no spark ignited, only solitude remained. An hour later, the light barrier above began to ripple. Gui Qing understood that the hour was up. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at the woman and stood up to leave. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted, turned back to face the woman, and upon seeing her gaze upon him, he felt nervous, saying, My name is Chen Ze. I will come to see you again. The woman turned her head away, her expression still vacant, as if she had lost her soul. Outside, a cultivator with a lecherous and excited expression had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Gui Qing emerge, rushed into the courtyard. Gui Qing watched as the light barrier rose, enveloping the courtyard once more. Thinking of that stunningly beautiful woman with lifeless eyes, he couldn't help but feel anger rising within him, clenching his fists tightly as he left. It was late at night, and Gui Qing walked slowly, occasionally gritting his teeth. The anger in his heart not only did not dissipate with time, but rather grew stronger. He did not understand why he was so angry. He just felt a deep sorrow for the woman who resembled his mother. Only after returning to his courtyard room did he suppress the anger in his heart, taking out a jade slip and pressing it to his forehead. A calm voice immediately echoed in his mind. This was the formula for the acupointipening pill he purchased at the Fragrant Crisp Tower, detailed with the order of herbal ingredients and specific alchemy steps. Although it was a bit expensive, it was better than trying to experiment with simple formulas, or what he lacked the most now was time. The 1,000 spirit stones that Han Yuro had advanced to him had all been exchanged for herbs and formulas. After breaking through to the second level of qi refinement, relying solely on the rejuvenation pill to earn spirit stones was no longer sufficient for his daily cultivation. He must refine more expensive pills. The next day, while Gui Qing was refining the acupointipening pill, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted him. Young master, someone is looking for you. That person is dressed in white and looks very cultured. Upon hearing this, Gui Qing immediately extinguished the furnace fire and rushed out, not even caring that the acupointipening pill in the furnace was nearly complete. The description by Jiang Yunyan left him thinking of no one else but his senior brother. Besides bringing him here for the first time, the senior brother had never visited him again. What on earth had happened that would make the senior brother proactively seek him out? Gui Qing dashed out of the courtyard at top speed. Upon seeing Yun, he immediately cupped his fists in greeting. Senior brother, what brings you here? Master wants to see you. Ian said no more, grabbing Gui Qing and soaring into the air. Gui Qing's heart suddenly thumped. Master Dao Kuzi had once told him that the one who took the piece of translucent shard would eventually come looking for him. He had been preparing for this, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Just thinking about facing Ouyang, he made him. In front of the Grand Hall 100 miles away, Yun slowly descended with Gui Qing cupping his fists in greeting. Master, I have brought junior brother Gui Qing. The hall doors opened on their own, and Ouyang's deep voice resonated. Come in. Ian exchanged a glance with Gui Qing, who immediately stepped into the hall. He did not raise his head to look at Ouyang, he seated on the high throne, but instead lowered his gaze to the jade bricks beneath his feet, bowing deeply in respect. Disciples pay their respects to master. No need for formalities. Ouyang, he said, opening his palm as radiant white fragments floated down from the high platform to Gui Qing. I need your help to refine this treasure. Sit down and release your aura. Disciple obeys. Gui Qing immediately sat cross-legged, swiftly circulating his spiritual energy and fully dispersing his aura. The radiant white fragments suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Ouyang Yi on the high platform let out a hearty laugh, formed a hand seal, and a terrifying pressure descended directly onto the white fragments, causing Gui Qing to break into a sweat from the residual force. As expected, you were closest when this treasure appeared, and your aura is needed to completely refine it. Do not fear. Under my pressure and the aura of this treasure, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. How much you gain depends on your own fortune. Gui Qing hastily took out spirit stones to cultivate. In just 10 breaths, the spirit stone in his hand turned to powder and scattered, making him feel a surge of joy. He took out a pile of spirit stones and placed them beside him, fully absorbing the spiritual energy within. 1 spirit stone per 10 breaths. Such a speed of cultivation is hard to come by. He must seize the time, absorbing as much as he could. Endless spiritual energy surged into his meridians, rushing towards the second acupoint of the Qi refinement second layer. Under Ouyang Yi's pressure and the treasure's aura, the bottleneck nearly vanished. The second acupoint was soon breached, and spiritual energy flowed rapidly into the third acupoint, the fourth, the fifth, until the 13th acupoint was broken through. Ouyang Yi's pressure finally dissipated, and the radiant white fragments returned to Ouyang Yi's hand, spinning continuously in his palm and bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. You did well. You may leave now. Disciple takes leave. Gui Qing respectfully bowed and retreated a few steps before turning around. Wait a moment. Ouyang Yi suddenly called out to Gui Qing, appearing right in front of him in the next instant. He said in a deep voice, "The speed at which you absorbed spiritual energy just now is unusual. With your aptitude, it shouldn't be so fast." Ouyang Yi raised his hand and pressed it on Gui Qing's crown, his immense spiritual sense directly entering Gui Qing's body. After probing Gui Qing's spiritual roots, he frowned slightly. When you became a spirit servant, your aptitude should have been low, yet your wood spiritual root is at 70%. There can be no mistake in measuring aptitude. Look into my eyes and tell me how this happened. Gui Qing slowly raised his head, his expression calm, though his heart raced. Reporting to Master, I discovered by chance that swallowing pills could enhance my wood spiritual root, so I tried swallowing medicinal materials and found even better results. Therefore, I continued to swallow the materials, increasing my wood spiritual root from 50% to 70%. Dao Kuzi had taught him that if anyone noticed and inquired aside from Dao Kuzi and the absolute spirit seed, he could tell the truth about everything else. How can such a thing happen? Talent is fixed at birth, yet you manage to enhance it through external means, which is truly unimaginable. Ouyang Yi's brows furrowed tighter, his eyes filled with surprise. He walked around Gui Qing for a while before stopping to look at him, his eyes sparkling with insight. I remember now. I once read in an ancient text about a unique constitution. When born, one's talent is poor, but with cultivation, the spiritual root can gradually improve until it is perfected. I never expected to encounter such a legendary constitution. So that's how it is. If not for Master telling me, I would still be unaware. Gui Qing immediately displayed a look of realization. He couldn't be sure if Ouyang Yi was deceiving him and could only go along with it. Perhaps such a unique constitution really exists, but he certainly did not possess it. His ability to enhance his spiritual root relied entirely on the absolute spirit seed within his sea of consciousness. Ouyang Yi's eyes narrowed and his demeanor suddenly became serious. I ask you, when the treasure appeared, did you obtain any other opportunities? If there are any, tell the truth, and I won't blame you. But if you hide anything, do not blame me for being ruthless. Without hesitation, Gui Qing replied respectfully, Disciple would not dare deceive Master. After I bumped into that stone pillar, I fainted, and when I woke up, the treasure was inexplicably in my hands, and then Master arrived. Ouyang Yi stroked his beard and contemplated for a moment before pointing to Gui Qing's brow. Do not blame me for not believing you. I can only be at ease after verifying it personally. If you are clear in your conscience, then do not struggle. After the soul search, everything will have its answers. A sharp pain struck in his mind, and Gui Qing's complexion instantly turned pale, as if his head were being sawed open. He was no stranger to this feeling, as Dao Kuzi had previously checked his memories in the same manner. Once Ouyang Yi discovers the absolute spirit seed in his sea of consciousness, or sees the truth from his memories, he would be utterly doomed. At this point, he could only hope that Dao Kuzi was indeed reliable. After all, Dao Kuzi had once guaranteed with utmost confidence that as long as he did not speak of it, no one would discover the secret. Moments later, Ouyang Yi retracted his hand, looking coldly at Gui Qing. He shouted, Good. You actually hide such a thing within you. You are quite bold. At this point, do you still intend to conceal it from me? Master, I do not understand what you are saying. What is it that I have inside me? Gui Qing stared blankly at Ouyang Yi, confusion filling his eyes. Ouyang Yi looked seriously at Gui Qing, and seeing no signs of guilt on his face, burst into laughter, patting Gui Qing on the shoulder. I was just playing with you. Of course I believe you. By the way, I just remembered that since I accepted you as my direct disciple, I haven't given you a gift for entering the sect. I gave Yi Yuan a protective talisman, but what would you like? Gu Qing lowered his head respectfully, cupping his fists. One cannot refuse gifts from elders, or whatever master gives me I will accept. Ouyang pondered for a moment and took out a snow-white lotus seed pod as beautiful as carved jade. This is a 100-year snow lotus heart containing 81 lotus seeds. If a chi refinement cultivator consumes it directly, their meridians will be instantly destroyed by the cold energy. However, since your constitution is unique, taking it in batches should be fine. You will take the first dose here, and I will protect you while you do so. Gu Qing took the 100-year snow lotus heart, extracted a lotus seed, as clear as ice, and swallowed it, channeling his spiritual energy to attempt its refinement. Ouyang once again pressed his hand on Gu Qing's crown, his vast spiritual sense completely spreading into Gu Qing's body, carefully sensing the changes within. As soon as the lotus seed entered his body, it released terrifying cold energy that froze all of Gu Qing's meridians. After a moment's thought, he decided to lift the suppression on the absolute spirit seed, allowing it to refine the lotus seed and repair his wood spiritual root. He knew that Ouyang still harbored doubts. The gift was a facade, and the real intention was to test him. However, he had no choice. If he did not refine this lotus seed, his body would surely be destroyed. He could only hope that the absolute spirit seed would not be discovered. Within the sea of consciousness, the absolute spirit seed spun rapidly, causing the cold energy within Gu Qing to dissipate instantly, while the lotus seed transformed into pure energy that melded into the wood spirit root. Under the influence of the lotus seed, Gu Qing's wood spirit root advanced at a visibly rapid pace towards 80%, far surpassing the effects of any medicinal herbs he had consumed before. Moreover, after the essence of the lotus seed was refined by the absolute spirit seed, the remaining portion transformed into spiritual energy that surged into his meridians, almost instantly opening 2 acupoints for Gu Qing. 14 acupoints a day, such a speed of cultivation was something he had never dared to imagine before. Gu Qing slowly opened his eyes, rising to respectfully clasp his fists in salute, casting a discreet glance at Ouyang and seeing Ouyang retract his hand from atop his crown. The tension in his heart finally eased. If the absolute spirit seed had been discovered, he would have likely been pierced through the skull by now. Ouyang stroked his beard and sighed to enhance the spirit root postnatally. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it. The mysteries of heaven and earth's creation I have only come to understand today inspire awe in the heart. I truly appreciate your character, and since you are no longer burdened by your innate talent, you should spread your wings and soar, not waste your extraordinary physique. Given time, your achievements will surely surpass Yi Yuan. Your cultivation has advanced too quickly today. You must stabilize your foundation. Come back to see me once your wood spirit root is perfected. What transpired today must not be spoken of to others. Yes, I shall remember. Thank you for the reward, master. I take my leave. Gu Qing stored the 100-year snow lotus heart into his storage bag, clasped his fists in salute, and slowly exited the grand hall, maintaining a bowing posture until the doors closed before straightening up and turning slowly. Standing outside the hall, Yun slowly opened his eyes, respectfully saluting the closed doors before flying directly towards the jade platform with Gu Qing. Since you are out, let's have the lesson today, saving you a trip later. All right, I will listen to senior brother. Upon arriving at the jade platform, as Yun landed with Gu Qing, he saw Yi Yuan waiting outside the courtyard, smiling gently. What a coincidence, today you two can come in together. Gu Qing clasped his fists and said, Senior brother, let him go first, I will come another day. Yi Yuan released his aura completely and coldly said, Stop pretending. Your humble and yielding demeanor only disgusts me. You managed to deceive me with this act, but do you think you can fool senior brother? The path of cultivation is all about competition. Since we are both present, let us have a fair battle. The winner seeks guidance from senior brother first. Gu Qing felt Yi Yuan's aura and furrowed his brow. Yi Yuan had become stronger again at the 3rd level of chi refinement, and his aura was stable, clearly not a recent breakthrough. Even though he detested Yi Yuan, he couldn't help but admire Yi Yuan's cultivation speed. This was a true genius, relying solely on innate talent without need for cunning, earning respect and even proactive friendships. Gu Qing calmly said, I concede. I am not your opponent, you may go first. Yi Yuan mocked, Trash, you don't even have the courage to fight me. Yun patted both of their shoulders, smiling gently. I believe a truly strong person can converse freely with their enemies. I won't interfere with the grievances between you. Since you are both here, let us go in together. Yun patted both of their shoulders, smiling gently. I believe a truly strong person can converse freely with their enemies. I won't interfere with the grievances between you. Since you are both here, let us go in together. I hope you will give me some face. Yi Shidi shall go first. He will be taught first. How about that? Then I shall go with what senior brother said. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment, nodded, and coldly glanced at Gu Qing before following Yun into the courtyard. Gu Qing walked at the end, watching Yi Yuan's back deep in thought. What senior brother said about conversing with enemies was something he couldn't achieve at this moment, yet he realized this was an opportunity. If Yi Yuan sought guidance from senior brother first, it meant he could observe Yi Yuan's techniques and combat style from the sidelines. Only by understanding the enemy thoroughly can one defeat them. On the surface of the lake, sword lights flickered. Yi Yuan stood on the lake wielding a flying sword to attack, Yi Yuan his sword energy weaving and overlapping each strike more ferocious than the last. Yi Yuan held a low-grade flying sword suppressing his cultivation to match Yi Yuan's level, calmly receiving each of Yi Yuan's strikes, playing defense without counterattacking. Guo Qing sat in the pavilion holding a teacup to his lips for a long time, but never sipping it, even unaware of when the tea had gone cold, his eyes fixed on Yi Yuan controlling the sword. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's cultivation was higher than his. Even if their cultivations were the same, he might not necessarily be Yi Yuan's match. Every time he fought with senior brother, he requested senior brother to use sword techniques, preparing for the day he would face Yi Yuan. But now it seemed he still had quite a distance to cover compared to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had fully grasped the combat style of sword cultivators, attacking instead of defending his aggressive onslaught, even subtly suppressing senior brother. Yi Yuan suddenly formed a sword with his fingers, unleashing a sword energy at Yi Yuan, taking advantage of Yi Yuan's defense to swiftly send the flying sword towards Yi Yuan's throat. From the looks of it, he intended to seal the throat with a single strike. Yi Yuan knew that with his cultivation, he couldn't harm Yi Yuan, so he fought without restraint, every move concealing lethal intent. Facing this deadly strike, Yi Yuan made his flying sword vibrate, unleashing an even more ferocious sword energy that knocked Yi Yuan's flying sword away, and taking advantage of the moment Yi Yuan recalled his sword, he charged forward with his sword against Yi Yuan's throat. Guo Qing suddenly rose, spilling tea on himself without noticing. This was the battle between sword cultivators. Until the last moment, one truly could not discern the victor. Yi Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could sense that Yi Yuan had not broken through the limitations of his cultivation, yet that last strike from Yi Yuan clearly exceeded his cultivation. He wasn't doubting that Yi Yuan was bullying him, but he couldn't comprehend how that strike was achieved. Please, senior brother, grant me guidance. Yi Yuan respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Yi Yuan gestured, and the flying sword that had fallen into the lake returned to its sheath. As he spoke softly, when prosperity reaches its peak, decline follows. The reason a sword has a sheath is to conceal its edge. The saying goes, humility brings benefit while arrogance invites harm. When your sword becomes fiercely sharp, it will inevitably weaken. I remained on the defense, continually harnessing your offensive momentum to build up sword strength, which is why I could unleash a strike surpassing my cultivation. Your sword's edge is exposed. To advance further, you must learn to conceal your edge. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and solemnly said, I dare not agree. Perhaps my edge is still insufficient. Next time my sword will be even sharper. For disagreements, let combat be the test. Yi Yuan was unbothered by Yi Yuan's attitude, smiling gently. That's fine. The principles among sword cultivators are quite simple. Whoever wins is right. Oh, I look forward to your next strike. Thank you for your teaching, senior brother. Yi Yuan lightly stepped from the lake's surface into the pavilion, flicking his sleeves, coldly staring at Guo Qing. It's your turn. Though he was arrogant, he was not a fool. Seeing Guo Qing controlling the sword, he naturally had to observe how Guo Qing fought. Guo Qing leaped gracefully, landing steadily on the lake's surface. What do you wish to learn today? Ian asked. Guo Qing took out the bronze long sword from his storage bag, which had almost collected dust, and grasping the sword, he saluted. I wish to seek guidance from senior brother on sword control today. Ian glanced at Guo Qing with profound meaning, smiling without speaking. Guo Qing concentrated the spiritual energy within the flying sword, spreading his divine sense, controlling the bronze sword as it swayed and rose into the air. Though he had known the secret of sword control for a long time, it was his first time truly manipulating a flying sword. One reason was that he was too busy cultivating to practice, and the second was that his golden spirit root was only at 20%. No matter how much he practiced, he could never wield it like Yi Yuan. However, what senior brother said was also true. Even if he did not become a sword cultivator, he at least needed to know how to use it. Today, with Yi Yuan watching from the side, it was a good opportunity to learn. The bronze sword drifted slowly towards Yi Yuan at such a speed, even ordinary people could easily dodge. Before it could reach Xiao Yun, the bronze sword lost control and fell into the lake. Yi Yuan waved his hand, and the bronze sword returned to Guo Qing. Guo Qing once again formed a seal to control the sword, but the speed of the bronze sword was still absurdly slow, and after exceeding a certain distance it fell into the lake again. Waste. Yi Yuan sneered, losing interest in watching further. He bid farewell to Yi Yuan and left without even looking at Guo Qing. Guo Qing's expression was emotionless. He knew that controlling the sword would provoke Yi Yuan's disdain and contempt. He wanted Yi Yuan to underestimate him, to think he had no talents. However, seeing his poor performance in sword control, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Listening to the village elders tell stories he had always fantasized about one day roaming the world in a blue robe on a white horse wielding a sword. But now he no longer harbored such fantasies. He was well aware of his own talents. Becoming a sword cultivator was likely out of reach, and he would only end up as a despicable person using poison as described by Shen Feng. Whether he was despicable or not, he didn't care. Regardless of the means, as long as he could win it was enough. Only those who survive have the right to speak. Do you want to continue? Ian asked gently. Guo Qing glanced at the lake. Yi Yuan had already left, and logically he didn't need to waste effort on sword control anymore. But since he had started, regardless of how well he learned, he had to see it through. At least today he wanted to practice sword control. Thank you, senior brother, I will try again. Guo Qing once again formed the seal and sent the bronze sword flying out. The bronze sword fell into the lake repeatedly, only to be summoned back by Yi Yun time after time. Unconsciously 2 hours had passed. Guo Qing controlled the bronze sword to fly out slowly, his mind highly focused, and his gaze fixed solely on Yi Yun, who had been standing motionless by the lake for a long time. Finally, the bronze sword wobbled its way to Yi Yun, approaching his throat before wobbling back to its sheath. Although the speed was still slow, it was finally a success. Yi Yun comforted him, saying, "Don't be discouraged. Knowing how a sword cultivator controls a sword is enough. Everyone has their flaws, so there's no need to worry. It's better to learn a few things well than to dabble in many. Spend your time on what you excel at." Guo Qing nodded, seizing the opportunity to ask, "I've already joined the medicine sect. I know that as my cultivation deepens, I can't waste time on acquiring spirit stones." Guo Qing nodded, seizing the opportunity to ask, "I've already joined the medicine sect. I know that as my cultivation deepens, I can't waste time." Ian nodded slightly, absolutely correct. All Foundation establishment disciples have controlled a faction or held a high position during their chi refining stage. Only then can they have enough resources to ensure their cultivation. Take the medicine sect for example. As long as nothing unexpected happens, every sect master has been able to rely on the vast resources of the medicine sect to reach Foundation establishment. I understand now. Thank you, senior brother, I will take my leave. After exiting the Qingyu platform, Guo Qing hurried back to his courtyard at full speed, not even stopping to greet Hu Zi and the others. Once back in his room, Guo Qing took out all the spirit stones and medicinal materials from his storage bag, his expression heavy with concern. Since assisting his master in refining that luminous white fragment, the absolute spirit seed in his sea of consciousness had begun to stir again, though he had been suppressing it all this time. After leaving the main hall, he had originally planned to come back immediately, but since senior brother had spoken, it was hard for him to refuse. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's appearance, he had been delayed for another 2 hours. If he returned any later, he truly didn't know if he could still suppress the agitated absolute spirit seed. Once the suppression was lifted, the absolute spirit seed spun rapidly, stirring up chaos in Guo Qing's sea of consciousness, nearly causing him to lose his mental stability. Guo Qing gritted his teeth against the pain in his head, focusing his mind to sense the changes in the absolute spirit seed. As soon as the absolute spirit seed began to devour spiritual energy again, he would immediately grab a spirit stone. However, this time the absolute spirit seed did not devour his spiritual energy. After spinning for a while, its speed gradually slowed down. Meanwhile, the second groove on the absolute spirit seed lit up with blood-red patterns. Just as Guo Qing let out a sigh of relief, the absolute spirit seed suddenly emitted a terrifying devouring force, sucking in the thin mist in his sea of consciousness. Damn it! If it were devouring spiritual energy, he could still counter it with spirit stones, but the thin mist in his sea of consciousness was the manifestation of his divine sense, which could only grow as his cultivation increased. It couldn't be trained. Once his divine sense was completely devoured, his mind would collapse, turning him into an idiot. Guo Qing was extremely anxious, desperately trying to suppress the absolute spirit seed, but to no avail. When the last wisp of mist was devoured by the absolute spirit seed, Guo Qing fell to the ground in pain, clutching his head and rolling around, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. After a long time, the absolute spirit seed finally stopped its agitation. Guo Qing immediately struggled to sit cross-legged, introspecting his sea of consciousness, waves of turmoil rising within. The divine sense that had just been devoured by the absolute spirit seed surprisingly returned. Moreover, the absolute spirit seed would only spin when he consumed medicinal materials. But now the absolute spirit seed continued to spin slowly in his sea of consciousness. With each rotation, the mist within the sea of consciousness thickened. This meant that his divine sense could continue to strengthen. Guo Qing felt an overwhelming joy. Although he didn't know what it meant for his divine sense to strengthen, it was still a good thing. Moreover, after this devouring, he seemed to have developed a unique connection with the absolute spirit seed, sensing that the black seed would not produce such devouring again in the future. If this feeling had to be described, it would be a sense of recognition. The absolute spirit seed devouring his spiritual energy and divine sense was to remember his aura. As for the opening of the second groove, it might be due to that luminous white fragment. Guiqing sat for a long time, and his excited emotions gradually calmed down. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized an issue. Originally, he thought that the opening of the second groove was to enhance another type of spirit root. Since he had only consumed pills and medicinal materials after opening the first groove, it was only natural to assume that the first groove corresponded to the enhancement of the wood spirit root. But it was only at this moment that he realized the absolute spirit seed was not that simple. He had not fully explored the effects of the first groove. Perhaps he should find time to try enhancing other spirit roots to verify his guess. However, those matters would have to wait. The urgent task was to stabilize his foundation. As his master said, he had already rushed through 14 acupoints in one day, and he couldn't consume the lotus seeds of the 100-year snow lotus heart for a while longer, nor could he rush his cultivation. Not long ago, he had pre-advanced medicinal materials worth 1,000 spirit stones from the medicine sect, which he had yet to refine. Once he finished refining this batch of materials, his internal spiritual energy would solidify, and then he could continue his cultivation. What he needed the most was time he wished he could use one day, as if it were two. Yi Yuan had already reached the third level of qi refining, while he was still struggling at the second level. Guiqing, realizing he was lost in thought, shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, calming his heart completely, and began to refine the acupoint-opening pills. After breaking through to the second level of qi refining, he deeply felt that the amount of spirit stones required for cultivation was increasing. The spirit stones earned from the revival pill were already falling short, and the more expensive acupoint-opening pills were undoubtedly a very good choice. The furnace fire gradually ignited, reflecting in Guiqing's eyes. Within the fiercely burning pill furnace, a pill gradually took shape. After the seventh batch of medicinal materials was added, Guiqing concentrated his mind, carefully sensing the state within the alchemical furnace. He lowered the fire temperature and opened the lid, revealing a perfectly round blue pill quietly lying in the furnace. The first-grade acupuncture pill is complete. This pill taken during acupuncture can protect the meridians and improve the success rate of acupuncture. It is an essential item for qi refining cultivators, and the higher one's cultivation, the more acupuncture pills are needed, making it far more valuable than the recovery pill. The acupuncture pill requires 7 spirit stones and 10 batches of medicinal materials to refine a single pill, which can be sold for 10 spirit stones. Moreover, purchasing materials from the herbal shop is cheaper than from Lingbao platform, allowing him to earn more spirit stones. After carefully reviewing the successful steps of the refinement, Guiqing realized that the 7th batch of medicinal materials could produce the acupuncture pill, all thanks to the enhancement of his spiritual sense. The improvement of spiritual sense is not as evident as that of cultivation, but its assistance is by no means. Now he only needed to slightly recall, and the processes of the previous 7 alchemical sessions would echo continuously in his mind, with even some previously unnoticed details becoming vividly clear, allowing him to easily grasp the key to refining the acupuncture pill. Guiqing placed the acupuncture pill into a porcelain bottle and resumed adding medicinal materials. With each successful refinement of the acupuncture pill, he reviewed the steps carefully, continuing only after fully understanding them, gradually increasing the success rate from 10% to 20%. Although it couldn't compare to the success rate of the recovery pill, achieving such a success rate with the first batch of materials was already quite fruitful. After finishing the materials for the acupuncture pill, Guiqing took out a jade slip and pressed it against his forehead to examine. The recovery pill contains pure spiritual energy. Taking it can quickly restore one's qi and is often used by cultivators in combat, being valued similarly to the acupuncture pill. A month later, all the medicinal materials on the ground had completely disappeared, transformed into bottles of pills. Guiqing extinguished the furnace fire, packed away the furnace and various pills, and as he opened the door, a rush of cold air hit him, prompting him to quickly walk into the courtyard. It was snowing. The biting cold wind accompanied the falling snowflakes, blanketing the entire world in white. Guiqing looked up at the snow falling like white feathers, extending his hand to catch a few snowflakes, quietly watching them melt away in his palm, feeling a sense of nostalgia. When he first arrived last year, there was no snow here, but this year it was exceptionally heavy. Time flies. When the snow melts, it will be a new year. He had also been at the MOG sect for over a year. Chen Ze, you've finally come out. Let's build a snowman. Huzi walked into the courtyard, pointing at a row of snowmen in the corner. Our snowmen are ready, we just need you to join us. The row of snowmen was divided into 2 piles, one on the left and one on the right. The front snowman on the left used a carrot for eyes, its head round and plump, clearly crafted by Huzi. Surrounding it were 3 snowmen, 2 large and 1 small, presumably Huzi's parents and younger brother. On the right, there were 2 identical snowmen standing at the front, clearly made by Jiang Yunyan and her sister, with 2 more snowmen, 1 tall and 1 short behind them, likely representing their parents. Guiqing bent down to gather snow into a pile, shaping a snowman roughly the same size as Chen Ze's. However, when he was halfway through making a second one, he suddenly stopped. That gambling addict would certainly not make one. As for his mother, he was unsure what kind of snowman would represent her. What should a mother be like? As he thought of this, a pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. Clearly, cultivators have clearer memories, yet his recollections of his mother were becoming increasingly blurry. It had only been a little over a year since he arrived at the MOG sect, yet it felt as though 10 or 100 years had passed. Just a year ago, he was still immortal, but looking back, it seemed like it was from a past life. Guo tried several times, but couldn't shape the snow properly, gradually becoming frustrated. He pushed down the snowman in front of him, leaving only his lonely snowman standing in the cold wind. What about Yunyan and them? They're changing into new clothes. Why change into new clothes? It's New Year's Eve, of course, one must wear new clothes on New Year's Eve. Guo was suddenly caught off guard, realizing that if Chen Ze hadn't reminded him, he might have forgotten about the New Year's Eve festival altogether. Young master, you've finally come out. Jiang Yunyan's excited voice rang out, and Guo turned to see the brightly dressed sisters, feeling a pang of guilt. This new outfit was made during his last visit to the private market, where he had made several sets. He hadn't expected them to save a set for the new year, while he had never paid attention to it. How long had it been since that last time? Now he realized that he had been so busy cultivating that he had neglected the three of them, and their outings were merely to stroll around the pasture below the mountain. They dared not venture further. Such a life must be quite boring. Thinking of this, Guo left the courtyard and hurried to the private market. Despite the snow and wind, for cultivators the mere cold was nothing to worry about, and many cultivators could still be seen on the way. For cultivators, today was no different from any other day. What did you say? Firecrackers. In the private market, the cultivator who had made clothes for Guo looked at him with a strange expression, as cultivators don't typically celebrate the new year. It was his first time hearing someone ask to buy firecrackers since he arrived at the MOG sect. Yes, firecrackers. Guo nodded slightly, taking out 20 spirit stones and placing them on the stall. I also trouble you to make me a few fur coats. The cultivator's face lit up upon seeing the spirit stones. Sure thing. Firecrackers, right. Just wait a moment, we'll get them for you. A moment later, the cultivator handed over a pile of firecrackers along with the fur coats, smiling. I've added fire-type magic to them. They'll explode as soon as they absorb spiritual energy. You'll be satisfied with the noise. Guo took the items and turned to leave, heading straight for Lingbao platform. He had many places to go today and needed to make good use of his time. After leaving Lingbao platform, Guo hurriedly proceeded, and as he reached the courtyard gate, it opened on its own. The small lake in the courtyard had frozen over, and Yun was walking slowly and cautiously on the thin ice, with snow continuously falling around him, his long black hair gradually turning white. Yun did not turn back, continuing to walk on the ice surface, his voice gently saying, Please wait a moment, I will teach you again soon. Guo clasped his fists and bowed. I am not here for a lesson today, it is New Year's Eve. I came early to wish my senior brother a happy new year, hoping for your further progress in cultivation in the coming year. With a crack, a fissure suddenly appeared beneath Yun's feet, clearly due to a little too much force. His breath unintentionally leaked out, causing the thin ice on the lake's surface to shatter inch by inch. Standing on the water, Yun raised his hand, and the snow fell, causing the lake's surface to freeze again. He slowly turned to look at Guo and sighed heavily. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered. Guo, you're thoughtful. I won't disturb you further. I will come back another day to ask for your guidance. Junior brother takes his leave. After bowing, Guo turned to leave. Yun called out to Guo, took out a jade slip from his storage bag, and flew in front of him. I remember that in my hometown, elders give out red envelopes on New Year's Eve, and one cannot refuse. Refusing is considered unlucky, and one must happily place it under their pillow to sleep. If that is the case, then I shall not be polite, senior brother. Guo accepted the jade slip and gently asked, Why are you walking on thin ice? I am walking a path from my memories. Yun's voice suddenly took on a tone of melancholy, and under the relentless wind and snow, his handsome face seemed to age considerably. He turned his back to Guo, gently waving his hand, signaling him to leave, and then resumed his slow walk on the ice. After exiting the Qingyu platform, Guo should have returned directly, yet inexplicably found himself in the courtyard marked by a low-hanging furnace plaque. Outside the courtyard, the old woman still lay in the wicker chair as she had last time, her position and posture unchanged, allowing the wind and snow to envelop her. Guo took out 50 spirit stones and placed them before the old woman, who showed no reaction, and the stones vanished into thin air. However, this time the courtyard door did not open immediately. A fire reignited in Guo's heart. He didn't need to ask the old woman to know someone was inside, and it wasn't time yet. He stood motionless in the snow, quietly counting the time, never having felt such torment, nor had time ever seemed so long. After a long while, a stranger cultivator emerged, wearing a satisfied expression, tying his belt as he walked without sparing a glance at Guo. Naturally, there was no need to look. Gue Qing shook the snow off his shoulders, clasped his hands in a salute to the old woman, and then entered the courtyard. He gently pushed open the door this time, managing to avert his gaze, quickly turning to cover the woman with a quilt, then, as before, he leaned by the bed and stared blankly at her. The woman's eyes remained hollow, revealing not a sliver of emotion. As Gue Qing gazed, the blurry visage of his mother gradually became clearer in his memory. He got up, went to the courtyard, and brought in several snowballs, forming a snowman according to the face he remembered. He looked at the vividly lifelike snowman and burst into laughter. This appearance was indeed his mother, however, after laughing, his heart grew increasingly sour and his gaze turned ever more melancholic. Squatting by the bed, he spoke in an extremely gentle voice. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish you a happy new year in advance. The woman slightly turned her head to look at Gue Qing, her expression still unchanging. Gue Qing let out a bitter smile, resting his chin on his hand, while seriously looking at her, memories of the times spent with his mother flashing through his mind. While waiting outside, time felt unprecedentedly long. However, after entering the courtyard, the passage of time was astonishingly quick. The light curtain above the courtyard began to ripple, snapping Gue Qing back to reality. He turned to the freshly made snowman, raised his hand to scatter it, then adjusted the quilt over the woman, saying gently, "My name is Chen Ze. I'm leaving now, but I will come to see you again." After Gue Qing left, the woman turned her head back to stare at the ceiling, her gaze still as hollow as ever. Gue Qing braved the wind and snow, hastening back to Xiang Mountain before sunset. In the loft's hall, Tiger had already prepared a lavish feast, and Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian were setting up. Upon seeing the firecrackers in Gue Qing's hands, they were immediately filled with excitement. "Let's go set off the firecrackers." Gue Qing led the three outside, placing the firecrackers on the ground and releasing a hint of spiritual energy. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed throughout Xiang Mountain, stunning Gue Qing. Only now did he understand why the earlier cultivator had confidently claimed the noise would satisfy him. What a noise it was! He was pleased. He was a cultivator. While others did not celebrate the new year, he intended to do so. It is said that one should sever ties with worldly matters in cultivation, but how could he not indulge in this world? Many cultivators were startled by the loud sound and came out to investigate. Upon seeing Gue Qing setting off firecrackers, they smiled and treated it as if nothing had happened. Gue Qing took out all the firecrackers and laughed heartily. "Come, let's set them off together. Tell them it's New Year's." Bang! Bang! The tranquility of the wind and snow was completely shattered on Xiang Mountain. Gue Qing pulled Tiger and Jiang Yumian to set off firecrackers together, lighting them and running off, having a great time and laughing heartily. Jiang Yunyan watched from the side, beaming with joy. It was the first time she had seen this side of Gue Qing. Most of the time she regarded him as a composed adult. Only at such moments did Gue Qing momentarily become a youth. "Come, let's drink." In the loft's hall, Gue Qing took out the wine he had bought. Jiang Yunyan warmed it up and poured a full cup for Gue Qing, then quietly sat beside him, watching Gue Qing laugh and chat with Tiger, momentarily lost in thought. Gue Qing picked up some dishes with his chopsticks and placed them in Jiang Yumian's bowl, saying, "Tiger's cooking is better than mine, give it a try." "Thank you, young master." Gue Qing then placed food in Jiang Yunyan's bowl, gently nudging the dazed Jiang Yunyan, "Eat it while it's hot." Jiang Yunyan snapped back to reality, filled her cup with wine, and downed it in one go, a rosy hue quickly appearing on her face. "I toast to you, young master." Gue Qing returned the toast, taking out 3 storage bags from his bosom and placing them before the three. "Since it's New Year, there should be New Year gifts. Inside are the gifts I prepared for you. See if you are satisfied." These 3 storage bags were purchased from the Spirit Treasure platform, and he still had 2 empty storage bags which belonged to Chengping and Shinfeng. However, he naturally would not give them the 2 storage bags stained with blood. Inside the storage bags were newly made fur coats, 100 spirit stones, and some pills, ensuring that even if he was busy with cultivation, Tiger and the others could still go out and buy things. Having learned from Shinfeng's previous experience, the cultivators on Xiang Mountain would likely no longer target Tiger and the others deliberately. Under Gue Qing's guidance, Tiger filled a plate with food into a storage bag, instantly enamored with it. "This thing is truly magical. It can hold so much. In the future, when we go out to roast meat, we won't need to carry pots, and we can even store the snacks Yumian loves to eat. How wonderful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yumian immediately burst into tears. "Brother Tiger, you're so kind." Jiang Yunyan's eyes also brimmed with tears. She picked up a storage bag to play with for a moment, then intended to push it back, but was firmly stopped by Gue Qing. Gue Qing spoke gently, "We cannot refuse New Year gifts from our side, otherwise it would be inauspicious. In the past I was busy with cultivation and may have neglected your care. Use these spirit stones as you wish, and let me know when they run out. If you want to go further out to explore, just tell me, and I will arrange someone to take you." Jiang Yunyan could no longer hold back, tears flowing like a fountain. "Young master, you are truly too good to us. We really don't know how to repay you." Gue Qing smiled gently, "No need to say such things. Only family gathers to celebrate New Year's Eve. In my eyes, Tiger is family, and so are you. That's right, we are a family and don't need to stand on ceremony. Yes, from now on we are family. Jiang Yunyan hugged the already tearful Jiang Yunyan, nodding earnestly. After crying for a long time, she wiped away her tears and smiled brightly. We have to say auspicious words on New Year's Eve. Please, young master, say some auspicious words for us. Sure. Gui Qing smiled as he raised his wine cup. I wish you all good fortune in the coming year, everlasting smiles, and a carefree life. And you? Jiang Yunyan asked. As for me, Gui Qing pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, time waits for no one. In the new year, I must be even more diligent, striving to reach new heights. Cheers. The four exchanged smiles, raised their cups, and drank heartily. The next morning, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, pulled back the covers, and rubbed his head. Last night was the New Year's Eve vigil, and it was probably the happiest moment since he arrived at the Moji sect. They all drank to the point of inebriation and didn't return to their rooms until late. After a brief wash, Gui Qing left the courtyard and headed straight for the medicine gate. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Whether in cultivation or alchemy, one should start off well. Just in time, a batch of medicinal materials has just been refined, and he can go to the medicine gate to exchange them for spirit stones. At the medicine gate inside the Shangsu building, Gui Qing walked up to the counter in the hall and cupped his fists in salute towards the cultivator behind the counter. I am Gui Qing, here to hand over the pills. Hand them over. The cultivator, thinking it was just a few bottles of pills, lazily opened his hands. With a wave of his hand, Gui Qing immediately filled the counter with porcelain vials. 150 Chengshua pills and 130 Huiling pills, please inspect. The cultivator's eyes widened in surprise, instantly becoming spirited, a broad smile spreading across his face. Apologies, I didn't catch your name. Could you please say it again? Gui Qing. So it's junior brother Gui Qing. I've heard much about you. Please wait a moment, I'll inspect the pill. Other cultivators in the hall, hearing the commotion, curiously gathered around. Upon seeing the large number of porcelain vials on the counter, they began to discuss among themselves. I can't believe it, a newcomer can refine so many pills. What newcomer? They are already beyond the first level of qi refinement. To take out so many pills at once, this young one is quite formidable. After the inspection, the cultivator's smile grew even brighter. All of these pills are of high quality, converted into spirit stones that totals to 2,800 spirit stones. Junior brother, please wait, I will get you a storage bag. According to the rules of the medicine gate, handing in pills worth over 1,000 spirit stones at once earns a storage. Here is a list of medicinal materials. Gui Qing took out a paper filled with materials and pushed it in front of the cultivator. Please leave 800 spirit stones for me and return the 1,000 spirit stones I advanced. According to the rules, after repaying the debt, he can immediately advance again, and the remaining 2,000 spirit stones will be exchanged for materials based on the list. All right, just a moment, please. The cultivator readily agreed. The people around couldn't help but gasp. Buying 2,000 spirit stones worth of materials in one go is quite a bold move. Even some third or fourth level qi refinement alchemists wouldn't dare to purchase materials like that. Junior brother Gui Qing, why didn't you let someone know when you arrived? Suddenly, Han Yureo's delicate laughter rang out, and the onlookers quickly dispersed. Outsiders could easily be deceived by Han Yureo's appearance, but those close to her knew all too well about her methods. How could someone in charge of the medicine gate be merely a pretty face? Gui Qing smiled and said, just a small matter, I didn't want to disturb senior sister. Junior brother is truly considerate. Han Yurao smiled, her beauty swaying as she moved closer, almost leaning against Gui Qing. Gui Qing discreetly pushed Han Yurao away, took the storage bag handed over by the cultivator, and cupped his fists in salute. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Farewell. Is that how easily you want me to be disliked? Han Yurao gently tugged at Gui Qing's sleeve, pretending to look. Gui Qing shook his head and said earnestly, senior sister misunderstands. I truly have business to attend to. I have important matters to discuss with junior brother. Can we chat for a bit? Han Yurao whispered softly. Gui Qing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Please speak, senior sister. Then please follow me. Let's go upstairs to talk. Han Yureo's eyes sparkled with joy. Her swift change of expression left people astonished. Seeing that Gui Qing stood still, she leaned close to his ear and said in a soft, alluring voice, it's just for tea. If junior brother thinks too much, I can't be held responsible. Gui Qing felt a headache coming on. This woman truly knew how to play with men's hearts, her attitude fluctuating between close and distant, constantly teasing his emotions. He had already planned to develop well at the medicine gate, yet he encountered such a direct superior, it was quite trouble. In the top floor room, Han Xiaoyu served tea to Gui Qing and sat gracefully across from him. There will be an alchemist competition at the medicine gate in 10 days. Each person in charge has 3 recommendation slots, and I would like to recommend junior brother to participate. I wonder if junior brother is interested. Gui Qing shook his head and said, my alchemy skills are too poor. I wouldn't want to embarrass senior sister. Moreover, I'm busy with cultivation and really can't spare the time. Junior brother, please don't rush to refuse. Han Qiyu smiled slightly, her demeanor impeccable, making it hard to associate her with the flirtatious woman from before. The rewards for this competition are quite generous. Even if you win in the first round, you can receive 1,000 spirit stones. If you ultimately win, you can receive 10,000 spirit stones. If furthermore, you can become a candidate in charge. Once your cultivation reaches the 5th level of Qi refinement, you can officially assume the role. You may not know the status of being in charge at the medicine gate. For instance, at my Shangsu building, during busy times we can earn over 10,000 spirit stones a day. And as a person in charge, I can take half of the profit from Shangsu building each month. Even though it's just half, I can earn over 10,000 spirit stones every month without doing anything. With such rewards, aren't you tempted, junior brother? Gu Weiqing pondered for a moment and asked what level of alchemists will be participating in this competition. Han Yurao smiled and said this competition is limited to first-level alchemists. Junior brother can rest assured. I believe with your alchemy skills you have a great chance of winning. Alright, I will go back and prepare the recipes and materials. Thank you, senior sister. Gu Weiqing nodded. The rewards were indeed too generous for him to refuse. Han Yurao took out a storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Gu Weiqing with a smile. Since you are representing Shangsu building, you shouldn't have to spend your own money. This bag contains all the recipes for first-level pills, and each type has 20 sets of materials. Han Yurao took out a storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Gu Weiqing with a smile. Since you are representing Shangsu building, you shouldn't have to spend your... Gu Weiqing stared at Han Yurao. Is that so? Han Yurao covered her mouth with a smile exuding charm. As long as junior brother likes it, I can adopt any style. Gu Weiqing suddenly felt parched and hurriedly stood up to bid farewell. Dealing with this woman truly required some composure. Han Yurao did not force him to stay, but smiled as she escorted Gu Weiqing to the door. Junior brother, take care. I still have to prepare for the competition, so I won't see you off further. Just as Gu Weiqing stepped downstairs, a young man with a face like jade walked straight towards him, followed by several cultivators. Seeing the young man coming straight at him, Gu Weiqing stepped aside to let him pass, but the young man also moved aside, violently bumping into Gu Weiqing's shoulder and causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Are you blind? The young man coldly shot a glance at Gu Weiqing. Attack! Several cultivators behind him immediately formed hand seals and unleashed their spells at Gu Weiqing. Gu Weiqing coldly snorted and vines grew around him, entangling the attackers while he retreated. After the second groove of the absolute spirit seed opened, his spiritual sense increased daily, allowing him to perceive the cultivation levels of these individuals. The attackers were all at the second level of Qi refinement, so they could barely contend with him. However, the young man was at the third level of Qi refinement. Though he did not attack, Gu Weiqing still could not afford to be careless. Stop! Han Yurao suddenly appeared next to Gu Weiqing. With a slight movement of her finger, several sturdy willow branches appeared out of thin air, growing rapidly and intertwining, trapping both the young man and the cultivators. Han Yurao looked at the young man, the smile that often graced her face vanishing, replaced by a cold glare. Zhou Ting, how dare you act recklessly at the medicine gate? Have you grown tired of living? The young man named Zhou Ting showed no sign of backing down, instead glaring angrily at Gu Weiqing. I refuse to accept this. Why should he come and take my spot? Upon hearing this, Gu Weiqing immediately understood the situation. Han Yurao had 3 recommendation spots which had likely been decided long ago, but his arrival had pushed Zhou Ting out. Han Yurao said coldly, I decide who participates in the competition. If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for being unkind. Seeing Gu Weiqing about to leave, Zhou Ting yelled, Gu Weiqing, do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? If you lose, you must leave the medicine sect. Not interested, Gu Weiqing said, glancing at Zhou Ting with indifference. Han Yurao slightly raised her hand, and several cultivators immediately stepped forward to take Zhou Ting away, bowing to Gu Weiqing. It is my failure in discipline that has caused my junior to embarrass himself. I will apologize to him another day. It's fine. Gu Weiqing shook his head and turned to leave. Just outside the medicine sect, he saw Shen Xing leaning against a stone pillar. Senior brother, are you here on business at the medicine sect? Why don't you go inside? Shen Xing smiled. I came to find you a busy person. It's not easy to see you these days. Last time Situ Feng said he would introduce you to the cultivators of Sheyang Mountain. Have you forgotten about this? Today everyone is already gathered. No matter how urgent your matters are, you must come with me. How long have you been at Sheyang Mountain? You still can't recognize everyone. It would be embarrassing if people find out. I was negligent. I will apologize to senior brother Situ later, Gu Weiqing said apologetically, quickly following Shen Xing. At Sheyang Mountain, just as Gu Weiqing was about to enter Situ Feng's courtyard, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze on him. Turning to look in the distance, he saw a strange cultivator and his brow furrowed. Shen Xing explained, that's Zhang Peiyuan, a 4th-tier Qi refining cultivator, a capable aide to Jiang. He just like Wei Xiong. Don't mind him, he's not targeting you. He's just following Wei Hu's orders to keep watch here. Let's go in and talk. Guiqing silently followed Chen Ze into the courtyard, which was already filled with 8 immortals tables adorned with expensive delicacies and fine wines. Over 100 cultivators were seated around the tables, drinking heartily. Situ Feng stepped forward to grab Guiqing and brought him to the center. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Everyone quiet down, I would like to introduce someone." The noisy crowd immediately quieted down and turned their attention to Guiqing. Situ Feng smiled. "This is junior brother Guiqing. You must have heard of his great name, but I still need to formally introduce him to everyone. Junior brother Guiqing, a direct disciple of our master, has now joined the medicine sect. He is destined to become a future master alchemist. Oh, everyone should treat him well." The crowd erupted into hearty laughter and began to speak up. "Junior brother Guiqing, I am Cui Hushan. I have long heard of your name, but have never had the chance to meet. Today we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. I raise a toast to you. Junior brother Guiqing, my name is Zheng Shoufeng. I live quite close to you. If you have time, please come to my cave, and I will host you well. Junior brother Guiqing, I am Nan Mingho. I won't be polite, and my intentions are in the wine, and I drink." Situ Feng smiled as he handed a jug of wine to Guiqing. "Drink a cup with your brothers. Once we have drunk together, we are considered acquainted, right?" "Exactly." Everyone shouted in agreement. Hearing this, Guiqing could only steel himself and took the wine jug to toast each table. Although he didn't enjoy socializing, he understood that such occasions were unavoidable. If he did not socialize, others would consider him arrogant and isolate him. After a round of toasts, Guiqing was already flushed, but still continued to drink with many cultivators under Situ Feng's lead. They drank until late into the night before the crowd finally left in a drunken haze. "Junior brother Guiqing, take care. If you want, I can escort you back. No need for the long send-off, just to hear is enough." "That won't do, I'll walk with you for a bit longer." Outside the courtyard, Situ Feng supported Guiqing as they walked slowly, his voice lowered. "Junior brother Guiqing, if you're not drunk, pinch my shoulder." Guiqing swayed as he walked forward, gently pinching Situ Feng's shoulder. Situ Feng transmitted his voice. "Zhang Peiyuan is watching from afar. Don't give yourself away. Some of the cultivators who came today are Jiang He's people, so I can't speak too openly. Jiang He will likely break through in 6 months, and we need to prepare early. I heard from Shun Xing that you plan to participate in the medicine sect's competition. After you finish, let's find a chance to discuss this in detail." Guiqing staggered and broke free from Situ Feng's hand, appearing to be completely drunk. He raised his hand unsteadily and bowed. "Senior brother, please stay. Oh, I must take my leave now." Upon returning to his courtyard, Guiqing circulated his spiritual energy, dissipating the alcohol smell, and his gaze became sharp instantly. 6 months, preparations must begin. 10 days later, Guiqing sat in his room, holding a jade slip with a furrowed brow. He had virtually refined all the elixirs Han Yurua provided except for one. The barrier-breaking elixir. Of the 10 sets of medicinal materials, he had refined 9, all resulting in failure. It wasn't that he feared failure, he simply couldn't understand where he went wrong. Clearly, the recipe detailed the order of medicinal material inputs and the necessary considerations for potential medicinal conflicts, yet he just couldn't produce it. Suddenly, Huzai knocked on the door from outside. "Chen Ze, didn't you ask me to remind you that you have to go to the medicine sect today? It's time, and someone is looking for you outside. Hurry up." Guiqing showed no response. He had completely immersed himself, unable to hear Huzai's words, his mind solely focused on the barrier-breaking elixir. After a moment, Guiqing put in the last set of medicinal materials. The flames enveloping the alchemy furnace surged violently, much more vigorously than when he had refined before. He realized it was a problem with the flames. The recipe detailed everything, yet it did not specify the flame requirements. His fire spirit root was simply too weak, and his control over the flames was insufficient, leading to repeated failures. The more complex the elixir, the stricter the flame requirements. Even a slight deviation could lead to total His fire spirit root wasn't particularly high. He could only barely reach the temperature needed to refine the barrier-breaking elixir by releasing more spiritual energy to transform into flames. The flames blazed fiercer, causing the lid of the alchemy furnace to tremble violently, bouncing upwards. The flames outside the furnace surged into it, and fortunately Guiqing was quick enough to extinguish the fire, otherwise nothing would have been left inside. Guiqing reached out to draw the barrier-breaking elixir into his hand and put it into a porcelain bottle. He then quickly walked outside the courtyard, cupping his fists to Han Yurao and Xiao Yu, saying, "There were some issues with the alchemy. I kept you waiting, senior sister. It's fine, we should still have time." Han Yurao shook her head, took out a flying sword from her storage bag, tossed it into the air, and jumped onto it with Guiqing. Turning back, she looked at Guiqing with great interest. "Junior brother, after 10 days of alchemy, you must have gained something." Guiqing smiled, without speaking, choosing not to mention his failure in refining the barrier-breaking elixir. He was not one to boast. His ranking in the alchemy competition would be the best proof. The square of the medicine gate was packed with people except for the stone platform used for the competition. The The internal competitions of the Medicine Gate do not occur every year, so even those who are not members come to watch. This is both to enjoy the spectacle and to seize the opportunity to meet the talented new generation of alchemists. In a corner of the open space, Zhou Ting looked around, and after not spotting Gu Qing, he smiled brilliantly. His smile grew wider. "What are you thinking about so happy?" asked a girl in a red dress beside him. Before Zhou Ting could respond, a handsome young man beside him smiled and explained, "If that Gu Qing is late, he can just make it up." The girl in the red dress suddenly realized and teased, still not convinced. "I've heard his alchemy skills are quite good, at least better than yours. Otherwise, why would Sister Yurao choose him? If he doesn't participate, then he doesn't. You don't lack that little reward." Zhou Ting spat angrily. He's only at the second level of qi refinement with very little time spent in cultivation. How good can his alchemy skills be? He just relies on being a direct disciple to snatch my spot. I'm just not convinced. If you're not convinced, then so be it. It has nothing to do with me. The girl in the red dress scanned the surroundings. "Strange, why hasn't Sister Yurao come?" The handsome young man replied, "The first round of the competition is simple. She probably has confidence in us, so she didn't come to watch." Zhou Ting looked at the handsome young man with a smirk. "Chuimu, you're usually quite clever, but why do you seem so foolish when it comes to matters regarding Sister Han? You probably don't know, but Sister Han want to pick up that waist. TSK tisk this treatment you and I cannot compare. In Sister Han's eyes, that waist is probably the one most likely to win, right?" Chuimu's Yu's smile instantly vanished and his expression turned grim. "What right does he have?" "I think this." Zhou Ting gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see what right he has to take my spot." Silence. On the main northern platform, a young man with thick brows and big eyes leaped into the air and landed directly in the center of the arena. "I am Yuan Zhen from the Medicine Gate. The competition is about to begin. Participants, please enter." In an instant, numerous cultivators participating in the competition leaped high and landed on the stone platform in the center of the square. Zhou Ting followed his two companions onto the stone platform, standing in the position designated for Gu Qing, smiling even more brightly. Yuan Zhen surveyed the area, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "I declare the Medicine Gate competition to begin." "Wait." Han Yu Rao, riding her sword with Gu Qing, flew above the stone platform, quickly descending, cupping her fists in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Yuan. I sincerely apologize for the delay on the way here. This is my junior brother Gu Qing, one of my recommended candidates. Arriving at the last moment shouldn't count as late, right?" Yuan Zhen frowned. "Sister Han, this is not appropriate, is it?" Han Yu Rao offered a smile. "I know Brother Yuan values the rules, but there's no regulation against arriving at the last moment, is there?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen fell silent, and the people gathered around the stone platform began to murmur. "What's going on? Can one be late for such a competition?" "It's not really late, they arrived just in time. But for such an important competition, one should come early." "Oh, it lacks respect. She's a direct disciple. What can you do if she disrespects you?" Zhou Ting, hearing these words, burst into laughter and shouted, "Being late for the competition is a great disrespect to the Medicine Gate. Get out of here, roll out of the Medicine Gate." "Exactly, get out." The crowd immediately echoed loudly. On the main northern platform, a young man in a green robe, who looked rather lazy, resting his chin on his hand, glanced at Han Yu Rao, and his expression became complex. He turned to the upright, blue-robed cultivator beside him. "Xiao Gu Yuanjin just sent a message asking me what to do. I can't make that decision. You're the deputy sect master, you decide." "Li Qing, what do you think?" the blue-robed cultivator retorted. Li Qing shifted his gaze away from Han Yu Rao, trying hard to appear relaxed. "It's not a big deal, right? The competition hasn't even started yet. After all, she is a direct disciple. I'll let her off this time." "No way," a cold voice from the side said. "Rules are rules. Even if she is the master's personal disciple, she cannot be so arrogant. Being late means disqualification." Li Qing teased. "I say, Lan Qian, can you not bring up your ridiculous rules? It's not a big deal. If you keep acting like this, you won't find a companion on your path to Tao. I am devoted to the Tao and do not need a companion. You don't need one, but you still can't find one. I'm not saying this to hurt you. Just look at your temper. Who could tolerate you? That's still better than you, who does nothing right and only knows how to use your tongue." The young man in blue listened as the two gradually escalated their argument, helplessly pressing his forehead. These two rivals, who knows if they were fated to clash in their past lives, always argue as soon as they meet. "What are you two talking about that escalated into such a fight?" A flippant voice suddenly sounded, and a skinny young man appeared out of nowhere in front of them, arms crossed, watching the center of the arena with keen interest. The others immediately stood up, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Brother Wang." Those who noticed the commotion couldn't help but feel startled. The high platform was occupied by the senior members of the Medicine Gate, especially the leading figure Xiao Xinghe, who had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement and was even the deputy sect master of the Medicine Gate. Even in front of the sect master, he would not demand such a deep bow. Nor would he require these few to perform such a deep bow. Who exactly is this skinny young man who can receive such a salute so comfortably? On the high platform, the individuals led by Xiao Xinghe broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the skinny young man. Others who joined later did not know this person's true identity, but they did. Especially recalling the things this person did in the past, it still filled them with terror. Wang Sui, the former head of the law enforcement hall who had entered Foundation establishment 10 years ago at that time, Xiao Xinghe, was only at the 5th level of qi refinement. Though he has now cultivated to the 9th level of qi refinement, it made no difference in front of Wang Sui. Xiao Xinghe raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead, pointing to his seat. Brother, please take a seat. Wang Sui waved his hand. I've been in seclusion for too long, I'll stand for a while. You all carry on, there's no need to be formal. By the way, where's your sect master? Still in seclusion, Xiao Xinghe respectfully replied. I see. Wang Sui smiled mysteriously, then shifted the topic. I just came out of seclusion and heard from the senior brother that the master took in 2 direct disciples, one named Gue Qing, who happens to be participating in today's competition. I came to see which one is Gue Qing down there. That's him. Xiao Xinghe pointed to Gue Qing next to Han Yu Rao, and then clearly conveyed his voice to Yuan Zhen, who was currently at a standstill with Han Xiuyu. Those who have cultivated to this level are all individuals of exceptional intellect. Wang Sui did not need to speak plainly, Xiao Xinghe could hear the implications. Wang Sui came to see Gue Qing compete, but if Gue Qing could not participate, how would that work? Li Qing and Lan Qian, who had previously been arguing upon hearing this, chose to remain silent and quietly. On the stone platform, Yuan Zhen's ears twitched slightly, and he looked up at the high platform in confusion, waving his hand at Han Yu Rao. This will not happen again. You may withdraw and not interfere with the competition. Han Yu Rao's face lit up with joy, casting a grateful glance at Yuan Zhen as she quickly retreated from the stone platform. However, this made Zhou Ting feel quite awkward. Yuan Zhen waved his hand and numerous medicinal materials flew out from the storage bags, landing precisely in front of each participating disciple. This time, all the medicinal materials for the competition are provided by the medicine gate. Anyone found violating the rules will be disqualified from the competition. Junior brother Gue Qing, return to your position. Junior brother Zhou, please withdraw. Facing the mocking gazes of the crowd, Zhou Zhiding gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums, discreetly brushed his hand over the medicinal materials, and walked down the stone platform in shame. Yuan Zhen watched as Gue Qing returned to his position, and his voice echoed again. In the first round of the competition, there are no formulas. You need to select suitable herbs to refine the pills. There are a total of 500 disciples participating in this trial, with only 200 remaining after the first round. We will judge based on the success rate and the quality of the pills. Now the competition begins. Gue Qing looked at the herbs by the alchemy furnace, secretly relieved. Since the first round did not provide any formulas, one must be familiar with all the formulas for first-grade pills to select the correct herbs. Fortunately, Han Yu Rao had asked him to prepare in advance, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do in the first round. Among the many herbs in front of him, only one set of herbs was complete for a specific pill. The first-grade wind speed pill greatly increases speed, making it perfect for pursuit or escape. Gue Qing selected 10 sets of herbs for the wind speed pill, threw one set into the furnace, and released spiritual energy to ignite the flames. However, just as the flames ignited, the lid of the furnace suddenly popped open, and the herbs inside instantly turned to ashes. This commotion drew scornful glances from the crowd. How could it fail just as the fire starts? Even though there were 10 sets of herbs, they shouldn't be so easy. That's strange. Didn't I hear he used to frequently go to the spirit treasure platform and could produce many pills each time? Why does it seem so different now? It's probably just rumors. I thought he was impressive, but it seems he has been exposed. Gue Qing frowned when he refined the wind speed pill before. Even if he failed, the furnace didn't react this violently. He was certain that the order of the first herb was correct. What could possibly have gone wrong? Beneath the stone platform, Zhou Ting, hidden among the crowd, briefly revealed a cold glint in his eyes. After the first set of herbs failed, Gue Qing did not immediately retrieve the second set, but instead tossed the remaining herbs of the first set into the furnace. However, every time he added a herb, just as the flames ignited, the lid would immediately pop open, and the scornful looks from the crowd grew more intense. Gue Qing's brow furrowed tightly. This was no longer an issue of herb order. No matter what he added, the lid would pop open as soon as the fire ignited. What exactly was the problem? Gue Qing picked up a herb for a careful inspection, his brow gradually relaxing as he looked down at Han Yu Rao on the stone platform, realizing Zhou Ting was not beside her. These herbs appeared fine on the surface, but internally they had been completely ruined by spiritual energy, losing all efficacy. The one tampering with the herbs was none other than Zhou Ting. Gue Qing waved to Yuan Zhen, who approached with a stern expression, and asked, "What is it, junior brother?" To be fair, he looked down on Gue Qing as he always valued rules, but Gue Qing forced him to break them. Gue Qing said nothing. He simply handed a herb to Yuan Zhen. Yuanjun took the herb in confusion, and with his years of alchemy experience, he immediately sensed the problem upon touching it. Combining this with what had just happened, he quickly understood that Zhou Ting had been up to no good. There were already many people paying attention to Gui Qing beneath the stone platform, and this action drew even more attention with discussions growing louder. What's going on? Could the herbs be defective? I said it. Initially, many people saw junior brother Gui Qing refining pills at the spirit treasure platform. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't be this bad. It turns out the herbs were the problem. But that doesn't make sense. The Medicine Gate offered such generous rewards for the competition, they wouldn't undermine their own people, would they? Then what are those two doing there? Yuanjun's brow tightened as he turned to look at the high platform, his eyes filled with inquiry. He had no idea how to handle this situation. On the high platform, apart from Wang Sui, the expressions of the other judges all darkened. Xiao Sheng's face turned particularly grim. With a little thought, he understood that this was Zhou Zhiting's doing. However, the problem was that he couldn't allow Yuanjun to replace Gui Qing's herbs, otherwise it would be admitting in front of everyone that the herbs were defective, a shame he couldn't bear. If the truth were revealed directly, it would also make others think the Medicine Gate was in disarray, even resorting to underhanded tactics in a public competition, which would also affect the Medicine Gate's reputation. At this point, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Wang Sui burst into laughter, causing Xiao Xinghe to become extremely tense. Gui Qing had a problem, yet Wang Sui laughed instead of getting angry, leaving him completely baffled. Senior brother, what do you mean? Xiao Xinghe asked tentatively. Wang Sui crossed his arms and looked at Gui Qing with great interest. I wonder why you all are so anxious when the participants haven't even spoken yet. Xiao Xinghe and the others immediately focused their attention on Gui Qing. At this point, they had no idea how this situation could be resolved. Could it be that this junior brother Gui Qing had a solution? Gui Qing, in front of Yuanjun, threw all the herbs from the second set into the furnace, completely disregarding the order of the herbs. He released a large amount of spiritual energy, and as the flames surged violently, he firmly pressed down the lid. Before long, the alchemy furnace began to tremble, its surface gradually turning orange-red, indicating it couldn't withstand the prolonged high temperatures. Gui Qing silently calculated the time, and suddenly opened the lid and quickly retreated. Boom! The alchemy furnace exploded, flames surging out and incinerating the surrounding herbs. Yuanjun reacted extremely quickly, immediately blocking in front of Gui Qing. With a wave of his sleeve, pure cold air emanated from his body, extinguishing the surrounding flames. The judges on the high platform suddenly rose, their eyes shining brightly, as they simultaneously exclaimed, good. With the explosion of the furnace and the destruction of the herbs, they could now legitimately replace the herbs. This junior brother Gui Qing has a remarkably quick mind. Gui Qing, expressionless, shook off the ash from his clothes and looked at Yuanjun. For this competition, will all losses be borne by the Medicine Gate? That's right. Yuanjun nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with admiration. Gui Qing calmly stated, I just refined 2 sets. You still need to provide me with 1 furnace and 8 sets of herbs. Yuanjun hesitated, but ultimately took out another alchemy furnace and 8 sets of herbs to place before Gui Qing. He wasn't worried about this small loss, he just felt it was unfair. While others had 10 sets of herbs, Gui Qing had directly given up 2 sets due to this incident, making it hard to ensure his success rate. He might be eliminated in this round. Gui Qing's expression showed no change. He just wanted to advance to the next round of the competition. He wasn't aiming to take first place in this round. Alchemy was his forte, and he was entirely confident in himself. Missing 2 sets of herbs was nothing. On the high platform, Li Qing straightened up, his usual laziness gone, his gaze fixed sharply on Gui Qing. What a quick mind. He thought of a solution so fast. Taking all the responsibility upon himself, he preserved the Medicine Gate's face. I propose that even if he does not pass this round, he should be given a position as a reserve manager in the future. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement, and even Lan Qian, who usually disagreed, didn't voice any objections. Xiao Xinghe slightly nodded. Since everyone agrees, let's settle it this way. It's too early to say, Wang Sui laughed. Xiao Xinghe cupped his fists. Please advise, senior brother. Wang Sui stroked his chin and smiled mysteriously. You all know he has 2 hours of teaching time with that Yi Yuan every month. His expertise is alchemy, and logically, he should consult the senior brother about his strongest skill. However, the senior brother told me that each time he teaches this junior brother Gui Qing alchemy, it never exceeds a single tea's worth of time. Can you guess why? I heard his talent isn't good. Could it be that his alchemy talent is also subpar? Li Qing asked tentatively. Wang Sui shook his head. Lan Qian softly said, could it be that he feels his alchemy skills are sufficient and wants to focus on cultivation instead? Wang Sui still shook his head. Not quite. Xiao Xinghe finally spoke up, as only he understood Wang Sui meaning. It's because with his talent in alchemy, he grasps concepts easily. The senior brother feels that at the same cultivation level and age, others may not do better than him. Exactly. Wang Sui nodded with a smile. The others were filled with shock, drawing in a sharp breath simultaneously. If this is true, they have truly found a treasure. When it comes to alchemy, no disciple under Ouyang Yi dares to claim to surpass Yi Yun. And this junior brother Gui Qing's talent being recognized by Yi Yun must be extraordinary. Look, Li Qing suddenly pointed at the pill in Gui Qing's hand, exclaiming in surprise. In such a short time, Gui Qing had successfully refined one. Such a skilled technique indeed showed that, as Wang Sui said, they had worried too early. Wang Sui grinned. Whether he can win first place is set aside for now. Oh, someone has been tampering with the herbs. Deputy Sect Master Xiao, how should this be handled? When senior brother calls me that, it really humbles me. Xiao Xinghe immediately stood up upon hearing Wang Sui address his position and respectfully said, I will follow senior brother's instructions. This is a matter for your Yaomen sect. What right have I to meddle? Wang Sui waved, slightly patted Xiao Xinghe on the shoulder, and smiled. Let me give you a reminder. After I emerged from seclusion, I paid respects to senior brother. He urged me to make sure you cultivate a good relationship with this junior brother Gui Qing. I have never fathomed senior brother's intent, but I do as he bids. I am ill-suited to intervene in disputes among higher-finding cultivators, so consider this favor yours. Handle it deftly. Xiao Xinghe immediately nodded in agreement, then watched Gui Qing below the platform and fell into thought. The lower-ranked higher-finding cultivators treated Gui Qing courteously only because of his title as a personal disciple, a distinction to which he paid no heed. Past Yaomen sect leaders have relied on vast resources to break through to foundation establishment. The current sect leader is secluded, striving for foundation establishment. If he succeeds, he will become the next sect leader and reach foundation establishment to be counted among the master's personal disciples. Consequently, he had not considered Gui Qing's status especially consequential. Yet Wang Sui's words caused him to regard Gui Qing with newfound seriousness. Who exactly is senior brother? His foundation establishment is complete, and he is but one step from breaking through to the golden core. If senior brother would speak, so Gui Qing must possess exceptional talents he had not yet perceived. Judging from Gui Qing's performance today, calm and unshaken in circumstances that others found trying, such quick wit is not found in ordinary men. Coupled with his extraordinary gift for alchemy, he is destined to become a pillar of the Yaomen sect. With that thought, Xiao Xinghe already knew how to proceed. The furnace fires on the stone platform dimmed. Those who had finished surrendered their pills and awaited Yuan Zhen's pronouncement. Gui Qing, having been delayed earlier, was the lone contestant yet to finish. Given the favor extended moments before, Yuan Zhen did not press him, merely waited in silence. After a moment, Gui Qing lifted the lid, drew the pills from the alchemical furnace into his hand, and presented 4 pills to Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen received them, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. From 8 sets of ingredients, he produced 4 pills, a 50% success rate. Yuan Zhen was certain that if Gui Qing completed 10 sets, no more than 5 of the participating alchemists could hope to rival him. That realization prickled with regret in Yuan Zhen. Had he known of Gui Qing's terrifying talent earlier, he would not have obstructed him, perhaps avoiding subsequent complications and even gaining a favor in the process. Only when Xiao Xinghe cleared his throat did Yuan Zhen return to himself and announce, those advancing to the next round: Zhao Wenling, Li Yihan, Gu Chuanfeng, Gui Qing. The cultivators whose names were called brightened at once. Though a first-grade windwalk pill is not difficult to refine to stand out among so many alchemists, one must secure a high success rate. Before the contest began, no one knew which pill would be required, so no one could fully prepare. Each person's specialty differs. Even those adept at windwalk pills are in the minority. As the waves sift the sand, luck cannot endure forever. Ultimately, strength prevails. Passing this round already proved their alchemical arts surpassed their peers. The next round will be held at the Chen hour in 3 days. Please be punctual. Yuan Zhen's final glance fell upon Gui Qing, and the sternness he usually wore softened into a smile. It was an act of goodwill, and also a reminder. Gui Qing nodded to Yuan Zhen, descended the stone platform, and approached Han Yurao. He cast a casual gaze around, but saw no sign of Zhou Ting. Scanning the stands likewise revealed no trace of Zhou Zhiding. Han Yurao smiled apologetically and spoke by transmitted voice. I could tell it was Zhou Ting who tampered earlier. Rest assured, junior brother, I will give you an explanation. Gui Qing nodded expressionlessly. Just as he was about to leave, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared before them. Han Yurao fixed her gaze. Her expression turned unbearably complex. Habitually inclined to bow in greeting, she raised her hand, clasped her fists respectfully, and bit her lip. I pay my respects. Senior brotherly. Li Qing turned his head slightly, avoiding Han Yurao's eyes, and sighed softly. Since when did we become so distant? One respects the accomplished as teacher. Your cultivation surpasses mine, so of course I should call you senior brother, Han Yurao replied. Han Yurao kept her head bowed, hands clasped over her lower abdomen. Li Qing gave a bitter smile. You truly understand me. One word can pierce me to the core, yet it should be I who feels wronged. Yurao, I no longer blame you for the past. Please do not blame me. Even if we cannot return to what was, we need not regard each other with such mutual loathing. You are one of the Yaomen sect's 8 protectors exalted. I am merely a lowly steward within the sect. You keep yourself pure while I am sullied. I dare not presume to associate with you as an equal. Han Yurao raised her head and looked at Li Qing. The emotion had drained from her eyes, her chill demeanor, almost another person. May I ask, senior brother, what brings you here? Li Qing sighed heavily. Enough. I cannot out-argue you. He then looked at Gue Qing and said, I have come seeking him. Gue Qing cupped his fists in salute and asked, May I ask, senior brother, what business brings you here? Li Qing sighed again. Even the tone is exactly the same. He turned to Han Yurao. Is he your new love? No. Han Yurao shook her head. Seeing a flicker of delight in Li Qing's eyes, she said coldly, I admire him. I am attempting to pursue him. But the Yaomen sect knows of my many lovers. I am unworthy of him. One night of intimacy would suffice. Being cast aside afterward matters little. People have always treated me so. Li Qing heard her, and his face turned bitter. He stood stunned for a long moment, then produced a storage pouch and handed it to Gue Qing with a forced smile. Junior brother, you have done the Yao sect a great service. Deputy sect leader Xiao intended to thank you in person, but the contest is not yet over. We will invite you to meet later. This interference in your contest is the deputy sect leader's instruction. I'll keep it safe. Gue Qing looked at the storage pouch in his hand, its surface stained with blood, and considered it thoughtfully. The blood was still warm. Zhou Ting had likely been dead only a short while. Gue Qing had long anticipated Zhou Ting's end. Sidu Feng had the channels to settle his enemies, let alone an entire Yao sect. Zhou Ting's death would not stir the Yao sect. Dead is dead. From the moment he tampered with the medicinal materials, his fate had been sealed. After handing the pouch to Gue Qing, Li Qing did not leave at once. He regarded Han Yurao with a complex look as if about to speak, but in the end said nothing. Desolate, he turned and walked away. Han Yurao watched Li Qing's retreating figure. Though her expression did not change, the color drained from her face as if drawn away. When his silhouette vanished, she sagged weak in the knees. The redrobed girl hurried to support Han Yurao. Sister Yurao. I'm fine. Han Yurao forced a smile and shifted the subject. Junior brother Gue, she is Yu Miao, one of the young generation's finest female alchemists. Why say female at all? The redrobed girl muttered, then beamed at Gue Qing. I saw you refining earlier. Your skill is not bad. But if you want to claim the top spot, you will have to beat me first. Gue Qing smiled without answering. As for Cui Mu, Han Yurao merely mentioned his name in passing and offered no further introduction. Pleased to meet you. Gue Qing cupped his fists in salute. Cui Mu did not return the gesture. He regarded Gue Qing coldly. Zhou Ting deserved death for daring to tamper during the contest. I would not be so foolish. Cui Mu said, Gue Qing, I want to face you in the contest. If I win the crown this time, you must never court senior sister Han again. Do you accept? Before Gue Qing could reply, Han Yurao snapped. What do you take me for? Am I some object to be fought over? Cui Mu hurriedly apologized. Senior sister, don't be angry. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I only care for you too much. So you expect me to be responsible for you, she countered. Han Yurao snorted. My bed hosts many guests. Why would I need your concern? Leave. Cui Mu froze. Never had she spoken to him so harshly. Senior sister. Cui Mu pleaded anxiously and humbly. I know I was wrong. Please don't treat me like I told you to leave. Did you not hear me, eh? Han Yurao's face turned to frost. The aura of her 7th-stage chi refinement radiated out and crushed the breath from Cui Mu. If you do not leave now, go keep Zhou Ting company. Do not come looking for me again. Cui Mu had no choice but to depart dejectedly. Others were easily deceived by Han Yurao's beauty and manner into underestimating her strength. As the steward in charge of a tower within the Yao sect, she was no weak woman. If she ever harbored murderous intent, provided she did not act publicly, Cui Mu would suffer the same fate as Zhou Ting, silenced without a ripple. Han Yurao cast a cold glance at Cui Mu, then withdrew her gaze. Turning to Gue Qing, she recovered her former coquettish air and slipped her arm through his. My new love, let's go. Inside the fragrant, crisp restaurant, Gue Qing allowed Han Yurao to link arms with him as they reached the top. He had intended to make an excuse to leave, but Han Yurao was at a higher cultivation level, making it impossible for him to break free. If he were to struggle in public, it would only attract even more attention. Moreover, Han Yurao had assured him through sound transmission that they were only coming up for tea, so he had no choice but to comply. After pushing the door open and entering the room, Han Yurao released her hold on Gue Qing's arm and immediately slumped to the ground. Gue Qing looked at Han Yurao, who was pale and trembling, feeling conflicted. It was inappropriate to let her lie on the ground, yet carrying her seemed even more unsuitable. Han Yurao lay on the ground, turning away from Gue Qing, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Junior brother, thank you for bringing me back. I'm not feeling well today. Let's drink tea another day. Farewell. Gue Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Han Yurao suddenly called out to Gui Qing, her voice trembling. Could you carry me to the bed? I know what you're thinking of me, but I truly had no intention of seducing you this time. I really can't muster any strength. Sister, you misunderstood. I have no such thoughts. Gui Qing bent down and picked up Han Yurao. The soft yet resilient sensation was evident as he took a deep breath, focused ahead, and swiftly carried her to the bed, pulling the quilt over her. Han Yurao struggled to take out a jade pendant from under the pillow and gently squeezed it, instantly enveloping the room in a soft light curtain. Gui Qing recognized it at a glance. It was a complex barrier designed to mute sound. Han Yurao curled up in the quilt and could no longer hold back, bursting into loud sobs. Gui Qing sighed inwardly and gently closed the door after leaving the room. Everyone has their own secrets, and he did not wish to pry. However, seeing Han Yurao in such a state was a first for him, and it inevitably piqued his curiosity. After returning to Sheong Mountain, he suppressed these distracting thoughts, entered his room, and took out the century-old snow lotus heart from his storage bag, swallowing a lotus seed. The next round of the competition was uncertain. Blindly refining pills was futile. It was better to calm his mind and cultivate, adjusting his state to its best. 3 days later, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, his aura noticeably stronger. He had reached the second level of qi refinement, having opened 7 acupoints in 3 days. Such a cultivation speed would surely make many people envious if it became known. If it weren't for the fear of damaging his foundation, he could finish the Snow Lotus Heart in no more than 10 days, and then break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The casual gifts from his master were blessings that benefited him for a long time. This was the difference. Inside the medicine sect, Gui Qing walked up to the stone platform, nodded politely to Yuan Jun, and stood quietly in his position waiting. Yuan Jun returned the smile. The performance from the previous round was still fresh in everyone's minds, and they no longer looked down on Gui Qing as they had before. Instead, they cast expectant gazes, with many cultivators secretly betting a considerable amount of spirit stones on Gui Qing. When the time arrived, Yuan Jun cleared his throat a few times to quiet the crowd and announced in a loud voice, "In the second round of competition, 200 participants will be reduced to 50. There is no limit on the pills, and those with a higher success rate will advance to the next round. Everyone, please announce the pills you intend to refine. We will provide the materials for you." Gui Qing's heart stirred. If it was a matter of success rate, then undoubtedly the revitalizing pill was the most suitable option. With a 50% success rate, he could certainly make it into the next round. After learning from Zhou Ting's lesson, Gui Qing carefully examined the medicinal materials before igniting the furnace. After a while, Cui Mu extinguished the furnace fire, lifted 5 porcelain vials high, and waved them towards Han Yurao below. Han Yurao appeared indifferent, her gaze fixed on Gui Qing. Cui Mu's expression froze, realizing that Han Yurao's earlier words were no joke. While his eyes darkened, he couldn't help but be filled with anger, blaming it all on Gui Qing. Seeing Gui Qing still refining pills, he sneered. "I have already refined 5 revitalizing pills. Why are you always so slow? Even if you can't reach 50%, 40% is enough for you to advance to the next round." Cui Mu's words were loud, but after spreading they drew no reaction, and many looked at him with disdain. "You're an idiot." Yu Miao next to him lightly kicked Cui Mu, pointing to the 5 porcelain vials on Gui Qing's left. "He has also refined 5, and he still has a set of materials left to refine. What if he produces 6? Huh? Cui Mu scoffed. 60%. Is that even possible? I don't believe he can do it." As the furnace fire before him extinguished, everyone focused on Gui Qing, their expressions tense, as if they were the ones refining pills. Gui Qing lifted the lid of the pill container, taking the revitalizing pills from the furnace. 6 pills. The crowd erupted into cheers. "Well done. As expected of junior brother Gui Qing, truly remarkable. 60%, although it is the type of pill he is best at achieving, this already surpasses many alchemists who have been immersed in pill refining for years. Don't forget, he has only been in the door for a little over a year. Not to mention his talent, with such alchemical aptitude, he is undoubtedly the best among his peers." Gui Qing slowly placed the pills into the porcelain vials, unfazed by the outcome. The revitalizing pill was his specialty. If he couldn't outshine others with this, then there was no point in discussing winning the championship. After Yuan Jun examined the pills, he smiled at Gui Qing, saying, "In this round of competition, only 2 people, including you, reached a success rate of 60%. It seems I must congratulate junior brother Gui Qing in advance." "Who is the other person?" Gui Qing asked. Yuan Jun pointed to a slender young man in the distance. Gui Qing looked at the young man with interest. The young man sensed it and turned to look at Gui Qing, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Unsurprisingly, this was likely his strongest competitor for the championship. After the last person finished refining pills, Yuan Jun announced the results, and as expected, Gui Qing advanced to the next round. Han Yurao walked up to Gui Qing, looking at the cool young man together with him, and softly said, "Zhao Wenling, 4th level of qi refinement, a highly anticipated contender in this competition." If junior brother Gui Qing didn't participate in this competition, he would definitely win the championship. Sister, do you have such confidence in me? Gui Qing asked. Of course. Han Yurao leaned close to Gui Qing's ear, gently blowing a breath, her voice filled with temptation. I have absolute confidence in junior brother, not only in pill refining, but also in other matters. Thank you for last time, junior brother. It's too troublesome for you to come and go like this. Why not stay with me? Farewell. Gui Qing raised his hand calmly and turned to leave. Han Yurao watched Gui Qing's retreating figure, licking her lips, her gaze becoming increasingly enchanting. Yu Miao teased, Sister Yurao, you really are persistent, but unfortunately, he seems unmoved. Don't say that. Oh, with such excellent alchemical talent, even I am tempted. I just don't see what's so good about him, Chui Mu snorted coldly. That unyielding strength he possesses is something you could never learn in your lifetime. Han Yurao shot a cold glance at Chui Mu, her gaze returning to Gui Qing as he walked away. 3 days later on the stone platform, Gui Qing stood quietly, his aura growing increasingly profound. He had opened 29 acupoints. After this competition, he planned to enter seclusion and quickly break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Today was the 3rd round of competition and also the final round. Yuan Jin gently descended and announced loudly, once again there are no restrictions on the pills. One set of materials will be provided, and the one with the highest quality pill will win. Upon hearing this, a stir arose among the crowd. One set of materials? The medicine sect is going all out this time. Indeed, with just one set of materials, it has to succeed 100%. This isn't just about the success rate. Even if you manage to refine it, if the quality of the pill is inferior to others, it's still a loss. Hee, this time it's interesting. Silence. Yuan Zhan waved his sleeve. Everyone, please tell me your choices. The crowd's gaze split in two, falling upon Gui Qing and Zhao Wenling. Without a doubt, these two were the ones they believed would contend for the championship. Gui Qing looked at Zhao Wenling, who happened to be looking back at him. After a moment of eye contact, they both spoke in unison, barrier-breaking pill. The crowd below engaged in a flurry of discussions once more. These two really have guts. They dare to challenge the most difficult breaking barrier pill among first-grade pills. If they fail and let others seize the victory, they will surely regret it to the ends of the earth. You can't say that if one wishes to seize victory, one must have that kind of courage. As long as they succeed in refining it, victory is assured. Yuan Zhan cast a meaningful glance at the two and waved his hand, causing the medicinal materials to land accurately before each alchemist. Gui Qing sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath to its optimal state before igniting the furnace and adding the medicinal materials. He had successfully refined the breaking barrier pill once, but with only one set of materials, he did not have absolute confidence. However, the main reason he participated in this competition was to assess his alchemical skills among his peers. If he aimed solely for victory, it would be akin to neglecting the fundamentals. Even if he failed, it was merely a competition. He never regarded himself as a genius and could afford to lose. As time passed, the flames in the furnace gradually extinguished. The others either failed or had successfully refined their pills, leaving only Gui Qing and Zhao Wenling yet to finish. Chui Mu tightly gripped the porcelain bottle in his hand, looking coldly at Gui Qing. You really dare to attempt the breaking barrier pill? Let so many people witness your failure. After a moment, Zhao Wenling slapped the pill furnace, directly shaking the lid open. A breaking barrier pill flew out from the furnace, and the entire venue fell into silence. With only one set of materials, Zhao Wenling had truly refined it. Zhao Wenling placed the breaking barrier pill into the porcelain bottle, standing with her hands behind her back, gazing at the still ongoing Gui Qing. Chui Mu felt a surge of joy, although he could no longer seize victory. Watching Gui Qing fail in such a setting brought him even more happiness than claiming the top spot. In an instant, all eyes turned to Gui Qing. The flames before him suddenly surged, and the pill lid trembled violently. What's happening? Did he fail? He's still one step behind. It seems the one to seize victory this time is Zhao Wenling. Chui Mu showed a pleased expression, unable to hide his joy at the thought of Gui Qing being ridiculed by the crowd. Gui Qing remained composed, waving his hand to disperse the flames, gently patting the pill furnace to securely catch the breaking barrier pill soaring out. The audience suddenly fell silent, followed by a chorus of gasps. He succeeded? I didn't expect that he, a cultivator at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, could actually refine the breaking barrier pill. That's impressive. This just got interesting. You both have refined the breaking barrier pill, and the outcome remains uncertain again. Yuan Zhan took the breaking barrier pill from the two, examining it closely before handing each of them the pills they had refined. I have reached a conclusion in my heart. Fearing you may have objections, I will show you both the others' results. After Zhao Wenling carefully examined the pill, a hint of disbelief crossed her usually calm face. She stared deeply at Gui Qing before returning the pill to Yuan Zhan and turning to leave. I have no objections. Yuan Zhan cleared his throat and announced loudly, upon my appraisal, the quality of the breaking barrier pill refined by Gui Qing is superior. According to the rules, the pills refined in each competition must be displayed for everyone to inspect later. The alchemical trials of the sect are absolutely fair with no bias. Now I declare that the winner of this alchemical competition is Gue Qing. The crowd erupted with deafening. Well done, junior brother Gue Qing. I told you the one to seize victory this time would definitely be junior brother Gue Qing. Who could have thought he would outshine so many excellent alchemists of the sect? The younger generation is indeed formidable. This person is destined to become a pillar of the sect in the future. We should cultivate a good relationship with him. Before the competition began, no one had anticipated that Gue Qing, who had only entered the sect for just over a year, would win the top prize. Chui Mu gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists tightly. How is this possible? How could he possibly win? I refuse to accept this. At this point, you should accept reality. Yu Miao patted Chui Mu's shoulder and turned to Han Yuro, smiling. Sister Yuro, I'm also tempted by such an outstanding alchemist. From now on, we will be rivals. Han Yuro smiled sweetly, watching Gue Qing leave with Yuan Jun, and said softly, perhaps not rivals, as long as he agrees it wouldn't be impossible for the two to be together. How about I teach you some techniques for the bedroom? Oh dear Sister Yuro, you're so wicked. Yu Miao, braver than before, couldn't help but stomp her feet in shyness upon hearing this. On the high platform, Xiao Xinghe and others stood up, looking at Gue Qing, who had been brought by Yuan Jun. I've met several senior brothers. Gue Qing was about to salute, but was stopped by Xiao Xinghe. Xiao Xinghe smiled. Junior brother need not be so formal. You helped us tremendously before, and we haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Gue Qing replied, senior brother is too polite. Since I have joined the sect, I naturally must uphold its reputation. Good junior brother is truly a dragon among men. Xiao Xinghe took the white jade from Gue Qing's waist and replaced it with a piece of green jade pendant. From now on, junior brother will be an alternate manager. According to the rules, you can assume office at the 5th layer of Qi refining, but with your alchemical skills, you can take office at the 4th layer. When you take office, I will build you a high tower, and then you will also have your own subordinates. I reward you 1,000 spirit stones, which will be sent to the Fragrant Crisp building shortly. All right, you may go now. You can come to me at any time if you encounter difficulties. Thank you, senior brother. Gue Qing respectfully bowed to them before leaving. After watching Gue Qing leave, Li Qing's eyes flashed with complexity. Then he smiled and extended his hand toward Lan Qian. You must acknowledge your debt for losing. Xiao Xinghe watched the two with great interest, while several protectors around them showed smiles of amusement. Lan Qian's face turned red as she took off the jade hairpin from her head and handed it to Li Qing before hastily leaving. Xiao Xinghe teased, looking at Li Qing, who was overjoyed. What a lack of ambition, betting a hairpin against your own 2% of business. Fortunately, junior brother Gue Qing won. Otherwise, you would have lost terribly. Li Qing solemnly tucked the hairpin away, smiling. It's a sure win deal. Why not? Even if I lost, we are family. Who profits is still profit. Besides, once we establish our foundations, we can travel far and wide. It's a memento for the future. Xiao Xinghe joked. I haven't even started my path yet, and you're already planning for foundation establishment. Why not let the deputy sect master position be yours? How could that be? Li Qing scratched his head. Who becomes the deputy sect master is decided by the sect master. I just said it casually. But I'm serious about that. Xiao Xinghe suddenly became serious. Li Qing was taken aback, suddenly becoming serious. Is the sect master going to break through? Before the competition ended, he still harbored some hope, but now that Gue Qing had won, he was already the alternate manager of the sect. He no longer dared to speak recklessly, otherwise Han Yuru would be the first to not let him off. Press his anger. Before the competition ended, he still harbored some hope, but now that Gue Qing had won, he was already the alternate manager of the sect. He no longer dared to speak recklessly, otherwise Han Yuru would be the first to not let him off. In a hidden corner, Han Yuro set up a barrier to block the outside gaze, opened the tightly shut door, but did not enter, with Gue Qing instead guarding outside. Gue Qing entered the room, closed the door, and cupped his fists in salute to C2 Feng, who was sipping tea at the table. Senior brother C2, long time no see. C2 Feng smiled gently, pulling Gue Qing to sit down and carefully scrutinizing him, praising, your cultivation has advanced so swiftly, it's beyond my expectations. Congratulations on winning the top prize in this sect competition. Did senior brother also watch this competition? Gue Qing asked, immediately realizing something, and inquired, has it been arranged? C2 Feng nodded, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Last time someone was watching outside the gathering, and there were also traitors inside, making it inconvenient to speak of actions directly. Taking advantage of this sect competition, I moved around the stands and made contact with everyone who supported me. No matter how shrewd Jiang he is, he won't be able to guard against it. When will we act? Gue Qing just asked, then smiled apologetically, sorry, I shouldn't ask. C2 Feng waved his hand, speaking gently. Although we haven't spent the longest time together, you are the one I trust most at Xieyang Mountain. The time for action will not exceed 2 months. Even though Jiang, he still has half a year to break through. The longer we wait, the higher his guard will be. As for the specific time, there will be great commotion at Xieyang Mountain. You will know as soon as you hear it. Gui Qing took out the storage bag that Xiao Shenghe had sent not long ago and placed it before C2 Feng. This is the 1,000 spirit stones I obtained from winning. I have no experience in fighting, so I'm unsure what to prepare. Please take it for use. I also have some medicinal materials advanced by the sect, and after refining the pills I can obtain a large sum of spirit stones. I will deliver them to senior brother then. Junior brother is thoughtful. C2 Feng patted Gui Qing's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. No matter whether I act or not, Jiang, he will definitely not let me off once he breaks through. In life and death moments, I won't hold back from you. This kindness I C2 Feng will remember for a lifetime. When I become the mountain master, I will repay you well. These spirit stones are already enough. From now on, we should avoid meeting to prevent Jiang, he from becoming suspicious. After watching C2 Feng leave, Gui Qing deliberately waited a bit longer to misalign the timing before opening the door. Finished talking. Han Yuro leaned against the door, smiling with charm. How about we go up and discuss our matter? Thank you very much, senior sister. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Gui Qing clasped his fists in salute. Han Yuro cast a resentful glance at Gui Qing. Seeing him silent, she chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and handed him a storage bag. I was just teasing you. With your victory this time, the fragrant crispy building has gained quite a reputation. This is just a small token of appreciation, and you mustn't refuse it. Gui Qing took the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to accept it. He had intended to refuse, but the amount Han Yuro offered was simply too generous. There were 5,000 spirit stones inside. After bidding farewell to Han Yuro, Gui Qing returned to his courtyard and took out the century-old snow lotus heart to begin his closed-door cultivation. The matters concerning the medicine sect were concluded, and it was time to prepare for the affairs of the Xieyang Mountain. The battle between C2 Feng and Jiang he was about to commence, and his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement was far from sufficient. Half a month later, Gui Qing consumed a barrier-breaking pill, and his meridians surged with spiritual energy, charging straight toward the bottleneck. Moments later, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Qi refinement level 3. With the aid of the snow lotus heart, he had broken through to the third level of qi refinement in just over a month. Moreover, there were still 7 lotus seeds remaining. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he could use them to open several more acupoints. After a brief contemplation, Gui Qing took out the alchemy furnace to refine medicinal materials, aiming to condense the spiritual energy. 3 days later, Gui Qing consumed another lotus seed. As it dissolved, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged into his meridians. Seizing the opportunity, he took a channeling pill and forcefully opened the second acupoint of qi refinement level 3. After breaking through to qi refinement level 3, the efficacy of the lotus seeds had significantly diminished. To be precise, the amount of spiritual energy required for him to open acupoints had increased. When he was at qi refinement level 2, 1 lotus seed could allow him to open 2 acupoints. Now it could only open 1, and the remaining potency was insufficient to open another. After consuming all 7 lotus seeds, Gui Qing's aura once again increased, having opened a total of 9 acupoints. Just as he was about to conclude his cultivation, he noticed the lotus body of the snow lotus and felt a stir within. This century-old snow lotus heart was indeed a rare treasure. His wood spiritual root was already approaching 80%. If he consumed this snow lotus heart, it would surely lead to a significant enhancement. With this thought in mind, Gui Qing picked up the snow lotus heart and gently took a bite. Half a month later, Gui Qing suddenly rose, his aura becoming increasingly sharp. Qi refinement level 3, and he had opened 12 acupoints. Most importantly, his wood spiritual root had surpassed 80% and was advancing toward 90%. With the enhancement of his innate talent, his perception of spiritual energy became more acute and his absorption speed increased. Coupled with the auxiliary cultivation pills, although his cultivation speed could not match that of Yi Yuan's perfected golden fire spiritual root, it was certainly not inferior to that of other high-quality talents. While other cultivators were constrained by resources, he was limited by his innate talent. As an alchemist, and one who surpassed his peers in alchemy, he had never lacked spirit stones. Now that his talent was gradually improving, he was confident he could catch up and surpass his contemporaries, even those who entered the sect earlier. At the spirit treasure platform, Gui Qing placed his spirit stones on the counter and requested a purple flame snake egg. The cultivator behind the counter accepted the spirit stones and led Gui Qing to a beast enclosure beneath the spirit treasure platform. A purple flame snake about 5 feet long coiled within the enclosure, circling a group of damp snake eggs. It seemed to have just given birth, with purple flames igniting in its eyes and its crimson tongue flicking in and out as it fixed its gaze on the two. The cultivator formed a hand seal, and chilling air spread out, freezing the purple flame snake. He then picked up a relatively good-looking snake egg. The purple flame snake hissed, exhaling flames to dispel the chill, lunging forward, but was struck back by the cultivator's palm. Unwilling to relent, the purple flame snake spat flames again, surrounding the cultivator. After several rounds of entanglement, the cultivator became utterly impatient, drew a flying sword, and directly decapitated the purple flame snake. Its body immediately fell limp, yet its head continued to struggle on the ground, fixating its gaze on the cultivator, and after a long while it finally ceased moving. Indeed, it's an untrainable beast. After all this time, it can't even part with an egg. The cultivator cursed, then turned to Guiqing and smiled. Junior brother, would you like some snake meat? Guiqing shook his head. The storage bag couldn't hold living creatures, so he could only leave with the snake egg. The snake was cold-blooded by nature, but the purple flame snake was completely the opposite, a spirit of fire. He had bought this snake egg intending to consume it to test whether the first slot of the absolute spirit root could enhance other spiritual roots. Returning to his courtyard room, Guiqing sat by the bed, gazing at the snake egg in his arms, gradually lost in thought, recalling the earlier purple flame snake. Even though snakes are cold-blooded creatures, they would spare no effort to protect their offspring. Despite his ruthless nature, he found it hard to bring himself to harm this snake egg. As he pondered, the egg suddenly cracked, and a tiny snake no longer than his thumb slowly emerged, wriggling on Guiqing's leg. Guiqing picked up the tiny snake's side and placed it in his palm, releasing spiritual energy to help stabilize its vitality. He could kill without blinking, but he simply couldn't bring himself to harm this newly born little snake. Its mother was dead. How could he kill its child? Guiqing wiped the sticky egg fluid off the little snake and brought his palm closer to his eyes, examining it closely. The little snake looked back at Guiqing with its tender gaze full of affection. The first sight it saw was Guiqing mistaking him for a relative. From now on you shall be called Xueqing. Guiqing smiled, seeing the little snake turn its head to look at the broken eggshell before placing it back down. The little snake swam in the egg fluid and not long after consumed all of it, then began to devour the eggshell, as if it were an innate instinct. Guiqing watched Xueqing continuously bite through the eggshell and eat it, lost in thought. He broke off a small piece of the eggshell, placed it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed, carefully sensing the changes in his body. As the fire spiritual root within began to repair itself, a brilliant light shone in Guiqing's eyes. Though it was merely a trivial change, his fire spiritual root was indeed growing, confirming his previous conjecture that the first slot of the absolute spirit root could enhance not only the wood spiritual root, but all spiritual roots. This was a true metamorphosis. His understanding of the mysteries of the absolute spirit root deepened. No wonder Master warned him not to mention the absolute spirit root to anyone. Whoever learned that he possessed such an extraordinary creation within would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Guiqing merely took a taste and did not consume more of the eggshell. He only wanted to test the specific effects of the first slot of the absolute spirit root and did not intend to significantly enhance his fire spiritual root. One cannot overreach. Once his wood spiritual root was perfected, he would consider enhancing other spirit. After consuming all the eggshell, Xueqing's tiny snake body began to grow, stopping once it reached the length of his arm. It coiled around Guiqing's right wrist, closing its eyes in slumber, seemingly to digest what it had just eaten. Guiqing rubbed the copper coin on his left wrist, looking at Xueqing on his right wrist, resembling a purple bracelet, and smiled helplessly. He had originally intended to eat the snake egg, but now it seemed he could only raise this little creature. However, he knew nothing about nurturing magical beasts, so it appeared he would need to visit the Spirit Treasure platform. On the Lingbao platform, Guiqing inquired about the details of raising the purple flame serpent. After purchasing some food imbued with fire energy, just as he was about to leave, a man in blue suddenly approached him and smiled. Junior brother Guiqing, it's been a long time. Guiqing cupped his fists and asked, I've seen senior brother Zhou Yu, what brings you here? Zhou Yu replied cheerfully, it's nothing serious, I just want to invite you to the law enforcement hall for a chat and catch up. Guiqing frowned slightly. He had never had any dealings with the law enforcement hall and had only met Zhou Yu a few times. Why would Zhou Yu want to take him there? After pondering for a moment, Guiqing smiled and said, if you wish to reminisce, why not come to my place? I recently learned some tea ceremony from senior brother, and I would like to invite you for a taste. The Xiang Mountain is too far from here. Let's head to the law enforcement hall. Instead, it's just a few steps away. Zhou Yu continued to wear a bright smile. Guiqing replied flatly, if you cannot clarify the matter, I will not go. Since you say that, then I have no choice. Zhou Yu shrugged helplessly, leaned closer to Guiqing, and with a half smile, said, Zheng Ping, do you remember this name? I suppose I don't need to elaborate any further. Guiqing had no choice but to follow Zhou Yu deep in thought. Si Tu Feng had once told him that the special channel would never leak his identity. Si Tu Feng would never betray him. How did the law enforcement hall learn that he had ordered Zheng Ping's life? Exiting the Lingbao platform and walking a mile north, a large government office appeared before Zhou Yu. The words law enforcement hall were etched on the plaque like a blade, exuding an aura of sternness with a faint hint of bloodshed in the air. Even from a distance it felt oppressive. Zhou Yu entered through a side door and brought Gui Qing to the front of a hall before leaving. Inside were two chairs, one positioned below and the other leaning against a high wall. This setup resembled an interrogation. Gui Qing sat down confidently, quietly observing the empty chair in the hall, his expression unchanged. Having reached this point, there was no use in panicking. He would see how the law enforcement hall would handle him. Junior brother seems to have some composure. A gloomy voice suddenly echoed from behind the wall. A gaunt young man emerged unhurriedly, taking a seat in the chair, displaying a sinister smile towards Gui Qing. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xie Dingan, an officer of the law enforcement hall at the 7th level of Qi refining. Is senior brother telling me this to persuade me not to struggle? Gui Qing asked calmly. Xie Dingan nodded slightly. Exactly. I still don't understand the purpose of senior brother calling me here. Gui Qing's expression remained calm. Before coming, Zhou Yu must have already informed you. There is no need for me to repeat it. Xie Dingan sat in the hall, resting his chin on his hand, looking at Gui Qing with a scrutinizing gaze. At this point, do you still want to quibble, junior brother? I do not understand what senior brother is talking about. If I have done something wrong, please provide evidence. Gui Qing replied. Evidence? You will see it soon enough. However, since you are the direct disciple of our master, I do not wish to make things absolute. If you confess voluntarily, I will not sentence you to death. At most, you will suffer some minor injuries. If I place the evidence before you, there will be no room for maneuver. The difference is significant. A junior brother should think it over carefully. Take your time, no rush. I have all the time in the world. Suddenly, a binding force emerged from the chair, restraining Gui Qing. All right, since senior brother believes I am guilty, then show me the evidence. Gui Qing smiled calmly, maintaining a steady gaze on Xie Dingan, saying no more. Xie Dingan furrowed his brows, then returned to his original demeanor, looking at Gui Qing with stern eyes, his fingers continuously tapping on the table. Time slowly passed. Xie Dingan attempted to break through Gui Qing's psychological defenses with a piercing gaze, but Gui Qing remained silent, showing no signs of movement. After a long while, Xie Dingan stopped tapping and fixed his gaze on Gui Qing. On what basis are you so sure that I have no evidence? If senior brother had evidence, you probably wouldn't be wasting your breath on me. Gui Qing smiled slightly, then shifted the topic. However, even if there is evidence, I imagine senior brother would not punish me. Indeed, I killed Xing Ping at the cost of 500 spirit stones. If senior brother wants evidence, I can provide it. So you are admitting guilt. If senior brother answers one question, I may consider admitting guilt. What question? The law enforcement hall enforces the law during the day. What do you do at night? Upon hearing this, Xie Dingan's eyes turned sharp, revealing unhidden killing intent. Who told you this, C2 Feng? Gui Qing smiled and shook his head. It's not hard to guess. The law enforcement hall supervises the disciples, yet there is a force capable of hiring assassins. The law enforcement hall only controls the daytime. Deaths at night are considered unaccounted for. I ordered Xing Ping's life, and the spirit stones were delivered to that mountain lord through a special channel. To know my identity and collaborate with all the mountain lords, such a force that encompasses all disciples is rare. Just now, senior brother mentioned C2 brother again, further confirming my guess. That so-called special assassination organization is in fact the law enforcement hall. They prohibit killing during the day, but trade lives at night. This was not something C2 Feng told me, but rather what I deduced myself. Xie Dingan couldn't help but applaud. You are quite clever, even more so than I imagined. But whether it is day or night, this is the law enforcement hall. If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty. I merely killed one Xing Ping. The number of disciples who died at the hands of the law enforcement hall is countless. If guilt is to be discussed, I fear all the brothers in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide. Moreover, I do not believe senior brother would kill me. Why is that? Xie Dingan raised an eyebrow. Gui Qing smiled as he looked at Xie Dingan and slowly stated rules. Xie Dingan suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. Since you know everything, why still harbor hopes discussing rules with me? We stop killing during the day, but kill at night. There are no rules to speak of. Gui Qing shook his head and replied earnestly, no, in my view the law enforcement hall is the most rule-abiding. Our master forbids killing, yet cultivators must compete. This is precisely what gives rise to a rule tacitly accepted by our master. Every night cultivators die, and no one investigates deaths at night. If the law enforcement hall were to break this rule, then this derived rule would be shattered. Let alone whether our master would spare you. Those cultivators who hire assassins through you would be the first to not let you off. You would be besieged until annihilation. With senior brother's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, dealing with me is really overkill. It would be better for senior brother to tell me who exactly wants my life. If you want, tell me the employer. That's fine. Oh, I will offer double the spirit stones. You are quite wealthy. I almost forgot. You are an alchemist and the champion of this medicinal competition. As an alchemist like you, naturally you lack spirit stones. No wonder you speak with such confidence. Xie Dingan crossed his arms and looked at Gui Qing with a detached expression, making it hard to tell whether his words were praise or mockery. Gu Qing remained silent, merely mimicking Xie Dinggan's earlier behavior and lightly tapping the armrest of the chair as if they had swapped positions and he was the one with the upper hand. After a moment of silence, Xie Dinggan slowly said, "Since you are so clever, why not guess who wants to take action? If I were truly clever, I wouldn't be unable to figure out what senior brother is plotting by bringing me here in such a... I don't want to know who invited senior brother. It is of no significance. The matters of the law enforcement hall at night are meant to be kept secret, and I cannot let senior brother ruin the rules." Very well. Xie Dinggan turned and walked to the hall, slowly taking a seat. At the same time, a barrier rose outside the hall, enveloping Gu Qing in darkness. "Taking money to eliminate disasters, since junior brother is so understanding, I will grant you a swift end. All right, I await it." Gu Qing smiled lightly. "How is it? Did you find anything?" In the courtyard, Huzi paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, and upon seeing Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumi returning, he hurriedly approached to inquire. The two sisters exchanged glances and shook their heads, their eyes filled with worry. They had searched the vicinity thoroughly, but had still found no trace of Gu Qing. "It's been 5 days. Chen Ze never stays out this long. Where could he possibly be?" Huzi fretted, scratching his head in confusion. Jiang Yunyan gently reassured, "Don't worry, the young master should be fine. Yumi, stay here with him. Oh, I'll go look." After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Yunyan walked up the stone path, heading towards Situ Feng's residence. After staying on Sheiyang Mountain for so long, she was well aware of where Situ Feng lived. Jiang Yunyan gazed at the barrier outside Situ Feng's cave and slowly extended her hand, yet hesitated and withdrew it before touching the barrier. Although Gu Qing treated her well and never regarded her as an outsider, not everyone was like Gu Qing. She had never forgotten her identity. The thought of dealing with cultivators other than Gu Qing made her incredibly anxious. However, thinking of Gu Qing's current disappearance, she finally mustered the courage to reach out and touch the barrier. The barrier began to ripple, and soon after Situ Feng slowly emerged. Upon seeing Jiang Yunyan, he was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment's thought he recognized her, saying, "You are from Gu Qing's junior disciples. What brings you here?" Jiang Yunyan bowed politely and replied softly, "My young master has been missing for 5 days. We have searched for a long time without any results, so I truly have no other options. I know you have extensive connections, so please help us find my young master. Could he be refining pills at the pharmaceutical sect?" Situ Feng furrowed his brows and thought. "You know, Gu Qing often enters seclusion. 5 days isn't particularly long. There's no need to be this anxious, right?" "It's not that I'm overreacting," Jiang Yunyan insisted more urgently. "The young master rarely refines pills outside, and he seldom even cultivates in public. Except for that time when we first arrived, he was out for 3 days. I know about that time. It was at Lingbao platform, and he didn't have any spirit stones on him. That was when we got to know each other." Situ Feng chuckled lightly and was about to say more when suddenly he sensed a gaze fixated on him. He turned to see a burly figure in the distance, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. "I understand your concern. There's no need to rush. You return and take care. I will send someone to look for him and notify you once he's found." After watching Jiang Yunyan leave, Situ Feng turned his gaze back to the distance where the previous burly figure had already vanished, but a glint of killing intent gradually ignited in his eyes. That person was Wei Xiong. From now on, Sheiyang Mountain would not be peaceful. "What? He's missing." In the fragrant, crisp building, Han Yuro exclaimed in shock. Noticing the puzzled looks from those around her, she quickly realized her outburst and led Xing to a corner, whispering, "What exactly is going on?" Xing replied solemnly, "He has been missing for 10 days. We've searched every possible place and questioned everyone he interacted with, but they all said they hadn't seen him." Han Xiuyu remained silent for a long while before regaining her composure, saying, "I understand. I will send someone to look for him." After a moment's hesitation, Xing revealed everything he knew. The last place he was seen was Lingbao platform, where someone saw him being taken away by Zhouyu. "I went to the law enforcement hall to inquire. Zhouyu claimed he had left the law enforcement hall, but I don't believe him. He must still be in the law enforcement hall." Han Yuru's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with intensity. "I lack the authority. I will report this matter and ask the protector to intervene and inquire at the law enforcement hall. Then I shall trouble you with this." Xing clasped his fists in respect. Han Yuro shook her head, sent a message to the higher-ups of the pharmaceutical sect, then returned to her room on the top floor, sitting on the bed with a deep sigh. She could roughly guess what had happened, but was reluctant to voice it. Even if the higher-ups of the pharmaceutical sect intervened, it was likely they would not see Gu Qing again. Moreover, given the style of the law enforcement hall, this matter would most likely end in futility. On the peak of Sheiyang Mountain in a tall building, Jiang, he burst into laughter. As expected of the law enforcement hall, swift and decisive in their actions. "Well done. Mountain Master, was this your doing?" Wei Xiong asked cautiously. "What are you talking about? How could I dare to kill a direct disciple of my master?" Jiang, he shot a glance at Wei Xiong and then shifted the topic. However, while I may not dare to kill him, there are others who do, and they are willing to pay for his life generously. As the mountain master, I merely accepted the spirit stones. Even if someone investigates, they cannot pin this on me. By the way, has there been any movement from Situ Feng recently? Wei Xiong chuckled. He has become quite listless and hasn't left his residence in a long while. His friends have also severed ties with him for their own safety. Upon hearing this, Jiang he laughed heartily. Situ Feng's attempts to win over that young fellow were merely to capitalize on his status as a direct disciple, trying to elevate his own standing and attract more followers. That young lad must be very proud after winning first place in the pharmaceutical sect's competition. It's a pity pride often leads to downfall. Situ Feng would never have expected the law enforcement hall to act at the height of that young lad's glory. Once that young lad is dead, others will see the situation clearly. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Those who overestimate their cleverness and wish to contend with me are still too inexperienced. In the days that followed, inexplicable deaths occurred daily on Sheiyang Mountain. These were all loyal followers of Situ Feng, while other cultivators, fearing for their own safety, remained shut away in their homes. As Gu Qing's disappearance and the increasing number of cultivator deaths took their toll, Situ Feng's courtyard grew desolate. He who had always loved socializing became more reclusive and seldom showed himself. Meanwhile, Shenxing had not visited Sheiyang Mountain for quite a while. One evening at dusk, Situ Feng, with a face full of stubble, walked out of the courtyard, poured out a jar of old wine as a tribute to the deceased cultivators, and resolutely headed towards the peak of Sheiyang Mountain. Shortly after, a dozen cultivators emerged from the cave, following closely behind Situ Feng. These few cultivators were the last remaining loyal supporters. He had his final strength. Situ Feng, are you here to seek death? Zhang He's mocking laughter echoed down from the peak. Situ Feng straightened his back, his voice resonating powerfully. I am here to take your life. Ha ha, good. I await your arrival. Zhang He stood atop the tall building, laughing even more joyfully. With a hand gesture, a massive barrier rose from the foot of the mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. Seal the mountain. This is a barrier only a mountain master can control. Once activated, it may not offer strong protection, but it can completely isolate the mountain from any disturbances. Before the barrier is lifted tomorrow, no matter how many cultivators die on Sheiyang Mountain, no one will pursue them. Situ Feng tied a red cloth around his arm, and the dozen behind him followed suit, marching resolutely towards the tall building, paying no mind to the increasing number of cultivators gathering before the building. Kill. Situ Feng was the first to charge out, brandishing his flying sword, beheading several cultivators with lower cultivation levels. The dozen behind him followed closely, a look of determination on their faces. Jiang he leaped down from the tall building, landing heavily on the ground. As he stomped down hard, several stone pillars rose from the earth, trapping Situ Feng. Another stone pillar rose, lifting Jiang he slowly upwards, allowing him to look down at Situ Feng from a height, mocking. With only this few people, do you dare to fight to the death? Situ Feng fell silent, his palm clenched, shattering the protective barrier of his courtyard, and several magical beasts from the beast pen charged to the mountaintop to join the battle. It seems your tricks are exhausted. Jiang he mocked. The beasts raised by Situ Feng were what he feared the most. If Situ Feng truly brought the beasts to besiege him, the outcome would be uncertain. But now, with not enough manpower, and without the aid of magical beasts, he naturally did not take Situ Feng seriously. Situ Feng formed a hand seal to control his flying sword, which immediately shot toward Jiang He. Jiang He lightly stomped, causing stones to rise from the ground and block the flying sword. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your magical beasts cannot assist you. Since you have no means left, it's my turn now. Jiang He raised his hand and grasped, causing the stone pillars to shatter and rain down on Situ Feng. Situ Feng immediately recalled his flying sword, slicing through the stones above, but as the stones continued to fall, he could only dodge left and right with no opportunity to fight back. It's over. Jiang He clashed his fists together, and two stone pillars shot out from the sides, sealing off Situ Feng's escape route. He then formed another hand seal, causing the stones to gather and tightly bind Situ Feng's hands and feet, a massive stone falling from above. Die! With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a deep pit, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Jiang he dispersed the stones, looking at the empty ground with a narrowed gaze. A flash of sword light pierced through the air, the flying sword carrying a chilling aura aimed straight at Jiang He's throat. Freeze! Jiang He's body instantly turned to stone as he quickly turned his head. However, the speed of the flying sword was too fast for him to evade. Fortunately, his stone-like skin provided some protection, preventing him from being pierced through the throat. Jiang he firmly grasped Situ Feng's flying sword with his petrified hand, wiping at the blood mark on his throat with a cold snort. Intersecting stone pillars rose up, locking Situ Feng, who had retreated to the distance. Today, with your head, I will let the scheming cultivators of Sheiyang Mountain know who truly holds power here. Jiang he clenched his palm tightly, and the stone pillars immediately tightened as if trying to crush Situ Feng into pieces. Situ Feng unleashed his spiritual energy, shattering all the stone pillars, taking out a flying sword from his storage bag and pointed it at Jiang He from a distance. Don't rush, our fight has only just begun. Humph, still stubborn, even on the brink of death, Jiang He sneered. Just as he was about to strike, an unsettling feeling arose in his heart, and he looked down the mountain. 3 silhouettes wrapped in black mist passed through the barrier, with the 2 on the sides holding the arm of the one in the middle, reaching the mountaintop in just a few moments. Though the cultivation of the person in the middle was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, the 2 flanking him shared the same level as Jiang He, both at the 5th level of Qi refining. Jiang He's expression instantly turned grave as he said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, this is a matter of Sheong Mountain. Please do not interfere, and I will guarantee a generous reward afterward." The 3 remained silent, simply watching Jiang He. Situ Feng laughed out loud. "Jiang He, you truly underestimate me, and you also underestimate another person, the one you thought was already dead." Jiang He finally realized something and suddenly looked at the figure cloaked in black mist in the middle. "It's you." As the black mist slowly dissipated, a delicate face was revealed, and it was Gui Qing. "Mountain Master, you seem quite disappointed," Gui Qing said, lightly casting a glance at Jiang He, a faint smile playing on her lips. Jiang He's fists cracked as he looked at the unharmed Gui Qing, disbelief filling his eyes. However, given the situation, it was evidently not the time to investigate the truth. Jiang He looked at the 2 beside Gui Qing and sneered. "Even with you 2 added, you cannot change the situation. I can exhaust you to death, even if it costs my life. Those who know their place should hurry and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "Is that so? Then what if I join in?" Shun Xing slowly walked over from a distance, exchanging smiles with Situ Feng and not even glancing at Wei Hu. Others might abandon Situ Feng, but he would never give up on his childhood friend. With 4 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refining, such power was enough to shake or even change the situation. Jiang He looked at them, and the calm in his eyes finally vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. "Thank you, gentlemen," Gui Qing said to the 2 beside her with a respectful gesture. The one on the right was the first to charge out, brandishing a bronze sword from his back, the sword aura chilling and fierce, beheading one after another. The black orb in his hand glowed with a ghostly green light, causing the affected cultivators to lose their focus and become easy prey. The one on the left also held a black orb, taking out 2 corpses bound in chains from his storage bag. As the ghostly green light illuminated, the corpses suddenly opened their eyes and charged into the crowd. These 2 corpses were as solid as metal, immune to spells. With just their physical strength, they could easily crush cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining. "It's actually you 2. Jiang He's pupils constricted violently, Qin Shan and Zhou Yu. Though the 2 were shrouded in black mist, and their voices became hoarse with their abilities combined with Jiang He's frequent dealings with the law enforcement hall, he could easily guess their true identities. But he did not dare to reveal it. Once exposed, it would be a matter of life and death. The actions of the law enforcement hall could only be kept secret. This was a rule everyone had to abide by. Jiang He raised his hand and pressed down, causing massive stones to continue falling, crashing toward Gui Qing. Gui Qing stood her ground, unfazed. Shen Xing waved his sleeve, and a wall of trees burst from the ground, blocking all the falling stones. Looking at Jiang He with a mocking gaze. "I don't know whether to call you clever or foolish for thinking you could kill him to change the situation. Even the law enforcement hall wouldn't dare to kill him. You have quite the audacity to attempt it." Jiang He's expression stiffened, but Qin Shan and Zhou Yu had already closed in, forcing him to defend with all his might, unable to spare the energy to speak. "Enough, let's each play our own game." Shen Xing patted Gui Qing on the shoulder and joined Situ Feng in attacking Jiang He. Several green vines burst from the ground, lifting Gui Qing upwards, and flowers of the 5 poisons began to bloom along the vines, releasing a potent toxin. The cultivators, enveloped by the toxin, immediately felt dizzy and staggered. Gui Qing charged straight at the 4th level Qi refining Wei Xiong, not hiding the killing intent in her eyes. Wei Xiong sensed the danger, abandoning his current opponent. He raised his hand to form a seal, and fireballs flew out, exploding around Gui Qing. Gui Qing dodged and weaved, avoiding all the fireballs. Thick green vines burst from around Wei Xiong, tightly wrapping around his limbs. Wei Xiong snorted coldly, flames igniting on his body, quickly incinerating the vines to ashes as he charged towards Gui Qing. However, Gui Qing had already taken this opportunity to widen the distance. With every step Wei Xiong took forward, numerous vines obstructed him, leaving him with no chance to get close. As the 5 poison flowers on the vines bloomed, potent toxins began to invade Wei Xiong's body, causing his speed to slow down significantly. He found himself increasingly distant from Gui Qing, watching her incessantly harass him with gritted teeth, yet utterly helpless. Situ Feng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but exclaim softly. In his impression, Gui Qing had always been focused on cultivation and not very skilled in battles. Yet now Gue Qing executed her moves with composure, each strike concealing lethal intent, as if she had experienced countless battles. He knew Gue Qing was not dead, and was aware that she had been with the law enforcement hall. But he could not understand what Gue Qing had gone through to undergo such transformation in just over a month. Wei Xiong looked at the increasingly burning vines before him, letting out a series of furious roars. Indeed, fire could ignite wood, but no matter how strong his flames were, he needed to actually hit Gue Qing. His body had already been eroded by toxins, and the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. However, with his battle experience, he naturally would not sit idly by. He formed several complex hand seals with his hands, and flames roared around him, coalescing into a fire circle. The green vines summoned by Gue Qing were instantly reduced to ashes upon contact. Wei Xiong raised his hand again, fireballs raining down continuously. Taking advantage of the moment Gue Qing was dodging, he quickly sprinted to stand before Gue Qing, the flames in his palm coalescing into a blade striking down fiercely toward Gue Qing's head. Gue Qing's expression remained unchanged as his speed suddenly surged, easily evading Wei Xiong's strike. Windwalking pill. Wei Xiong's expression immediately darkened. Seeing Gue Qing's stance, he realized that Gue Qing had already consumed the windwalking pill before arriving, only now revealing the speed it conferred. In fact, it wasn't just the windwalking pill. To avoid the delay during their battle, Gue Qing had consumed all enhancing pills beforehand. Especially the explosive spirit pill that could temporarily boost cultivation, he had consumed 2 of those. At this moment, although his cultivation was not as strong as Wei Xiong's under the effects of various pills, he was almost on par with him. However, in terms of wood elemental techniques, he would still be restrained by Wei Xiong's flames. Thinking of this, Gue Qing consumed another cold pill and pointed at Wei Xiong, the cold energy spreading out to suppress the flames on Wei Xiong. Fire does not restrain wood, it was because wood ignites fire that he had no way to deal with Wei Xiong. But after consuming this ice spirit pill, Wei Xiong's flames would no longer pose a threat to him, as water indeed extinguishes fire. A second-grade ice spirit pill. You certainly don't hold back, Wei Xiong said, his expression growing even more grim. His cultivation was very close to the 5th level of qi refinement, and the effect of a first-grade ice spirit pill on his flames was minimal. Only the second-grade ice spirit pill had such an effect. Your life is worth this price, Gue Qing replied nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of pain in it. A first-grade pill costs a few spirit stones at most, while the second-grade ice spirit pill had cost him 200. Given his current financial situation, second-grade pills were still a bit expensive. However, he had no choice but to spend it to deal with Wei Xiong. Wei Xiong sneered, pulling out a crimson gourd from his storage bag. He removed the stopper, and flames erupted like a tangible entity, instantly dispelling the cold energy and plunging Gue Qing into a sea of fire. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? I've been refining this flame-devouring gourd for a long time. A mere ice spirit pill cannot harm me. However, before Wei Xiong could revel in his triumph, the sea of fire was extinguished entirely. Countless tiny ice crystals swirled around Gue Qing, resembling a protective armor. Even the cold energy emanating from it froze the ground beneath Wei Xiong's feet. Wei Xiong's expression changed drastically as he watched the vermilion paper slowly burning before Gue. This was a talisman inscribed with a technique. The spell Gue Qing was casting was the mystical ice armor inscribed by a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator, which not only had strong defensive capabilities, but also posed a significant restraint against his flames. Such talismans sold for 500 spirit stones at the spirit treasure platform, and hardly anyone was willing to buy them. He never expected Gue Qing to prepare so much to deal with him. As Gue Qing took out another talisman, in Wei Xiong's astonished gaze, he infused it with spiritual energy, and the talisman ignited immediately, turning the raging cold energy into solid ice crystals that extinguished the flames on Wei Xiong. The mystical ice spike, like the mystical ice armor, originated from the same cultivator. When used in conjunction with the mystical ice armor, even a 4th-level qi refinement cultivator, let alone a 5th-level one, would be utterly restrained by it before the talisman burned out. Seal. Gue Qing ignited another talisman, and several ice walls appeared around Wei Xiong, without warning, sealing him in. The cold energy radiated deeply into his bones, and in just a few breaths Wei Xiong's hands and feet became completely stiff. Taking advantage of the stagnation of spiritual energy within Wei Xiong, Gue Qing summoned green vines to grow from within the ice walls, piercing through Wei Xiong's limbs and continuously injecting toxins into him. Wei Xiong soon turned pale, losing all power to resist. Gue Qing stood in place, continuing to use the vines to let the toxins corrode Wei Xiong's body, showing no intention of approaching. In the past, he would have thought he had already won, but after the incident with the law enforcement hall, he no longer underestimated any opponent. The death throes of a cultivator are often more ferocious. Damn it! Wei Xiong roared, channeling his spiritual energy to the limit. The intense flames erupted, turning the green vines to ashes, but he had no way to deal with the surrounding ice walls. He feigned weakness to make Gui Qing lower his guard and approach, allowing him to unleash the last remnants of his spiritual energy to subdue Gui Qing, but he didn't expect Gui Qing to be completely unfold. Gui Qing once again launched the green vines to attack Wei Xiong, but the vines quickly turned to ashes again. He had long anticipated this outcome. His goal was to exhaust Wei Xiong's spiritual energy. With no other options, Wei Xiong had to take out a spirit recovery pill and consume it. He could only counterattack once the talisman had burned out. Gui Qing directly took out a spirit recovery pill and consumed it, as if it were candy, a mocking glint in his eyes. With both sides revealing their trump cards, it was a contest of who could last until the end. Wei Xiong's storage bag might contain many pills, but no matter what, he could not have more than Gui Qing, who was an alchemist. Gui Qing's spiritual sense expanded completely, carefully sensing Wei Xiong's condition. After the second groove of the absolute spirit seed opened, his spiritual sense grew by leaps and bounds. Although he was currently only at the third level of qi refinement, his spiritual sense had far surpassed Wei Xiong's. As the toxins continued to invade, Wei Xiong's aura sharply weakened, his complexion turning ashen, lips pale, and he looked like he could no longer hold on. However, he still persisted. As long as the talisman burned out with his cultivation, he could instantly subdue Gui Qing. Gui Qing looked at him with mocking eyes, fully aware of Wei Xiong's thoughts, and took out the fourth talisman. Mystical ice spikes. Within the ice walls, crisscrossing ice spikes pierced through the ground, impaling Wei Xiong's body. Wei Xiong let out a miserable scream as his body went completely limp. Under the barrage of impalements, his dantian was pierced, and he could not muster even a shred of spiritual energy, let alone resist. Are my spirit stones easy to take? Gui Qing dismantled the ice walls and took out a flying sword from his storage bag, launching it with a flash that severed Wei Xiong's head. Gui Qing picked up Wei Xiong's head and tossed it in front of Jiang He. Upon seeing Wei Xiong's head, Jiang He was momentarily stunned. Though it was only for a fleeting moment, he was immediately seized by Situ Feng and others, causing him to spit blood. Even though he was very close to breaking through to the fifth level of qi refinement, he had not yet succeeded. Under the combined assault of 4 people, he was already at a disadvantage, and now this momentary distraction only hastened his demise. Gui Qing glanced at Jiang He indifferently, and the vines beneath his feet rose, carrying him to attack the other cultivators. This kind of battle was not one he could participate in. His goal was the cultivators who were at a similar level to him, some of whom had once shared drinks with him and had affectionately called him junior brother. But now that these people stood on the opposing side, he could not show mercy. Under the siege of 4, Jiang He's aura gradually weakened, and Situ Feng seized the opportunity to launch his flying sword, sealing his throat with a single strike. Jiang He clutched his bloodied throat, unwilling to accept his fate as he fell. Situ Feng severed Jiang He's head and held it aloft as he soared into the sky. Jiang He is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. In an instant, the entire Sheang Mountain fell silent. After a moment of stillness, all the cultivators chose to cease fighting. In terms of overall strength, even with Qin Shan and Zhou Yu joining, Jiang He's side still had the advantage. But with Jiang He's death, the skirmishes lost their significance. Gui Qing of Sheang Mountain, I pay my respects to the Mountain Master. Gui Qing was the first to clasp his fists in greeting. After a moment's hesitation, the other cultivators followed suit, bowing in respect. We pay our respects to the Mountain Master. Situ Feng casually tossed Jiang He's head to the ground, smiling slightly. No need for courtesy. Atop the mountain, Situ Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the many cultivators before him, his eyes filled with increasingly complex emotions. Among these former friends, aside from the 10 or so who vowed to follow him to the death, the rest had all betrayed him. According to his original plan, he intended to confront Jiang He together with these people. However, the sudden disappearance of Gui Qing forced him to change his plans. Fortunately, he hadn't disclosed the date when he intended to take action to these individuals, who otherwise Jiang He would have already come for him. Although he had anticipated such a situation, when altering his plans, the feeling of being abandoned by all was still quite painful. Morally speaking, he despised these people even to the point of loathing them. Yet from a perspective of self-interest, if he were Jiang He would have acted the same way, continuously sending people to assassinate, creating an atmosphere of fear that would deter others from following him. For the benefit of Sheang Mountain, he wouldn't take action against these individuals and would even greet them with a smile. However, from this point forward, these individuals would forever hold no place in his heart. Mountain Lord, please announce the rules, Gui Qing said softly, noticing Situ Feng lost in thought. Situ Feng finally snapped back to reality, turning to look at Gui Qing beside him, his smile warm and gentle. The gazes of the other cultivators also shifted to Gui Qing, their expressions varied. After Situ Feng became the Mountain Lord, Gui Qing and those 10 or so cultivators undoubtedly became. Now that Situ Feng had become the Mountain Lord, Gui Qing's status naturally rose as well. Given the strength and connections he demonstrated today, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the second person in Xiang Mountain. Situ Feng declared loudly, "Now that I am the mountain lord, the previous rules set by Jiang He are abolished. Monthly tributes will be collected once a month and will not be collected in advance. Everyone can focus on their cultivation, the past is behind us, and we shall still be friends moving forward." The crowd fell silent. With Jiang He's rules abolished, the spirit stones collected previously would naturally hold no value. If Situ Feng were to take on this debt, it was likely that he wouldn't receive tributes for several years or even a decade. Yet no one dared to voice this thought. It had always been like this with the changes of mountain lords. After dismissing the crowd, Situ Feng nodded at Zhou Yu and Qin Shan, who were shrouded in black mist, and together with Gui Qing they escorted a few individuals down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Gui Qing stopped, clasping his fists towards Qin Shan and Zhou Yu, saying, "Thank you both, senior brothers, for your assistance. I am deeply grateful." Qin Shan shook his head, saying, "Our grievances have been settled. From now on we only discuss interests." Gui Qing nodded slightly. "It should be so." Zhou Yu laughed, patting Gui Qing on the shoulder. "You, my junior brother, are quite generous. Next time there's a lucrative opportunity like this, don't forget to invite me. I'm really quite poor." "Certainly." Gui Qing smiled, watching the two leave, then looked up at the fading mountain ceiling. Restrictions. Just as dawn broke, those who died last night would not even have their names remembered. Xinxing wrapped his arm around Situ Feng's shoulder, saying, "So how about it, buddy? If you hadn't said there were enough people, I would have brought the people from Nanyan Mountain to deal with Jianghe." "Thanks." Situ Feng smiled gently. "After so many years of friendship, there's no need for such formality." Xinxing glanced at Situ Feng, then patted Gui Qing on the shoulder. "You're quite impressive. Tonight you surprised me. Next time have him bring you to Nanyan Mountain. He'll treat you both to drinks. Off I go." Situ Feng watched Xinxing leave, then turned to Gui Qing as they ascended the mountain. After a moment he asked, "Have you joined the law enforcement hall?" Gui Qing nodded silently. Situ Feng sighed heavily. "I didn't tell you these things out of fear that they would turn on each other. I didn't expect you to get so close to them. Forget it, I won't ask you more. I trust you know what you're doing. After a night of fighting you must be tired. Quickly go rest. Jiang He is dead, and I still need to report to the law enforcement hall." After bidding farewell to Situ Feng, Gui Qing walked slowly along the mountain path, his steps heavy, and just as Situ Feng had said from the moment he entered the law enforcement hall, his mind had been tense, and now finally relaxed. He was too weary to utter a single word. In the courtyard pavilion, Huzi was leaning against the railing, covered with a blanket, fast asleep. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumi were sprawled on the stone table, remnants of food left untidily indicating they hadn't slept in the loft for a long time. Gui Qing silently approached the three and gently picked up the blanket that had slipped off, covering the two sisters. Jiang Yumi was in a deep sleep, but Jiang Yunyan was startled awake by the slight movement. Upon seeing Gui Qing, she instantly became alert. "Young master, you finally returned." This exclamation woke both Huzi and Jiang Yumi, who looked at Gui Qing with immense excitement. "Chen Ze, where have you been these days? Why didn't you come back?" Huzi exclaimed, shaking Gui Qing's hand vigorously. "Young master, there was quite a commotion at Xiang Mountain last night. Are you all right?" Jiang Yumi asked anxiously. At Gui Qing's behest, Situ Feng had secretly sent messages to them, but even knowing that Gui Qing was unharmed, they couldn't help but worry day and night, hoping for his swift return. The three of them had only just fallen asleep not long ago. The commotion from last night's fighting had been loud. Even separated by a light barrier, they had heard it and sat anxiously in the pavilion all night, eventually dozing off just before dawn. "I'm fine. The mountain lord has changed. No one will dare to bully you at Xiang Mountain anymore." Gui Qing smiled as he sat down, picking up the bowl and chopsticks that had been left for him every day, and began to eat heartily. The three looked at Gui Qing, covered in blood, their worries still not dissipating. Gui Qing spoke lightly, but they could see the danger he had faced. Yet they couldn't persuade Gui Qing to avoid risks. They could only stay here waiting for his return. Jiang Yunyan, seeing Gui Qing eating the leftovers, finally reacted, saying, "Young master, wait. We'll cook fresh food. How can we let you eat leftovers?" Gui Qing waved his hand, satisfied with the leftovers. When he was with his gambling father as a child, he couldn't even afford such leftovers. There was a good variety of food. Jiang Yunyan softly said, "I'll go boil water. You must be tired, young master. After a bath you can sleep comfortably." Gui Qing nodded, noticing Huzi and Jiang Yumi staring at him with their chins propped up, and he chuckled, saying, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Huzi replied, "Chen Ze, I know you're the most clever, but you still need to take care of yourself. We've been so worried these days, fearing something might happen to you. Do you know how many tears Jiang Yumi secretly shed for you these days?" "It wasn't me." Jiang Yumi stomped her foot in embarrassment. "It was my sister who cried." "I thought it was you." Huzi scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "I would never cry. After knowing each other for so long, you can't even tell me apart from my sister." "I'm angry." "Don't be mad. I apologize. I forgive you, but it's my sister who cried. Don't make that mistake again. I would never cry." I'll remember that. Guo-Qing smiled as he watched the two playfully banter, finishing the food in his bowl, stretching and yawning as he returned to his room. Jiang Yunyan had already boiled the water and poured it into the wooden tub, standing dumbly by the tub. Upon hearing Guo-Qing enter, she hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, but the redness around her eyes was still noticed by Guo-Qing. With the matter of Sheong Mountain resolved, Guo-Qing was in a great mood and playfully teased, "Why are you secretly wiping away tears all alone?" Jiang Yunyan's words echoed those of her younger sister Jiang Yumi. "I wasn't crying at all." In the room, Guo-Qing stretched out his arms, allowing Jiang Yunyan to remove his robe. Jiang Yunyan lowered her head, not daring to look at the naked Guo-Qing, her fair face gradually blushing. Only when Guo-Qing sat in the wooden tub did Jiang Yunyan lift her head, using a soft cloth to wipe his back. "You seem to be in a good mood today, young master." Guo-Qing nodded slightly. "With the change in leadership of the mountain, at least here in Sheong Mountain, no one will dare to bully you any longer." Jiang Yunyan spoke softly. "I know you have great ambitions, but a gentleman should protect his precious life. You should avoid taking unnecessary risks in the future, young master." "A gentleman? In Moji sect, I have only met one true gentleman, and I am not that kind of person." Guo-Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shifted the topic. "I also want to cultivate peacefully, but the path of cultivation is inherently like rowing upstream, one cannot afford to retreat, even a single step." He sighed. "Forget it, let's not speak of these things. Just take good care of yourselves, and I will have no worries." Jiang Yunyan stopped speaking, gently massaging Guo-Qing's shoulders. She was not unaware of the helplessness in this situation, but her worries remained unavoidable. Guo-Qing leaned against the edge of the bathtub, gazing at the ceiling with a distracted mind. The dangers of Sheong Mountain were nothing compared to the law enforcement hall, which was truly a den of tigers and dragons. He was merely a step away from not returning. That day, Xie Dingan did not attack him, but took him to a dark and sunless place where he had to compete for survival against many death row inmates, where a slight misstep could lead to death at someone else's hands. After enduring a brutal struggle, he miraculously walked out from the pile of corpses. Later, Xie Dingan brought him to a martial arts arena to duel against fellow disciples of the law enforcement hall. Xie Dingan told him that as long as he won 50 out of 100 matches, he could leave. The reason Sidu Feng received news of his survival was that Xie Dingan helped relay it at that time. During the month in the martial arts arena, Guo-Qing began a series of brutal duels. Although his opponents were disciples of the law enforcement hall and did not use lethal force, when both sides exerted their full strength, they could hardly care about such things. If he were to be accidentally killed, he could only blame his own bad luck. No one would care. At first, he lost 20 matches in a row, but after accumulating some experience, he finally turned the tide, finishing with 52 victories. In order to win and survive, he had to practice diligently. The stimulus of life and death allowed him to make rapid progress. In just over a month's time, he had already opened the 29th acupoint, and his experience in dueling had improved by several times compared to before. Subsequently, he joined the law enforcement hall. According to the rules of the law enforcement hall, winning more than 50 matches allowed one to join. He had already joined the medicine sect, and initially did not want to join the law enforcement hall, but Xie Dingan's insistence left him no choice but to comply. He accepted his first task in the law enforcement hall, bringing back the head of a stranger cultivator and submitting his letter of intent. Finally, he proactively sought out Qin Shan and Zhou Yu, bringing the two back with him. Qin Shan agreed to help because he had some previous grievances with Guo-Qing, and in order to clear these grudges, he chose to lend a hand without compensation. As for Zhou Yu, it was purely because Guo-Qing had given him a lot of spirit stones. In just over a month, he seemed like a different person with a sharper demeanor and an unintentional aura of killing intent fostered in the law enforcement hall. Suddenly, the array above the courtyard fluctuated. Jiang Yunyan hurriedly went out to check, and upon returning, there was a hint of unease in her eyes. "It's the girl who came to find you last time. She said to ask you to go to the medicine sect tomorrow, and..." "What else?" Jiang Yunyan frowned slightly, seeming displeased. After a moment's hesitation, she relayed Han Yuren's words truthfully. "She said she misses you. Ignore her, as she has always been so frivolous." Guo-Qing smiled helplessly. Jiang Yunyan's expression finally returned to calm, and after helping Guo-Qing bathe and change, she crawled into his bed. "What are you doing?" Guo-Qing frowned. Jiang Yunyan curled up under the covers, exposing only her head, her smile bending like willows, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters. "I am warming your bed, young master." The next day, Jiang Yunyan gently knocked on the door. After receiving Guo-Qing's response, she entered with a copper basin. Even though Guo-Qing kept insisting it was unnecessary, she insisted on helping him wash up. Guo-Qing looked at Jiang Yunyan, who was becoming increasingly skilled at assisting him, and teased, "You're becoming more and more like a maid." Jiang Yunyan meticulously adjusted his collar, replying softly, "I am already your maid, and will be for a lifetime. I have always regarded you as a sister. You don't have to do all this." Guo-Qing spoke gently. Jiang Yunyan smiled brightly. Since I am a sister, I must take good care of my brother. My mother once told me that boys and girls are the same. I am older than you, so it should be me taking care of you. Guo Qing nodded in satisfaction after turning around in front of the copper mirror. I'm going out for a while. Jiang Yunyan's eyes instantly filled with worry. The previous events were fresh in her mind, and she feared that Guo Qing would disappear again after going out. She hurriedly asked, when will you be back, young master? Guo Qing rubbed Jiang Yunyan's head. He'll be back before dinner. Have Huzi prepare a good meal for me. Jiang Yunyan stared blankly at Guo Qing as he left, recalling his earlier affectionate gestures, her heart racing. She felt that ever since Guo Qing returned, he seemed like a different person. The original Guo Qing, while gentle, had an air of keeping people at arm's length, making it impossible to approach his heart. But the current Guo Qing treated her no differently than Huzi. Was this recognition? She suddenly understood that the close relationship between Guo Qing and Huzi was due to their shared hardships, while they were merely unexpected guests. However, during Guo Qing's absence, she had remembered his instructions not to speak of this matter to others, which could be considered a shared experience they could confide in each other. With this thought, Jiang Yunyan's eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to experience more with Guo Qing. Inside the medicine sect, as soon as Guo Qing stepped into Xiangsu building, Han Yuran, who had been informed by her subordinate, greeted him with a charming smile. You finally decided to show up. I have worried about you every single day during this time, and I've even lost weight thinking about you. How do you plan to compensate me? I'll treat you to a meal another day, and you can have a few extra bowls. Guo Qing rubbed his nose, then changed the subject. I want to see Vice Sect Master Xiao. Another day? It's always another day. Last time you said you'd treat me to tea, and you still owe me that. Your another day is always another day. Don't you know that there's no time like the present? Han Yuran cast a resentful glance at Guo Qing and led him through a series of towering buildings to the stone wall at the back of the medicine sect. She softly said, reporting to the Vice Sect Master, Guo Qing requests an audience. Instantly, complex formations lit up on the smooth and even stone wall. As the formation dissipated, a stone cave over a yard high appeared, and the voice of Xiao Xinghe echoed from within, stirring up waves of reverberation. Junior brother Guo Qing, come in, and let's talk. Han Yuran stood aside, pointing to the stone cave, signaling Guo Qing to enter. As soon as Guo Qing stepped into the passage, the stone wall returned to its original state, showing no signs of the entrance from the outside. The passage was narrow and winding, eerily silent. For cultivators with keen senses, not only the sound of footsteps, but even the sound of their own breathing could become amplified in this silence. After walking for a while, Guo Qing suddenly found himself in a spacious hall where stone tables and chairs were arranged neatly. The stone wall opposite was engraved with a painting of cranes wishing longevity, flanked by 4 tightly closed stone doors. This was the true cave dwelling, having hollowed out the entire mountain and sealed it with formations allowing for secure and peaceful cultivation. Junior brother, what brings you here? Xiao Sheng's voice suddenly echoed, reverberating from all directions. Guo Qing could not immediately discern the source of the voice until the sound of tea being poured broke the silence. When he focused his gaze, he discovered Xiao Xinghe already seated at the previously empty stone table. Guo Qing quickly clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Vice Sect Master. I have something to report. Xiao Xinghe gently pushed the teacup forward and said, sit down and speak. Guo Qing had no reservations and explained everything that had happened in the law enforcement hall. Drink tea. Xiao Xinghe pointed to the teacup in front of Guo Qing, then lightly tapped the table with his hand, remaining silent for a long time before slowly speaking. It's clear that someone is trying to snatch people away. What are your thoughts? Guo Qing hurriedly stood up and said seriously, joining the law enforcement hall is indeed a matter of necessity. I am willing to accept the Vice Sect leader's disposition. Xiao Xinghe slightly waved his hand, signaling Guo Qing to sit down. If you wait for me to find you, we might as well meet in the conference hall of the medicine sect. I am very glad that you came to see me proactively. Guo Qing said sincerely, though it is under duress. Joining the law enforcement hall already counts as betraying the medicine sect. I have thought it over and over, becoming increasingly anxious. Thus, I came immediately to seek forgiveness after the matter at Xiang Mountain. Betrayal is not exactly the right word. Xiao Xinghe raised his teacup and took a sip, speaking leisurely. In the past, there were also people who joined many forces at once, and no matter which force it is, there are no rules preventing one from joining other forces. I just want to remind you that the major forces are engaged in both overt and covert struggles. No one can have it both ways, and you must make choices. The medicine sect and the law enforcement hall have had long-standing grievances. If you hold a high position in the medicine sect, it will be very difficult for you to enter the core circle of the law enforcement hall. Your alchemical talents are unparalleled in my experience. Even if you do not have the status of a direct disciple, I will still cultivate you well. You have been in the law enforcement hall for so long. You should know that Yi Yuan has long joined the law enforcement hall and has become a steward. I heard that you have a long-standing grudge against Yi Yuan. With him, there it will be difficult for you to make a name for yourself in the law enforcement hall. Gui Qing clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Even if I join the law enforcement hall, I will prioritize the medicine sect. Xiao Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Since we have made it clear this matter is settled. Go back and cultivate well. When you break through to the 4th level of qi refinement, I will hold a lively inauguration ceremony for you. After leaving Xiaoshang's cave, Gui Qing did not respond to Han Yurio's provocations, but frowned in deep thought. He had anticipated Xiaoshang's attitude, but he did not understand why Xie Dingan insisted on him joining the law enforcement hall. This question had been on his mind since he walked out of the pile of corpses, and he still had not figured it out. After leaving the medicine sect, Gui Qing rushed straight to Qingyu Terrace. Having wasted a chance to attend a lesson in the more than a month at the law enforcement hall with the end of the month approaching, he had to hurry to seek guidance from his senior brother. In the small house by the lake, Gui Qing sat opposite Yun, as usual, savoring tea in silence. Have you seen Xiao Xinghe? Ian suddenly asked. Gui Qing smiled and nodded. It seems nothing can be hidden from my senior brother. Tell me about your recent matters. Ian smiled gently. Gui Qing asked in confusion. My senior brother should already know about my matters. Why do you still want me to say it? Ian replied, the same event told by different people will sound completely different. Listening to their words can reveal their hearts. I want to hear your perspective. Despite being very puzzled, Gui Qing recounted his recent affairs once more. After listening, Ian lifted the teapot lid to change the tea, and slowly said, you seem quite puzzled. Gui Qing nodded. I cannot understand. Oh, I am not a belligerent person. Why does the law enforcement hall insist on having me join? Ian poured the boiled water into the teapot, waited a moment, and then poured the brewed tea for Gui Qing. Before speaking, you said yourself that you are not a combative person, yet joining the law enforcement hall will undoubtedly involve conflicts and even killings. Everyone has their own motives for doing anything. Think carefully about what makes you special that others in the law enforcement hall do not possess. Other than being a direct disciple, I am no different from others. Gui Qing's confusion deepened. Ian smiled and said, is being a direct disciple not enough? It is because of Yi Yuan that they want me to join the law enforcement hall. Gui Qing suddenly understood, but then became puzzled again. But why is that? I teach both you and Yi Yuan, so I cannot show favoritism. I can only say this much. Today you should think carefully here. Whenever you figure it out, this lesson will be considered complete. After Ian finished speaking, he fell silent and continued to pour tea for Gui Qing. As the tea was consumed cup after cup, if calculated by the time for lessons, it had long exceeded 2 hours, yet Ian showed no sign of urging, quietly watching Gui Qing, who was lost in thought with his teacup. As the tea was consumed cup after cup, if calculated by the time for lessons, it had long exceeded 2 hours, yet Ian showed no sign of urging, quietly watching Gui Qing, who was lost. Listening to the sound of the rain, Gui Qing's heart finally calmed down, and he found the answer. Xie Dingan wanted him to join the law enforcement hall to counterbalance Yi Yuan. What the law enforcement hall valued was precisely his status as a direct disciple. Yi Yuan had already broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement and had been promoted to steward by special exception. Coupled with his perfected golden fire spirit root, no one of the same realm could rival him, making him quite prominent. Moreover, with Yi Yuan bearing the title of direct disciple, no one dared to act against him, making it naturally difficult to control him. However, Gui Qing had once defeated Yi Yuan, and after joining the law enforcement hall, Yi Yuan would surely contend with him. Since there would be a conflict, support would inevitably be sought, and Xie Dingan could leverage both kindness and from Yi Yuan's perspective, this was actually a good thing. The law enforcement hall regularly held sparring sessions. If Yi Yuan wanted to deal with him, this would be the best opportunity. Once he broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement, Yi Yuan would definitely seek a duel with him. Even if he were to be killed by Yi Yuan at that time, Yi Yuan could merely claim it was an unintentional mistake. Given Yi Yuan's qualifications, his master would naturally not allow Yi Yuan to pay with his life. At most, Yi Yuan would receive some punishment. The law enforcement hall clearly valued Yi Yuan more, which was why they forced Gui Qing to join even after he had already entered the medicine sect, collaborating with Yi Yuan to complete this secret plan in order to gain Yi Yuan's loyalty. This matter was advantageous for both Xie Dingan and Yi Yuan, but for him, it was a profoundly terrible. Fortunately, he won first place in the medicine sect competition and gained Xiao Sheng's favor, which prevented Xiao Xinghe from pursuing this matter. Without the medicine sect's protection, he would have been at the mercy of the law enforcement hall. More critically, even if he understood this point, he could only respond to the challenge. Unless he ceased cultivation altogether, he could not avoid a duel with Yi Yuan due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels. However, if that were the case, once Yi Yuan's cultivation reached a certain level, even if he killed him in front of everyone, it was likely no one would care. What a vicious plan, completely tailored for him. No matter how he chose, he could not escape death. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. Yi Yuan had always been arrogant and could not possibly devise such a meticulous plan. The person capable of formulating such a plan must know him very well. Thinking of this, Gui Qing could not help but cast his gaze towards Yun, who was standing by the window. He truly did not want to doubt the senior brother who had always treated him well, but the only one capable of making such a scheme was this person before him. Yet he still did not understand why his fellow direct disciples, his senior brother, would propose such an idea to Yuan. Gui Qing pondered for a long time and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, I have a question to ask." Ian stood with his back to Gui Qing, hands clasped behind him, not turning back. "You may ask, but only." Outside, the rain continued to fall, each drop stirring the heartstrings of Gui Qing. Asking only one question would render questioning the senior brother meaningless. He could not think of a way to break the deadlock. If he were to ask, would the senior brother tell him? No, the senior brother definitely would not reveal it to him. Since he chose to present this plan to Yuan, it was impossible for him to disclose the method to break the deadlock. The sound of rain outside was relentless, yet the room was eerily quiet. Ian stood by the window, lost in thought, seemingly forgetting Gui Qing's presence entirely. Gui Qing remained silent for a long time before speaking again. "My question is between Yuan and me. Who does the senior brother value more?" Ian finally turned around, looking calmly at Gui Qing. "I answered this question when you first came here. Yuan possesses exceptional talent, while you have an extraordinary disposition. Both are rare and equally important." "Thank you, senior brother. I have no further questions." Gui Qing cupped his fists and bowed respectfully, just as before. Yun spoke gently. "I have given Yuan a plan, and you an opportunity, neither favored over the other. I have thought of a way to break the deadlock, but I cannot tell you. You do not need to come during this time. Once you resolve this matter, bring your questions to me again." After leaving the Qingyu platform, Gui Qing's expression gradually grew serious. He believed the senior brother was not intentionally targeting him and held no resentment. He simply could not figure out how to break the deadlock, nor could he comprehend the senior brother's purpose in doing so. What opportunity did the senior brother speak of? Gui Qing pondered, unknowingly walking towards the low-roofed furnace courtyard. It was not until the hanging red lantern came into view that he snapped back to reality and let out a long sigh. Since coming to the Moji sect, there were only two places where he felt at ease. One was his own courtyard, and the other was here. Gui Qing took out 50 spirit stones and placed them in front of the old woman, bowing respectfully before quietly waiting outside the courtyard. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Once the barrier opened, Gui Qing quickly walked into the room, without even glancing at the unfamiliar cultivator who emerged from the courtyard, effortlessly turning around to cover the blanket over the hollow-eyed woman. Looking at the woman, all his questions were cast aside as he gently asked, "My name is Chen Ze, do you remember me?" The woman, of course, did not respond at all, merely turning her head to look at Gui Qing with eyes devoid of any. Gui Qing understood that the woman might have lost her senses, and he felt no disappointment. He simply leaned quietly against the bedside, watching her. Just being able to look at her was enough to satisfy him. It was at this moment that Gui Qing noticed the faint marks on the woman's pale neck. Gently pushing aside her hair, he was instantly filled with rage. Purple and green bruises in the shape of fingers adorned both sides, clearly indicating that her neck had been brutally gripped by hands. This was left by a previous cultivator. In matters of love, different people have different ways. Some may have peculiarities, which is normal. But to this extent he could not accept. "Apologies, I need to check your injuries." Gui Qing gently lifted the blanket, and the woman's delicate body seemed to possess an alluring charm. Just one glance made him blush and lose control of his thoughts. Gui Qing slapped himself hard, taking a deep breath. He took out a rejuvenation powder to apply to the woman, quickly covering her back up without stealing another glance. He also took out a few rejuvenation pills to place in the woman's mouth, but as she was in a stupor, unable to swallow, he could only circulate his spiritual energy to dissolve the pills. In the past, when he came, he never touched the woman. Perhaps it was due to their previous contact during healing that he finally summoned the courage to stroke her silky hair, speaking each word clearly. "I will find that person from earlier and kill him. As long as I am here, no one can bully you." After some time passed, Gui Qing reluctantly took one last look at the woman before leaving. The woman slowly turned her head, just as she had when Gui Qing arrived, but within her hollow gaze there seemed to be a flicker of emotion, albeit fleeting. On the slopes of Sheong Mountain, after walking out of his own courtyard, Gui Qing's expression finally returned to calm as he passed through the barrier. Upon learning that Gui Qing would join them for dinner that day, Hu Zi prepared many newly crafted dishes, constantly serving food into Gui Qing's bowl. Gui Qing ate happily, or at least it appeared that way. No matter what happened, he would not bring any negative emotions to Hu Zi and the others. Returning to his room, Gui Qing's mood grew heavy once more. Whether it was Yi Yuan's plan or the previous cultivator, both filled him with a murderous intent. After sitting quietly on his bed for a while, he took out a pile of storage bags to examine closely. These were the storage bags of the cultivators he had killed that night of the mountain ceiling. The storage bags belonged to the one who killed them, and this was a rule everyone acknowledged. After inspecting, a sharp light flickered in Gui Qing's eyes. The harvest this time was quite abundant. There were nearly 6,000 spirit stones, not counting the pills and magical artifacts. No wonder the law enforcement hall was keen on assassination, and indeed nothing was faster than killing and looting for spirit stones. The last storage bag belonged to Wei Xiong. After taking out its contents, Gui Qing's expression suddenly changed. It was not because of the amount of spirit stones Wei Xiong had, but rather the dozens of intimate garments belonging to women, some even bearing strange stains. He did not expect Wei Xiong to have such a penchant. It seemed he often bullied the women of Sheong Mountain, relying on Jiang. He, as his backing those women, likely dared not resist. Young master. Jiang Yunyan entered unknowingly, staring in shock at the intimate garments beside Gui Qing, her expression as strange as his before, blushing and running out. Not long after, Jiang Yunyan returned holding a white undergarment embroidered with lotus flowers, lowering her head as she handed it to Gui Qing. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment and her voice was almost inaudible. Young master, if you need this in the future, just tell me. Others are not good. If you really cannot help yourself, I can serve you, young master. Gui Qing was taken aback, instinctively accepting it before realizing the situation. His expression turned awkward, a rare occurrence for him, as he suddenly realized he had forgotten to close the door in his previous days. He quickly explained, "This is not mine, it belongs to Wei Xiong. There was chaos on Sheong Mountain the night before yesterday, and I killed him, taking his storage bag to see what was inside." Gui Qing spoke rapidly, using his spiritual energy to turn those intimate garments to ashes, then solemnly added, "It truly is not mine." Now it was Jiang Yunyan's turn to feel embarrassed. She looked at the white undergarment in Gui Qing's hand, clutching the hem of her clothing, her head bowed low as she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gui Qing held the white undergarment, feeling somewhat at a loss. He could sense the lingering warmth on it, and the faint, enticing fragrance, clearly having been recently removed. Even with his composure, he was unsure how to diffuse this awkwardness. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the undergarment back to Jiang Yunyan. "Oh, please don't misunderstand, this is for you." Jiang Yunyan turned and ran, as she simply could not face Gui Qing, and she dared not retrieve the belly band that had just been removed. Gui Qing felt a headache coming on as he looked at the belly band in his hand. It was neither easy to throw away nor keep, and after much contemplation, he decided to store it in his storage bag, intending to return it to Jiang Yunyan at a later opportunity. After closing the door, Gui Qing secretly scolded himself. What was there to worry about? The methods used by the Moji sect to control spirit slaves were so cruel. Hadn't he escaped from Yi Yuan's grasp and nearly killed Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan wanted to deal with him, he would just have to face it. He managed to find a way to resolve the situation with Yi Yuan once, so he could certainly find another way out. But what should he do? While Gui Qing was deep in thought, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Without needing to spread his divine sense, he could tell from the knocking style that it was Jiang Yunyan outside, which made him feel a headache coming on again. Gui Qing opened the door, his gaze evasive, unwilling to look at Jiang Yunyan. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "What is it?" Jiang Yunyan's face was still flushed, and her gaze was similarly evasive as she whispered, I came to warm your bed, young master." Gui Qing froze in place. He should have refused, but by the time he came to his senses, Jiang Yunyan had already taken off her shoes and slipped under the covers. Gui Qing pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a suitable way to start. He could only brace himself and say, "How about I return that to you?" "Oh dear." Jiang Yunyan hurriedly turned away her back to Gui Qing and said in an almost pleading tone, "Please don't mention it again, young master, or I really won't be able to face you." Gui Qing fell silent, leaning against the edge of the bed, lost in thought. The trap laid by his senior brother was certainly not easy to break. When he escaped from Yi Yuan, he had also plotted for a long time and endured for a long time. Being anxious would be of no use. With his current cultivation, it would take several more months to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Since his senior brother said there was a way to break the situation, a few months should be enough time to come up with something. Gui Qing took a jade slip from his storage bag, pressed it against his forehead, and after probing it with his divine sense, he let out a soft sigh. This was the jade slip his senior brother had given him on New Year's Eve last year, but until now he still could not comprehend its mysteries, as if it were just a blank jade slip with nothing imprinted on it. Suddenly Jiang Yunyan lifted the quilt and sat up, gently massaging Geeking's shoulders. "What are you thinking about, young master?" Gui Qing sighed. "If I were to die, what would you all do?" "I am not being alarmist. If I were to die at Yi Yuan's hands, the Moji sect would not treat Jiang Yunyan and the others well, no matter how they arrange things. Moreover, given Yi Yuan's character, he likely would not let them off either." Jiang Yunyan did not respond and began to sob, and Gui Qing turned to look at her, tear-streaked and helpless. Gui Qing reached out to wipe away Jiang Yunyan's tears, soothing her gently. "Don't cry, I was just joking with you." Jiang Yunyan choked out, "Young master, please don't scare me. If you were to die, I wouldn't live either." All right, don't cry." Gui Qing gently pinched Jiang Yunyan's nose and said with a smile, "I was just joking. I won't die, and neither will you. Only others will die," Gui Qing silently thought. Then you must not say such things in the future, young master. Jiang Yunyan's sobs gradually calmed down. All right, I promise you. Guiqing nodded with a smile. Another knock on the door sounded. After Guiqing opened the door, Jiang Yunyan and Huzi immediately poked their heads in, and upon seeing Jiang Yunyan in bed, they exchanged glances and began to grin mischievously. What are you two doing? Guiqing rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Jiang Yunyan grinned widely and said, It's nothing. I just came to ask if my sister is coming back to sleep tonight, but it seems like I don't need to ask now. Sister, I won't leave the door open for you tonight, Huzi added with a sly smile. Chen Ze Yunyan is a good girl. You must treat her well. Jiang Yunyan listened to their teasing words, blushing under the covers as her heart raced faster and faster. Jiang Yunyan leaned close to Guiqing's ear and whispered, Sister just told me everything that happened earlier. Young master, you must treat sister well, otherwise I won't forgive you. Guiqing's eyes were filled with helplessness. This was it. He could never explain clearly. The next morning, Jiang Yunyan slowly opened her eyes, looking at the bedding on the floor with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Clearly it was to warm the bed, yet she had dozed off on Guiqing's bed, causing him to have to sleep on the floor. Fortunately, Guiqing had already left. If he were still here, she truly did not know how to face him. However, young master's bed seemed a bit too comfortable. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunyan closed her eyes again and fell back asleep. In the law enforcement hall, Guiqing arrived at the hall where Xie Dingan was and said lightly, I want to buy a person's life. Who? Xie Dingan was sitting at the desk engrossed in a scroll and didn't even look up. Guiqing placed a rolled-up image on the desk. I don't know him, but his cultivation is about the 4th level of qi refinement. The person in the image was the unfamiliar cultivator Guiqing had encountered in the low courtyard yesterday. Xie Dingan unfolded the image, took a look, and continued to read the scroll. Shall I send someone to investigate, or will you do it yourself? I'm not clear on that person's background. I don't have confidence in killing him. Please send someone. I won't haggle. Do you want him dead or alive? Alive. Xie Dingan nodded. First, go complete your first match, and I'll have someone bring you the person tonight. Guiqing's previous fights in the law enforcement hall were merely to join the hall. Every subsequent match would determine whether he could advance further in the hall. Achievements played a significant part in rising through the ranks, and without performance, he could not gain the support of others. Even if he did not wish to develop in the law enforcement hall, he was required to complete a match at least once a month. Accumulation was allowed, but the number by the end of the year had to be sufficient, otherwise he would face punishment. Guiqing left the hall and walked along the alley for a long time, arriving at a martial arts arena built of black stone. He took out a token forged from mysterious iron and handed it to the cultivator sitting at the iron table. Guiqing, 3rd level of qi refinement, with 29 acupoints opened. The black-clothed cultivator carefully examined the token, then picked out several iron sticks from a bamboo tube in front of him and handed them to Guiqing. Choose one and wait below the platform. Guiqing casually drew an iron stick and wiped off the red paint covering it with his fingers. The front was engraved with the characters Gui Si, indicating his entry order for today. According to the heavenly stems, an earthly branch is the other cultivator, who also drew Gui Si, was his opponent for today. Opponents drawn together would not differ too much in cultivation. A crowd of people stood densely below the martial platform, intently watching the duel. Guiqing did not watch, but leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest, quietly waiting. Guiqing suddenly opened his eyes, bent his knees, and jumped, landing steadily on the platform. His opponent almost simultaneously jumped onto the platform, staring intensely at Guiqing, in the best condition to face it. After a long while, the cultivator presiding over the duel announced loudly, Next match, Gui Si. Both sides must enter the platform within 20 breaths, or it will be regarded as a defeat. Guiqing suddenly opened his eyes, bent his knees, and jumped, landing steadily on the platform. His opponent almost simultaneously jumped onto the platform, staring intensely at Guiqing. In that moment of eye contact, a hint of killing intent flashed through both of them. Both sides announced their names. Guiqing, Yu Sheng, begin. The presiding cultivator retreated to the edge of the arena to avoid interfering with the duel. To their surprise, both Guiqing and Yu Sheng simultaneously retreated, and vines erupted from the ground beneath their feet. Both were taken aback, their expressions becoming serious. They had not expected that they were both using wood spirit techniques. They had encountered a fellow practitioner. Below the martial arts stage, the crowd began to murmur at the sight before them. The two fighters have similar abilities and methods. This is getting interesting. The one in black must be Guiqing. When did he join the law enforcement hall? You can tell you're just out of seclusion. You've missed the news. He joined just a few days ago, and this match should be his first after joining. I heard he once won first place in the competition at the medicine sect. A pill refiner is also joining this chaos. Yu Sheng is a tough opponent, even among those at the 3rd level of qi refining. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Who knows? Let's wait and see. On the martial arts stage, both of them simultaneously manipulated the green vines, which intertwined, without either touching the other. Exchanging a glance, they both unleashed the 5 poisons flower based on the green vines, releasing toxins. Since they were both practitioners, there was no need for so-called probing. They directly attacked with poison, and whoever's poison was stronger would win. The potent toxins quickly spread from the stage to the crowd, causing everyone to retreat hastily. Such powerful poison. Just a whiff, and my spiritual energy starts to become agitated. Those who specialize in with spiritual roots are truly annoying, especially those adept at poison attacks. They never confront directly, just drag things out until your poison strikes. Exactly. When dueling such a person, even the slightest mistake can cost you half your life. Stay far away to avoid getting caught. As they were at a stalemate, Yusheng bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, which instantly transformed into a cloud of toxic mist rushing toward Guiqing. Guiqing, this is the toxic blood condensed from my body. If you can withstand it, you'll concede right away. Being a practitioner who specializes in toxic arts, Yusheng was very confident in his poison. Even among all the third-level qi refiners in the law enforcement hall, his difficulty level was among the top. This ultimate toxic blood would even give fourth-level qi refiners a headache. It's a deal. Guiqing sliced his finger with his nail, flicking out a few drops of fresh blood that dispersed the toxic mist in its path. The drops exploded before Yusheng, enveloping him in an even denser cloud of poison. Before long, a weak voice emerged from the toxic mist. I concede. Only then did Guiqing draw all the toxins back into the five poisons flower, clasping his fists in salute. Thank you for the match. If we talk about dueling, there should be some who can win against him. But when it comes to using poison, he has absolute confidence. Other practitioners, no matter how much they trained, could only condense plant toxins through techniques, whereas he had long absorbed these toxins into his body through prolonged use of medicinal materials. Though it was merely a few drops of blood, the toxins contained within were enough to incapacitate even a fourth-level qi refiner, and Yusheng naturally could not withstand it. Yusheng took out a few detoxification pills to consume, and only then did his pale face start to improve. He stood up, clasping his fists in thanks. Guiqing, your skills are impressive. I hope to learn from you again whenever there's a chance. In terms of the time of entry, Guiqing should be calling him senior brother. But the Demon Extreme Sect respects the strong. Since Guiqing won, he sincerely acknowledges him as a senior brother. If Guiqing were currently at the 10th level of qi refining, other practitioners, no matter how long they had entered before him, would have to respectfully call him senior brother. The crowd below exchanged glances, not expecting that they had just avoided the toxic mist, and the match had already concluded, leaving them dumbfounded. Yusheng lost. Does that mean Guiqing's poison is stronger? Of course. Otherwise, how could he concede? Look at Yusheng, he is poisoned while Guiqing seems unharmed. I remember Yusheng's win rate is quite high. Losing so easily, who else among the third-level qi refiners can match Guiqing? That can't be said. Even if Guiqing's poison arts are superior, there are still ways to restrain poison users. Guiqing slowly left, met with astonished gazes from the crowd, suddenly sensing a hostile gaze upon him. He turned abruptly, yet saw nothing, furrowing his brows. He did not see the owner of that gaze, but he was already certain of their identity. The only one in the law enforcement hall who was so focused on him was Yi Yuan. It seemed that Yi Yuan had arrived during the match with Yusheng. He likely kept a low profile to avoid drawing Guiqing's suspicion, which would affect the plan. Thinking of this plan, Guiqing couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. He had not yet figured out how to break the situation, but he had a preliminary idea. What he excelled in was poison. Since he had managed to poison Yi Yuan once before, he could certainly do it a second time. But how to poison him, and what to do afterward, he was still unsure. Moreover, whether to use poison or not remained to be discussed. Guiqing casually found a place outside the martial arts arena to sit and wait quietly, only returning to the hall where Xie Dingan was after nightfall, finding it completely empty with no sign of Xie Dingan. After waiting for a moment, Xie Dingan finally returned, saying nothing as he led Guiqing to a secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber was exactly the person Guiqing wanted, the practitioner who had bullied that girl. Now his sea of energy had been destroyed, making him completely a fish on the chopping block. Xie Dingan closed the secret chamber door, taking out various torture instruments and arranging them neatly, a cruel smile on his face as he licked his lips. Since you want him alive, I presume you don't want him to die too quickly. Do you want to do it, or shall I? Guiqing replied calmly. I've long heard that senior brother has a passion for this. Please, I ask you to take over so I can witness it. Then thank you, junior brother. Xie Dingan skillfully wrapped the practitioner in golden silk nets, picking up a sharp knife, his smile gradually turning sinister. My ancestors were all executioners. Don't be fooled by the disdain for this profession, or it's quite difficult to master. There are many torturous punishments, but my favorite is still Lingqi. Practitioners have a higher pain tolerance than ordinary people. Whether it's 3,600 cuts or 36,000 cuts, they can endure it. Junior brother, be sure to count carefully. If there's one cut less, it'll cover the spirit stones for this time. Xie Dingan slid the knife through the gaps in the golden silk net, skillfully slicing off pieces of flesh, while listening to the practitioner's heart-wrenching screams revealing an ecstatic expression. He suddenly turned to Gui Qing with a grin. If junior brother can't stand it, I could cut out his tongue. After all, I really enjoy this kind of sound. Gui Qing suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, forcing a smile. No need, it's quite pleasant to the ears. Outside the furnace cauldron courtyard, Gui Qing placed down 50 spirit stones, staring at the character's furnace cauldron on the plaque, lost in thought. He had once asked Xing what a furnace cauldron was, and Xing told him that it evolved from the dual cultivation method. The dual cultivation method is a practice shared between partners, benefiting both. In contrast, a furnace cauldron involves unilateral offering. After drawing from the furnace cauldron, one can extract the practitioner's cultivation and essence. This aspect is quite similar to a spirit slave, but the effects of drawing from a furnace cauldron are not comparable to that of a spirit slave. After a moment, another unfamiliar practitioner walked out. Gui Qing immediately entered the room, no longer avoiding eye contact as before, but carefully observing to ensure the girl bore no injuries before covering her with a blanket. 4 months later, Gui Qing walked towards the top of Xiang Mountain, where the tall building that Jiang he once resided in had vanished, replaced by a courtyard meticulously arranged by Sidu Feng. Upon seeing Gui Qing arrive, the cultivator guarding the courtyard hurriedly opened the barrier and invited Gui Qing inside. This was a special instruction from Sidu Feng, so there was no need for an announcement. In the main hall, Gui Qing poured himself a drink and waited for a moment. When he saw Situ Feng slowly descending the stairs, he stood up, cupped his fists in salute, and said, "I pay my respects to the mountain master." Situ Feng chuckled and patted Gui Qing's shoulder, his divine sense spreading out to carefully sense him. With genuine admiration, he remarked, "Indeed, your cultivation has made significant progress. It seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough. What brings you to me this time?" "Thank you, senior brother. I have a matter to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Please stay." Gui Qing immediately took his leave and slowly walked down the mountain. In the past 4 months, Gui Qing had already reached the 72nd acupoint of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, ready for a breakthrough at any moment. He had an idea on how to break the deadlock, but he needed to prepare first. Yi Yuan's cultivation had been progressing slowly over these 4 months, clearly to wait for him. Once their cultivation levels were the same, even if he wanted to concede directly, Xie Dingan and Yi Yuan would not agree. In the law enforcement hall, within the martial arts arena, Gui Qing quietly waited with an iron sign. Throughout these 4 months, he had not completed a single competition. This time, if he finished all the matches for the year, he could begin his plans. This round will be resolved from now on. Ding Cho. As the voice of the officiating cultivator echoed, Gui Qing leaped onto the martial arts arena, calmly watching his opponent. After the officiating cultivator retreated to the edge, thick green vines burst from the ground, directly binding the opponent while releasing potent toxins. Moments later, the opponent could not hold on any longer and chose to concede. Gui Qing walked to the entrance, collected another iron sign, and consumed a recovery pill while waiting. 1 match, 2 matches. After easily winning the 9th match, the spectators below were left dumbfounded. It was not uncommon for cultivators to be stuck at a bottleneck and participate in matches, but if everyone waited until they reached a bottleneck, competitions would lose their meaning. Such matches were looked down upon by all cultivators. Even if a cultivator truly came to compete while at a bottleneck, they would typically win only 2 or 3 matches before stopping. Gui Qing was the first to be so arrogant. Although there were no explicit rules against it, it was an unspoken norm accepted by everyone. In the past, when such situations occurred, the officiating cultivator would cancel the match without anyone needing to speak. However, now Gui Qing continued to win without anyone intervening, and he had won 9 matches in a row. Including the match from 4 months ago, Gui Qing had achieved 10 victories without a defeat, a record rarely seen, even in the entire law enforcement hall. Gui Qing's audacity stemmed from his desire to make everyone aware that he had reached a bottleneck, thereby causing Yi Yuan to continue to delay his cultivation speed. And to cooperate with Yi Yuan, Xie Dingan naturally would not send anyone to stop him. As Gui Qing went to collect another iron sign, the officiating cultivator, unable to manage even the 2 participants already on stage, wore a dark expression as he looked at Gui Qing. If it weren't for Xie Dingan's prior instructions, he might have exploded by now. "Junior brother, your matches this year are already enough. Don't you think this is a bit excessive? Just 1 more win, and I will stop," Gui Qing replied calmly. "All right." The officiating cultivator immediately turned to the 2 participants on stage, urging you to fight faster. Not long after, Gui Qing left the martial arts arena, departing with a record of 11 consecutive victories. At Xiangsu building in the top floor room, Han Yurao served tea to Gui Qing and smiled seductively. "Junior brother, what brings you to visit me today?" "I have a matter to discuss and have come to seek senior sister's assistance." Gui Qing placed the teacup down and cupped his fists. "It seems to be quite important, otherwise you wouldn't be willing to talk to me here." Han Yurao leaned closer to Gui Qing, her clothing slipping off her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. She extended her delicate tongue to lick Gui Qing's ear, saying, when asking for help, one should have the right attitude, wouldn't you agree? I won't beat around the bush with you, senior sister. You are an alchemist, and I presume you are well-versed in poisons. I would like to make a bet with you. We each prepare a poison and take it. If I win, you will agree to my request. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. Are you serious? I am serious. Han Yureo's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, but just as she was about to agree, she suddenly calmed down. You dare to bet with me, which means you have a significant motive. Since you sought me out, you must be at your wit's end. In fact, no matter what you want me to do, I would not refuse. I, after all, who wouldn't be captivated by you? However, who leads this matter is very important to me. Therefore, I will not bet with you. Han Yurao pointed towards the bed behind the screen, her gaze growing more charming. Why don't you come over here and have a proper talk with me? After we finish, you can ask me for anything. Gui Qing did not hesitate at all and stood up directly. In that case, I will take my leave, senior sister. Let me escort you, junior brother, Han Yurao said, but suddenly realized something was amiss. What do you mean by taking your leave? I have decided to withdraw from the medicine sect and develop properly in the law enforcement hall. I came to thank you for your care during my time in the medicine sect. You must be mad. Han Yurao could no longer hold back, trembling with anger, completely losing her composure. You are about to reach the 4th level of chi refinement, and you could become a management figure in the medicine sect like me. And now you say you want to leave for the law enforcement hall. With your talent in alchemy, how can you waste it like this? Han Yureo's breath quickened, her chest heaving. After a long time, she finally calmed down. Are you threatening me? If I don't agree, you will withdraw? Senior sister has misinterpreted my intentions. Gui Qing shook his head and replied calmly, I have limited energy and cannot manage both the medicine sect and the law enforcement hall simultaneously, so I must make a choice. Han Yurao remained silent for a long time and waved her hand. You can leave now, oh, just consider me as having met a white-eyed wolf. Gui Qing stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. Han Yurao stared hard at Gui Qing's back, her expression showing signs of struggle. After Gui Qing opened the door, she could no longer hold back and called out, come back. What is it, senior sister? Gui Qing slowly turned around. Han Yurao closed the door and suddenly burst into laughter. Junior brother, you really know how to act. Knowing that I admire you, you use your departure as a threat, and you have me completely under your control. Isn't that what you are doing as well? Gui Qing smiled slightly. If I hadn't seen you weeping heartbroken that day, I might have almost believed you truly cared for me. Senior sister, you deliberately let others misunderstand that I am your new love. I'm sure you have your own plan. Han Yurao placed her hand on Gui Qing's shoulder and leaned in to gently blow in his ear. At such a young age, having such deep thoughts is not good. It's better to be simple and easy to deceive, as that attracts affection. Am I not charming enough for you, senior sister? Gui Qing feigned surprise. Han Yurao remained non-committal, her gaze playful as she looked at Gui Qing. You clearly know I am acting, yet you still threaten me with your departure. It seems you have reached a dead end and can only come to ask me for help. Finally, I have you in my grasp, or it feels quite good. Gui Qing was taken aback. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm willing to help you, isn't that a good thing? Han Yurao asked with a smile. But you haven't set any conditions. You could easily ask for more from me. Gui Qing fixed his gaze on Han Yurao, unable to comprehend the deeper meaning behind her actions. Han Yurao smiled brightly. A young man should be full of vigor. How could I let you grovel before me? Though the affection may be feigned, even someone as pure as I might be moved by a character like you, much less myself. If I were 10 years younger, perhaps you would have had me at your mercy. Don't even think to beg me. After all, I am the one who admires you. You must maintain a higher stance, whether in public or in private. Today I help you, and in the future you help me. Let's not speak of any foolish notions of going through fire and water when I need your assistance later. Just don't refuse as long as it's within your capability, and that will suffice for repaying my kindness. Good. Gui Qing nodded seriously, cupping his fists in thanks. Thank you, senior sister. Then, Han Yurao looked at Gui Qing with significant intent. Since I have agreed to assist you, do we still need to consume each other's poison pills? Gui Qing nodded slightly. Han Yurao cheerfully said, think it through. If one misstep occurs, it could lead to your demise. Please guide me, senior sister. Gui Qing took out a prepared porcelain vial and placed it in front of Han Yurao, then leisurely sipped from his teacup. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. It seems you want to seal my lips. Well, since I've already promised to help you, I shall give you this opportunity. Han Yurao let out a charming laugh, sitting opposite Gui Qing, pouring the purple pill from the porcelain vial into her palm and sniffing it. Before we proceed, I have a question to ask you. Having stayed in the medicine sect for so long, you must have heard some things about me. What do others think of me? Gui Qing hesitated for a moment, but eventually shared what he knew. I heard that among the second-grade pills, there is a yang seizing pill that can absorb the primordial yang of those who have yet to break their virginity, making cultivation much easier. However, once this pill is consumed, there is no turning back. Without the nourishment of yang energy, one's cultivation will stagnate, and one may even face the danger of yin energy invading their heart veins. And once your primordial yang is absorbed, your cultivation will suffer greatly. They also say you are. Guo Qing could not bring himself to utter the filthy words that followed. They say I am a harlot, a whore, a femme fatale, right? Han Yurao self-deprecatingly repeated these words, seemingly accustomed to them, though a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. What they say is not entirely wrong. I am indeed that kind of person. I do not force them out, all of them are willing. Even though I have informed them of the consequences, they still choose to proceed. What can be done? Guo Qing gently replied. I mean no disrespect toward you, senior sister. It is merely a matter of different choices. You have a sweet tongue, Han Yurao said, taking out a porcelain vial and handing it to Guo Qing. You take this first. This is a poison I have refined for a long time. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement may not withstand it. If you regret it now, there is still time. Guo Qing accepted the porcelain vial, poured out the pill, and directly stuffed it into his mouth, without any hesitation. His complexion instantly darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his expression contorting to the extreme. Seeing this, Han Yurao shook her head with regret. In the next moment, Guo Qing's complexion suddenly returned to normal, as he calmly looked at Han Yurao. Senior sister, it's your turn. This pill is indeed very poisonous, but regardless of the type of pill, they are all essences of herbs. As long as he does not die instantly from the poison, the absolute spirit seed can transform it. Han Yurao's eyes were filled with disbelief. After a long pause, she pinched the pill Guo Qing had given her, letting out a soft gasp. This seems to be not a poison pill, but an Icene pill which conflicts with the yang-seizing pill inside me. If I take this, the yang energy within me will be thrown into chaos, leading to a drop in my cultivation, and I might even become a cripple. Guo Qing replied lightly. If senior sister is afraid, you can choose not to take it. Why should I be afraid? Han Yurao laughed, her laughter melodious, and directly swallowed the pill without any apparent reaction. You underestimate me, junior brother. How could I not know the drawbacks of the yang-seizing pill? To prevent anyone from targeting me, because of this, even without the yang energy to nourish my body, I will consume fire lotus essence daily to stabilize my foundation. With just this Icene pill of yours, you cannot affect me. Is that so? Guo Qing smiled slightly. Then let us wait and see. In the next moment, Han Yurao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, her features contorting in pain. How could this possibly be poison? What exactly did you give me? Guo Qing rose with a smile. I said it was poison. I would not deceive you, senior sister. I won, didn't I? You must not wait until the last moment to speak, otherwise I won't be able to save you. Indeed, what Guo Qing gave Han Yurao was the Icene pill, but it was laced with his own blood. He had long consumed poison. Even his blood was infused with potent toxins, a mixture of different kinds of poison. Even if Han Yurao was skilled in poison arts, once it entered her body, it would be difficult to resolve. You want to detoxify me now? Han Yurao reached out, gripping the hem of Guo Qing's robe tightly. Guo Qing grasped Han Yurao's wrist, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Only then did her complexion improve slightly. Senior sister, once you finish the task I assigned to you, I will detoxify you. Do not blame me for not trusting you if this matter is too significant. I can trust no one. Han Yurao tidied her appearance, smiling instead of frowning her smile and chanting. Oh dear, it seems I have been caught. I am beginning to like you more and more, junior brother. I can hardly hold back. Would you grant me a night of joy? I promise not to absorb your yang energy. Guo Qing ignored Han Yurao's teasing words, his lips moving slightly as he transmitted part of his plan to her. Han Yurao's pupils constricted sharply, her heart stirred with turmoil. She finally understood why Guo Qing had to subdue her in this manner. Just as Guo Qing said, this matter was too significant. Once leaked, both she and Guo Qing would have no place to bury their bodies. In a hidden corner of the law enforcement hall, Yi Yuan frowned as he looked at Xie Dingan in front of him. It has been a month since he last fought. How could it take so long just to break through a bottleneck? Xie Dingan smiled slightly. Junior brother, please be patient. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes to cultivate. You possess excellent talent. A bottleneck is naturally not a problem for you, but not everyone has your kind of talent. His poor aptitude makes this quite normal. If you're worried, I can send someone to investigate. That would be excellent. I appreciate your help, senior brother. Yi Yuan nodded in gratitude. A small matter. Xie Dingan changed the subject. To be honest, I cannot understand. You had many opportunities to kill him. Why go through so much trouble? Wasting so much time waiting for him to catch up in cultivation is simply very foolish, isn't it? Yi Yuan sneered, recalling Guo Qing, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for the fact that the senior brother carelessly let it slip, I wouldn't have known he was summoned by the master. Do you know what this means? The master summoned him. How is that possible? Xie Dingan's mind was shaken, his mouth agape. The calmness he once had completely vanished. Yi Yuan said solemnly, I was only summoned by the master once when I first entered. This means that in the master's heart my standing is the same as his. Xie Dingan was stunned for a long time, incredulously asking, why him? Yi Yuan shook his head, equally puzzled. I also do not understand what about him is worthy of the master's attention, but once I learned of this I understood. If I do not find a way to deal with him now as his cultivation continues to rise, once the master sees that he has the potential for foundation establishment, the master would never allow me to kill him. If he dies unexpectedly, the master will definitely investigate. This is the only opportunity to kill him openly. Even if the master finds out, he will only impose some punishment on me at most. As long as I can kill him, even if it takes some time, it will be worth it. Xie Dingon silently cursed. If Yi Yuan had told him this earlier, he would never have agreed to this plan. But as things stood, he could not give up, otherwise he would be in trouble with both sides, so he could only brace himself and go along with Yi Yuan's scheme. Thinking of this, Xie Dingon couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yi Yuan. On the slope of Xiang Mountain, Zhou Yu stood outside Gui Qing's courtyard, reaching out to touch the barrier, transmitting his voice inside. Gui Qing, Zhou Yu have come to visit. Please come out to meet me. The barrier began to ripple, and Jiang Yunyan gracefully stepped out, bowing slightly. My master is currently in seclusion, trying to break through a bottleneck. He is at a crucial moment and cannot receive guests. Please come again another day. Zhou Yu smiled and said no worries. Since he is at a crucial moment, I believe there will be results soon. I will wait for him inside. Jiang Yunyan paused for a moment, then stepped aside to welcome him. Please, this way. Inside the pavilion, Zhou Yu held a teacup, his divine sense fully expanded, feeling the gradually lengthening aura from within the building. He couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. I didn't expect that in less than 2 years Gui Qing has reached this level. Such a speed in cultivation is top-notch among all qi refining practitioners. It seems that although Gui Qing's aptitude is not exceptional, he is very diligent in his practice. Of course, as an excellent alchemist, he certainly lacks for spirit stones, which is truly enviable. Jiang Yunyan silently poured tea on the side, not daring to speak. Zhou Yu suddenly looked at Jiang Yunyan. I just realized that you and your twin were gifted to Gui Qing by me. You are called Jiang Yunyan. Zhou Yu smiled to mask his embarrassment at forgetting names. It seems I didn't make a mistake. I've long heard that Gui Qing is very kind to those in the courtyard and never regards you as commoners. Jiang Yunyan hurriedly stood and bowed respectfully. I must thank you, sir. Without your arrangements, I wouldn't dare to hope for such a life. It's just a small matter, nothing to mention. Zhou Yu waved his hand with a smile and began to engage in casual conversation. By the way, has your master been in seclusion this entire month? Jiang Yunyan nodded. My master has been attempting to break through the bottleneck this month, but unfortunately, he has failed each time. This is quite normal. Cultivation cannot always go smoothly. Zhou Yu smiled as he slowly savored his tea, saying no more. At that moment, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within the building. He has broken through. Zhou Yu sprang to his feet. Gui Qing's hearty laughter echoed as he quickly walked out, clasping his fists. Senior brother, Zhou Yu is indeed an esteemed guest. I broke through the moment you arrived. It seems I must invite you to assist me during my next breakthrough. Zhou Yu raised his hand in return and smiled. You're joking, junior brother. It's all your hard work. I deserve no credit. After some pleasantries, Gui Qing asked, what brings you here, senior brother? Zhou Yu scratched his head and smiled shyly. I heard that once you reach the 4th level of qi refinement, you can become the steward of the medicine gate. In the future, I hope you can take care of my alchemical needs. You know I'm really poor, junior brother. Gui Qing smiled and nodded. That's a fair deal. I have long benefited from your assistance, and I've never had the chance to repay you. Once I take office, when you come to buy pills, I will definitely give you the best discounts. Then thank you, junior brother. Zhou Yu's face instantly lit up with joy as he finished his tea and stood up. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After sending Zhou Yu off, Gui Qing listened as Jiang Yunyan detailed Zhou Yu's words and actions, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yu's arrival was completely within his expectations. Xie Dingon wanted to investigate his cultivation progress, and sending Zhou Yu was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. In fact, he hadn't been cultivating at all this month. It was only after Zhou Yu's arrival that he began to break through. His intention was to make Yi Yuan believe that his aptitude was indeed poor, allowing him to delay for a longer time. And Zhou Yu's visit indicated that the bait had been taken. 3 days later, the medicine gate was bustling with voices and lively activity. Today marked Gui Qing's inauguration ceremony, and almost all of the high-ranking members of the medicine gate were present, both due to his status as a direct disciple and his alchemical talent. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Gui Qing pushed open the door of the newly constructed tall building, standing at the entrance and clasping his fists. Thank you all for coming to witness today. I hope for your continued support in the future. I will do my utmost to contribute to the prosperity of the medicine gate. Well said, well said. We will naturally support junior brother Gui Qing's endeavors. When the first batch of pills is refined, I will definitely come to buy. Congratulations. I wish junior brother Gui Qing a prosperous business in advance. Xiao Xinghe pointed at the plaque that had not yet been inscribed and smiled. This building is for you, junior brother. You should name it Returning to Origin. That name is quite interesting, Xiao Xing'a said, taking a few careful glances, then pulled out a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Gui Qing, returning to origin. That name is quite interesting, Xiao Xing'a said, taking a few careful glances, then pulled out a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Gui Qing, patting his shoulder. Do well. The storage bag contains resources that every steward receives upon taking office, including 30,000 spirit stones and the formulas for all common pills during the Qi refinement stage. Just these formulas are already worth a fortune, making one marvel at the wealth of the medicine gate. However, these 30,000 spirit stones are not for personal use, but to maintain the operation of the new building. Be it purchasing medicinal materials or recruiting alchemists, a lot of spirit stones are required. Gui Qing hung up a recruitment notice. With his previous reputation from the competition, several alchemists came seeking to join him. Han Yurao assisted Gui Qing, working tirelessly until late at night to ensure the business ran smoothly. Gui Qing stood in the hall rubbing his aching forehead. Doing business is more exhausting than fighting. Han Yurao covered her mouth and laughed. This is just the beginning. Every steward faces the most difficulty when first taking over a business. Medicinal materials are manageable as the medicine gate provides them settling accounts monthly. But finding alchemists is challenging, especially skilled ones. At the beginning, there are always not enough alchemists. Basically, every steward when starting out has to refine pills day and night to ensure the supply of medicinal pills. Gui Qing helplessly remarked, most good alchemists have already joined the medicine gate. Even if I want to recruit, I must wait for the new batch of alchemists to grow. Take your time, Han Yurao reassured. As long as you can maintain operations without losses in the first few months, that will be considered a success. Seeing Gui Qing lost in thought, Han Yurao returned from the fragrant crispy building with a few cultivators. Yu Miao, who had participated in the competition with Gui Qing, was among them. I can see it's not easy for you, so I'm sending you a few people. Now that you are the steward, I will listen to you from now on. The spirit stones each month must not fall short, Yu Miao said with a grin. Gui Qing solemnly clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you all for your assistance. You need not worry about your salaries or whatever you receive from Senior Sister Han. It will be the same here. The alchemists in the medicine gate are of two types. One, like Gui Qing, who can refine whatever they want, earning only from the pills. The other type, like Yu Miao, is required to submit a fixed number and type of pills each month, receiving a substantial amount of spirit stones in return. For a steward, the latter is naturally more favorable as it helps sustain the business operation. After settling these few individuals, Gui Qing exchanged glances with Han Yurao and ascended to the top floor. How did things go? Gui Qing stood by the window looking down at the entire medicine gate, appearing very tranquil. Han Yurao sat on Gui Qing's bed, giggling. You are really anxious. These matters take time. I have all the time in the world. The longer I drag it out, the better. For the next while, I will focus on refining pills. Once the business stabilizes, you can help me manage it for a while, and all profits will go to you. I don't want spirit stones. Han Yurao stared intently at Gui Qing, licking her red lips. You should know what I want. Gui Qing turned his back to Han Yurao, waving his hand lightly. I'm going to refine pills now, no further discussion. What a heartless person. I wonder what sins you committed in your past life to encounter such a vengeful enemy in this life. Han Yurao gave Gui Qing a resentful glance before leaving. Gui Qing closed the window, activated the room's barrier, and took out a Dan furnace to begin refining pills. The flames of the furnace reflected in his eyes, growing more intense. Yi Yuan, I am ready. I wonder if you are